This is the big show. It is effectively the Olympic Games of karting for IWF23 drivers. It's the Warrior Finals. And every year since 2012, pretty much, it has been a sensational gathering of all of the world's best IWF23 drivers. We cannot wait for the battle to commence out here on the circuit. It is great to be with you at the Cartódromo Algarve in Portimao, just a stone's throw away from the venue that saw Lewis Hamilton become a 7-time world champion in Formula One. Just across the road is that Grand Prix circuit, and here on the Cartódromo Algarve, the opportunity for the next generation of superstar world-class racing drivers to put themselves into the showcase. This is it. The circuit Cartódromo Algarve has been here since the 2010 season. It's been a host of both the World and European Championships of karting, and it has a phenomenal reputation for speed, great overtaking prowess, and technical setup. You have to be a real master of this place to get it right, and it is very tricky. 165 meters for the start-finish straight, followed by a 180-meter run all the way down to the second corner, which again is taken flat out. You're on the throttle basically from the antepenultimate corner all the way through until turn 3 when you finally get on the brakes. 17 corners, 10 to the right, 7 to the left, and one very acute hairpin. It is a very tricky circuit. It will push the drivers in all 4 classes, mini, junior, senior, and master, to the absolute limit. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me, Guillaume Alvarez. Down on pre-grid is Anthony Jordan. We are locked, we are loaded, we are ready for an exciting week.
That's going to be an exciting week indeed. Good morning to you all, and thank you along once again for tuning in on IMAmotorsport.com to follow the biggest event in the IMX30 World Class. This is the IMA Warriors Final, the 12th edition of this World Cup for the IMX30 classes. And this is the first time that we get to compete here on this beautiful Cartódromo Algarve do Portimao. It's not the first time that we've been here with IMX30 international classes, but very much so for what is the biggest race of the season for those drivers, as we have more than 350 competitors over the course of this race.
Your pole position sitter for our first race of the day, Nilas Malik, who is getting himself ready for an exciting battle for the George Gibbons Motorsport team as he is mechanicked by young Bradley Beavers. Fantastic opportunity for those two to go straight out of the blocks and fight fit for the first race of the day. Yesterday was already pretty tricky and exciting. We'll try and catch you up with everything that happened over the course of Wednesday if you weren't able to be with us. If you want to watch it back, you can of course do that on the IAMI YouTube channel. All of the Wednesday coverage is still there, live and ready. Romeo Melu, the Portuguese talent, is there on the second position of the starting grid alongside Nilas Malik. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do up at the sharp end of the field. Don't forget that all of these drivers have been able to get their spots on the starting grid in the IWF23 by finishing in the top positions in their national and regional disciplines of the sport. There is our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, atop the gantry, just keeping an oversight over everything that is taking place over the course of the day. And obviously his word is law. It'll be very important to make sure that all of the drivers cohere to the instructions given. Sadly, we've already had a couple of incidents yesterday where there were a few front fairings loose and a few penalties given. One sad absentee, sadly, in that young United Arab Emirate racer Connor Clancy is no longer participating in the weekend. We wish him all the very best and hope to see him on the grid again in 2024. But it'll be very exciting to see how things go in our X30 Mini category. Qualifying heat C versus F up first. Nilas Malik and Romeo Melu on the front row of the starting grid. This man, Remigius Samcic, is going to be starting up in third position on the grid. The Italian in his Kiddish Kart Republic livery. It is fantastic to see how he'll be going from third on the grid alongside the Belgian talent Gilles Hamin.
Gilles Hamin was at the back of a couple of accolades, winning the IMA Series Netherlands, as doing wonders as well in the IMA Series Benelux Championship. So Gilles Hamin, the young standard bearer of the VDK racing team, a client certainly to watch for in that mini class, with over 100 drivers competing, with only 36 places available in the final Saturday.
I think I spotted a former world champion having a giggle on the bank there, Callum Bradshaw, the man who actually won the world championship on this very circuit 3 years ago. Good to see him there coaching and getting himself a little bit paycheck out of it, of course, I'm sure. Nilas Malik and Romeo Melu for the first of our qualifying heats in Mini. Remigius Samcic and Gilles Hamin, Afonso Lopez and Casper Rushbold. Then Kanish Rao and John Foley Jr. from Chespietas and Archie Owen. Jack McLaughlin and the lady drivers Sukhmani Kera. And then we have Oliver Warner and Bink van Scheindel, Gabriel Gierdel, Samuel Hugon, George Clark and Will Green.
Row number 10, Noah Grenier and Mike Mena, followed by Linnea Jensen as Kamalfu Anuchashkul. Then we have Jakob Bachelor, Nikita Botte, Jensen Ackerman, Benjamin Piscopo, Jan Rodriguez, Charlie Cloak, Kim Minaji, Jordi Brookman, Ronnie Carter, Alexandra Freehuber, as well as Vicente Capella. In total, 33 drivers on the grid, and we do have everybody on track. Formation lap in, rolling start, you know the drill, as we are in for the second day of racing here in Portimao. We had 17 races yesterday already, if you were with us, 22 on schedule here, as we're going to have once again the three main categories on track. The Masters, the fourth one, will be here as well for the first practice sessions, but the qualifying heat, they're going to have to wait until tomorrow. 6 heats for the Masters, 5 for the Mini and the Juniors, and 7 for the Seniors on their way to the big day on Saturday.
One of the longest circuits in the European calendar for karting, 1.53 kilometers in length, almost a mile. And very exciting to see how the competitors will get on. In the Mini X30 category in particular, you've got to remember that these karts have narrower chassis and shorter wheelbases, which means you're going to have a lot more overtaking opportunities in the Mini X30 class than you would in, say, Junior, Senior or Master. So there's going to be a few more creative opportunities for these youngsters aged 9 to 12 from all over the world. 41 nations here this weekend. Through the course of the IWF from 5 continents around the world. I think the only continent that is not represented here this week is actually Australasia. All the others are. And we hope to see our comrades from Australia, New Zealand and the Archipelago Islands as soon as humanly possible. A bit difficult for this particular event for a few of our Australian friends to get over, but hopefully we will see them again in the future. Lining ourselves up in particular order now. Nilas Malik on the pole position. Romeo Melu on second position. Then Remigijus Samcik from Gilles Haman. Lopez, Rajpold, Rao, Foley Jr., Bertus, Owen, McLaughlin and Kera. It's going to be an interesting run as they come off the turn. They're in their 2x2 hurrah formation. They have to stay on the tram lines when they come off the final corner and execute their way down to the first turn over the top of the crest. And then we will go racing for the first of our 21 races today. It is a green on the timing screen. The lights have gone out on the gantry and off we go. A great start from Malik and Samcik. And as we go to the first corner, there's one car that is spluttering to a halt with mechanical difficulties. It's the 892 that is struggling. That's Nikita But, the Ukrainian driver. So very unfortunate for him that he has come to a spluttering halt. And there's already problems at the first couple of corners. We've got a struggling Birolart. That's the 843. That is Vicente Capella, the Portuguese. Oh, and a spin. Oh. One of the Paralins has gone around there. That is the 952, I do believe. That has gone right now. It's the 852. Sorry, that is Kamalfu and a Chutkul, the Thai driver, going for the lead up the inside. That's the VDK. Moving his way forward, so Gilles Haman has broken his way through from the second row of the grid to work his way up to the lead, and that's an Oliver Rowland Motorsport car that's gone with him, so that's likely to be Kanish Grau or Kasper Rajpold. It's the 871, so it is the Polish driver Rajpold who is now going for the lead. So Rajpold making his move on the inside line, and Kasper Rajpold takes the lead on the first lap.
Yeah, well done to him, Rajpold taking the lead so soon into the opening lap. 6 laps is not a lot. These are the shortest races that we have all week. Gilles Haman was the first one to take the lead. He's going to have to fight back as we conclude lap number 1. Under the leadership indeed of Kasper Rajpold, who climbed 5 places. He was only 6 on the grid and now finds himself in the position of the Jason driver. Gilles Haman, Romeo Melo in 3rd place from Nilas Malik, our pole sitter, down in P4. Into turn number 3, you can see that the track is still a little bit slippery. We're still very much into the wet race conditions, which means that for the other categories, junior and the senior, this is down to the mechanics and the drivers to choose their tires. For the minis, this is very much slick tires for whatever the conditions. Here they come as Gilles Haman is trying to shake off a little bit. Rajpold putting the pressure as Malik has dropped down a little bit of a touch in the meantime as well with one of the Energy Corset drivers by the look of it. As unfortunately Nikita Botte, the young Ukrainian driver from Oliver Rowland, is having to DNF this race.
Well, Samcik looked to me as though he got into 4th position there in front of Melo on that last lap. So Melo managing to have a decent battle there for position. It might actually be the other way around. I think Melo might have actually got the move done on Samcik. But look at Haman and Rajpold having this terrific duel for the lead up front. Nilas Malik is there in 3rd position, just waiting for the opportunity, leading the George Gibbons Motorsport Cavalry as they continue their charge forward. He's got Oliver Warner and Romeo Melo in tow with him, so the 3 of them are going to be charging after these 2. Rajpold still looking for his bid on Herman. We're already a third of the way through this one. They only get 6 laps in the Mini X30 category. You're probably wondering why so little. Well, it's because the circuit is so long, 1.53 kilometers in length. So it's a very long circuit, even though they go through it pretty quickly because it's high speed. You've got to be measuring these races by distance. So it's very important that you obviously don't stretch these guys too early, too soon in the week. They've obviously got a much longer final on Saturday. But for the heats, you have to do it by a certain distance. And of course, with these qualifying heats, they are just over 9 kilometers in length when you've got 6 laps to complete. So up the inside, Rajpal having a look at Herman, doesn't quite get the overtaking move done on that particular occasion. Nilas Malik is still there in third. Warner and Mello, then Samchik, Rao, McLaughlin, Green, Sukhmani Kera doing a good job. She's worked her way up into 10th position, the British driver. Then Lopez, Pieters, Van Scheiden, and then we have Clark, Foley Jr. and Girdle.
And for the final, those minis will have to go twice the distance, 13 laps. This will be on Saturday. Watch out as well for the battle between the two teammates from GGN Motorsport, the team of Mr. George Gibbons, as you don't want to do anything unwise just too soon to get your day started. As Cashpol, you can see, waiting in the wings of Gilles Herman. Herman is producing the effort at the moment. The young VDK driver is the one, of course, under pressure. And he's going to be, of course, trying to shut all the doors at every corner. But Rajpal is waiting for the right moment. A couple of the Fusion Motorsport drivers battling along as well with Samcic, by the look of it, with Kidic driver performance team. And we have as well further back Kumjaji Kera.
Oh, lovely overtake there on the inside. Yes. That's the 903 getting the jump up the inside. That's Jack McLaughlin, the Irishman. And going with him is the 885 of Sukhmani Kera. So the teammates actually going double time through the field. Excellent work by the two of them. And so that's at the expense of Lopez, unfortunately. Even Scheindel is there in position. And we got a problem into the pits. That's Carter. So Ronnie Ray Carter, unfortunately, having a difficulty in his first appearance in Europe. So Ronnie Ray Carter having a difficult week, and he looks pretty emotional about it. So very unfortunate for Ronnie Ray Carter, as mechanical problems by the look of it has brought him out of the race on this one. But it's a learning experience. It's a building week. You can't win Rome in a day. You have to work at it. Up the inside, trying to defend the position now. Here we go. Herman is defending from Rajpal, and this is what he's been building up to. Rajpal has been sat there for 4 laps, just waiting for his moment. Now he gets the battle, and up the inside, Rajpal takes the lead. Lovely.
And Gilles Herman has to stay focused here and keep his head down, because the race is not over, and he will have more than one opportunity to fight back, even though this is certainly a tight moment picked up by Kaspar Rajpal to make his move, going the long way around. He's going to try to switch positions, and there's a slight touch with the front fairing on the rear bumper for Gilles Herman. Didn't expect that, certainly in the middle of the corner. Is pushing, is not happy at all about what's happening, because Cashpol is going defensive and find himself in the middle of the road. Where to pass for Gilles Herman, left or right? He's going to have one more lap after that to do so. Not the easiest of trick. Sector 2 and 3 could be an option.
He's getting really frustrated. Yeah. He doesn't want him to be defending quite so early on into the race, because obviously we're about to go into the final lap, but he clearly feels, well, look, if you're going to go defensive, do it on the last lap. Don't do it on the penultimate lap. But no, Rajpalder's got a tactic. He's going to stick with it. They go into the final tour. Gilles Herman is really starting to get racy here behind Rajpal, but he's got to be smart about where he goes for the move. He goes long through to the hairpin. Is that going to be enough to undercut?
Yeah, there's a little bit more than 1.5 kilometers to do so. Oh, and a slight mistake by the look of it. He lost momentum, putting himself on the curb on the outside of turn number 7 by the look of it. He was glued to the leader outside of the first few turns, but now he seemed to have lost certainly the edge to commit to an overtake. And
that's all in terms of the frustration that was building there. But look, Rajpal is still defending like crazy on the inside line, still thinking that Gilles Herman is all over him. So Herman is actually able to gain some of that momentum lost. They go through down the hill, back up to the climb again as they go up to the next hairpin. And is there going to be enough of a gap for Herman? He has to think about it, but Rajpal holds the cart very careful at the apex. Doesn't want him to push too hard. They come off the turn, up to the final couple of bends. And here comes the chance from Herman. He's going to try and snake through up the inside line to try and get a final turn maneuver. Can he slingshot out of the final corner? He's going to try his best. He's got the run to the line, but it's not enough. Rajpal will get there by 45 thousandths of a second as Gilles Herman. A good start to the day then. Romeo Melo working hard there in the final stages of the race. Up to 3rd position, the Portuguese driver, in front of the Jamie Green Racing driver, Will Green. Has worked his way through to 4th place in front of Kanish Grau and Oliver Warner. Sukhmani Kera, great try from her. 7th place for her, up to in front of Jack McLaughlin, who also drove well. Nilas Malik sadly falling away to 9th place on the last lap in front of Ches Petiès. But what a start from Rajpal and Herman, giving us a great start, and it's the pole that comes out on top.
Yeah, beautiful results for Rajpal, Kaspar Rajpal, who joins still Stig de Rademacher, Max van der Kot and Archie Lovat in the winner's circle so far in the mini class. Those were wins picked up yesterday as we got our Miami Warriors final started in the mini category. But now Kaspar Rajpal for just 400 of a second on the line, with Gilles Armand in second and Romeo Melo running up the top three. A good piece of racing to get us started for this second day of competition here in Portimao. Not too sure that, and it's punching the air, of course, with joy, and this is certainly the best start he could have hoped for to his day. Not so sure that Gilles Armand will be happy about the proceedings, but as part of racing, it was fair and square. He just had no space at all to go through into the last lap.
There is your provisional results. Kasper Rashbold in front of Gilles Herman and Romeo Melo. Then Will Green in front of Kanish Grau, Oliver Warner and Sukmani Kera. Jack McLaughlin and Nilas Malik in front of Ches Pitiès and Remigijus Samincic. And then we have George Clark in 12th position. A good run from him, up 5 from John Foley Jr., Afonso Lopez and Bink van Schijndel.
P16 is Gabriel Gerdil from Jacob Bachelor, Jordi Brookman, Linnea Jensen, Samuel Ligon. And we have Benjamin Piscopo in 21st, followed by Joe Eichmann. Then we have Charlie Clough, Rodriguez, Mena, Verheuber, Archie Owen, as well as Kim Minaj, Vicente Capella, Noah Grenier, and Anu Jashtkul by the 31 and last positions. 2 drivers that we lost, unfortunately, Nikita Botte and Ronnie Carter had to admit defeat. Is your winner from Oliver Roland Motorsport, Kasper Rashbold. First win in the qualifying heats for him, and a perfect start to his day in those still slippery conditions.
And look at the sportsmanship there, coming over to Gilles Herman and saying, thank you very much for the race, mate. I really enjoyed that. It's a satisfying moment for Kasper Rashbold, his first win in international competition at this level. But that's a real sporting gesture from him. That's a real mark of his character, the young Pole, going up quickly to find Gilles Herman, saying, thank you, mate. I really enjoyed that race. That was a proper good battle between the two of us. And there was a good handshake between them. That's what this sport is so good at. From such a young age, you've got to remember these guys are 9 to 12 years old. The adrenaline's pumping, everything's running at the fever pitch. You want to win, you want to put on a good show in front of your fans back home and in front of the world stage here. You're under the microscope at such a young age in this category, 9 years of age, and you step out in front of the world to show them what you can do. And it's a mark of the character of someone like Kasper that after such an intense battle, such a great duel, he's able to find his opponent, shake his hand, thank you. That was a great race.
That's what we like to see, and this is how it unfolded with Gilles Armand, who was the first one to snap the lead from Paul Sitter, who made it to P9 in the end, but Kasper Rashbold was very fast as well to get himself into first position into the opening lap, and this is how the battle started with some of the GGM Motorsport drivers for the back, Romeo Melo, as well as Oliver Warner and Nilas Malik or Paul Sitter getting involved in the mix as well. 3 of them driving in formation before losing a bit of momentum, as some of the fusions as well making their way through with Sukmani Kera, as well as some of the drivers involved. But that was the move that would lead to the victory, the first one this weekend for the Oliver Roland Motorsport. A beautiful move, but after that it was such a, it was complicated for Gilles Armand. There was no way to go for it.
It was the timing of the move that really stood out for Kasper Rashbold. He made sure that it happened at exactly the right moment and knew that he had enough in the tank to be able to defend and cover the position. You don't very much often see drivers celebrating at the end of a qualifying heat because they know, well, it's not really the be-all and end-all. You don't really show your emotions on that front. Most racing drivers don't, at least, until they get to Friday night or Saturday morning in this competition, because it's just a qualifying heat. But for these youngsters, you've got to remember that this is their first time on the world stage. Absolutely soak in the glory. Enjoy the moment. You know, you don't have to bottle it all up. If you want to celebrate the moment, then please do. As you can see, in a few seconds, we're going to get underway with the next qualifying heat, and the schedule is pretty busy all the way through the Miami Warriors Final 2023. We've got the qualifying heats for the minis in groups B and D, and then A and E. Then straight into the seniors, and it's been electric already from the start, and we're going to talk about the incredible battles that we've got out of the senior category already, and there's going to be a lot of those to come, let me tell you. Then we will have the juniors following that rotation shortly after that, and again, the junior competition is set to be incredibly exciting all the way through. There are 8 groups for the seniors, and there are 6 groups for the juniors. Shows you just how competitive it's going to be. The minis will come out a little bit later on today after their present rotation, and then of course the seniors will come out a little way after that. But the green light is coming on at the end of the pit lane. The minis are being sent out onto the circuit for qualifying heat B versus D, and there are some big names at the front of this particular grid that have come out of the national championships, but also from the Euro Series as well. So let's go through some decent names at the front. Dan Alleman of Switzerland alongside the Irishman, Christian Kobe. Great to see him on the front row. Austin Houston and Aryan Singh from Archie Lovett and Max Endicott. Then Henri Constant-Kumpen and Harry Williams from Xavier Lazaro and Max Murray. Liam Carr and Harley Musk from Michael Lederer, Valentin Lefebvre. And then we have Ludwig Granqvist, Flavio Gaida, Aurelio Longitano, and Aaron Richardson.
They're followed by Achilleas Peruzzi as well as Gustavo da Silva. Then we have Tony Cocciaferro-Ferri, Guilherme Lopez Morgado, followed by Lawrence Ava, Anton Venant, Alexandre Rockstadt, Edouard Godefroy, Kevin Garib, Simon Carasas, Louis Bieland, Didier Krieft, Jules Decoun, Mathis Barrejo, as well as Choting Cheng and Li Wanzheng at the back end of the grid. But I don't think that we have him with us. Yes, indeed, Li Wucheng, the privateer from China that was missing already yesterday. A shame not to have a full grid, but here they come for the formation lap. And two of the big names that we've seen competing in the IME Euro Series this season. Archie Lovat from 5th on the grid, second in the competition this year. And Dan Halleman of Paul Sitter who join him on the season podium. Two big names, that's for sure. And a few drivers willing to finish this season on a high.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise that we didn't get to see Jesse Phillips here this week, of course, because he's been the IME Euro Series title winner earlier in the year, battling alongside Archie Lovett and Dan Alleman. So a big surprise that we didn't get to see him competing for the IWF. Clearly he had either examinations or other opportunities, whatever it might be. We did, of course, see him a few weeks ago at Franciacorta competing in the first ever Road to the World Cup in OKN. So that was exciting to see, and he triumphed in that. So obviously his stock is going up all the time. But great battles to come as Dan Alleman lines up alongside the young Irish charger Christian Kobe, who's been making such an impression over the course of this season. For me, it's not always about results. It's about rate of development. That's what really marks out a great driver at this level. You can win as many races as you like in karting, but it's about how you develop. It's about what you soak up. It's about how quickly you learn to build on what you already have. And for a driver like Christian Kobe to come out of the blocks at the start of this year, really struggling to be in the midfield and hold his nerve, and then to come here to the IWF, the biggest race of a karting week in X30, and be on the front row of the grid, that's an amazing turnaround. And that just shows you how badly he wants this.
Certainly, and he's not the only one who wants to that badly as well. But what better way to improve your craft and keep on learning that on new tracks as well. We've been to numerous different tracks with the IWF over the years since 2012, a couple of seasons in Le Mans, but this is the first time that we're here in Portimao, one of the fastest layouts of the season, and new ways, especially for the drivers, to improve themselves, and a little bit of a push. Look at Dan Alleman actually trying to really get everybody together. But
yeah, there's several drivers in the field who are saying, come on, get on with it. You are going so slowly, Dan. I mean, I know you're trying to bunch up the field, but they're just gesturing to him. It's like, come on, this is so slow, and everybody's bumping up together. They've got to be careful, because if they bump too much and a front fairing comes loose, that's a penalty. And there's not a lot you can do about it once you've got it. But out of the final turn, and they are going to go round again. Yeah. So it's a false start. And I think that's essentially because the grid was not quite as formed as they could have been.
You know what, I do wonder.
Look at Christian Kobe. Christian Kobe gesturing to Dan Alleman. Come on, what are you doing?
Because Kobe, on the way to the start-finish straight, Kobe seemed to me that he actually went out of position as a sign maybe of protest to show to that Mr. Martin Bean, our race director, that this is not the right way to do it. We should do that again. And it was actually listened to, because an extra formation lap, it seemed to me that maybe Dan Alleman was slowing down maybe a slightly bit too much to the liking of the other drivers, and this is not the way you want to do it.
And it's difficult because Dan Alleman's had a very tricky 2 seasons in IAMA Euro. He's, on paper, been one of the fastest, if not the fastest driver in Mini X30 for the last 2 seasons. He's had a lot of bad luck. He was second in the title fight last year, third in the title fight this year. He would have felt, you know, this is my chance to be champion and I'm going to make it happen. Didn't quite come together in Euro Series because he reckoned without the great battle between Jesse Phillips and Archie Lovett that kind of overshadowed him over the course of the season. He still came away with 66 points and, of course, a decent crop of podiums. He had a podium finish at the 3rd round of the championship at Franciacorta. But, you know, when you've had a difficult season, when you've had in your head the chance to win and it's all come away from you, it's always difficult to kind of keep that motivation high, that sort of mentality. And he wants to come into this week knowing that, well, you know what, I wasn't able to win the Euro Series, but if I can win IWF, then that makes up for it. You know, I can be king of the world rather than king of Europe. And it's a tricky situation for him to find himself in with the pressure cooker building. Yesterday was tough. And again, look, Kobe's just trying to get Dan Alleman to speed up a bit. Come on, you know, I know we're bunching up the field, and that's all well and good, but we actually need to go a bit quicker. Look, Christian Kobe gesturing to Dan, put your foot on the throttle, come on. And it's a very frustrating appearing Christian Kobe, who just wants to get on with this. They come off the final turn again. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we are. So, off we go. Kobe gets a reasonable start, but he's going to drop back to 3rd position behind his teammate. Austin Newsted and Archie Lovett are going to come forward. So Kobe is going to be squeezed out to the far side. Lovett trying to get on the inside of Newstead as they come up the corner. And it's going to be tricky to the apex of the hairpin, and there's a couple of drivers off the road, and that's one of the GGMs. A big hit on the barrier. It's the 867. That's Aryan Singh, the Emirati. So Aryan Singh having a bit of a moment there, unfortunately, from the UAE. Having his moment as he comes off the turn. Hopefully he'll be able to get back on. He does indeed. But that's a very frustrated Aryan Singh, who now finds himself trying to fight his way back into position again. And Dan Aleman, there you go, under investigation for his antics at the start. That really could backfire for the Swiss.
Yeah, that's very much logical decisions by the officials, as we'll keep you up to date post-race about what might happen to Dan Aleman. But on 2 occasions, certainly the drivers were not happy into that field, even though he's leading the pack as for now. That's a shame indeed for Aryan Singh. He was 4th on the grid and having to fight his way through. And look at the front fairing actually of
that's Endicott, isn't it? That's Endicott.
Indeed, he was the one just behind, and he had a little bit of a push on the front fairing. Hopefully it's not entirely misplaced. By the look of it, a bump in the middle, so no penalties whatsoever, hopefully for him. But that's a result, certainly, of all the bumping that we've seen in the starting procedures.
And look who's come up to 4th position. It's Henry Constant Klumpen who has worked his way forward. He is, of course, the son of the GT and NASCAR European race driver Anthony Klumpen, who is based over in Zolder in Belgium. And, of course, there is a family connection to the Verstappens, of course, because Anthony Klumpen is the cousin of Sophie Klumpen, who is Max Verstappen's mother. So there's a nice little link and a sort of loose family tie there. Archie Lovett trying to get his move on the inside of Dan Aleman. By the look of it, if Aleman is under investigation, though, at the start, he doesn't actually have to do too much work to get past him. If he gets a penalty, then Lovett can afford to sit in 2nd position and let it all unfold. However, this is Mini X30, so if he stays in 2nd position for a decent time, then you're going to find there's going to be more problems for the drivers catching up, and they're going to find their way forward. Well, Klumpen was 4th as he came across the line. He's now dropped all the way to 17th, so I'm not sure what's happened there to Klumpen on that lap. But he's certainly lost a heck of a lot of time. And up to 4th position now has come Harry Williams for the George Gibbons Motorsport team in front of Newstead and Harley Musk. So there's been a lot of a shuffle of the deck there. Aleman and Lovett are doing the sensible thing, though. They're just disappearing out in front. And Archie Lovett is playing the long game here. No need to go racing along with Dan Aleman at the moment. Just sit behind him. Let him do the hard work for the next 2.5 laps. Then you can go for him.
Hey, just saw what happened at the race before. And he's going to try certainly to replicate maybe a very late move into that race, considering as well that the Portimao racetrack and the layout, of course, doesn't actually get the opportunity for the drivers to build enough of a gap to feel comfortable. We've seen that on numerous occasions yesterday. So at some point, if you find yourself in the lead, it's very difficult on dry conditions as they are now to really get yourself in the lead and go forward to build on that gap and potential victory, because the slipstream into that first sector is so high that it allows the drivers following the leaders to really get back into his rear bumper very easily.
Yeah, you're right, Guillaume. I was talking to one of the mechanics earlier this morning, and they were saying, in terms of trying to predict who's going to win each race with the ebb and flow of X30 on the Portimao circuit, you're better off going down to the casino and putting money on red or black, because you're going to have a much better chance of getting it right. So Aleman and Lovett out in front. They go flat out through turn 1. On the way towards 2. Such a fast straight this, because you're just on the throttle from the penultimate corner all the way down to this turn 3. And even in this corner, in a Mini, you carry a lot of speed through that hairpin. You're not actually on the brakes too much over the course of this circuit. And it's only really in the tight hairpins. This one is actually quite open. So again, you're just blipping the throttle rather than dabbing at the brake. And then you come through to this section of left-handers. This is where you really have to get on the brakes. This double apex left-hander, which effectively acts as a hairpin for the drivers once they come through it. Then you can get back on the power, and you're rolling down the hill on the throttle, just carrying the momentum and carrying the speed as much as you can. And then you get back on the brakes again, because this is downhill, so you have to dab the brakes on this one just to get it turned in and then get enough purchase. But from this moment on, you're flat on the throttle, flat, flat, flat. And you can just about carry the speed through this right-hander. It's quite a fast right-hand hairpin. It surprises me how fast they can carry the speed through there. And then they come back over the top of the crest, and you're still flat on the throttle all the way to 3.
And some of the drivers were quite keen, actually, on going large into the last sector, the 16 and 17, before the start-finish straight, going a little bit loose onto the curb. But that's part of it, as well as run the inside of turn number 3. And that's the move we had been expecting. It was neat and clean for Archie Lovett. It was 1 win in the qualifying heats since yesterday. Very keen on having another one and taking the lead of the provisional classification of the Mini class. Dan Aleman having other ideas in mind with the fastest lap in his race just before the move happening. As a look at the gap in the meantime, 2.3 seconds built by those two on Max Andeakert in third place, with Neustadt just behind Richardson, Harry William, and the rest of the top 10, Arle Musk, Granvist, Lazaro, as well as Christian Kobe, unfortunately, from 2nd to 10th. Not totally the scenario he had foreseen in his head. Kobe from the front row to a top 10 finish potentially, as we had a couple of good climbers into that field. But we wait for the response from Dan Halleman as we get ourselves into the last lap. 17 corners, 1.5 kilometer of length, and Dan Halleman is gesturing to Archie Lovat. Keep on pushing, don't go defensive just yet. We have one more lap to go through, and where can he go? Because he's actually Archie Lovat to find himself in the racing line, into the middle of the track, forcing Dan Halleman a little bit on the exit.
Right, the race just started because Archie Lovett leading the way and Dan Halleman behind him in second place, now looking for his opportunity to get through. That's the thing in these heats. As long as you're in the potential to go for the lead with a lap and a half to go, that's when the race really begins in X30 karting, because it's so difficult to pull away and get a decent gap. We haven't seen one yet today. We didn't see many yesterday either, as Dan Halleman tries again to outfox Archie Lovett, who holds the inside line for the interim. The trick is to hold the inside line and make sure you don't kick the kart back out to the wide line again. You've got to make sure you hold that presence on the inside line throughout. Look, Lovett is in the middle of the road. You've got to shut that door again on the exit. It's beautiful from Lovett. Halleman doing everything he can to overhaul him, but at the moment, Lovett's got it covered, and he's only got two right-handers to negotiate. Just keep it nice and present on the inside curve. Don't get too much on the curbs. Tighten in, tighten in. You've got to tighten in a bit more than that. It's going to be tight to the line, and Lovett's just held it in front of Dan Halleman. Well, that was pretty tight. That was very close indeed, and very good work from both drivers there. And it looks as though Williams and Lazaro have had an incident on the final sector, probably coming into the final couple of corners of the lap, I think. In fact, yes, they've clashed in the final turn. Very unfortunate, as Harry Williams drops all the way to 30th. Xavier Lazaro has come through in 31st. They clashed on the final bend of the final lap. Very unfortunate indeed for Williams and Lazaro. Not sure if they were the instigators or the innocent victims, but the result, unfortunately, is exactly the same outcome. And it promotes Aaron Richardson up into 5th position. What a charge through from Aaron Richardson, who came all the way through from 18th on the grid and now finds himself P5. There's a kid to watch out for.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Good recoveries in those still a little bit slippery conditions, even though the sun is slightly piercing through those clouds. And I think for a racing line to be completely dry by the look of it throughout the course of that race track. But good job from Archie Lovett. And Dan Halleman unfortunately failed, where Gilles Herman did as well in the opening race. He couldn't find a proper space to make his commitment and go for the move in the last lap. But it gives you once again a pretty clear picture about how difficult that is to find a space and initiate an overtaking, especially in those later stages of a race. Well, Archie Lovat wins in front of Dan Halleman, Max Andeakert. Then we have in 4th place and Neustadt in front of Richardson, Musk, Granvist, Murray, Carr, and Christian Kobe running up the top 10. 11th place for Lefebvre from Antoine Venant, climbing 12 places, the young Belgian, from a good recovery as well. Didier Kraft from Fusion Motorsport, 17 places collected up to 13 from Da Silva. Brajo, another strong recovery as well, 17 places up to P15, followed by Lederer, Henri Costa Campen. It remains to be seen what happened to the unfortunate Belgian driver, as we saw earlier. As you can see, Archie Lovat dropping out the helmet after the scale, but Henri Costa Campen had a good recovery in the first few laps before suddenly something wrong happened. Was it an incident? Was it mechanical trouble? Well, by the look of it, he lost a pile of positions and just made it to P17 only. So certainly a few things to consider for the next few races, as he made it in front of the rest of the pack. It just changes, but all the results are available to you as always on IWF23.com, as long as live timing, live streaming, all the documents at your service as well. And as always, you can join us on social media, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. We got you covered as always.
One of the things I love the most about this IWF week is it's usually the moment when we get to see a big transition between the form of a driver from the Euro Series compared to that in the IWF at the end of the season. And we've got that again here this week Jarlath Seyer and Leo Peruzzi are on the front row of the starting grid for this next heat. Great to see the prolific midfielders now taking their opportunity at the front end of the field. So Seyer and Peruzzi, then Bogdan Kozma and Mason Brooks, Maxim Bobrashov and Stigler Rademacher, Stan Fajot and Charles Yoral, then Priam Bruno and George House from Patrick Christensen and Theo Battisti, the French charge, Colby Patterson, Anton Bouchard, Kasri Dudkovsky and Esteban Frajuba.
They're followed by Finlay Linnes and Ben McLaughlin on row number 9, row number 10, Conor Garro and Derek Rivera, followed by Alex Reilly, Emil Petteri, Danny Boers, as well as Alexander Schmistadt, Tom Alderlisten, Francisco Correa, Colin Graham, Adrian Geber, Aaron Bihoffer, Jamara Oft, Lorenz de Kock, Yanis Kovlovos, as well as Dario Mifsud and Sergio Bouzas. 34 drivers on the grid as well as on track. And as you said, a couple of names different than usual at the forefront of that grid. Some of them, like Stigler Rademacher, winning the qualifying heat yesterday, and they will be willing to emulate that performance certainly. As the sun is with us for the first time today, we had a bit of a rain dropping for the warm-up sessions of this morning. The track was very much green, now it's very much dry, apart from that tiny part on the start-finish straight just in front of the line, but this will dry out certainly very quickly as well.
So drivers to watch out for in this race then. Maxim Bobrashov from P5, not quite where he would have liked to start, but he has the opportunity to work his way forward. We've already seen this year just how competitive Maxim Bobrashov can be. Stan Fajot, good to see him putting in a good performance in qualifying up in P7. And Priam Bruno, the fellow Belgian driver, up there at the sharp end of the field. Good to see George House making some good impressions here this week to put himself into the top 10. A few drivers down the order that we probably would have expected to see a little higher up on the starting grid worth a mention. Certainly Theo Battisti, who has been pretty much the dominant force of France over the course of this year. He is a real prodigy, and certainly already a lot of headlines have been written back home in the IAME Series France and on Cartcom and various other places. They're calling him a real prodigy, so worth seeing what he can do here this week, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he ends up on the final podium at the end of the week. Anton Bouchard is worth keeping an eye on, as well as Sari Dudkovsky. Watch out as well for Finlay Lines, the British driver who lines up on the 9th row of the starting grid from P17. He didn't have the best of qualifying. He actually got forced wide during one of his fastest time laps, and they felt there was another 0.5 of a second left in his pace. So if he can translate that into race acumen, then watch for Finlay Lines. I don't think he'll be finishing as low as 17th very often over the course of the week. Also keep an eye on Derek Rivera, the young man from the United Arab Emirates. He's been very strong out there in IAME UAE, so he's worth watching, of course. He's been battling away with the likes of Maxim Bobrashov over the last few weeks, and great to see how he has been able to continue that rise. So still plenty to discuss, plenty to talk about as the drivers come off the final turn. Are we going to go racing? We are. Good start from Jarlath Seyer, and right alongside him his teammate Leo Peruzzi, already trying to shuffle away. 5 into 1 is not going to go. The Fusion quintet, I should say, sorry, are going to have to settle themselves out as up the inside. That is a hungry-looking Anton Bouchard trying to work his way forward in the mid-pack in the CRG. Several other drivers trying to force the issue on the inside line as well, and it looks like a pretty sensible start, but there's been a couple of drivers spinning around at the back of the field. Several drivers dropping down the field, and I think one of them was actually Sari Dudkovsky having a bit of an issue there. So too Tom Alderstein and Lorenz de Kirch, as well as Sergio Bouzas. So several drivers getting involved but having problems, but it's still the quintet of Fusion carts up at the front end of the field. Now, this is what Dan Hazelwood is always good at. Can they keep dissension in the ranks to a minimum when you've got 5 very hungry racing drivers up front who all want the win? Up the inside line comes the move, and it's a good one too from, I think that's Bogdan Kozma getting through into the lead of the race. It's the 880, so it is Bogdan Kozma, the Romanian, who hits the front, but he's got 4 teammates right underneath him who want to take it back.
Yeah, Bogdan Kozma trying to emulate as well the performances of his brother as well, David. Watch out as well, because there's a lot of teammates from the same team up in the lead. Either it can make your life a little bit easier, or it can end up very badly as well. But I guess the word has been given beforehand by all the mechanics and in the tent as well, that try not to do anything wise. Look at how close it was in turn number 3, and there's a switch for position for P5 as well.
It's George House who manages to break up the flow, and he's taken the George Gibbons Motorsport driver Maxim Bobrashov with him. Excellent work from George House. That was so brave. 3 into 1 never works here at Portimao into turn 3, but he's managed to make it stick through pure conviction. He's going to have Bobrashov on the inside line, and now the door's wide open as through comes the Karting Pro driver Bruno Priam, and also comes Mason Brooks. So that's a real unfortunate moment for George House, who did such a good job to get into 5th place initially. He's now back down to 8th position again. So this is it's actually 9th now because Teo Battisti got through as well. Francisco Correa is under investigation. Look at the skills there of Teo Battisti trying to force his way through. I did say he was going to be charging through off the inside. Little bit of a nudge wide. It's very close for Stig de Rademacher. He's now dropped to 3rd position behind Peruzzi. Seyer is there in 4th position trying to get back on terms. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Cosma, Peruzzi, de Rademacher and Seyer with Bobrishov now leading the cavalry of Battisti, Brooks and Bruno behind. Stanfajot and Cholural having a bit of an interesting one further behind from them, but this is going to be tough for Bogdan Cosma to hold on to, with Peruzzi, de Rademacher and Seyer all over him.
Yeah, like in the driver's parade, but this will be for tonight at 7 o'clock. Don't forget, in the meantime, we saw Seyer not being happy about being stuck from 4th place. He was gesturing to Rademacher, keep on pushing, don't go defensive. Yes, we're between teammates, but we're still racing for ourselves as well, with personal consideration coming into play. But Bogdan Cosma Christopher at the moment trying to shake up and hold on to his position from Peruzzi. Rademacher and Seyer observing, of course, each other as well as what might happen in front of them. Halfway through that qualifying heat, the last one of the minis for this morning. There will be some more this afternoon, of course, before switching our attention to the juniors and the seniors. But now we're here with the 902 of Bobryshev and Brooks just behind. Can the 5th Fusion Motorsport driver into the upper part of the mix? Can he join the top 5? Certainly too far from his teammates to have another say into that battle for the win. But his mission is to get ahead of Bobryshev from GGM. Bobryshev doing a good job at holding on to that position, onto the curb. He's having the pressure as well from Priam Bruno, the Belgian driver, climbing 2 places up to 7. That's the 2nd wagon in the upper part of that field. As Peruzzi from 2nd, it was putting out the fastest lap. It's not very...
Oh, and a spin! And that's off at turn 3. So that looks like one of the karting pro drivers. That's the 853.
There's 2 drivers involved.
It is 2 drivers, and one of them, sadly, it's the 853 that's gone there. So that is going to be... Now, is that? That's Yanis Kolovos, I think, who's gone off there, and also Adrian Guerra. So those are the 2 that went off there at turn 3. Very scary moment. And I'm afraid it's very much game over for Adrian Guerra of the Paralin Portugal team. He's got out of the cart and walked away. But it looks to me as though at least the recovery for Yanis Kolovos, the Greek driver, has continued.
Yeah, we had a similar scary moment yesterday as well, but thankfully the Portimao layout has been designed well enough for the runoff area to be extended quite sufficiently for the drivers not to hit the tire wall at the back end, because at such a speed on the way to turn number 3, it can lead you very far off the track if you happen to find yourself in that situation. But now the race is coming to a close very, very soon, and now we have 4 drivers still within the mix, but who can prevail?
Yeah, I'm glad you picked up on that, Guillaume. A lot of adaptations made to the Portimao Kartdrome in recent weeks. Obviously, we saw in the past a couple of incidents at that point, and yeah, the wall was just a little bit too close to the road, but they've managed to sort that out and put it back, so it's a lot safer for the drivers. A lot of the speed can be scrubbed off now on the grass and the gravel that's up there at the far side of turn 3. This is tight. It's now just 3 of them because Leo Peruzzi has dropped away a little bit. And he can still get himself back into the fight. Cosma, de Rademacher and Seyer, with Leo Peruzzi having fallen away to 4th position for the time being. The charge behind them is led by Maxim Bobrishov in front of Bruno. Then it's Brooks. Battisti is there in 8th position. He's not really had the best of runs so far. Copy Patterson, then Ural, and as we thought, Finley Lines making the progress. There's the retirement, unfortunately, as we thought it might happen for Yanis Kolovos. So Yanis Kolovos having the moment. Conrad Garrow has picked up a warning flag. But these 3 are going to start the battle. Here we go, de Rademacher going long. Here's the door open for Jarlath Seyer. That'll do, up to 2nd.
Yeah, now we have a new chaser. And Bogdan Cosma Christopher trying to take advantage of the battle behind, but not quite enough. He's still very much under pressure. Bobryshev the fastest lap, with the last touch to Peruzzi, as Peruzzi lost touch to the trio on the picture. Now, on the outside, Rademacher is the one on a charge, going the long way around into turn number 8 and 9. A little bit of a push. He's not quite able to make the difference as they get into the last sector. That's going to be a tight one. Can one of the 3 make a difference? Coming to the South Finish straight. Bogdan Kosma Christopher watching along. Oh, clipping the curve. That was a close goal from Sayer.
And they both go
make
wide.
it through. The Rademacher the long way around, sorry. And Sayer indeed takes the lead in brutal fashion.
But look how this has opened up. Now there's a chance for the Rademacher going into the final turn, and he knows the gap is there. Sayer's going to try and shut the door. He goes wide, Rademacher. It's going to be Peruzzi that gets a charge forward down the straight. They actually bang wheels as they come across the line. Sayer will get the finish line. Oh my goodness, very tight. And you know the big beneficiary of that one, it is Priam Bruno. Priam Bruno manages to come through all of that to come into 4th position. So Priam Bruno doing a good job there on the final lap, just keeping himself hungry. But De Rademacher and Peruzzi, they are gesturing to each other there. So Jarlath Sayer says well done to Stig. But I tell you what, Leo Peruzzi is not a happy driver. He is gesticulating in that cockpit. He is not happy at all.
Yeah, what a move that was. I was lost for words for just a tiny moment there because Jarlath Sayer just went for the move, bang, on the curb, clipping that inside. But it was a brutal way to make your way through, but efficient enough. And he ended up with the win. But what a finish. That was another photo finish pretty much on the line. To Sayer and Stig de Rademacher split by just 0.2 of a second. But Leonidis Peruzzi just further back for 34 thousandths on the line. And Priam Bruno for half a second in P4. As you said, a big beneficiary of that little bit of mayhem into the last few corners. We haven't seen that many overtakings committed and succeeded into those last 2 corners, but certainly more to come in the course of that day. Jarlath Sayer picking up his first win, and this is a trio from Fusion Motorsport with Stig de Rademacher and Leonidis Peruzzi. Not so happy about the results certainly, but he will come back stronger. Priam Bruno taking P4 from Maxim Bobrashov. Bogdan Kosma Christopher, the biggest victim of that tussle at the end, picking up 6th place in the end. From Theo Battisti, Mason Brooks, Josh House, Christensen, as well as Anton McClory, Santiago, Charles Ural, Derek Rivera picking up P15.
Yeah, difficult one for several drivers in the field there. Callum Graham managing to work his way through to 16th position there from 27th on the grid. Great charge through from the Irishman. Alex Riley from Colby Patterson. Very disappointing for Finlay Lines, having worked his way through, having problems in the final couple of laps then, dropping all the way to 19th again. Dario Mifsud doing a great job from 33rd to 20th. Then Sarari Dudkovsky in front of Esteban Freihuber. Then Danny Boers, Jamado Hoft, and then Conrad Garrow from Lennons de Kuch, and then Aaron Bohofer. And then we have Oli Alexander Sorli in front of Giorgio Buzas, Francisco Correa, Tom Alderleisten, and Emil Petteri. 2 drivers retiring, Yanis Kolovos and Adrian Gierda. But Jarlath Sayer doing a great job there, the British driver for the Fusion Motorsport team, really coming out of the blocks fighting fit and picking his moment very smartly there, as he is engineered by Reggie Dewey, looking in square in the face and saying, I did a great job there. So excellent performance from Jarlath Sayer from pole position, managed to maximize his opportunities. And look, pulling right across there at the start, Jarlath Sayer knew that right out of the blocks he was going to have a tough job keeping Leo Peruzzi at bay. And very forceful with his maneuvers. Nothing illegal about that move, by the way. I should just point that out for those people thinking, oh, whoa, that was a big pirouette off the start. And the 874, very lucky actually not to pirouette. That was Aaron Buhofer, who almost rolled it on the way through the first corner, but certainly there was only one wheel on the deck at one point.
That's always impressive stuff from the mini drivers, that's for sure. And a couple of drivers here into turn number 3, the big coming down. And as we said, lucky enough for them.
Bit of skating there, wasn't it?
Yeah, a slight touch to the tire wall though for one of them, but uninjured, as the battles of the Fusion drivers kept going on. But in the end,
look at Peruzzi.
Yeah, Peruzzi split by just 34,000 and a second to Rademacher, and not happy at all about that finish because there's been a bit of wheel banging coming to the line, and something certainly you don't want to see between teammates.
No, indeed. It gets pretty feisty at the best of times in X30, particularly in the mini category. Now, however, if you thought that was exciting, wait till we get to the seniors, because that's when we get into fever pitch mode. We've already had so many battles over the course of the next couple of heats. But the senior battle is going to be very intense and very interesting when the competitors get back out onto the circuit again, and we get all of the massive contenders heading their way to the battle. You've got the likes of Kalai Atkins, Ellie Goldstein, Ruben Moyer, Ian Eichmans. The big names are going to charge their way forward, and yesterday was already pretty spicy. Today is going to be even better. We've got some great winners from yesterday's qualifying heats. Marcus Lizio, Ian Eichmans, Marlo Bollier, Sam Shaw, the British driver, Kalai Atkins, the Euro Series champion. And then, of course, we had Pacom Weisenberger and Eduardo Vila picking up victories. The only man who's won both races is Marlo Bollier for the Victory Lane karting team. So definitely worth picking up on those guys. And the competitors in black and white are definitely going to be working very hard to try and stay as close to the front as possible. But it's Gus Lawrence that will start the first X30 senior race of the day on the top spot. Great to see Gus up at the sharp end. Danny Caronini, the winner of this competition back in 2021 when it was held on his home circuit at Adria in Italy. And then Sam Shaw, Dino Storescu, Harry Platten and Louis Johnston-Cool are going to be together on the next 2 rows of the starting grid. Plenty of talent in the senior category this year in the Miami Warriors final for 2023. Last year, of course, held at Le Mans, the old traditional home. Before that, Adria, thanks to COVID-19. And of course, in the early days, it was at Lyon in France. And now we're in a particularly different category, a particularly different circuit, I should say, the 4th different venue to host the Miami Warriors final. It's been so many competitors that have taken the plaudits over the years. And of course, back in 2012, we actually had 2 very famous drivers nowadays taking the victory in their categories. The junior title winner was Sergio Sette Camara, who of course has had a lot of success in the Formula 2 and Formula 3 paddock and in Formula E. And Gilles Gounod, who is now a GT sensation, he won the seniors. Back down in the pre-grid though, we are down to Anthony Jordan.
Very much, Jake. Yes, down here on the stage in the paddock. Brilliant to see the Mini X30s going out first to kickstart day 2 here at the IWF in 2023. Race winner for this one, Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath, that was a very tense race. How was it from your point of view? Very exciting.
Well, from the first couple of laps, it was pretty normal. Just me, Leo, and Stig and Boggy just pushed away. We got a big gap, and on the final lap, I just decided to go for it. I didn't actually mean to overtake Boggy, but we did it, so it's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about that, because the reactions from your teammates behind, there was a bit of, what was that? What was going on? Was there a bit of a team talk at the start of this weekend or today, you know, to think, what is the plan? Work together, but you went for the overtake anyway?
Well, at the start of the race, Jack told us to just push, try and get away, because we had 5 in the top 6, so we did that. But I didn't actually mean to overtake the Boggy in the double left, but I did it. So.
Yeah, you got the move. Like I say, if a gap is there, you, as a racing driver, you go for those gaps, don't you? IWF, it's a one-off weekend. You know, it's a very tense weekend. For you, how many IWFs is this? Is this your first one? Yeah. So first one, and you're having some good results here.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the plan for the rest of the day? You got another race up as get back to the front and try and get another win?
I'm not always trying to go for the wins. It's just about staying consistent in top 3s.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, really.
That's what you need, isn't it, on these weekends? Consistency. Wait for the end of the weekend. That's where it's all fighting for that front spot. Well, Jarlath Sayer, congratulations on the race win on that one, and we'll see you out there later today.
Thank you.
Massive thank you there to Anthony Jordan, who is down in pit lane, or down in the IWF stage, I should say. He's looking after things for us here today, and great to catch up with Jarlath Sayer. And that's a very interesting point that was made there. He didn't even mean to go for the overtake for the lead on that particular occasion. So you've got to be careful, haven't you? You've got to make sure you know exactly what's coming and when, and you have to keep your wits about you and be a little bit diverse and variable in how your strategy works out. So it can be pretty tricky.
That's what I like with the mini drivers. You know, they're sometimes being very honest about the way it went on track. Well, some of the we've experienced in years, some of the drivers, you know,
they know how to be tactical with their answers.
Tactical, yeah, they're very careful about what they might say and that kind of thing. Well, the minis are like, yeah, that happened that way. I didn't mean to, and it's very refreshing to see. And
it is.
Let's keep it that way.
Well, I quite like it, because in racing you're taught to tell the truth, but not necessarily the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But it's fabulous that these mini guys going, yeah, well, I just went for it.
They
no
should
problem.
make a note at the beginning of the weekend, you know, just in front of us.
Oh, if only Formula 1 drivers were anywhere near as candid. Right, Gus Lawrence and Danny Caronini, front row of the starting grid. Big names that are going to be charging their way forward to try and get the big show done. Gus Lawrence, of course, part of the PF International team, which occasionally goes racing over broad. And Danny Caronini for the Energy Course team. He won this competition 2 years ago when the fabled Adria circuit hosted this incredible event. And we do miss racing at Adria, very sadly, no longer functional. Sam Shaw lining up 3rd position on the grid, and what a week he's already having. He's already taken a heat win yesterday, so definitely exciting to see what the premium driver can do on his beloved Lando Norris kart chassis. And alongside him on the grid, Dino Storescu, who is on a very similar machine. It's going to be very excited to see what the Romanian driver can do from that 2nd row of the grid. Some big talent in this grid as well. Just going through the field you've got some big names to talk about. Sam Balota, tucked up behind Paco Weisenberger, obviously a serial front runner, Sam Balota. Macaulay Bishop, who is now a senior. This is his first ever weekend in IMX30 as a senior in any form of competition, as far as I'm aware. And don't forget, this is the lad who was able to go from dead last in qualifying in the Euro Series last year, I think it was, in Zuera, to go from dead last, having not set a time, to come all the way through to win the final. So, you know, the sky's the limit for young Macaulay Bishop. And then you've got the likes of Hamza Al-Fayez, who finished the Euro Series this year at Genk with such a masterful performance in his first, again, attempt at Senior X30 for the Victory Lane team. So there's a lot of big names in this one. Right, here's the grid. Gus Lawrence and Danny Caronini from Sam Shaw and Dina Starescu, Harry Platten and Louis Johnston-Cool from Paco Weisenberger and James Shotton, Sam Balota and Joao Diniz from Macaulay Bishop, Leonardo Longoni, Hamza Al-Fayez and Luca Desgrange from Kevin Bejanin, Colin Cronin, Rafael Perard and Francisco Macedo.
They're followed by Santeri Matikainen and Diogo Pinto, Hugo Trichard and Matthias van der Kerkhove. And we have Mirko Wouters and Rafael Rajani, Riccardo Cirelli and François-Xavier Venet, Clément Massot, Harry Condrell, Tristan Powell, Isabella Bass, Luna Clary, William Lamdo, as well as Afonso Pera Baratta. And one driver that went missing, one of the Chinese drivers, unfortunately, not with us this weekend. A couple of them that didn't get the chance to travel to be with us for the IWF, hopefully next year as well. So we do have 33 drivers with us on the grid.
Yes, some drivers winning a ticket to compete for the event, but unfortunately, obviously, if you can't get to the event, then it's a bit difficult. So we do wish all of the competitors who were unable to travel to get to us here at Portimao the very best of luck for the future. We hope to see them on the grid as soon as is humanly possible in the IWF. It's a big event, it's a big opportunity, but unfortunately, the reality does occasionally set in. And so you always have to take these things into consideration. So Gus Lawrence and Danny Caronini, front row of the starting grid for them. Second position on the grid for Caronini. Tricky on the outside of that front row. And he's in the F group, which means he's going to be on the outside of the front row for every single race this week. Talk about doing this the hard way, as Danny Caronini's got no choice in that energy course. But he is one of the drivers who can make that kind of difficult situation work in his favour. Yeah,
the experience of Caronini goes a long way back. And even though we've seen through most of the races yesterday that the inside line here in Portimao works indeed quite better than the outside. Sometimes some drivers can prove us wrong on the way to turn number 3, but certainly in the seniors, a couple of incidents yesterday, usual business, shall we say, even though it's always hectic to see all the drivers launching themselves as one into that breaking point.
There's two drivers in particular on this grid that I think we will need to keep an eye on making comebacks. The first of those is Riccardo Cirelli for the Pantano Racing team, way out of position as far as qualifying is concerned. I would have expected him to be towards the top 10, and he's towards the bottom 10 on this particular occasion, so qualifying did not go his way at all. The other one worth keeping an eye on is Luna Claret, the karting pro competition driver who came away with the Miami Ladies Cup a few weeks ago. After another sensational battle, history repeating itself, because she duelled with Sita Van Meer, the Belgian driver, who is watching along at home rather sadly on this occasion. Hopefully she'll return. Off we go. Gus Lawrence getting a good start. Danny Caronini trying to gold it right round the outside. Good work from Caronini. Not going to lose too much ground here. Might be able to carry it all the way around the far side along with Sam Shaw. He's got to let Sam Shaw go to the inside line, so he's only going to drop back to about 5th or 6th position. But that's the best of a bad job, essentially, from Danny Caronini. You know you're going to lose several places. The premiums are going side by side as they work together there, and that's a problem into the barrier.
Big contact.
Now, that is one of the Ravets, I think. Is that the 50? No, it's 260. That's the S8 racing car. That's the Fullerton of Harry Cottrell. So Harry Cottrell skating off there into the barrier. Very unfortunate for the Fullerton racing driver. And another off and skating right behind the barrier. Now, who is that that's just completely missed half the circuit? It's the 226 that's gone. So that is devastating for Colin Cronin. So Cronin has gone completely off the circuit.
Yeah, he just cut the track in half, and unfortunately he's going to have to wait a little bit on the side. The blue flag would be out because he's in a no longer, of course, yeah, he's on the straight. You cannot see him just yet. He's watching over his shoulder, and he's going to have to let the entire field through, I'm afraid, on the outside line.
Yeah, and this is going to be a penalty, whatever happens, because unfortunately, even though he will argue, well, I was nudged off the circuit to cut the circuit, unfortunately, if you miss half the track, even if you get back into your position again, it's still going to be a penalty. There's a great battle coming on before us for the lead of the race. Up the inside, 205, hits the front. That's Shaw. In fact, it's actually second because Gus Lawrence has managed to get a second clear. Carinini gets through as well. So Starescu falls in behind Louis Johnston-Cool as the 3 premiums. You don't usually see that many up the front end. Are now going to lose out to Carinini, who gets back in a second position. So now the premium trio Normally it's Sam Shaw doing all the hard work on his own, but now you've got Sam Shaw with Louis Johnston-Court and Dino Storescu joining in for the battle.
Yeah, it was a strong move from Danny Caronini. We haven't seen that many into turn number 9. There was not a lot of space between his opponent and the curb, but he made it through.
Look who's in 6th. It's Macaulay Bishop. He's absolutely charged his way through. Bishop is already up into 6th position from 11th on the grid after 2 laps of racing, so impressive from Bishop. Platin's not doing a bad job in 7th in front of Balota. Hamza Al-Fayez has made a great start as well, and so too has Riccardo Cirelli, 13th position already.
Yeah, I was going to pick up on that. As you predicted, 12 places gained for Cirelli, out of position after qualifying, and this is the same number of positions claimed by Mirko Wouters as well with the AJP Racing Team. The Belgian out of position too far back on the grid, and both managed a great recovery in the course of just 3 laps. As on the inside, it was Macaulay Bishop on Storescu for P5, just made it stick beautifully inside of turn number 9. So Bishop on a really strong pace in that first race of the day for those 2 groups of the senior class. But now it's down to the battle between the premium drivers and...
He's got 4th!
Yes, indeed. Bishop in P4 in the corner of your picture. As we're waiting as well, we're waiting potentially for the move from Sam Shaw and Danny Caronini. Those 2 battling for P2 as Gus Lawrence did not expect a better start to his race. 1.5 seconds. That would put him with the biggest gap so far, all races and all classes accumulated. Because as we said, building a gap on this track is far from easy.
To win this race, Sam Shaw has got to stay behind Danny Caronini and edge him forward. They've got to work together. He cannot afford to battle with Caronini because you actually lose more time making the overtaking move than you do sitting behind him and doing the work together. And that's a spin up at turn 3. That's the 266 TV kart that's gone around there. So that's a very difficult moment for Leonardo Longoni, who was right up in the top 10 actually. So very unfortunate for Longoni, who's now dropped all the way down the field. So very disappointing. But again, Sam Shaw just has to sit behind Caronini and work with him. They've got a massive gap to slice up. Gus Lawrence was 1.4 seconds clear. So Shaw has got to sit in 3rd position and just stare at Danny Caronini's exhaust. He's just got to work with him for the next 6 laps, essentially, and then hope that that gap of 1.4 seconds is just cut and cut and cut, so that they've got a chance to catch him. But this is the only way to get yourself back into the hunt for the victory. Bishop will want to join in with them, of course, because that will make them even faster. 2 people cutting through the air are faster than 1. 3 are even quicker, so they might just be able still to get this gap down to Gus Lawrence. It's a big gap, 1.3. We're on lap 5 out of 10. There is time to do it if they manage to get the most out of the speed. Yeah,
how frustrating that must be for Sam Shaw. No, he knows, of course, that the gap is being able to get reduced, but he has to stay behind, as you said, Danny Caronini. There's already a temptation to go for the move, but in terms of respective lap times, they're split by thousandths of a second, so we cannot talk of a massive difference in terms of raw pace from Sam Shaw compared to Caronini. He's been stuck a little bit, but as long as Caronini is within the same lap times or slightly faster than Sam Shaw, well, he needs to stay put and wait and pray certainly for the gap to get reduced significantly enough for him to commit to an overtake. But Gus Lawrence, of course, the experience from the PFI driver can be felt as well. He's not the kind of driver who will let that gap go down. As 266, as we said, Leonardo Longoni having to DNF into that race. Unfortunately for him, as you could see, the nose cone was slightly misplaced after what happened in that spin. We don't get to see if it was a result of an incident or a driver mistake, but with the nose cone misplaced, I guess I'm going for the first option. Remains to be seen. Macaulay Bishop on your picture, being chased by Storescu further back, one of the teammates, of course, of Sam Shaw. And 2 drivers going the wrong way around. What just happened there in turn number 3?
That's a very odd situation. That's one of the EGP carts. I think that's actually the 281. That's Santeri Martikainen.
Oh, my apologies.
So Santeri Martikainen having problems, missing the corner, and then obviously having to filter in at the back of the field. Don't tell me Colin Cronin did it again. I think he did. So that's the 2nd time Colin Cronin has actually missed part of the circuit. So very unfortunate indeed for the Irishman. So that's 2 investigations he'll have underneath him now. Well, that's very unfortunate. Right, here we go, Sam Shaw. The gap has not come down as much as they would like, but Bishop and Storescu are not far behind them, so they've got to be very tactical. Here comes the move from Shaw. Right, you've tried, Danny. You've been there for 2 laps now. We're running out of time. We've only got 4 laps to go. Follow me, work with me. Maybe I can catch up to Gus Lawrence. That's the thing. The definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. You've got 4 laps to go. Try to shuffle it up. Let's mix up the strategy and see if this works better. into the pits.
Yeah,
Is that Weisenberger? It is.
Yes, unfortunately.
Goodness me.
Aye, that's not good for the French driver. At this stage, DNF for one of the potential favorites to a strong result in the podium finish here in Portimao. Pacom Weisenberger.
Oh, they've had a shuffle. Here we go. So there's Bishop has decided enough of this. I'm going for it. And so Macaulay Bishop has got into third position. Starescu has got into fourth place, both at the expense of Danny Carinini. So Bishop clearly feeling, well, I can be top three. I don't want to sit behind a slow Danny Carinini. So he's managed to work his way forward, and now Starescu can work with Bishop to go and catch up after Sam Shaw.
And Carinini working a little bit on his chassis, not quite comfortable in those later stages of a race. He seemed to be strong on pace. Oh, and a 2:55 out of the road. This is Rafael Perard from T3M Sport. He was able to take back his power lead machine back onto the course. But we get to see what happened there. Maybe at the end of turn number 3 again, as he was going cross-country. Oh, sorry, my apologies.
It's Afonso Pereira, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I was confused by Rafael Perard putting the fastest lap in this race.
There you go.
But it was another driver, indeed, as you mentioned. But back with us on the course.
Well, this is a tricky one. Bishop has now managed to get that gap down. Look at how slow Danny Carinini was behind Gus Lawrence, because the gap was steady at 1.4, and now that Shaw's broken clear as Afonso Pereira comes into the pits to retire, unfortunately. But Shaw has managed to get the gap down to 9/10 of a second. No wonder he was frustrated, because sitting there in third position behind Carinini, he didn't have the pace to go after the race leader. Now Starescu and Bishop have a good card underneath them both, and they're going to charge their way further forward to try and move up to the back bumper of Sam Shaw. And look who's next in the firing line for Danny Carinini. It's the Jordanian racer, Hamza Al-Fayez, who's got a chance now to move up into fifth position. They're trying to take on the 2021 winner of this competition, Danny Carinini. So this must be bitterly frustrating for the Italian, who thought he had good pace coming into the day. It hasn't really worked out that way. Here comes the charge potentially for Al-Fayez. He doesn't go for it on that occasion. The gap is down to 7/10 of a second for Sam Shaw. Just think, if he had managed to make that move on Danny Carinini 1 lap earlier, he might be all over the back of Gus Lawrence by now.
Yeah, let's not forget that Carinini, despite all of his skills and strength, is very much on his own into those two groups. Doesn't have many teammates to rely on as well to push each other, unlike drivers of premium karting, for instance. So always a big mission certainly on the shoulders of Danny Carinini, who we've seen in the past struggling a little bit in the heats before unleashing. Oh, that's what happened. Well, they got together.
Yeah, so Paul Cronin, he ended up having to, well, he couldn't do anything about Santeri Martikainen basically going over the right rear quarter.
Well, that's the second time. Yesterday we had the same similar incidents into that part of the track with two drivers getting on top of each other, with Ruben Moya and Eli Goldstein. And thankfully for those two, once again, they were able to get loose and not being stuck into the gravel, like we might have seen in the past. As Macaulay Bishop under the pressure of Strochu and Al-Fayez, Carinini in the mix as well. That's going to give us one final lap. Hectic, certainly, as Gus Lawrence on the way to his first victory of the weekend in front of Sam Shaw. The Strochu making his way up to P3 in front of Bishop. Bishop is in trouble. Danny Carinini might have a chance to pick up fourth place if he's able to resist to Al-Fayez and Harry Platten as well into the same picture. A couple of drivers battling along, but this will be too late, unfortunately, to make any last move. One last kick of the throttle, and the checkered flag for Gus Lawrence from PFI International. From Sam Shaw and Strochu picking up the third place into that last lap.
Masterclass drive from Gus Lawrence. Bitter frustration for Sam Shaw, knowing that he had a car that could have caught up. He just didn't have the laps, unfortunately, to get close to Gus Lawrence. So a bit of a British route there at the top two. Gus Lawrence on the PF International car, the Tony Kart chassis, in front of the Lando Norris car from the same group, of course, the OTK group. And Sam Shaw in second place. And Dino Starescu, who's only just joined the premium karting team from this race onwards. And clearly they've got something very special here at Portimao, because you've got 3 drivers up in the sharp end. You've got Sam Shaw, you've got Dino Starescu, and you've got Louis Johnston-Cool. Good to see them all mixing it towards the sharp end. Very interesting to see the absence, though, from the sharp end of the field at least, of Sam Balota, 8th position. He just doesn't seem to have whatever magic spark we usually see from him, certainly at this phase of the weekend. I suppose if he stays in the top 10 throughout and other drivers have big scalps, then he's still got a chance to be competitive. Maybe they're saving their best for Saturday.
And there's been some change as well for Sam Balota, who's no longer part of the VTK Racing, at least not for this event, as he's competing with a Falcon machine as a privateer. So might be one of the reasons for that. As the classification in full, Gus Lawrence, a winner for the first time this weekend in Portimao from the premium karting teammates, Strochu and Sam Shaw. Macaulay Bishop picking up 4th place. On the edge on Danny Carinini from Hamza Al-Fayez, climbing 7 places up to 6th from Harry Platten. Sam Balota as well as Louis Johnson-Cole, Riccardo Cirelli running up the top 10 with a 15th place recover from Rafael Pereira, Diego Pinto, Matthias van der Kerkhove, Ben Janin, and James Shotton running up top 15.
16th for Francisco Macedo, then Mirko Wouters and Hugo Trichard. Joao Diniz and Clement Massot from Colin Cronin, who's going to have a mother of all investigations on him. There's Gus Lawrence having had a brilliant run. Then we have behind Colin Cronin, Raphael Rajani and Luca Desgrange, François-Xavier Venet, Tristan Powell, Luna Claret, William Lundbo and Santeri Martikainen. Retirements, well, Isabella Bass sadly retired from the race. She was joined on the sidelines by Afonso Pereira, Paco Weisenberger, that's a big name to fall, Leonardo Longoni and Harry Cottrell, who we saw skating off into the barriers at this point. Ready, bang! That's a big wallop on the opening lap, isn't it? And the Fullerton driver, I think, is very lucky to have got away with just minimal injuries there. Big moment for Colin Cronin. When you skate off the road and you miss half the course, you don't live to see the best of it, do you? It's a real problem for the Irishman.
Real problem indeed, as Caronini was shaking off a little bit the premium drivers just behind before Akane Bishop made his way on the inside. A couple of drivers into trouble as the 266 who would go on to retire. Longoni, fortunately for a TB car driver, who had his cone misplaced, and two other drivers as well going the long way around, unfortunately, for the 226 who would still finish that race. Colin Cronin at the back end of the class.
But of course, Colin Cronin probably thinking, well, what more do I have to do to catch a break here? I've already gone off the road once, and now I'm going again. Bishop putting in some fabulous moves, making the move on Danny Caronini look fairly easy. Bit of a skate off there for Afonso Pereira, who would unfortunately retire from the race very shortly after that. But some big moves from our drivers here at Portimao. Looking in the background, you can see the main grandstand of where the Formula One circuit lies. They actually have historic Formula One going on this weekend, so that'll be a nice backdrop on Saturday. But fabulous stuff from the IWF. The Miami Warriors final giving us plenty of excitement and drama in X30 Senior qualifying heat A versus F. C versus E will be next up after that. And we're going to see a really exciting battle getting started with Francois Delatti lining up on the pole position of this race alongside Ian Eichmans, who has been threatening big things for the Eichmans Grand Prix team all season long. Missed his chance in Genk after the squabble with Ellie Goldstein turned sour. And now, here in the Miami Warriors final, he has a great chance this week to put the Belgian flag on the top spot. Certainly looking very comfortable, looking very consistent over the course of the week. So Ian Eichmans with a good chance to put on something fairly spectacular. Alessandro Tedesca lining up third position on the grid for this one on the second row, along with his teammate Francois Delatti. And then in fourth place, the man who triumphed in fabulous fashion all the way back in August at Karting Genk, Carly Atkins, finally getting the job done in the Miami Euro Series. What a day that was.
Yeah, what a day that was for Carla Atkins, who picked up his first win of the year in Mariembourg and was soaking wet back in the day in Belgium. Before we get back to racing, let's hear from Anthony Jordan and his guest in the paddock.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, down here in the paddock on the stage, I'm here with our race winner on that one, Gus Lawrence. Gus, brilliant to have you here, and well done. Your first win of the weekend. You had a fourth and a third. Now a race win. Certainly looking your way, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a tricky day yesterday. Qualifying first was great, but then struggled a tad in the dry. So we went away last night, had a little think, and then made a few changes. And yeah, I believe it worked in our favour there. So hopefully take it forward for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it was a lightning start off the line there. Really got a good getaway and not able to catch up. Talking about catching up, the slipstream effect here down the main straight, very, very effective. And that's obviously going to change, I think, the style of racing that we're going to see this weekend, isn't it? Yeah,
even when the race starts, like we're going across the line, they can out-drag you around the outside. So it's the most slipstream I've ever experienced in my career. So it's a different style of racing, but we just have to adapt and get used to it.
Much experience here at Portimao? Is it first time here, or is it...
First race here, yeah. First race.
Okay, so first time here. You certainly seem to get grips with the track very quickly, and the same with a lot of British drivers in the past. It seems to favour the British driver. What is it about the track? Is it because it's narrow, it's tight, it's twisty? Is it kind of similar to some UK circuits?
Oh, I'd say it's similar to PFI in terms of speed and size, but then probably similar as well to Shenington, where it's quite fast and flowing. So it's a mix of both, different to the majority of UK tracks.
Yeah.
So it took a while, well, not a while, but initially on the first session, it had to adapt to it. But yeah, just keep going up, keep plucking away and see how we can do.
Awesome. That's what we need, mate. It's a long old week, isn't it, of
course,
racing. Yeah. Plenty more to come. Thank you very much for chatting to us, and well done again.
Thank you.
Cheers. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Anthony. Great to hear from Gus Lawrence. No experience of the Portimao circuit prior to this week, so he's definitely learning on the job. It looks like the old man is snoring. Why? Because it's raining and it's pouring. It's a pretty tricky one now at Portimao as the rain has started to come down here on the Cartódromo Algarve. Not the easiest circuit to cope with in the wet conditions. It's not very heavy yet, but looking at the cloud cover, it's certainly looking like it could go that way. And it's going to be a very tricky conditions for the rest of the day. I do notice that the drivers that are sat on the grid are not really making the switch to change tyres because it's already too late to do that. But certainly the ones that are waiting in the holding area to get ready for the race after this one, they're already starting to prepare the wet tyres. Could be very interesting. X30 Senior qualifying heat, C versus E. Expect the unexpected, not just because it's X30, not just because it's Senior, not just because it's Portimao, but now the rain has come as well. There's already a problem on the starting grid for one of the energy course carts. That is going to be Mika Voss. So big problems for him. Francois Delati and Ian Eichmans on the front row of the grid for this one. Alessandro Tedesco and Carly Atkins. Marlo Bollier, Kian Garrity, Finn McLaughlin and Tyler Harris from Diego Palassi and Ruben Moya. Then Maxime Gelly and Mika Voss if he can get going. Christian Vergani, Hugo Besson, Eloy Gonzalez, Lucas Horchichka, Connor Jupp and Yuta Suzuki.
They're followed by Lekio as well as Alexander Mono. Then we have Chenan Lee, Adam Lazari, Mark Granada, Andy Rattel, Finn Leslie, Anton Faramon, Koda Yoshida, Adam Rahali, Peter Stille, Michael Kuiper, Thomas Teixeira, Arthur Barrio, Ruben Byrne, and Chao Zilin. That is, again, not with us, unfortunately. So missing 2 drivers, including this one for now. Mika Voss hopefully can get going in a moment. We're teammates of Danica Renini at Energy Corsi that we've seen earlier. But as for now, a couple of big names into that field. And I do hope that for them, this race will be preceded in dry conditions, which is not entirely certain. And if you do wonder how we know about the weather conditions changing, and you can see already some drops of rain on the cameras around the track.
There you go.
Now the rain is coming in Portimao. We were still under wet race conditions, but now it's come for a reason as well. Don't forget that those drivers are on slick tires, and it's going to get certainly slippery in the coming minutes. And I was going to say, if you do wonder how we know about the weather conditions changing, well, we just look at Martin Bean, our race director. If he puts the jacket on and if he gets the umbrella as well, well, we know that there's something in the air.
Yes, indeed. It's always a bit of a tricky one here in Portimao as well. When it rains here, it really rains. So we're kind of hoping that it's only a little bit drizzly for the majority of. Now, you're probably sitting there at home watching along. If you're not a karting aficionado, if you're a motorsport aficionado, and you're sitting there thinking, well, surely they've got wet tyres, they can change to them. They can, but not until, or they can't do it mid-race. So they have to do it at the start, and they have to get it right, and they have to make sure that they're on those tyres as they go through the gate. You know, once you've put the tyres on, then that's it. You can't change them, so you just kind of have to cope with it. Fortunately, everybody is going to be on slick tyres for this one, so there's no one particular driver gaining a massive advantage. It's just going to be about who can make the best of it, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that comes out. The wet race board has not come out yet, but it is being prepared, I notice, and that's when you can officially declare that it is a wet race. Once you've had that point, then obviously you can make it happen. It has now been declared a wet race. My apologies, because the board has now come up on the entry to the pit garage. So that is there. So obviously it's free choice of tyre. After that point, you have to make sure you're on wets if you got them. But once everybody's on slicks, that's it. You just got to go for it and hope that you've got enough grip out there on the circuit to cope with the race. Here we go. Off to the start. And Ian Eichmans has got himself a tough one and a very tricky one from the start. They've gone wide and it's already problems. Oh, goodness me. The lack of grip really causes a problem as they fly through turn 1. Several karts involved. There's about 8 or 9 drivers caught up. Most of them are able to keep going again, but 1 or 2 of them were not able to.
Yeah, we've lost 3 drivers by the look of it, and some of them, some of the karts in bad shape, but we'll get back to that in a minute. Well, a TB kart was involved as, Luca Orsica, Connor Jupp as Yuta Suzuki, as some of the drivers involved as well by the look of it. Alexander Mono from Victory Lane.
Yeah, there is Mono.
Yeah, the 254, you can see the 247 as well.
That is Horchichka.
Yeah.
Mono, they're the 2 that are left at the scene.
And Christian Vergani was the TB car driver in the middle of the pack as well.
Yellow flags.
Yeah.
So we're under safety kart condition, as it were. So the man who leads the race is actually Ian Eichmans, who got the best start of it. And there's 3 karts out on the spot. Christian Vergani, Lucas Horchichka and Alexandra Mono at a very nasty moment. And that just shows you how tricky it is to go through turn 1 flat on the throttle when you've got very little grip. And we saw over a dozen karts really involved in that one initially. Several of them managing to get going again, but it's a proper shuffle of the deck in terms of the order. So many karts out of position. Look at the grass that's been left on the circuit as well. That's going to be tricky.
That's no good.
So Ian Eichmanns is actually a race leader now in front of Alessandro Tedesca. Francois Delati got a terrible start, didn't he, from pole position? That's where the conflagration really came from, because he was slow down to the first corner, had no grip. And that's where everything bunched up. That's a big problem for Andy Rattel, who has come into the pits. Did he?
He's coming back, yeah.
Yeah, he came back into the pits. It looked like he adjusted something with his pedals by the look of it on the front end of the kart.
And that's another disaster for Rattel, who missed out qualifying due to technical trouble as well. So unfortunately, just one lap in quali, putting him down at the back end of the grid for each of the heats, and another trouble for the driver from Pantano Racing. His third race with the Italian team for Andy Rattel. And looking at the skies, and you can see the clouds gathering along. I do think, I'm afraid that the coming few minutes we might see some rain coming up. At least we have confirmation that the track is slightly slippery. We saw some drops of rain on the cameras, and confirmation that on the track onto the racing line to turn number 1 and 2, well, those drivers are going to have to be careful onto the next lap when we go back racing.
And this is obviously a very important point to watch out now for the drivers who are waiting to go out for the next race, because they're obviously now working. Now the rain is coming down very hard now. The rain has suddenly turned. It's come down thick and fast now. So we go into the third lap, but the rain is very heavy out on the course. Now for the senior drivers, they've obviously got experience of their careers of running on a very wet surface with slick tyres, but not that much. And Portimao is going to be very difficult. And of course, it's now all hands to the spanners for the race before this one. All the mechanics now rushing to put wet tyres on their karts for the race after this one. There's not really any debate about this now. And it's going to be very tricky. So now the drivers on the racetrack at the moment have got 7 laps of this to negotiate in very wet conditions. But the problem is you've obviously got very few... You've got very little grip indeed to play with. Well, let's talk about the positions before we go racing again. Ian Eichmanns is your leader. Tedesca in second place. McLaughlin in third in front of Francois Delati and Malo Bollier. Adam Alazzari has come all the way up to P6, dodging the carnage. So good work from him. He is, of course, the younger brother of the F4 driver Keanu Alazzari, who raced in this paddock a few times in the past as well. Kalai Atkins in front of Lin Shenhan. And then Kian Garrity in front of Diego Palassi. And then we have Maxim Gelli in front of Ruben Moya, who really got caught up in all of that, unfortunately. And the Spanish driver down in 12th. Mark Granada, 13th position, made a massive haul forward. 10 places gained in front of Adam Rahali, who made up 14, and Finn Leslie, who made up 10. Elo Gonzalez, Peter Stiller, who made up 12 as well. Tyler Harris, Ruben Byrne, Koda Yoshida, Arthur Barrio, Hugo Besson, Michael Kuiper, and then Kyoho Lee in front of Thomas Teixeira. Connor Jupp, the former winner of the I-Games here at Portimao. Ethan Faramond in front of Yuta Suzuki and the Frenchman Andy Rattel. So big problems. We go into lap 4 because the circuit is not quite ready for racing again, but there are the 3 who were left on the sidelines. Alexander Monod, Lucas Ochichka and Christian Vagani all left on the sidelines. Sadly, Mika Voss, who had those mechanical problems on the grid, was not able to take the start either, so he's out of the race as well. So big drama already here at Portimao. As you can see for yourself, the rain on the camera lens is coming down.
And you can see as well that the wind has been picking up in speed over the past few minutes. It was quite clear to see with the yellow flags around the track. The question is, for Mr. Martin Bean, our race director, and all the officials, is when to restart that race. And it comes down to the conditions of the track being, of course, entirely safe for the drivers to kick the throttle back again. That's always easier said than done, because everybody needs to make sure that the course of the track is safe enough, and it's still raining slightly, even though less hard than just a few seconds ago, while everybody is busy into the Parc Fermé switching slick for wet tires, obviously. But at this moment, the track is very much slippery. It doesn't seem to be raining as hard as before. So question is, will we go racing again? By the look of it, we're getting close to a restart.
I wish we had a camera down in pre-grid, because the frenetic activity of drivers trying to set their karts up for the wet is massive. Here we go. On the restart, Eichmanns goes for the move on Tedesca. Well, Tedesca is there in second place. McLaughlin trying to get his way through to go around on the far side of Tedesca, and now dive in for the inside line to try and take on second place. He can't get there, but everybody now trying to work their magic through on the opening lap. Back up to race speed, several drivers gunning for it. Eichmans has got the lead. Up the inside, McLaughlin goes for second. They drift out wide, and there's contact. Tudiska goes around. Alessandro Tudiska falls down at the back of the field. Now, that wasn't McLaughlin's fault. Someone else went for him on the inside line and pitched him around, unfortunately. So McLaughlin manages to hold on round the far side and get in a second position. No problems at all for that. Nothing wrong with Finn McLaughlin. So a big problem as Tudiska ends up falling his way down to the back of the field. Very dramatic indeed. Up to third now has come Kalai Atkins by the look of it. Look at the squabble as everybody trying to keep themselves on the straight and narrow. Marlo Bollier is back up to fourth position again, and that's Al-Azadi trying to get through on the original pole sitter, Francois Delati.
And there was a bit of a contact for Al-Azari by the look of it in his attempt on the outside, but he just made it through. Look at how slippery that is. In turn number 16 and 17 on the way back, side by side for some of the two drivers out there with gonna try to get back to that.
Look at the wrestling match on the steering wheels.
Yeah, beautiful piece of driving here as McLaughlin 1.5 seconds down to Eichmans, out of reach as for now the Belgian driver, very much on his own with the fastest lap in the bag. Then McLaughlin second thanks to that beautiful overtaking just not so long ago. Kalai Atkins, Maloboye, Al-Azari picking up places in front of François Delati. Look at how furious that is in the middle with 5 drivers in the same picture. Some of them not quite happy about the way things are run, as some of them are losing momentum. The 230 on your picture, this is Al-Harali further back. Oh, in contact with Maxime Gallet, by the look of it, making his way through from P13, the Frenchman. And he just took 2 drivers at once by the look of it.
So this is always really tricky in these conditions. You've got slick tyres on a greasy, wet track. You have to use the curbs if you want to get through the corner. If you're struggling with understeer, you have to mount the curbs because they'll help you get through the turn. And in order to do that, you have to essentially make an overtaking move you hadn't originally planned on making and hope that it sticks and hope that your opponent gives you enough room to make it happen. It's very tricky to pull off. As now we watch Delati in 5th position, the original pole position man, in front of the young man from the United Arab Emirates, lives down in Dubai. Adam Al-Azadi working his magic to try and get through. Finn McLaughlin sets the fastest lap of the race, by the way, 0.8 of a second back from Ian Eichmans. And that'll be an interesting battle between the two of them. If McLaughlin can catch him, he certainly has the pace at the moment. Finn McLaughlin going faster than Ian Eichmans to the tune of 0.3 of a second per sector.
Yeah, that's going to be an impressive lap, certainly for Phil McLaughlin.
Aye.
Tyler Harris, unfortunately, from GGM, having to retire. And you see some scrabble as well on the front fairing of the kart.
Yeah, there was a hole in the front fairing, wasn't it?
Much.
That's the amount of contact Tyler Harris has had. That's very unfortunate. Meanwhile, we've got Adam Al-Azari still climbing over the back of Francois Delati, and he's got Kian Geraghty to worry about in 7th position. Eloy Gonzalez, Ruben Moya, and Diego Palacia. That look at the hole that's come through that front fairing. That just shows you the extent of the impact. Oh, more problems there.
The rain is coming back. The rain is coming back.
It's heavier again, and that's Francois Delati who's gone off on the final turn. Al-Azadi's gone with him. So has Ruben Moya. So is Diego Palassi. And that's another retirement. That's the 262 that's gone. That is Diego Palassi. So several drivers off on the final corner as the rain gets heavier up on the top of the hill. And unfortunately, drivers trying to go for moves while also trying to stay on the racetrack. It's a very tricky situation. There is Diego Palassi walking away from his car, but that is another big name to fall, and several drivers skating off the road. So it's still happening. Look, where on earth do you find the grip? Just hope that you can turn in and the kart will actually respond. But when you're on slick tyres in the wet conditions, it's impossible to find traction.
Yeah, the tricks of Portimao is kicked again as another driver going off. A couple of drivers going off in turn number 8 and 9. We're going to need to see that back again.
Look, missed braking. That's what it was. Missed braking for Adam Al-Azari going for Delati, and he just missed his braking point completely because you don't know from one lap to the next where your braking point is going to be.
And some of the drivers actually with Delati and Moya. And this is the 208. Is it Ruben Moya? Or
no, it's Peter Stiller.
Peter Stiller.
It's the other Pantano that's gone around now.
Yes, indeed. Another driver in trouble. A couple of them into the course.
Look at them. They're having to tiptoe their way around just to even get through the corner. You've got nothing but understeer around this course in the wet conditions. And when you're on slick tyres, it is so difficult. Look at it. Rain coming down big time now on the camera lens on the way down towards 3. And only Ian Eichmans and Finn McLaughlin have really got clear track in front of them.
Yeah, the Irish and the Belgian drivers are liking those conditions with no trouble at all with any other drivers surrounding them, obviously. Kalai Atkins and Mallory are still very much in 3rd and 4th, but mayhem here. The tricks of Portimao have kicked in once again. We have had in the past a difficult weather condition here in this part of the world, and a contact with the 3:31 in trouble as well.
Well,
This is
Adam,
Arthur Barrio.
Yeah, it's
from PBK.
Al-Azhari trying to get past Arthur Barrio. Barrio puts his hand in the air as if to say, what are you doing?
Oh.
I'm doing my best is the answer, and off the road goes the 277, skating off the road. That's Ruben Byrne, the Irishman on the T-Sport. The thing is, they're doing their best. You know, you don't know from one lap to the next what you're going to get in terms of grip. This is the box of chocolates race, isn't it? Ethan Faramond gets the warning flag, but that's probably through no fault of his own.
And Ian Hickman, you could see him struggling as well with his pace and grip into the last corner. So even the leader is not in the most comfortable of positions. Phil McLaughlin not quite able, of course, to catch up with the Belgian.
There's chaos. There's chaos down in the pre-grid as well, because they're running out of time to get their carts onto the grid, and they want to make sure they're on the right tyres, and the kart is set up for wet conditions because they've seen this race play out, and they know that they've only got a limited amount of time to get themselves on the starting grid. So it's chaos on the track, it's chaos on the pre-grid as well. Absolute pandemonium here at Portimao, and here comes Ian Eichmans trying to bring his way through. 1.1 seconds clear of Finn McLaughlin. It's going to get pretty tricky, but Ian Eichmans.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off. Go on.
Well, Ian Eichmans is just about to come through with a second over Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin's taken 0.2 of a second out of him on the last lap. McLaughlin is eating up the road. This is getting pretty tricky. Fabulous stuff as Finn McLaughlin tries to get that gap down to Ian Eichmans on the final lap. It's getting pretty tricky out there. So a very slippery race for Ian Eichmans and Finn McLaughlin, but they will finish 1 and 2. Eichmans gets the job done over Finn McLaughlin. And the man who's going to finish in 3rd place is going to be Adam Rahali. What an incredible turnaround for Adam Rahali, who came all the way back from, well, what's happened to Atkins? Atkins has fallen off the road by the look of it and dropped to 8th position on the final lap. So Adam Rahali, no, it isn't Rahali, it's Gonzalez. Gonzalez has come through to 3rd. And Ella Gonzalez started all the way back, a long way down. So it's a very tricky situation. And it looks to me as though the race is going to get underway with the next race, is going to get underway without Eduardo Vila. That is dramatic. We're just looking down onto the pre-grid with us, but Eduardo Vila has missed the gate. That shows you how dramatic it is to get yourselves ready. That's Adam Rahali, who's broken down on the final lap. Or I should say after the checkered flag. He finishes 5th, but he's broken down. There is so much drama because everybody was trying to get through on the pre-grid to get everybody through, and the only one that hasn't made it through is Eduardo Vila. That is a disaster.
Disaster indeed for one of the contenders in the class, as you might see that happening in just a few moments, but Eduardo Vila not quite able to take part in the next race. I was going to say as well that some of the drivers in the field that we're going to see on track have gone for the bet of going for slick tires on those conditions, most of them on wet tires, but some of them decided that, you know what, those conditions might actually improve in the next few minutes. I'm going to go for slicks and see what happens.
Unfortunately, we're just looking at the scene down on the pre-grid. Eduardo Vila, unfortunately, caught bang to rights. He tried his best to get out onto the circuit, but they missed it by 2 seconds, pretty much. They were desperately trying to get through the gate, but it went to 11:36. And unfortunately, if it gets to 11:36, which is the closing time of the gate, and you're not there going through the gate, you can't race. That's the rule. The rule is that the gate closes at that time. It's very unfortunate for Eduardo. Look at the chaos at the start. Look, it was a slow starting pole position sitter, and then the chain reaction just triggers multiple karts skating off. I wonder if we've got the outside view of that as well. Here we go. Look, it's just skittles, absolute chaos, pandemonium, and drivers bouncing around, desperately hoping not to hit the wall. 2 or 3 of them did, and it's absolute chaos when you've got limited traction through turn 1 at Portimao, when you're flat on the throttle and you've got rain coming down. It's very, very difficult to turn in.
And some of those drivers are a little bit shaking up by the contact against the tire walls, but all of them injured. And here's the contact that we've seen. Phil McLaughlin going for the move.
How dramatic was that? It was Tedesco who actually got taken out by his own teammate, Francois Delatti.
Yeah, that's something you don't want to see. The golden rule of karting and motorsport in general, as it was about survival at some point into that race, as the rain came along, uninvited as always, and a couple of drivers missing, with Al-Azhari missing the breaking point into turn number 16, taking some of the drivers out as well. Ruben Moya was caught up, as well as Francois Delatti, and you can see Delatti trying to rejoin while everybody was making their way through. Fortunately, no contact.
The spin for Peter Stiller there. I think he actually missed part of the circuit as well, which didn't help. So Peter Stiller actually driving in the wrong direction, essentially, on the outside of the course, having to wait for his moment. Arthur Barrio, very irate that Al-Azhari's bounced into the side of him. But you know what? When the braking zone has changed from one lap to the next, that obviously is, you know, there's nothing you can really do about that. And then obviously Eichmann's being caught by McLaughlin hand over fist, but just running out of laps. But now we come into the next race, and it's big drama because Eduardo Vila, who is currently the leader of the rankings, he is currently leading the standings, and he's the last one to get through the gate, and he didn't make it through the gate. So going into the next race, we've got the man who leads the rankings at this early stage of the competition, Eduardo Vila, who was going off pole position, don't forget, is now not going to start the race because he didn't make it through the gate. I cannot believe it. Of all the drivers that didn't make it through onto the starting grid, it is not going to be Eduardo Vila, so we'll have an empty pole position. Let's head down to the IWF stage where Anthony Jordan is waiting for us.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, indeed, down here in the paddock with our race winner on that one, Ian Eichmann. Ian, that was very challenging conditions. The rain coming down. From your point of view, the start of that race, lots happened. You didn't see that, but how was it to drive? I mean, that must have been very difficult.
Yeah, it was really tricky because one lap was raining, the next lap was dry. So, yeah, it's really tricky to drive, but it's really fun. For sure, in Belgium, we always do this condition, so that helped me out as well. But it's nice to win a race like this.
Yeah, I mean, it must be, you know, when you're out there just driving on ice. We were talking about, you know, the driving style of some of the drivers taking some of the wider lines, being off the racing line. There's a little bit more traction there. Some drivers taking to the curbs as well to try and benefit you getting round the corner. There is ups and downs to that, isn't it? What's your take? Would you rather use the curbs or take the wet racing line usually?
Yeah, it depends from corner to corner. Some corners I would like to take the outside line, and some corners I would just take the inside line. It just really depends how the corner is, and yeah, you just got to find out in the race itself, because yeah, you don't have any practices with slicks in the wet, so it's really difficult to manage the first 2 laps, but after 2 laps you know the line more or less. So from then on I just kept clean and didn't go off and win the race.
That's what you need, isn't it? Your personal opinion here now. Would you say that one would have been better on wets or staying on the slicks?
I would stay on the slicks because the track was never really that wet before rain tires, but it was, with slicks it was a bit tricky to drive some laps, but within 2 laps the track dried again, so yeah, I would stay on slick tires.
Well, certainly you had the pace for that one. You came away with the race win, and still another great result for you. Looking good this week. Still a fair few qualifying heats to go before the big one on Saturday, but you're still looking in good form. So, Eichmann, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you a bit later on.
Thank you.
Cheers. Well, boys, we'll head back up to you. Next one's going to be interesting because half the grid is on slicks, half the grid is on wets, and it's still a little bit both. Let's find out what happens.
You're absolutely right, Anthony, and this race will start without the pole position sitter because Eduardo Vila did not make it through the pre-grid gate. So disaster for him. The man who was leading the interim rankings is essentially going to hand the lead now to Ian Eichmann. So there is no Eduardo Vila. So Julian Carmen is on his own on the front row of the grid. Then Marcus Littlewood and Marcus Luzio from Luca Griggs and Caden McQueen, Otto Pikkonen and Andrea Pirvano, Aaron Ferrazzano and Marcus Gloom from Alex De Anderson and Alex Muir. Then Hugo Gillard, Hugo Heruin, Miguel Silva, Ronan Hennessy, Max Rodek and Conor Grant.
They're followed by Hugo Martiniello, Jules Vanul, Natalia Granada, one of the Iron Dames, Charles Lambert by her side, and we have Benjamin Jones, Gilles Renmans, Senna Ito, James Wood, Noel van Voorvelde, Sam van der Eyden, Abdullah Kamel, Etu, Ala Kolpi, Fernando Luque, Filipe Rodriguez, Martin Romao, as well as Thomas Gronald Illis. 34 drivers on the grid and on the track as well. We're missing Martin Romao, the privateur, one of the local drivers from Portugal, unfortunately, as missing as well, as you mentioned, Eduardo Vila in dramatic fashion as he was caught at the closer of the gate, unable to make it onto the pre-grid after that bit of mayhem, of course, switching from slick to wet tires or the other way around. As you've seen, half of the grid pretty much is on a different compound, so that's a big bet, and remains to be seen which one of the two will work better. It's not raining anymore by the look of it here in Portimao, but the track's still very much slippery. The racing line certainly will dry out in the next few minutes.
But that is incredibly important to note, Guillaume. It's not raining at the moment, which means that because of half the drivers going out on wet tyres, half of them going out on slicks, it's going to be hard to know who's actually got this right. Because if the rain comes back at any point over the course of... It's actually started raining again It's literally just started again. Still raining heavy, so it started to come back again, just as you mentioned it. So
incredible.
Unbelievable how it's changing from almost minute to minute. So the rain is still coming down here at Portimao. So anybody that's gone onto slick tyres, you're looking like very, very sorry eggs at the moment, because getting onto the wet tyres looks almost certain to be the right decision.
Yeah, it's quite tricky because this is the sort of rain that we've experienced ever since we've been here in Portimao. The sort of thin rain that you don't get to see by the naked eye, but you know it's very much there and dropping quite heavily at the moment, as you said. So it's going to really put some drivers on slick tires into jeopardy.
So this is a very dramatic heat, because as you can see, there is no pole position sitter. Eduardo Vila, the man who leads the rankings, did not make it out onto the grid in time. And unfortunately now he will not start this particular qualifying heat. And that is disastrous for his campaign to be the winner of the IWF. He's not going to get his chance to do so. And that is very dramatic indeed for the TB kart racer. Are we going racing first time? We are. Good work from Julian Carmen to hold the field through. And he's going to be there in front of Marcus Luzio as they run through the first corner. Everybody getting together. A big slide, and off the road goes one of the Birolats and also one of the Victory Lane drivers. Backwards into the first corner. That is Abdullah Kamel, the Saudi driver for Victory Lane Karting, over a spin. And we've had another spin up at turn 3. It's the 265 that has gone around there in the mid-pack. So a big disaster for Ronan Hennessy, the privateer. More drivers dropping off the road of the hairpin as everybody tries to focus on the right objective. But with some of the field on wets and some of the field on slicks, anybody that's on slicks has got this very wrong on lap 1.
And another driver in trouble.
That's McQueen, I think.
Yeah, McQueen indeed. Unfortunately, dropping momentum on the outside of the track. He's back onto the tarmac, but it's going to be a very difficult race for him as long as some others into that field. It's about survival at this point. And certainly those on the wet tires quite happy about going for that bet. But as for now, we're going to go back to the classification at the end of this opening lap, because everybody's struggling at the moment. The 251 from TB Kart. This is Piero Vano, who is trying to shake off the order a little bit, getting passed by one of the Pantanos out there as well. This is Luca Griggs by the look of it, as the field comes back in front of us. Julian Cameron, Marcus Luzio, Littlewood, Luca Griggs, Piero Vano, Marcus Glum, Piccanin, Ferrazzano, Miguel Silva and Leonderson running at top 10 at the moment, as a couple of drivers losing places. Karen McQueen, 11 places dropped in P17. Oh, and one driver going off in turn number 3. Unfortunately, still very slippery.
That's Granada. So Natalia Granada, the Iron Dame, skating off the road there on the run to the hairpin for the Mole Racing team. So very unfortunate there for Natalia Granada. She'll get back into the position again, but having lost several places as a result. So Julian Carmen, still your race leader. Then it's Marcus Luzio from Littlewood, Griggs, Pirovano, Gloom, Piccanin and Ferrazzano. It all comes down to confidence at this point in these conditions. You've just got to make sure you've got enough traction coming off the turn to be relatively comfortable. And you can see moves coming left, right and centre from drivers who'll just pick the right racing line. The problem is the right racing line from one corner to the next is going to be different. Never mind one lap to the next, because it all just depends on how much traction you're going to get out of each individual corner. You've got to keep your wits about you, as we watch Otto Piccanin trying to dive up the inside there of Gloom and works his way through. That's very nicely handled.
Yeah, the door was slightly open, but in those conditions, difficult to shut as well for the driver opposing. So Marcus Gloom had little they could do to prevent that from happening. Julian Cameron, 7/10 of a second now, the leader, and that would do him good. Julian Cameron, after the troubles he went through yesterday with a penalty of 5 seconds, unfortunately. But do a good result like this, a victory would do him good in the classification. Still led by Eduardo Vila with Ian Hickman's on equal points. But this, of course, will change after the drama that we've seen just before the start of that race. Marcus Luzio, another winner of the qualifying heats yesterday, 4/10 down. And that's going to be an interesting one between the two, because look at how close Marcus Luzio was able to come back to him into that second sector. It's very, very fast, and could he commit to the overtaking? Not just yet.
See, Luzio has so much more experience than Carmen in these conditions. There he goes, diving up the inside. Thank you very much, Julian. I'll take the victory in this one. Thank you. He manages to get into the lead, and watch for Marcus Littlewood. He's going to be trying his best to work his way forward into second position as well. Littlewood trying his best, and here comes Luca Griggs, also with plenty of experience at this particular point. Not that Carmen doesn't have experience, but running at the front in the IAME-X30 field on the international competition is still new for Carmen. On the inside, there goes Littlewood. Now, he's been at the front of IAME-X30 competition several times before, but only in the UK, really. This is a great chance for Littlewood to cause a big upset with the MDC Racing team. And watch for the man in fourth on the Pantano. That is Luca Griggs, the British driver. one of the most experienced men in this field, dives up the inside, tries to get the move on Carmen, gets chopped across on the way through as Pikkonen is still dueling now with Ferrazzano, as Silva finds himself in 8th position in front of Martin Yellow, Gloom, Heroin, Anderson, Lambert and McQueen. So a very interesting situation for all of the contenders. And now coming off the far side, it's going to be Littlewood versus Luzio for the lead. Littlewood's got good pace on the MDC. Berillard trying to dive in up the inside of the Lando Norris car. Watch for Luca Griggs as he tries to close in on the top 3 as well. This could be very tricky for Luzio to hold on to. Griggs around the outside. He can get a good switcheroo to get back through on the inside of Carmen. He gets into 3rd place. Nice run from Luca Griggs. Very nicely handled indeed. And so Luzio leads Littlewood and Griggs with Carmen there in 4th position, still with a chance to fight back as all 3 of the leaders run wide. So Carmen is still in this hunt. But as they come off the turn, end of lap 4 into lap 5, Luzio, Littlewood, Griggs, Carmen, Padovano and Ferrazzano. And it's a very tricky run. Here comes Littlewood, making his dive at the inside of Luzio. Gets through. Luzio will try and get back in on the inside line again as the rain continues to fall here at Portimao. But Marcus Littlewood for the MDC Berillard crew hits the front, but he's not going to dominate. Here comes the chance again from Luzio, diving back on the inside. I'll take the lead back again. Switches back across. Griggs is going to come through to the inside line, and they're going to go 3 wide as they come off the turn. Griggs tries again on Littlewood. No grip at all, even with wet tyres on. They are really struggling to handle the karts as up on the inside line again. Luzio holds the curb, manages to drift a little bit wide. Littlewood cuts back in front of Luca Griggs, but he hasn't got the purchase on the throttle. Griggs can hold it right round the outside and then get a faster exit turn. He's going to go all the way around the far side of Littlewood. Surely he can't hold that, and he can't. He has to run wide, but Luca Griggs, 10 out of 10 for effort and commitment.
Wow, well, that's the piece of racing that we like to see in those treacherous conditions. This is where the driver's skills, of course, come into play. And Luzio, look at Griggs, some of the beautiful contenders out there. We're not even halfway through that race. Now we are. But look at that, Luzio trying to shake off the order and building himself a bit of a gap, taking advantage of the battle between Littlewood and look at Griggs under the close watch of Julian Cameron. This is far from over between those 4 as Cameron makes his way around the inside. He is committed, but look at Griggs all done and he was able actually to shut that door on the next curb.
This is the beauty of Yami X30 racing. It doesn't matter what drivers are battling for the victory as Griggs comes up the inside of Littlewood. You're never going to get drivers disappearing into the distance very often, even in these wet and greasy conditions, because the drivers are so evenly matched. The chassis and engines are so competitive. You never really get one person going out in front and dominating. That's the beauty of this category, the beauty of this format. Even in these tricky conditions, it is so hard to get purchase on your opponent. Very exciting stuff. Now, worth pointing out at this phase that there's more chaos down in the pre-grid because the rain has actually dissipated again. It's actually stopped. So it's tricky. Now we've got Carmen back on the inside of Luzio. He gets through into 3rd position, diving up the inside. That's Ferrazzano getting through on Pirovano, and coming with him for the ride is Miguel Silva, the Portuguese driver on the Pantano. So still great battles, but the grip is reduced again because the rain is not heavy. Now, interestingly, you've got drivers committing to go onto wet tyres and slick tyres in this next qualifying heat as they go through the pre-grid. So fascinating. Nobody really knows what's the right choice. Is it slicks? Is it wets? And looking out of the window, there is rain in the air, but it's not heavy. And here at Portimao, it drains quickly. So again, it's very difficult to tell what's the right decision, and the mechanics are sweating buckets just trying to get this right.
Yes, indeed. Always a big gamble here in terms of tires, and you don't get to see it, but maybe we can hear the screams as well on the live stream. This is all the people.
I love Portimao for this, because we get to see all the drama unfolding before each race, underneath our feet, basically.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the belly of the beach here, and people are getting excited, overexcited, of course, but there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of those drivers and the mechanics about taking decisions in the split of a seconds to decide to go either on slicks or on wets. Run inside, one of the Pantanos making his commitment as one of the Ellen drivers.
Yeah, that's how Luzio lost ground.
Yeah, Luzio actually going for the mistake that allowed the Marcus Littlewood up into P2. Noel van Vorvel being warned by the officials as we're about to conclude lap number 8. We're just entering lap number 8, my apologies. 7/10 of a second between Griggs and Marcus Littlewood. Promoted to a P2 after that little mistake for Marcus Luzio. Trying to shake off Julian Cameron, then further back we have Silva, actually Miguel Silva from Pantano. He was the one making his bid on Aaron Ferrazzano. Let's have a look back at the starts with Julian Cameron taking the rest of the field into turn number 3. And a couple of drivers sliding their way across. They were still very slippery, as we said, and some of them on slick compound, unfortunately, had nowhere else to go. The 338, it was Abdullah Kamel, actually, was caught into action over there, and a couple of the drivers on the way to turn number 3 with some wheel banging, not going the way of some of the contenders out there. One of the VDKs were going the wrong way around as well. It was very, very slippery in that part of the track, and that caught the drivers out of surprise, unfortunately, as Felipe Rodriguez, the Portuguese, having to retire from this race as we're getting near the conclusion. And believe it or not, the sun is slightly back with us, coming through the clouds. We have one half of the track very cloudy, very threatening. The other one slightly blue with the sun back with us, so that's going to dry out the racing line just a tiny bit, but not quite enough to go slicks for now. But some of them actually are going for slicks, some of them are keeping the wet tires on, so that's going to be another half of the grid pretty much for the coming race. We'll get back to that. Gilles Relmans is picking up the fastest lap. Around the inside at 2:16 is making his way through. Beautifully made, as this is one of the battles.
Caden McQueen.
Caden McQueen, who makes his bit as he tries to recover after dropping so many places in the early stage of the race.
Is Caden McQueen on slick tyres? Because it suddenly in this second half of the race looks like slicks were the way to go after all, but is there going to be enough time to make an impact on them? That's the real key factor, because now that sun is starting to break through the clouds. I really feel for all of the competitors out there in the pre-grid of this next race who have gone for wet tyres, because suddenly it looks like it's the wrong decision. Here we go, final lap. And this is going to be tight because Griggs and Littlewood skates off! Littlewood skates clean off the road! Oh, disaster for Marcus Littlewood. He just got slightly offline, and that was enough to throw the car completely out of the race battle for the victory. And now it's Lucio trying to go after Griggs. That's how quickly this can change.
Yeah, incredible ton of event, and it's going to be another mayhem race just after, certainly, as Roland Hennessy, the fastest on track, the Irish driver. Last lap, Luca Griggs and Marcus Lucio split by nothing already, but Marcus Littlewood, 7th still on the road, but drama. Fortunately for him, the gaps were quite significant between the drivers in the early part of the race. Oh, and look at him on the inside. Caden McQueen.
That's McQueen.
On slick tires. McQueen is back into P2. Can he make it stick?
Can he actually steal this in the final couple of corners? He can. Oh my goodness. Caden McQueen snatches it on the final corner of the final lap. Oh my goodness. Lightning McQueen is back.
What was that?
Caden McQueen, the absolute master tactician. He was off on lap 1 on slick tyres. He somehow held it together, and as the track dried out, Caden McQueen bounces back to the front to show everybody what he can do. I may have been gone, but I was never off the pace. I am back with a vengeance. Talk about throwing his weight into the mix. Caden McQueen storms back to the win. Wow!
Wow, indeed. And I'm sure that the drivers who decided to stay on wet tires for the race to come certainly are already regretting the decisions. And the 270 won't make it back to the Parc Fermé, unfortunately. And let's try to see who that is.
That's Seno Ita, the Japanese driver for Falcon. So Seno Ito, unfortunately, dropping out after the flag. But what a dramatic qualifying race that was. Eduardo Vila unable even to make it to the starting grid, missing the gate. And then you have all kinds of drama and chaos all around you. Julian Carmen doing the very best he could to hang on to the win. But on slick tyres, Caden McQueen snatches the victory in unbelievable fashion. He dropped down to about 20th at one stage and then fought his way back to the win. Griggs in second from Lucio, Silva, Grant, Carmen and Alaculpi in front of James Wood, Gilles Renman and Benjamin Jons. Marcus Littlewood recovering on the last lap to 11th place after the run off the road. Jules Van Hoel, Andrea Pirovano, Ronan Hennessy and Hugo Heroin.
Then we have in P16 Hugo Martiniello from Van der Rijn, Aaron Ferrazzano. Fortunately for the Belgian driver, he was within the top 5 before the sun came back, and he dropped all momentum, unfortunately, all the way down to back end P18.
Let's study this, because at the moment, Caden McQueen is in 3rd place on slick tyres with a car that is not going to be able to handle anything. 2 spins up at the first corner. There, unfortunately, goes Abdullah Kamel, the Saudi driver, who manages to get going again. There is the pirouette from one of the drivers further down the field. That looks to me like one of the Ravet racing drivers. Look, there is McQueen. He's lost so much time. and he's already plummeting down the field on slick tyres. He's going down into about 20th at this point. Here's the squabble from the drivers on the wet tyres. They're just tripping over each other, trying to make the overtaking moves work. And there goes a skating Birilat, I think that was. Oh, no, sorry, that was Natalia Granada, wasn't
Granada,
it?
sorry.
So Granada skated off the road in the opening stages. There's Pikkonen getting his move up on the inside to move up into 6th position, getting through on, I believe, that would have been Marcus Gloom, who ended up dropping all the way down the field. This is the problem on wet tyres. Once the rain disappears at Portimao, it's such a fast circuit, such a long circuit, you've got no chance at all. And at this point, McQueen is probably down in about 18th or so, but as these guys squabble away, the water is disappearing, the wet tyres are just burning up, and one by one, Caden McQueen is just picking his moment.
At the time that we saw the move and the mistake of Marcus Loser that promoted Marcus Littlewood up into P2. There were some changes as well. And
See, there's Caden McQueen, look at this.
This is the launch of his recovery, and he was getting momentum again.
There goes Littlewood, skating off the road on the curbs. So unfortunate.
Same place as Natalia Granada in the opening lap. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could have done
Look
about
at
this.
Look at the difference in traction that McQueen's got. He's just got so much confidence, so much pace. Boom, gets it done. No worries at all on Luca Griggs out of the final turn. Magic. And that is what master tactician Caden McQueen is good at. He just manages to get it right at exactly the right moment, and that's thrown his weight right into this battle for the IWF. And now you've got a lot of long faces in this particular grid, because anybody who's on wet tyres going into this one is about to have a very demanding and difficult day at the office. The green light goes at the end of the pits, and we go straight out onto the circuit. Knit two together. Wham bam, thank you and good night from X30 senior qualifying heat B versus G. Now on to D versus H. And it's going to be a problem for the Saudi driver, Mehdi Lassoud. Another driver who's right up at the sharp end. So Mehdi Lassoud should be going off P4. Can they get going? Yes, they can. Thank goodness for that. So Clement Outran from Enki Kalteren, Eli Goldstein alongside Mehdi Lassoud. Then Jack Nettleship, Arnold Malizia, Yoko Castro, Jack Buckley, Aaron Garcia, Pedro Cacciara, Angelo Meli, Charlie Gloom, Lewis Bird, Emmanuel Liodakis, Kevin Lantinga, and Chris Bingham.
And we have David Concalves and Reyes Newburn, Luca Federico Rodriguez and Santiago da Costa Ribeiro, followed by Enrique Oliveira, JC Bennett, Juan Aluja, then Tom Remmert, Oren England, Harrison Tigerson, Francisca Queiroz, Hugo Bren, Austin Gale, and we have Aral Mattison, Lars Venick, Mark Lopiccolo, and Oscar Cura. Interestingly, half of the grid that we have is on slick tires, so that's going to be an interesting bet. We've seen what Caden McQueen was able to do with that rubber. Look at the color of the sky on halfway above our heads here in Portimao. The other half is under a slight sun through the cloud and a bit of a blue sky as well, so it's half and half conditions, but the track is drying out at the moment.
Yeah, over the mountain it is still very wet indeed, and that rain cloud, if the wind blows in the correct direction, it's going to be great for the drivers on wet tyres, but it's looking bone dry at the moment. And noticing the drivers as they come to the pre-grid for the next race, they're all getting ready on slicks. There are no wets in sight. They've clearly seen the writing on the wall, and they don't want to be on slick tyre. They don't want to be on wet tyres for the next one. So that's going to be very interesting indeed. But yeah, tricky to note who has gone on wets and who has gone on slicks. It's going to be one of those days. So the wet tyre runners are Goldstein, disaster as far as he's concerned, Nettleship, Castro, Malizia. We've also got Cacciada, Charlie Gloom, Aaron Garcia, I noticed, David Gonçalves, Lucas Frederick, Da Costa, Newburn, Bingham, Bennett, Oliveira, Aluya. If you are Lars Venick and Mark Lopiccolo on slick tyres on the penultimate row of the grid, you are sitting so pretty at the moment because it's looking like you've made exactly the right choice. But, of course, this is Portimao. If it starts raining on lap 3, suddenly you're on the wrong tyres again.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky race, certainly for some of the protagonists. And Eli Goldstein, the first one, is lining up behind Clément Outran, who's on slick tires, Goldstein on wets, and Enki Kalteren and Mehdi Lassoud on slicks as well. So Goldstein amongst the top 4 certainly won't be the one in the most comfortable of positions. Remains to be seen if the conditions will stay the same, but by the look of it, it's on for dry conditions.
Yeah, Goldstein's going to be praying to Cacophonix the Bard, isn't he? He wants some rain. Here we go. Up to the first corner, still a bit greasy on the start for Utran and Kalteren on slick tyres. This is where Goldstein can get a little bit of purchase. Up to the first corner, bit of bouncing around from Kalteren, but he manages to get the kart turned in, and Goldstein is still there in third position, so he's not lost a massive amount of ground yet. But all it's going to take is a little bit of pace and heat into these slick tyres, and then all of a sudden it will change hands as the field works its way through. A very clean start so far, but Kalteren is all over the back bumper of Clement Utran, who wants to try and make a bit of a break. Goes for the move on the inside to dive in. Goldstein is just plummeting back now as he has no speed on those wet tyres and skating around. Goodness me, a few drivers really running the gauntlet. And as you can see, Utran and Kalteren disappearing in front of Goldstein, who's still there in third position, but holding on to this third is going to be a very tough mission.
And he's got his teammate Arnaud Malizia just behind. Malizia was able to make his way through, but he's on wets as well. So dramatic turn of event for the TP car drivers, both on wet tires. After what happened to Eduardo Villa, who couldn't take part in this race.
Charging through, that's Lewis Bird. Bird has already stormed past them and also going to get through. That's Angelo Melli for the Eichmann's team. And the Brennan Tech of Jack Buckley will storm through as well.
Yeah, that's the end of it, unfortunately, for Goldstein and Malizia. Unable to fight back, unable to keep the pace, of course, on those wet tires. So after the drama to Villa, that's two other drivers of the same team in really difficult conditions.
You've got to hope for rain now, essentially, and there's a spin out. That's Marc Le Piccolo, I do believe. So that's one of the drivers on slick tyres who was hoping to work his way through the field. So Marc Le Piccolo, unfortunately, game over for the Frenchman. But those drivers on wet tyres need rain right now, right now. You can't afford to have it again 2 or 3 laps from now, because if you run 2 or 3 laps on wet tyres on slick conditions, you're going to wear the tread down something chronic. So even when the rain comes, you won't have enough tread to do anything about it. So you need the rain right now. And unfortunately, it's not going to come. So Utran and Kalteren way out in front. Then it's Lewis Bird and Angelo Melli doing a fabulous job in 4th position, having made the switch across from Eurokarting to the Eichmann's Grand Prix team. Great to see the young Belgian talent doing a great job. Jack Buckley P5, then Lantinga, Leodakis, Lasud, England, and in 10th position now is Ellie Goldstein, 8.7 seconds back after just 2 laps.
And that would be good for Henki Kalteren to pick up a winning result. He had a penalty of 5 seconds yesterday for what is considered a bad maneuver, and we've seen that against Julian Kamen, if you remember, in one of the first heats of the class. 5-second penalty for Kalteren on the charge on Clément Autran, who's been really picking up the pace for the past few months. Clément Autran doing wonders in this class and others as well in the World Championship. So it will be certainly one of the contenders if you can keep Henki Kalteren at bay. Otherwise, easier said than done. Those two know each other quite well from the IMSU's Benelux as well. But Utran and Kalteren very much on their own. Angelo Melli is 3.7 seconds down.
Ooh.
Going a bit wide. Clément Autran is under pressure. You can feel it quite clearly, but Kalteren is not rushing into things. Maybe you want to wait. If you can keep the pace going that way, maybe you want to wait a little bit more into that race, letting Clément Autran do the effort and maybe surprise him in the second part.
Interestingly, all 3 of the top drivers are now IAME Benelux regulars, because Angelo Melli has managed to get through past Lewis Bird and has got through to 3rd position. Or in England, the Irishman actually picks up the fastest lap. There is the Sodi kart, the 3:28 there of Oscar Cura, the Filipino driver for City Kart Racing. His fellow Sodi kart user, Mehdi Lasud, is in 8th position. He was one of the top drivers coming into this race, and now losing a few points is definitely going to hurt Mehdi Lasud's point score. So here comes the charge for Henki Kalteren. Will he dive through up the inside? No, he's not going to make the move yet on Clement Utran. They've pulled 4 seconds on Angelo Melli, who's in 3rd position, having a terrific duel with not only Lewis Bird, but also Jack Buckley. In fact, Buckley has got through on Lewis Bird, I noticed, for 4th position. So the Irishman for the Brennan Tech team is now up in P4, gunning for Angelo Melli to get through into 3rd position if he can find the space. Here is that battle. Melli, Buckley, Bird, Lantinga, Leodakis and Lasud. And here comes the charge for Buckley. He's going to get some assistance from Lewis Bird, and they'll both dive forward past Angelo Melli, but Melli has nothing he can do to stop it from happening. So Jack Buckley, the Brennan Tech machine, getting through into 3rd position ahead of Lewis Bird.
Yeah, watch out as well for Angelo Melli, because he might have Kevin Lantinga going his way with Leodakis and Mehdi further back as well. Or in England, in the meantime, the fastest, the Irish driver, Angelo Melli, dropping a bit of momentum by the look of it, and he has now Kevin Lantinga on his tail. Lantinga from the driver of Energy Corse, and now with his Tony Kart machine for KCR. Lantinga on the way of Angelo Melli, as we're back here with the leaders. Clément Autran, Henki Kalteren, the French against the Dutchman. Clément Autran, former winner of the IMSU's Benelux and one of the victory lane drivers.
That's Le Piccolo.
out of this race.
And here's Marco Piccolo, who had his problem on the first lap, of course. So Marco Piccolo not going any further. Oh, it's just going from bad to worse for Ellie Goldstein. His first sector was 20.4. That's 2 seconds slower than anybody else's up the inside. Another victory lane driver on the move. I think that is Emmanuel Leodakis, isn't it? Coming his way forward.
Yes, indeed, on Kevin Lantinga. So Lantinga, we thought for a moment, could threaten Angelo Meli, but it's down to Leodakis to put himself in that role. Lost a bit of momentum as he was committing to his move, but Angelo Meli is still under threat, that's for sure. As we follow as well the battle between Greg Buckley and Lewis Bird. It's going to be a close one for third, as well as this one for the win. Henki Calderon and Clément Autran willing to pick up their first winning result so far in the qualifying heats. That would do them good. Clément Autran third overall in the classification if he stays where he is, while Henki Calderon is still outside the top 8 as we speak.
The sunshine has stopped again, and now the wind is blowing the rain clouds back over the circuit again. This could change hands before the end of the race, and that could be very tricky for those drivers up front on slick tyres, but it will also be tricky for the drivers on wets, because they've done 6 racing laps on a dry circuit with wet tyres, because even the wet tyres will not actually grip that well when the rain comes back, because they've had so much tread worn off them. They'll be screaming hot, the wet tyres. And I don't really think if it rains now, it's actually going to make that much of an impact. So it's a bit of a tricky one, but if it rains, it all comes down to who's got the brains, who's got the street smarts to get these karts home. And certainly in the battle between Uthran and Kalterin, it's tough to tell, because both guys have speed, both have the tendency to make mistakes under pressure, so both of them are going to be absolutely backs to the wall to try and get home first.
And let's not forget that according to the rules, all those drivers have wet or slick tires. They only have 2 sets to make it to the final on Saturday, and usually they keep that one set between qualifying all throughout the heats and in the super heat for Saturday morning, keeping the fresher set for the final. But this time around, of course, as we are jungling between wets and slicks for the past few races, it's really down to chance to be able to keep those tires alive throughout the course of all those races. As running inside in turn number 3, the 222 of Lewis Bird on Jake Buckley. That was for P3, and it was a very clean move on the inside, allowing Angelo Meli and Kevin Lantinga as well to get close. That's going to be a 4-driver battle on the way to the checkered flag, with Lantinga being the fastest on track out of those 4. Maybe be able to launch an attack. Look at how close Angelo Meli is as well, but being taken in sandwich out there. He needs to commit to his move, otherwise he's going to be eaten alive by Kevin Lantinga just behind. As at the moment, Henki Calderon is waiting for the right moment, the right opportunity to really launch an attack. But watch out for the slipstream. After those 2 corners, he might want to go for the move.
Angelo Meli and Jack Buckley are having a mighty Royal Rumpus at the moment. 4th position now for Meli. He's managed to get through there into P4 in front of Jack Buckley and has sustained it. In fact, Kevin Lantinga's actually been able to get through into P5 now as well. So big difficulties there for Jack Buckley. It didn't work out for him there on the end of lap 8. 2 laps still to go. Uthran has been waiting for this move to come from Kalterin all the way through. He's actually got traffic in front of him, would you believe? That's how difficult it is to get grip out of these tyres on wet tyres. Everybody who is on wets has just fallen down the field. There's no grip at all, as running wide and getting out of the way, that is Tom Rennert, who's obviously had problems already for the VDB racing team, but now he's been lapped. You don't see that every day in IWF23, drivers being lapped in a competitive race. And that shows you the difference between the drivers on slicks and the drivers on wets. If you're on wet tyres, tough luck. You're having a miserable day at the office. And to compound that, Ellie Goldstein is 38 seconds off the lead, down in 13th place. Clément Autran and Henki Calderon have now got a very unusual task.
Wow.
They've got a battle for the victory, whilst also picking off the traffic. Oh, this is going to be tricky for Autran. Surely a chance now opening up for Calderon, and he knows it, but he hasn't been able to take full advantage of it. They've got traffic in front of them. Look, they've got 3 karts to negotiate. Calteron's got to keep his wits about him. He's got to hope for an opportunity here on Clément Autran. Can he pop it up the inside? They've got a slow kart in front of them. That's the 214 of Rhys Newburn. Can he get through? No. He's not able to make the jump on Autran as a result of the traffic. Well done to both drivers for picking their way through without losing an inch of time.
There was a bit of a heated moment, but Clément Autran went diving through left and right through the different drivers. Henki Calderon, and on the inside, He clipped the curb almost, but Anki Kalteren takes the lead into the last lap. At that point when there was no other drivers, and there's someone else into the mix as well, but Kalteren just made his commitment. Watch out for the last two corners. Can Clément fight back? This will be a little bit too late, unfortunately. And Kalteren at the front of
Autran's got a good run though.
Oh, that's going to be tight. And he closes the door, but Kalteren takes the lead and the win in the end.
Well done to Henki Kalteren. I tell you what, he really had a fight for that one. Clément Autran made him work all the way to the line. And Kalteren just darting across the road to stop Autran getting up alongside. I don't think Clément Autran will take very kindly to that. But Henki Kalteren just managing to execute the bold move on the final lap and then hang on to it. Despite the traffic, despite running on the curbs, Henki Kalteren, that's the best way to re-galvanise his week.
And another win conquered into the last lap, as Kevin McQueen just did before. But Henki Kalteren, what a move that was. And very aggressive onto the line to secure that first win of his after a penalty of yesterday. That will do him good indeed for Henki Kalteren. Clément had done most of the effort, but Kalteren was glued to him for most of the race, waited for the right opportunity. It came in at the last lap, but that was a hectic moment indeed with all those back markers into the way of Clément. Didn't make his life any easier for the Frenchman from VDK. Still managed to go through all those drivers the right way, but unfortunately Kalteren picked up the pace and took advantage of a little bit of a door open to steal the win and seal the deal. Henki Kalteren, Clément, Lewis Bird, your top three from Jake Buckley, Angelo Melli picking up 6 places up to P5 from Kevin Actinga, Oran England 18 places gained up to P7 from Liadukis. Then we have Mehdi Lassoud as well as Austin Gale running at the top 10 with 19 places even gained by Austin Gale, 17 places collected for Hugo Brun up to P11, and Lars Wenning 19 places gained up to P12 from those drivers, unfortunately, who chose to go on wet tires. Eli Goldstein, Charlie Glum, Nettleship, Aaron Garcia, as well as Diogo Castro, Arnaud Malizia, P18 all the way down from Federic and Aluha in P20.
So only 12 drivers actually went for, well, I say 12 drivers, it's actually 13 drivers if you count Mark Lepiccolo, who actually went on to slick tyres. All 13 of those drivers are absolute geniuses. However, all of the field for the next race have gone on to slick tyres, just as the sky is getting dark again. So this is going to be one of those days, isn't it, where drivers and mechanics are basically going to be second-guessing each other. Have we got this right? Have we not got this right? And to be honest, the wet boards are out. They've been out all day, so it's going to be a bit of a guessing game amongst the drivers and the mechanics, which is the right way to go. And we just had the perfect example of it in that previous race. On this occasion, the right move was to go on to slicks. Unfortunately, only 13 of the 33 drivers chose to do it.
And we shall try as well not to jinx any weather conditions changing our way, because otherwise the drivers might rush into our box and give us a few words. But here's a couple of the moves that we saw, and Henki Kalteren and Clément battling along. But what a race this has been. And the last lap move from Henki Kalteren. Here's what comes next in a couple of minutes, 4 minutes. The junior category will be up next on track. And we will find back, of course, the senior category this afternoon along with the minis. But now it's time for the first qualifying heat of the day for the junior category. Starting with B versus F, C versus E, and then A versus D. Then, as you can see, we will have a bit of a lunch break, well deserved for everybody here, especially the marshals. We've been quite busy since the start of the day with a lot of action happening. The rest of the afternoon filled with 12 more races, 22 in total today, as the next one is coming in under 3 minutes. A beautiful schedule here, as we have a total of 76 races from the first to the final on Saturday. So certainly the biggest race of the season for everybody here, the single biggest race for IMA X30 classes.
So after this rotation of races from X30 Senior, it's now Ian Eichmans that leads the way. 3 points on the board. Gus Lawrence and Sam Shaw both have 7. Clément Autran has 9. Kalai Atkins and Marlo Bollier both have 12. And Mehdi Lassoud and Kian Garrity both have 13. It's going to be one of those weeks, isn't it? There's no one dominant driver already after the first 3 heats for senior drivers. So it's definitely going to be a very competitive race battle, that's for sure. Down on the IWF stage is Anthony Jordan.
Yes, with our race win on that one. Well, it was half the grid on wets, half the grid on slicks. Slicks were the right choice. Heikki Kaltonen starting this one on the front row. You went for those slick tyres. Certainly seemed to pay off as well. Talk us about that race. It looked like it was dry all the way throughout, no rain at all.
Yeah, it was a dry track. Before the race, there was much stress if we put rain tires or slick tires. But we chose the right choice, and I made it in the race. I was the whole race second, just followed him to the field. And at the end, it was a little bit tricky because of the lap drivers. We had to overtake the lap drivers, but still managed to get the win.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, talk us about the end of that race as well, because you certainly started to catch up to the drivers who went on those wet tyres. Had a lot of traffic, but that certainly benefited you, didn't it?
Yeah, I was shaking in the car because it was much stress in the driver in front of me. And we go through the pack, and then I managed to get overtaking him also and win the race. It was much stress after.
I can imagine so. And crucially, you've saved your wet tyres now for when it actually rains later on. For the rest of them, they've all got ruined wet tyres now. Rest of the day, plenty more action to come up. This is your first win of the weekend, of course. I think 11th and an 8th earlier on in the weekend. So, yeah, this is a good way to start the day, I think, for you, isn't it?
Yes, and I hope to make some good results today and tomorrow also.
Perfect. Well, congratulations on this one. We'll see you out there later on, but Heikki Kaltonen, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, plenty more action to come up, boys. Juniors coming up next, and they've all gone for slicks, so I think they've got the memo.
They certainly have. Thanks, Anthony, and thanks to Heikki Kaltonen. A great battle out there on the course. And yes, with the track now very much having dried out, certainly for the time being at least, it is slick tyres all the way. 7 laps of the course to come from X30 Junior. Of course, if it rains midway through the race, well, you're just going to have to cope with the grip that you've got, and there's going to be very minimal grip to find in the wet conditions here at Portimao. It's a tough circuit at the best of times, 1.53 kilometers in duration, one of the fastest in Europe, and in wet conditions on slicks, it's like basically driving around on roller skates. It's a very tricky situation. Santiago dos Santos and Joe Smith will go from the front row of the grid for this one. Morgan Moore alongside Harry Bartle, and then Jensen Graham and Zach Green from Aston Sharp and Elia Weiss. Javier Buraska and Eden Spanswick from Harrison Mackie, Daniel Dalakian, Julian Savilo, Wouter Bugigno, Isaac Shea and Travis Teo.
Then we have Toby Gale and Alexander Dahlstrom, followed by T.G. Teifi and Conor Clancy, Afonso Azevedo and Scott Rayleigh, Elvis Kazouskas and Bertram Sach, Bernardo Pinto and Zarif Farudin, Adam Holmes and Jean-Paul Carras. Then we have Katrina A running up the top 29 here that we have on the grid. Do we have 29 drivers on track as well? We're missing 2 drivers, unfortunately.
Yeah, looks like one of them's stuck in the pit lane already.
Yeah, indeed. And
oh, well, Conor Clancy, of course, is no longer participating in the event, but TJ Taff is sat there at the edge of the pit. So big problems there for the Irishman, the privateer, who's not able to get going initially, but looks like he might be able to join up at the end of the first formation lap at least, and will join in at the back of the grid. Now, if he's able to work his way through at the tail end of the field, as long as he gets back into his original grid position before the red line, he should be able to take up his original grid position. So it's a bit of a stressful start for the Irishman TJ Taff. It's not quite the way he wanted to do it. He's been let out onto the circuit right into the path of 2 or 3 other karts there, so he's okay. He's not really held anybody up, but of course that does give him a little bit of a chance to get back into his original grid slot. Yeah, for those who are wondering where Conor Clancy is, unfortunately, he is not participating in the rest of the event after he had a post-race exclusion at the end of the first heat, and that has sadly disqualified him from the weekend. Fortunately, though, Conor Clancy is the kind of driver who will learn from that, and he will be back in 2024 with a much stronger and faster attitude. So Santiago dos Santos and Joe Smith, front row of the grid for Paralin Portugal versus Victory Lane Karting. And in the junior category so far, it's been one-way traffic for Freddie Lloyd, who has done a fantastic job so far this weekend. He got 2 races yesterday and won them both. Romeo Roussel and Cathal Clark have 4 points apiece. Fred Green has 5, as does Ty Buckley, Joe Smith and Sasha Van Bosch. And Raoul van Tharen has 7 points. So it's very competitive behind Freddie Lloyd. But Freddie is hoping to keep the dominant streak going as he comes into yet another fantastic battle. And when you consider that this has been a year, his first year in Europe, and he's already won the Junior IAME Euro Series, Freddie Lloyd very much following in the footsteps of his older brother, Alex, who was so strong in his IAME X30 career, was the vice champion of the world, of course, Alex Lloyd, and Freddie is hoping to get the job done here this week in the junior category. Off the final turn, into the 2 tram lines, Dos Santos versus Smith. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Perfect start, and off we go. Good positioning from Morgan Moore, who gets himself in a 2nd position with help from Zach Green as they continue to charge their way further forward. Moore goes for the move on the inside of Dos Santos to try and take the lead, and he goes up over the top of him. Somehow he manages to land it. And they still carry on. Moore somehow holds second position still. An amazing first couple of corners from Morgan Moore. He goes for it, gets it wrong, backs down, comes back from it, and Morgan Moore is able to live to fight another day. He gets another shot at Dos Santos. How much more can Morgan Moore endure on the opening lap?
How on earth did he manage to stay on the track after what just happened? Another driver clicking, another one at the back, but luckily no harm done, as we're able to get going for that 7-lap race. This will be the same length of action for the next 2 races as well in the junior class, but a pretty decent opening lap for everybody. A bit of a tussle, but so far so good for Santiago Alves. He felt a little bit of a push for Morgan Moore just further back. Let's not forget that Morgan Moore lost a win, unfortunately, due to a post-race penalty. As Santiago Alves going wide, unfortunately. We talked about that last corner and the need to pay attention to your line, but there was a bit of a mistake from the leader, and it allows Morgan Moore to commit maybe to a move on the inside. Yes, indeed, the door was open, and he takes with him Bartel and Harrison Mackie.
Yeah, it's all about momentum, and once you lose that in the final bend, it was inevitable that he was going to lose at least 1 place. He actually loses 3, so Moore gets through, Bartel in a second, Mackie third, Dos Santos down to 4th, then Sharp, Graham Smith, and there's a problem. That's one of the victory lane cards. It's Elia Weiss. So the German driver, Elia Weiss, unfortunately out of the race there as he's beached on the hairpin. So very unfortunate for Elia Weiss.
And another driver is involved. So
yeah, there's 2 cards down there, in fact.
Yeah.
The second one is Isaac Sayer. So Isaac Sayer, the Singaporean for Kiddish. Up the inside, though. Morgan Moore is not going to hold on to this lead for long, because here comes Harrison Mackie. Diving through at the inside line, the 24 coming through to the lead. Where's Morgan Moore gone? Dos Santos is there in second place. Morgan Moore has disappeared from the front of the fray.
It's P6 all the way down by the look of it, so disastrous, unfortunately, for Morgan Moore. He's dropping places after places as the entire field is back on him. Let's see where he is now, P6, even more so, unfortunately for him. He's all the way down to P7 from Broska, between Smith and Broska by the look of it. But the 2 leaders, Harrison Mackie and Santiago Alves, in the meantime, were able to shake up the order and put almost a second between themselves and Ashton Sharp in P3. So that might go down between those 2 for the win into that class. Time is running out already, but Harrison Mackie is your new leader. Santiago Alves is still rigorously into this race after the contact and the mistake that he made into turn number 17 into the opening lap.
Oh, that is Isaac Sayer. So that was the kart that ended up having the spin earlier on with Elia Weiss. Weiss is retired from the race, so too is Isaac Sayer. And we've had a spinner as well on that last lap. That was Katrina E, the Malaysian driver. She spun the kart, unfortunately, up at turn 3 as well, and has managed to get going again, fortunately. Mackie leading the way from Dos Santos. I just wonder with Morgan Moore, was there a little residual damage to the kart as a result of going over the top of the right rear quarter of Dos Santos? Might just be able to nurse that home to the finish with 4 laps to go, as long as he gets good momentum from the drivers around him. But certainly not where he wanted to be at all, as we now got Mackie and Dos Santos having a great duel for the victory. 3rd place is Aston Sharp for the Mick Barrett Racing Team. He's worked his way forward into 3rd. And then we've got Bartel in front of Zach Green, Moore, Spanswick, Jensen, Graham, and Toby Gale, the Thai driver for Crop Promotion, doing a great job.
And now Zach Green picking up the fastest lap in the race and getting ahead of both Sharp and Morgan Moore into P4. As we keep on following the battles. There's 2 battles pretty much in the same picture between Bartel and Green. As you can see now, almost 3 drivers involved, as Santiago Alves, Portugal's best chance of winning on home soil this weekend, certainly, if you can shake up Harrison Mackie just a little bit. As we follow here the number 9 further back, Zach Green indeed, the fastest on track, hassling Harry Bartel for P3.
Scott Riley deserves a heck of a lot of credit as well. He's up 13 places now, up into 9th position. Great run from Scott Riley, the Irishman for the Odrin Henry Racing Team. Now starting to make big inroads as across the line. That's Zach Green sat behind Bartel. They want to charge after these 2 because Mackie and Dos Santos have this race pretty much in their hands at the moment. Mackie trying to hold on in front of the Portuguese talent, but watch for Bartel and Green. They're going to work together to try and charge after the leading duo. And then you've got Sharp in 5th position now. Morgan Moore's got support from Jensen Graham, so they want to work their way further forward as well. Fortunately, rain is not going to interrupt play in this one. It's certainly not going to spoil the playbook either. They come off the turn. Green, the fastest man, on a 61.372 lap. And you still get the sense that Bartel and Green are going to have to work very hard to catch up to these 2. There's 3 laps to go, including this one, so there is time and there is opportunity. Dos Santos will want to pick his moment on Mackie. Mackie just holding the middle of the road, but this is definitely giving Bartel and Green a little bit of a hurry up. They have a real chance now to make this work out in their favour. So Mackie, Dos Santos, Bartle, Green, Sharp, Moore, Graham, Gale, Spanswick, Riley. It's going to be a very tough run for them. 2 laps to go. Can Dos Santos turn the tables on Mackie?
And Harrison Mackie again was going slightly wide outside of turn number 16 on that curb. Watch out not to do the same mistake as Santiago Alves has done into the opening lap. Picking up on Zach Green, he wasn't particularly happy about Harry Bartle going defensive. Those two, as you said, need to work together. But Zach Green was one of the fastest on track, slightly faster than Harry Bartle. As now it goes to Jensen Graham from P6, trying to get close to Aston Sharp, still missing 0.8 of a second to do so. Watch out, Santiago Alves is trying to make his mid. Oh, the number 19, unfortunately, having to retire by the look of it. And this is Travis Teo, unfortunately, from Parol in Portugal, one of the teammates of Santiago Alves. And this will mean DNF for the driver who was done in P17, unfortunately. Back with the leaders, Harrison Mackie trying to shake off Santiago Alves, waiting for the good moment. He has the momentum with him. Could this happen into the last sector of the track? Here we go for the last lap, ladies and gents. Harrison Mackie and Santiago Alves as a driver that we saw just before.
Travis Teo.
Yeah, Travis Teo that we just seen with the marshals. Here we go. The first attack certainly for Santiago Alves, not quite able to make his commitment on the inside.
Stay hungry, Harry. You've got a chance here in 3rd position. He does take the dive on the inside in a 2nd position. He doesn't wait around for it. And Harry Bartle makes the big jump into 2nd position, dives through onto Santos, who finally loses the traction on Harrison Mackie. Now Zach Green's got a chance to get into 3rd position, and he knows on the JGR he has an opportunity to make it happen. Here he goes. Defensive driving from Bartle to hold on a 2nd in front of Dos Santos and Green, but Green wants to get the move on Dos Santos. As they come off the turn, down the right-hander, dropping down the crest. Looks good for Harrison Mackie. Bartle is close, but not close enough at the moment. Trying to go the long way round. Can Green find the move? He can't there. It's a nice effort, but Dos Santos is going to hold it nicely into the line. I think this is going to be Harrison Mackie, one-way traffic. He'll come out of the final couple of corners, charge up the hill and dive across. Harrison Mackie will take the victory in fantastic fashion ahead of Harry Bartle. 3rd for Dos Santos, 4th for Green, just 5th position for Sharp in front of Jensen Graham. Excellent racing all the way to the flag, and a fabulous run from Harrison Mackie. Really had to work for that one. It was not easy to keep Dos Santos at bay for as long as he had. Fortunately, he had Bartle to come through and take the position. So a fabulous performance, and so far so good for Harrison Mackie. That really helps his point score, gets him further towards the top 8 again. He had problems yesterday, don't forget. So this is a perfect way to rejuvenate.
Perfect way to rejuvenate indeed for Harrison Mackie. Harry Bartle for just 0.1 of a second, and Santiago Alves thought at some point that he could maybe go for the move, but Harry Bartle was there first to go for P2, so the Parol in Portugal driver is going to have to make do with P3's best result so far. Santiago Alves, who comes back from what has been a very eventful race in the early stages after his early contact with Morgan Moore, finishing all the way down to P6, and a little bit of a mistake that at some point we thought could put him in jeopardy, but he was able to hold on and fight for the win all the way through. Harrison Mackie was able to take that win in the end from Harry Bartle. Santiago Alves done in P3 from Zach Green, Ashton Sharp, Jensen Graham, Morgan Moore, P7 in the end from Scott Rayleigh, 14 places gained up to P8 from Toby Gale, 8 places gained up to P9 from Eden Spanswick, Daniel Talakian, Joseph Smith, Javier Borska, Kazoskas and Adam Olmes in P15. Just outside P16 we have Utter Berganu from Bertram Satch, Johan Servillo, then Alexander Dahlström, Parudin. We have as well Caras, TG Tafe, Bernardo Binto, Alfonso Azevedo, as well as Wing running up the top 25. Travis Teo, Isaac Sea, Elia Weiss, unfortunately not able to see the end of this qualifying heat. We have the conditions still very much dry, and looking in front of a window, in front of commentary positions, as you can see the winner, Harrison Mackie, well-deserved first win this weekend for the Fusion Motorsport drivers. Everybody's still very much on slick tires, slick track, and let's keep it that way, shall we?
Yes, indeed. Harrison Mackie, of course, masterminded and mechanicked by his older brother Lewis, who's been here just as many times in these situations and raced for the victory, so he knows exactly how to assist his brother in getting the job done. And great to see the work that these two are putting in. It's a great combination, isn't it? So Dos Santos working hard at the start there to hold on in the early stages in front of Joe Smith, who rather sadly just tumbled away, really, didn't he, to 12th position. It wasn't really the race that Joe Smith was hoping for. So fascinating battles all the way through. That move from Morgan Moore, he was so motivated, wasn't he? So determined. Unfortunately, he could only get 7th out of this first race. But that shows you, to me, that Morgan Moore has really turned the corner in terms of his development. He's found that tenacity, that sheer pace, and that raw ability and confidence in himself to start fighting for victories. It just all fell away on the second lap, unfortunately. There's the move from Mackie, diving up the inside of Bartel. That really gave him that strong run at the start. Dos Santos going with him. And obviously after that little shuffle of the deck in the opening couple of laps, that's when things really started to settle in. Mick Barrett driver Aston Sharp there trying to get the move on Bartel, but that pace didn't really help. There's Travis Teo, unfortunately the Paralin driver from Malaysia, not really getting his opportunity to showcase his speed. Hopefully he'll get other chances over the course of the race. That move on the last lap from Bartel on Dos Santos, pure focus, pure commitment, pure resolution. I'm going to make this move happen. I'm going to get second place. It's the best I can get. So I'm going to make sure I get it, and absolutely fabulously done and well committed by Harry Bartel. Mackie taking the victory in fine fashion. Bartel in second place, and Dos Santos on home soil coming through for 3rd position. It's going to be a fascinating front row of the starting grid, as it's a pair of Freds. Fred Green will be in pole position alongside the interim leader, Freddie Lloyd, who is, of course, hoping to emulate his brother Alex Lloyd, who was the world winner at the IWF. I actually mentioned that he was the vice winner. He was not. He was the world winner. He was the vice European Series winner. And that's my correction. Thank you to Rebecca Braham for always keeping me abreast of the situation. So Alex Lloyd, of course, he won the title in 2018 in the junior category. And that was also the year that we saw Brent Cruz take his 2nd mini title and Joe Turney pick up the senior title. He's won everything there is to win except the World Championship, Joe Turney. So obviously all of our colleagues in here and everything have been able to watch his progress since his incident a couple of weeks ago in another karting event, and we wish him all the best for his recovery. I did manage to speak to him. He's on the mend already and managing to make very quick work of it. So he's done a fantastic job, and we all hope to see him back in the X30 paddocks very soon indeed. It's been a long time since we saw Joe Turney fighting for X30 honours, but he's already a seasoned winner. Check that at 7 o'clock this evening. We have the Drivers' Parade, one of my favourite elements of the IWF week, where we get to see all of the competitors from all 41 nations out here on the circuit, celebrating in fine style. And it's very much Olympic style that we will get to do that with all the nations coming out onto the circuit. Back down to the IWF stage, where Anthony Jordan is awaiting.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, down here, and I've got a race winner from that one, Harrison Mackie. Harrison, great results. Obviously, first win of the weekend as well. Certainly today's going a little bit better than yesterday. Shaky results for you then. Difference today, what's happened overnight to push you forward like this?
And I think for that one, we've got the kart perfect in that one. So I think compared to yesterday, the kart was a lot better today than yesterday. So.
Yeah, exactly that. Lots happened in that race, of course. Having to fight your way through the field. The track here, quite technical, quite tricky. It's quite fast track, though.
Yeah.
From your point of view, how are you finding it?
It's growing on me a bit more. I didn't like it too much at the start, but I feel like now we're getting better results, a bit faster. It's a lot better.
Yeah, exactly that. Lots to happen, isn't there? Busy old week, this one, IWF, lots happening. What is your hope at the end of this one? Are you looking for the win, or is it, see what you can get?
I feel like from first year, I feel like top 3 will be all right, but obviously we're here to win. That's what everyone is here to do, so
yeah.
Hopefully I can do that.
That's what we need. That's what we need. Lovely. Thank you very much, Harrison. I'll let you get away. We'll bring in Santiago Alves, who finished that one in 3rd place. Santiago, come on over. Take a seat. Obviously, Santiago, if you need to speak in Portuguese or anything, like you talk, however. Tough day yesterday. 28th place, 20th place. It wasn't a good day. Today, P3, very good result. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's a good day. And 30 play. Saí de primeiro lugar, consegui gerir aos máximos pneus e fiz terceiro.
The weekend is very tough. Lots of races to go still. Do you still feel confident despite the tough first day?
Vai ser muito difícil, mas estamos para lutar e quero agradecer aos meus mecânicos e à minha equipa.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Santiago. We'll leave it there. But still plenty of races to go. Don't go anywhere. Jake, we'll head back up to you and Guillaume in the comments box.
Thanks, Anthony. Good to hear from both Harrison Mackie and Santiago dos Santos Alves, the Portuguese driver. So gearing them up ready for another exciting showcase for the X30 Juniors qualifying heat C versus E. Up next, Fred Green on the Crop Promotions card is going to be starting us off from the front end of the starting grid, and he'll be alongside the reigning Miami Euro Series winner, Freddie Lloyd, very much continuing on the family legacy. After Alex did such a great job back in the day, it's now time for Freddie Lloyd to do the same thing. Race delayed, we are told, at the start of this one. So not entirely sure what the situation is for that one, but certainly a slight delay to the start of the race. It's not meant to get underway until 12:40, but we're told that the race itself is actually being delayed for something out on the circuit. Can't actually give you any indication as to what it is yet. And Martin Bean is not in my ear at this point, so can't actually make out what it is, the reason for the delayed start. What that does give us a bit of a time to do is actually to give you a bit of a rundown as to how things played out yesterday, because we've been so busy with the races, we didn't actually get the chance to update you with how yesterday played out, for those of you who weren't able to be with us to watch it, because we had some stunning performances yesterday. In the X30 Seniors, we had some fantastic races to come through, multiple different winners across the senior category. Marcus Lizio, Ian Eichmans, Marlo Bollier twice, Sam Shaw, Kalai Atkins, Peckham Weisenberger and Eduardo Vila. Hence why it was so dramatic earlier that Eduardo Vila was not able to take the start of his qualifying heat. Gus Lawrence, Ian Eichmans, Caden McQueen and Henki Kouteren coming through to take victories so far today. So that obviously makes things pretty interesting in terms of Senior X30. No one driver really taking a dominant stance, which definitely gives us a little bit more to get excited about. Then we had the junior battle, and obviously it was opened up yesterday perfectly by Freddie Lloyd, who got the win over Joe Smith and Sasha Van Bosch. Then we had Ralph van Tharen, Romeo Roussel, Cahal Clark and Rocco Coronel picking up victories. The sixth of those races was won by Freddie Lloyd, who did a fantastic job to continue that battle. And we've obviously just had the first of our junior heats, which was taken in fantastic fashion by Harrison Mackie, who came through for the victory. Now we're just waiting for the start of this one. There is Fred Green getting himself ready for the start. We have just been told that the start has been delayed. Not entirely sure what the reason for that is, but we've still got plenty that we can tell you about, because obviously there were more races yesterday. The X30 Minis, well, we certainly had 3 great races from them yesterday, and the 3 mini races were won by Stig de Rademacher, the Belgian talent, and also getting the job done were Max Endicott and Archie Lovett. The 3 race winners earlier on were Casper Rappold, Archie Lovett again, and then Jarlath Sayer. So a very competitive race battle. Only Archie Lovett has been unbeaten over the course of his Mini X30 campaign thus far. And of course, later today, we have the first session out on the circuit for the X30 Masters. We had a free practice for them earlier today. We'll have a second one at 1:15, and then we'll have another one at 5:30. So it's obviously going to be a very interesting battle for all of the contenders in that one. We've obviously had our first appearances from the X30 Masters this morning. For those who are following along the X30 Masters, the session they had this morning, Shane Daly, the Irishman, was actually the fastest in front of his 2 compatriots, Gary Edwards and John Norris. The Peruvian Gustavo Mikkelsen was 4th quickest in that session in front of the Finn Johan Vilo and the American Mario Barrios. And then Mark Daly coming home in 7th in that practice session in front of Antti Kitaya, Luke Armstrong and Hamza Dirani, with Mauricio Montemayor, Carlos Souza, Pedro Paschutia, Lin Tsuyang, Anthony Del Curu, Thiago Gonçalves, Nico Saxman, Jan van Ascher, Keith Mikelev, Luis Irigoyen, and then we have Guillaume Barberin and Javier Fernandez finishing off in fine style. That was in the 22-man session that we had earlier this morning, the free practice one for X30 Master. Their second session is coming up at 1:15, which is obviously not too far away, and that will be happening during the course of our lunch break. And then we will also have the final free practice session, which will take place at 5:30 this evening. And just after that will be the final race of the day, and that will come from the seniors, I do believe. And then, of course, we will have our drivers' parade, which will take place in fantastic fashion out on the circuit. And it is one of the highlights of the week for me. I absolutely adore watching these drivers, no matter where they've come from, no matter how they've managed to achieve it, get out onto the circuit with their nation's flag around them. They get the real chance to showcase their speed and their strength. There is Raoul van Tharen. He's been building in stature for quite a long time now in the Miami X30 paddock. It was a few years ago that he was racing in the mini category, fighting for pole position in Mini X30 on his home soil in the Winter Cup. Now he is an established contender in X30 Junior across the world, not just in Europe. and definitely one of the favourites coming into this week. I've got big tips for Ralph van Vaarden.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see him on track as well. Just behind him, one of the photographers of the RJMMC group, Alex Bernardis, pretending to be busy. And on track as always. Hello to you, Alex, as well.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Well, he might have heard me. You know.
You might have heard
I
me.
might have my answer very soon about that.
We'll find out. It depends on whether you've got a custard pillow when you go to bed tonight. I'm not swapping with you. I know we're sharing an apartment, but I'm not that much of a fan. Anyway, Ralph van Vaarden sharing the second row of the grid with Louis Comines, the Frenchman, on his red speed. And of course, Louis Comines, part of this fabulous established talent of Frenchmen that are really starting to showcase themselves. There's a lot of French karting prodigies in IWF23. It's a very strong series, IWF France. And there are so many great talents that are coming through. And Louis Comines is definitely one of the ones to watch for. Very strong indeed in time qualifying. Just edging out the British talent, Cathal Clark, of course, second in Europe in 2023.
And Louis Comines certainly doing wonders this year as well in the IMA Euro Series, as he made it in the end in this class as one of the strongest in this category. Louis Comines, watch out as well for the young Frenchman who's going to try to take his red speed machine to further heights this weekend. Louis Comines, this is certainly one of the strongest names that we have. Third in this year's IMA Series France as well with Victory Lane. Talking about Victory Lane, we've seen a lot of those young drivers. Cathal Clark is one of them, the young British drivers, who's already a winner of qualifying heat yesterday. Cathal Clark, one of the contenders in this year's IMA Euro Series. He won that competition back in 2020 and made it to a second overall this season. As we wait for the start of this next race, you just saw a brief moment. Two of the marshals around the track here of Portimao. There's a lot of them, men and women from Portugal, but from other countries as well in Europe. And this is our chance to once again thank the Orange Army and all the people involved into the good running of proceedings here. Mr. Ross Upton, the judge of facts here on the pre-grid, is one of the many officials of the RJMMC group involved in the good proceedings of things. Down onto the track, 1 minute left. Thank you, Ross, as we're getting ourselves ready for the start of the C versus E qualifying heat of the junior class. Now the track has been made clear. We got a good warning. We got a green flag by Mr. Martin Bean, our race director, and we're going to be good to go in just a few moments.
So only a slight delay coming into this next race of the day then. Good that it's been sorted out nice and quickly. There is Henry Carter with that fabulous colour scheme on his helmet. Looks absolutely amazing. And the crop promotion team giving him the keys to go and find something really special out there on the Portimao circuit. He's one of the contenders for me that has a real shot at a podium this week. He always seems to have a little bit more. He finds something extra, and then he finds something again, and then he finds something again, week in, week out. His development train is absolutely rapid. So hopefully he's one of those drivers that can really start to find some pace. Well done to the Orange Army out there on the course. Through the wind, through the rain, through the sunshine, and through the varying changes between the three. They have been very strong indeed in keeping us all abreast of the situation together. Well done to them. Right, let's get racing again in X30 Junior. Rain is coming down again. Rain is coming down big style, and they're all on slicks.
Oh my God.
Wow, goodness me. So it's going to be Fred Green and Freddie Lloyd on the front row, then Ralph van Vaarden and Louis Comines, Cathal Clark and Henry Carter, Chris Fagali and Vilma Svan, Sebastian Mins and Sacha Van Bosch, Luc Agnew, Marty Menezes, Quentin van Leuven, Anthony Bongartz, Gabriel Huyon and Clovis Nougeraid.
Then we have Nikita as well as Justin Mulder, Faris Jalil, as well as Joachim Askland, George Cartermain, Thomas Gomez, Marlon Bayer, Gabriela Teixeira, Arthur Wong, Myers Barryberg, Nick Nielsen, Omar Cindy, and Devon Hagelin. It was his birthday, Devon Hagelin, not so long ago on Tuesday, so happy birthday still for you, my friend. But the rain is dropping strong here once again in Portimao, and starts as well the ballet of the mechanics and the drivers switching from slicks to wet tires in the background for the next race. But this time around, all the junior drivers that you have on track are on slick rubber, and the track is only getting slippery by the second now with the rain pouring in.
And this is quite a heavy shower that's coming in now, so this is going to be touch and go for the juniors as to whether they're going to have enough grip to go into the first lap of this next race. We saw what happened, didn't we, in the Senior X30 race earlier on when they went into the first corner on the first lap with a greasy track, and 12 drivers ended up coming together, and it was a big chain reaction. In the juniors, well, they're not going to be traveling as fast, that is for sure. There's not as many of them out there, which is also going to help, but the reduced traction and the reduced grip is definitely going to be something the drivers have to be mindful of. Yeah, at the same time, everybody has the same difficulties, the same situation, but you have to look into the conditions, look into the situation, and figure out, oh, look, they can't even keep it on the road in the formation lap. It's really tricky for the karts to keep it together on this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky race for those young drivers here of the junior class. Certainly not the way they wanted to get the day going here. Second day of racing for those juniors, as we had a couple of winners yesterday already, as the B here race was won by Arsan Maki just before. First race of the day for those two groups, C versus E. But watch out for what's going to happen between now. Everybody is in survival mode.
Ooh, this is very treacherous on the formation lap with the rain coming down and everybody on slick tyres. This is going to be a very difficult start to the race, and I feel for the mechanics down there in the pre-grid, because now they've suddenly got to not just change the tyres but also reconfigure the karts. This isn't like the world of CIK FIA where they have two karts, one set up for wet and one for slicks. They've only got one chassis, so they have to make sure that if it's going to rain, they're suddenly going to have to adjust the settings to make sure it's ready for wet driving rather than dry running. So it's a very tricky situation for them, and they're having their backs to the walls trying to make it work. So it's not going to be particularly easy to make it happen. So they'll come off the final turn. Fred Green on the all-black machine. They've actually taken the stickers off that kart to save weight, such as the tricky nature of trying to make sure you reach the minimum weight on these karts. Freddie Lloyd alongside. Here we go. Off we go racing. Lloyd's actually got a better launch than Fred Green. And as they go through to turn one, it's Lloyd that leads the way. Everybody getting through turn one in slippery conditions. They do a better job of it than the seniors, but off the road, we've got one kart skating off into the grass. 1, 2, 3, 4 karts going off. Skating around, and it's very tricky indeed on the opening lap as everybody tries to negotiate. Lloyd's going to lose out here, banging wheels with the new race leader. Cathal Clark is battling away with Louis Comey. Louis Comey trying to get through, found the far side. Fred Green gets back on the inside of Carter. Clark actually dropping back into 5th position there, so Lloyd is able to hang on to it. He was banging wheels with Louis Comey, but somehow he manages to hold on to the lead. Very tricky race situation now. Slick tyres, wet track, and it's all about who's got the patience to handle this on the opening tour. Carter drifts wide. Cathal Clark gets through into 4th position as a result. And now the battle for second is on as Louis Comey is going to struggle to keep Fred Green at bay. In fact, Green has got through. So Green is now in a 2nd place, having worked his way forward past Louis Comey. And now they're both going to be setting off after the race leader, Freddie Lloyd. But Clark has managed to work his way through into 3rd position. And Clark is now all over the back of Fred Green. Here he goes. Fred Green to defend from Cathal Clark. Clark is going to try his best to get back on terms, but Freddie Lloyd is your leader at the end of the 1st lap.
And only 1 lap completed. It's going to be a long race for those drivers in those physical conditions. Investigation flag for Freddie Lloyd. Well, our race leader at the moment being investigated by the marshals and the officials. That's going to be an interesting one, certainly. Not certainly the news that Freddie Lloyd and his mechanic wanted to see.
Well, he was fractionally in front of Fred Green off the start, wasn't he? That's got to be what he's under investigation for, because he was not quite level with Fred Green. He was a couple of kart lengths in front. There goes Cathal Clark to take the lead of the battle for 2nd place. And if Lloyd gets a penalty, that is, of course, going to be the lead of the race, because Clark is now P2 behind his chief rival for the series earlier in the year, the Miami Euro. Fred Green gets back in on Cathal Clark. Manages to get back into 2nd position again. And Freddie Lloyd, number 1 at the moment in the race and on the timing screen, but unfortunately, he may be dropping back from P1.
And Cathal Clark and Louis Comey gonna have to work together. Those 2 teammates of Victory Lane at the advantage of the British driver as for now. Those 2. Oh, Fred Green going wide a little bit. So a slight mistake from Fred Green, unfortunately, outside of turn number 16. That allows both Clark to go for the move into turn number 1. At the top base of this track, and they make their way through, and Cathal Clark takes Louis Comey for P2 and P3. Drama for Fred Green.
And would you believe it, the rain has stopped again. So now it's suddenly dry conditions again. It's going to dry out quickly. So all those mechanics that had changed the setting of the kart and the tyres of the kart to wets, and are going to have to do it all again to go back to slicks. So it turns out that despite the rain shower, the track is going to speed up again. And it is going to be slick tyres again that will be the best tyres to be on for the rest of this race. Big dive at the inside from Comey as he goes up the inside of his teammate Clark. Tries to get through, manages to get there into 2nd place. Fred Green can't repeat the feat on Cathal Clark, so they have to hang in 3rd and 4th position. But it is proper tricky stuff now. Freddie Lloyd, though, has 1.7 seconds. He's hoping that if he does get a penalty, he can extend the gap out to 5 seconds and hope that that's going to be enough.
And the sun is back with us here in Portimao. Did you make a prayer this morning, Jake, for the conditions to be that changing? I do wonder. But now we find ourselves with sunshine again on a slippery track. The rain has stopped. For how long? That's a question, isn't it? Freddie Lloyd, 1.8 seconds now, is out of trouble by the look of it, but being investigated. Remains to be seen post-race what's going to happen. Coming in Cathal Clark, Fred Green, Sacha van Padbosch back in contention. The Dutch driver that has joined Fusion Motorsport. We've seen him competing this year with Victor Elaine as well as RSD, the team with which he won the IME Series Benelux, and Van Padbosch joining Fusion for this IME Warriors final. Has run inside Fred Green, battling along with Cathal Clark and takes back second place, sorry, my apologies to Louis Comin, with Cathal Clark just behind. Van Padbosch trying to get involved in that 4-driver battle with Hugo Carter just in front. That's going to be a tight one, isn't it? With Sacha Van Padbosch just behind the last one of those 4 drivers. Then we have Andrew Carter, Sunzarin, Bogarts, Mins, as well as Luc Agnew, your top 10 at the moment. Try not to go too wide into the last sector, guys, because this curve has got very slippery for the past few minutes. It's certainly where you don't want to put your wheels, taking advantage of the slipstream at the end of that 340-meter long straight, closing into 110, 115 km/h. Those conditions with the slipstream. That's Christopher Heffergali. Run the inside, goes Sacha Van Padbosch. Beautifully made by the Dutchman on Cathal Clark. This is up to P3, that is, P2, as Fred Green is not quite able to resist from Cathal Clark for second place. So Clark up into P2. Comin was the one being overtaken, sorry, by Sacha Van Padbosch. So one Victory Lane driver goes up and the other one goes down.
As far as these guys are concerned, this is the battle for the win, isn't it? Because I think they're all... Oh, my goodness! What has happened there? That is a big problem for the 84. So that is Joachim Askeland, the privateer from Norway, having a major issue. So Askeland, basically the entire front end of the car was wrapped around his steering wheel there. Very big issue that he's had. So clearly he's had some accident damage. I was going to say that this battle for second place is essentially, as far as these guys are concerned, the battle for the victory. Look at that. He looks like he's been auditioning for Mad Max 5. Joachim Askeland. Clearly the mechanical problem flag. He comes straight back into the pits. There's no need to even question it. But Askeland, my goodness me, I think he's trying to be the next Mel Gibson, isn't he?
Yeah, for a moment we thought he was driving one of the ancient cars without conferring a nose cone back in the day. But those days are long gone now. But he's back in the pits, unfortunately. Otherwise, he would have been shown the mechanical flag. But he soon understood that there was no way he could pursue into that race. But ultimately it is. And Cathal Clark, Freddie Lloyd is back in the lead, as you can see. And
I can't think of a better word than oof either. I mean, that's pretty tricky, isn't it? Fortunately, he's got out of the kart and he's okay.
Yeah, he's injured, yeah.
Well, now fascinating because Freddie Lloyd has actually been given a penalty mid-race. He's had 5 seconds added to his time. So he goes into the last lap. But Freddie Lloyd, look, he's dropped down into 8th position. So he's been given a penalty during the race, which can be done if it's done quickly enough. So Freddie Lloyd is no longer the race leader. It's now Clark in front of Van Padbosch, Comin, Green and Thuntharen. And there's not much to choose between the top 4. Here is the battle. Clark going to hold the lead. Here comes Comin to get through on the inside of Van Padbosch, squeezing him out. And Van Padbosch is going to drop back on the number 4 car to what is 5th on the road, 4th in the race, behind Fred Green. So despite setting the fastest lap of the race, this is now effectively the lead battle because Freddie Lloyd is going to drop down to about 8th or 9th position roughly. So it's a very tricky race battle now as Clark is out in 1st position. Lloyd crosses the line, but look, the 5-second penalty is applied and it drops him down to 8th. So Clark is your leader, Comin 2nd from Green, Thuntharen, Van Padbosch and Anthony Bongarts. And they are separated by a second. Can Clark hang on in front of his teammate Comin? Looks like he's going to. And Lloyd is going to be beaten for the first time this week. Lloyd crosses the line to take the checkered flag, but he doesn't take the win because his penalty is applied. And it's going to be Clark, Comin, Green, Thuntharen, Van Padbosch, Bongarts and Carter that all finish ahead of him. Freddie Lloyd down to 8th. So, big drama for him, but for Cathal Clark, it's a winning moment.
A winning moment for Cathal Clark. Well done to him for what is a second victory. Cathal Clark this weekend for him, and not so much for Freddie Lloyd. It doesn't happen every day that we get to see a penalty live during the race, so it wasn't down to a technical problem, but the fact that he had that penalty through the course of the next few laps, the last laps of that race, and as a result, P8, not P1 in the end. Carl Clark, your winner, second win for the victory lane driver in front of his teammate Louis Comin, and Fred Green up into a P3 from Zaren and Van Pat Bosch. But well done to Carl Clark, and quite unfortunate turn of event for Freddie Lowe. It remains to be seen what was the reason behind the penalty given to Freddie Lowe. Something to do with the start, certainly. But Carl Clark was there to pick up the pieces and gets out with a second win. That puts him second overall on equal points with Romeo Roussel from the Tide Berkeley and Fred Green up into P4 in the overall classification. Here's your race classification in full. Carl Clark, Louis Comin, Fred Green, Zaren, Van Paardenbosch, Anthony Bogarts up into P6, having claimed 8 places. Andrew Carter, Freddie Lloyd and Sebastian Minz, as well as Christopher Fegali, running up the top 10 from Sven Svan, Devon Hagenen, Luc Agnew, Marlon Bayer and Travis Nugarade. 17 places gained for Devon Hagelen, can you believe, up to P12. And in the rest of the classification, we have Marius Barryberg, Van Leeuwen, Thomas Gomez, Meneses, and P20 for Cartomain. Here's a look back at the proceedings of that race.
A fabulous battle all the way through. Very unfortunate, but you can see it quite clearly on the highlights that Freddie Lloyd was fractionally in front of Fred Green and not parallel to him, which of course you need to do off the start, hence why the penalty was applied. Very unfortunate for Freddie Lloyd, and it definitely really gives him a headache. Look at this on the first couple of laps. We could see how tricky it was when the rain was coming down, everybody on slick tyres, but obviously the rain stopped on about lap 3 or 4, and then it dried out very quickly. So again, you've got to feel for the mechanics who sit to work on their kart to change everything for wets, and then all of a sudden, a lap and a half later, realizing, right, back to slicks we go again then. This is going to be one of those weeks, isn't it, where they're really going to be backs to the wall, and you've got to stay alert all the way through, because you're never quite sure from one race to the next what is going to be the correct tactic. So it will be very tricky, that is for sure, and it's going to be a quick start after this one. We're not going to have time, I don't think, for the interview. Look at that pirouette. That's what happened to the 84 of Joachim Askeland. He had somebody just basically rip across his front Nassau panel, and it tore the entire front end of the kart off its bracket. He was very lucky to be able to get through without an injury, to be perfectly blunt. But great racing from Cathal Clark to be able to position himself up in front of Fred Green and his teammate Louis Comin, which when Freddie Lloyd's penalty was applied, gave him the position to run at the front end of the field. Poor Joachim Askeland, very much, I think he's auditioning for the 4th edition of Bjorning, actually. That's a very tricky Scandinavian trilogy of Mad Max-style races. But it didn't quite work out. Anyway, into the next qualifying heat. David Cosma and Ty Buckley, Romeo Roussel and Sandro Perez from Tadam Kinard and Georges Nassar, Arthur de Donker and Rocco Coronel from Vassia Apostolidis and Sam Woolley, and then Maxime Blanchemin, Evan Johnston, Shun Sakaguchi, Florentin Hetema, Elio Gilter and Roberto Bass.
Then we have on row number 9, Alexis Genole and Nikolaos Kardianis, followed by Trudy Adams, Louis Castellini, Daniel Calayer, as well as Nico Entra Adepultra, then Emily Epi Machiuro, Philip Carras, Martin Foley Jr., Evan Orenstein, Martin Marquez, Oni Tusco, and Mathus Riba. As we're missing 2 drivers, not only Mathus Riba by the end of the grid, but also Roberto Bass from WGS Racing. So that means that we have 27 drivers onto the grid. The sun is back with us to warm up laps as we are still in wet race conditions, believe it or not. And this is why we are missing, unfortunately, the driver from AGS. Roberto Bass is stuck on the grid. Hopefully will be allowed in, as I think it will be the case, but at the back end of that starting grid, unfortunately, there is Roberto Bass. A little bit of a late start, but Mr. Ross Hampton, as according to the rules, can allow him to take part in this race if he can. And yes, he joins now the rest of the pack as David Cosma, Christopher, Tate Berkeley. This is the front row of your grid. Romeo Roussel, one of the leaders, the current leader of the class, on equal points with Cathal Clark. So there's a lot of stake for Romeo Roussel, who inherited his first win yesterday after the penalty given to Morgan Moore. But Romeo Roussel has all the chances in his hand to make it 2 victories out of 3 races and secure that leadership. As for now, still very early into the proceedings of that week of racing though, but each of the races count, and for those junior drivers, they have to go through 5 qualifying heats in total on the way to the super heat on Saturday morning.
Yeah, thanks to that penalty for Freddie Lloyd in the previous race, dropping him to 8th place. That means that Roussel and Clark are now matching for points at the top of the leaderboard, 4 points apiece. Roussel is only ahead of Clark based on his qualifying performance, but he needs to work his way past David Cosma and Ty Buckley in order to take the lead of this interim rankings outright at this stage of proceedings. After this race, of course, we have our lunch break proceeding, so it's important for the juniors to finish off in fine style. Look at the position of the Nassau panel on David Cosma's Fusion. That's quite low down, even for that curvature. So I don't know whether that's tactical or not, but even, you know, the curved nature of that Nassau, it's quite low. And I always thought it would be a little bit more raised than that. I think it's all right, though. It's perfectly legal. But it's just an interesting positioning of where the front Nassau is. I could be completely wrong, but certainly looked a little bit interesting from that angle. 7 laps of racing. We go racing straight away. Good start from Ty Buckley to run alongside David Cosma, but it's a perfect start for Romeo Roussel, and Roussel's going to go for a broke on Cosma already, trying to squeeze through on the inside. No, you don't, says David Cosma. I've worked hard to get into this position, and I'm not about to let it go now. So Romeo Roussel has got to wait for his opportunity. Through comes the Pantano of Taron Kinard, sorry, the Belgian driver, now running in 3rd position as the field works its way through at the hairpin. Is everybody going to keep it through? Yes, they do for the moment. So Taron Kinard is going to try and make his bid on Romeo Roussel. He's going to have a little bit of supporters up the inside, and Kinard runs onto the grass. That was forceful from the victory lane of Arthur de Donker, and there's problems going off earlier back. So who is that skating off the road? Now, he's done the right thing there, that particular driver.
That's 83.
It is the 83, the TB cart, I think that is. So that is the
Apostolidis, the young Greek driver, unfortunately.
Now, he's done exactly what the other drivers should have done, because they skirted off the road and carried on at the other side of the circuit, but Vasily Apostolidis turned the kart around, brought it back the right way, and as a result, he's not going to get a penalty as far as I'm aware for that. Taron Kinard is going to get squeezed out of the final turn there by Sandro Perez, and that's a retirement for one of the Falcons. That is the 95 gone, so that is Nico Hendra, the Malaysian driver, Nico Hendra, sadly retiring from this one, and that's a bit of disappointment for the Falcon team. So Nico Hendra retiring as up the inside, the 42, diving his way further forward. That's one of the Energy Course drivers. That is Philippe Carras, the Frenchman, who has Greek heritage as well. So they continue to charge forward. But up in front, it is David Cosma who leads the way. Romeo Roussel is behind his teammate Arthur de Donker, who has moved his way into 3rd position. That's great news for Clark, less good news for Romeo Roussel.
Arthur de Donker, that we have seen stepping on the podium in the IME Series Benelux earlier that season in Ostricourt. Now doing a good job at putting himself in front of his teammate, Romeo Roussel, sorry, from RR Racing. Closer looking liveries, but different teams. Now as Romeo Roussel is trying to shake up the order and give the chase to Arthur de Donker, who climbed 5 places up to 2nd as for now, so well done to him. Now he needs to secure that and keep on going on that pace to secure that result. But watch out for Romeo Roussel. He knows that the leadership overall is at stake, and if he stays where he is, he would lose that leadership to Carl Clark for 3 points. So he needs to wake up a little bit, so to speak, and try to get close to David Cosma Christopher, the Romanian driver, trying to pull away 0.3 of a second at the moment, still very much under threat. Look at Arthur de Donker. He's been able to get himself out of the way of Romeo Roussel, and he's the one chasing and attacking around the inside. There he goes into number 8. That's going to be a close call, but there's no way to go for Arthur de Donker. First warning, but the momentum is very much with him.
Yes, Romeo Roussel's got to be very careful here in 3rd position and quite patient. Not only has he got to stay with these two that are now starting to duel for the lead of the race, but also Sandro Perez, the Spanish driver, right in behind them as well for the MDC racing team. There's a good chance for him to squeak through and get into the top 3. He's got to be very present. RR Racing, of course, Romeo Roussel's team, it's effectively a privateer effort, isn't it? And they've created a team around him very much in the same way that Sam Balota has for this weekend as well. Here comes de Donker, the young man from the United Arab Emirates. But here comes Perez on the inside of Roussel. It's gone from bad to worse for Romeo Roussel as de Donker takes the lead. He manages to slice in on the Romanian David Cosma. So he gets through after de Donker now takes the lead of this qualifying heat. And there's Perez going for 2nd already on David Cosma. Squeezes into the curb and manages to get through into 2nd position. And now Roussel will try again on David Cosma. Cosma's got the momentum to help Sandro Perez get a little bit closer to Arthur de Donker with a little bit of assistance from Romeo Roussel in 4th. P5 is Rocco Coronel. He's going to be hoping these 4 continue to squabble because he might just get close to them.
Well done from Sandro Perez, indeed one of the fastest drivers at the wheel of his Birellat machine from MDC. He had started this season on the right foot with a podium result in the IMA Winter Cup. Sandro Perez, he went 2nd on soil and certainly willing to finish that season on another high. And that starts with now and picking up a good result here for Sandro Perez, back into contention. climbing 2 places, and is going for the lead on the inside even before the breaking point of turn number 3. Committed, yes he was, Sandro Perez, and now he takes the lead in beautiful fashion from Arthur de Donker, with David Cosma Christopher actually making his way through, so de Donker goes from first to third in the course of just 1 corner. But he still has a bit of time in his hands in this race. Sandro Perez under pressure, a little bit of an edge from David Cosma Christopher, trying to make his bit on the inside, not happening quite yet. He's himself under the pressure of both the Dunker and the Roussel, don't forget. 4 drivers were in the same picture as David Cosma, hassling at the moment. Sandro Perez not comfortable just for now, as a couple of laps remaining until the checkered flag. Who can take the advantage on the other one? At the moment, Sandro Perez is very much under threat, as Romeo Roussel dropped a little bit of momentum. He's going wide at the lead, I'm afraid. That's going to give plenty of chances for David Cosma.
It's all about momentum, this circuit. You get wide in that final bend and you're going to have real difficulty holding on to the lead on the way down. Cosma gesturing to Perez, come on, let's get away from the guys behind. But this is also the penultimate lap of the race. Sandro Perez will know that, so he doesn't want to take, he doesn't really want to take David Cosma's word for granted, because he'll know that the best opportunity Cosma will have, he'll get the opportunity to turn rogue on Sandro Perez. He doesn't really want to be goaded by his gestures, wants to just keep it together. So Perez in front of Cosma, pulls the kart a little bit tighter to the apex than usual. That's just enough to give David Cosma a reminder that he's going to hold the line and not really give him anything to concede. Roussel in 4th position behind the Donker. And then it's Ty Buckley. Ty Buckley has actually worked his way forward now in front of Rocco Coronel to get into P5. Behind them it's Woolley, Nassar, and then it is Hattemer in front of Adams, Carras, Genelet, Toisko, Tyron Kennard and Martin Marquez. So some really exciting battles as they continue on their way through. Completing the top 10 then the American driver Truly Adams, tucked up currently behind Florentin Hattemer, the Swiss driver. But here they go, Emma Johnston with a mechanical flag, and this is going to be really tricky as they come off the turn. Cosma doing his best to hold on in front of Sandro Perez to get through to the inside line. Perez defending valiantly, but the battle is raging and it's on now.
There we go, the long way around, trying to switch positions. Watch out as well for Arthur de Donker. He might want to profit of that situation. Can David Cosma shake up the order a little bit? Sandro Perez is holding to that position, shutting all the doors on the way to the double left-hander of 8 and 9. Perez still very much in the lead. De Donker side by side with David Cosma. But Cosma hold on to that 2nd place. That was a very close call. Sandro Perez going defensive, as you've seen, on the way to turn number 2, even way before the breaking point. So the mission is clear for him. Shut all the doors, clipping the curb. That should be enough for him.
Yes, Cosma had the chance on Perez, and Perez had to back out of it. Cosma gets a chance, they both squeeze wide. Roussel's going to get them all. Romeo Roussel snatches it from 4th position, gets the win away from them all. Brilliant from Roussel. Oh, masterful tactician. Romeo Roussel sits there in 4th position, allows it all to unfold. Cosma and Perez were too close to each other. Cosma had the chance on Perez. He heard the dive, but Perez had to back into him. That held them both up. The Donker had nowhere to go. They held it up. They ended up bulking each other in the final couple of corners, and Romeo Roussel was able to steal it right at the last. It looks as though Sam Woolley has had an incident on the final lap of the race, and Evan Johnston has parked the kart, as we obviously heard he had a mechanical flag. But a very amazing run on the last lap for Romeo Roussel to come through for his 2nd win of the week. A very important one as well. That really shows his form. The 3 guys in front, De Donker, Perez and Cosma, tripped over each other in the final lap. That was really storming performance from Romeo Roussel to steal the win away.
And he knows it, he's punching the air from a distance, but he knows how important that race and that result will be. He secures on equal points with Cathal Clark the leadership overall of the classification. But Romeo Roussel getting there, my man, with that last lap move into the last corner, pretty much just a few minutes from checkered flag, winning from Arthur de Donker, Sandro Perez and David Cosma. Pat Buckley P5 from George Nassar. Then we have Hattemer, Rocco Coronel, Truly Adams and Philippe Carache running up the top 10 with 14 places gained, followed by Alex Genolet, only 2 scoot. Then we have Marcus Kelleher, Eva Dorenstein P15, followed by Tyron Kina all the way down to P16 after a strong start of a race, unfortunately for him. Then we have Roberto Bass, who was able to get part into that race after a late start, followed by Karjanis, Maki Euro, Castellini, Eyo Gilter, Sekiguchi, Foley Jr., as well as Apotelidis and Johnson. couple of drivers missing out at the end of this race. Sam Hawley, Blanchemin and Endra, unfortunately, as he was able to wasn't able, shall I say, to see the end of that race. But what a win, and congratulations are in order, as well as celebration for Romeo Roussel. Second win in the qualifying heats in great fashion. Like Elke Kalteren in the senior class, another move into the last few corners of the last lap.
Was really nicely handled, very nicely handled. This was Vassia Apostolidis showing how it's done. If you get skated off at that particular corner, don't cut the course, turn around and come back the other way and then get back onto the course properly. That's how it's done. That's how you avoid the penalty. Annoying though that is for Vassia Apostolidis. He does come home in 24th, but at least he doesn't get a penalty for that. So very important to make that distinction. Look at this, even at this point, coming into the closing stages of the race. You know, Sandro Perez is getting his moves here on the inside of David Cosma. Just watch Romeo Roussel. He's just keeping himself in the hunt here. He's not really overexerting himself. He's just keeping in fourth place, watching these guys duel away, knowing that there's going to be a little bit of a contretemps later. Look at how tight this gets between the two cars. He dives at the inside, Perez. The Donker comes with him. They both drift wide. Boom. And there goes Roussel. Just dives through on the inside, takes it away from all three of them. The Donker is furious, but that's racing. And Roussel was absolutely on the ball.
Yeah, and it was on his right to go for the move as the others went sideways a little bit onto the curb. And after the Donker, furious, he can be indeed on himself, I'm sure, but a little bit on his rivals as well. But what a good piece of driving from Romeo Roussel that was waiting for the right moment. I'm sure he didn't expect certainly for the doors to open that much and that late certainly into the last lap, but he was there for the taking, and that's all that's been asked out of him. Romeo Roussel, a second win in the qualifying heat. He is your current leader at the end of this first part of the second day of racing, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have one last interview before we go for lunch break, and the rest of the schedule don't go anywhere because we have 12 more races this afternoon starting at 10 past 2 local time. As you can see, we'll be live as always 5 minutes before at 5 past 2 for the next proceedings. We're gonna have the seniors and the mini on track. The juniors will be back tomorrow for more entertaining action, as we'll have as well the masters on track for their first free practice sessions, the second free practice sessions after this last race, and some more this afternoon. Masters will be in racing mode tomorrow.
Yeah, really excited to see what happens with the X30 Masters tomorrow. They're going to be out on circuit for their free practice now. While we're doing that though, down on the stage, we will have a word with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, a very exciting race that was. I didn't expect to be talking to the man sitting next to me on this one, Romeo Roussel. Very exciting race. I thought you were going to finish fourth, and then you go and win the race. Congratulations.
Yes, I'm very happy, and yes, this race is hard. I don't, I very good slipstream, and yes, I stay fourth, and I hope the three guys on the front of me, it's crashed, and yes, he closed the door, and I can pass for finisher first. Yes, I'm very happy, and I stay like this. So good day.
Yeah, very good day indeed. This is now 2 wins for you and a fourth.
Yes.
This is looking like a good weekend. What are you hoping to achieve at the end of this weekend?
I hope win the race. But yes, I do the best, and thank you for my motorist engine and my team manager. So I'm very happy for today.
Well, perfect. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see what you can do at the rest of the week. So congratulations. Well done on that one.
Yes, thank you.
There are more races to go. Do not go anywhere. There is going to be a short lunch break. But before we do that, we'll head back up to the comment box. Boys, what is happening for the rest of the day?
Well, Anthony, we've got some very busy racing to come. We've still got all of the action for the remaining qualifying heats of the day from the X30 senior category. We've got a nice rotation of 4 heats from X30 seniors to come. And then, of course, after that, we will have the minis coming up for the second time today. Then following the minis, we'll obviously have more races from the seniors, and then we will finish out the day with them because we have more junior action to come tomorrow. So it's going to be a very exciting battle all the way through. Great battles still in the ranks here. The Miami Warriors final is well underway, and there are great battles across all 3 categories. Just a reminder to everybody that the drivers' parade for all of the competitors here, please report to Parc Fermé at 6:30. All of the competitors from all of the classes will receive a commemorative medal for doing so. So please ensure that you are standing by at Parc Fermé at 6:30 p.m. at the end of today's races. There's going to be some more great battles to come here in the IWF.
And just to make sure that the message is well received, a quick word in French as well. Chers amis pilotes, n'oubliez pas que ce soir à 18h30, on vous demande à toutes et tous de venir du côté du parc fermé pour la cérémonie, donc la parade des pilotes qui aura lieu donc sur le circuit à partir de 19h, mais 18h30 dans le parc fermé pour y recevoir bien, une jolie médaille commémorative de la part de l'organisation. Rendez-vous 18h30 au parc fermé pour recevoir votre médaille et à partir de 19h, bien, la parade des pilotes. Merci à toutes et tous. Thank you, Jake.
Merci beaucoup. So we're going to continue on our battle after our lunch break. When we kickstart again at 2:05, the racing will be as relentless and ruthless as ever. What a difference an hour makes. The rain has come down thick and fast here at Portimao in the middle of IAME Warriors Final 2023, and it is causing a real headache for the teams and drivers as they have had a race to change their setup from dry to wet with only a handful of seconds left before the gates shut. They have to make sure they do that each time, otherwise they will be left out of luck, which is exactly what befell Eduardo Villa earlier on in the day. The man who was meant to be on pole position missed the gate, and it shut on him. Fortunately, the rain has been pretty constant and consistent for the last 10 minutes. So for all of the drivers, there's absolutely no debate what tyres they should be on. It's wet tyres all the way. For those of you who are just rejoining us, or perhaps joining us for the first time over the course of this week, you are at the pinnacle of IAME X30 racing. There is no official World Championship for IAME X30, but if there was, this would be it. The IAME Warriors Final, bringing together the best drivers from around the globe, 41 nations, representing 5 continents, and they have been hand-selected through their national and regional competitions. The best competitors are given a ticket to race in this particular event, and the winner of this event can claim that they are the best IAME X30 racer in the world across the mini, junior, senior and master categories. It's only mini and senior for the rest of the day here. We've had our junior races this morning, and the X30 Masters will start their campaign tomorrow morning. But what a battle is set to occur out on the circuit here at Portimao in the very wet conditions now. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box. Anthony Jordan is on the IWF stage to grab the words with the drivers. And it's going to be a fascinating battle for this man, Danny Caronini, who's had a pretty tricky start to his title campaign, the campaign that he won, of course, in 2021 on his home circuit at Adria in Italy. His wet conditions are definitely going to give him another chance.
Yes, indeed, my dear Jake. Once again, welcome along, everybody, and good afternoon to everybody here tuning in on IAMEmotorsport.com, on social media all over the world. Welcome again for the IAME Warriors Final. Clément Outran, the young standard bearer for the VDK Racing team. He will be your man on pole position for the race coming up. The senior class is up next, D versus F, as we're going to have a string of races in that category before switching to the minis, then back to the seniors. The Masters have been on track as well for the free practice, and this morning we had the last few races for today of the junior class. I will see back tomorrow. Watch out for this young man, Eli Goldstein, winner of last year's IAME Euro Series, a 5-time winner of the IAME Series Benelux. He got pretty much all the titles that he needed over the course of his long career already. One is missing though. This is the Warriors Final. Can he pick it up this week in those treacherous conditions? Earlier we had the rain as well coming into play. Coming always uninvited with a lot of clouds above our heads, and Eli Goldstein, fortunately for him, made the wrong choice to go on wets while the track was drying out. It's always about a tricky bet to go for the mechanics and the drivers, and hopefully this young man on your picture as well, Dinu Stroicu from Romania, has made the right one. Everybody is on wet, so at this point it's not about gambling on tires. At some point, as we were just waiting to come on air, we're witnessing the struggle of the mechanics and the drivers, waiting to the last few minutes to make the change or not, and then the rain came along once again, everybody on wet, so no doubt about what strategy to go for. Jack Nettleship from Britain and driving from MDC Racing will be one of them from P5 on the grid on the inside line, and it's always a bit of a battle, isn't it? In the mind with a strategy, but against everybody as well, because even before making their way onto the track, you need to make sure to get on the pre-grid in time.
Well, absolutely. You have to make sure that everything is correct and above board. Louis Johnston-Cool for the premium karting team. He's had an amazing turn of fortunes from the start of the year to where he is now. Good to see that he is right in the mix, battling for race victories now. Louis Johnston-Cool, having been a midfielder and sometimes tail ender, he's kind of having the same sort of career path as Kalai Atkins, who went from the back of the grid to the front in just a handful of seasons. Louis Johnston-Cool basically going through the same experience with the premium karting team, and it's great to see the level of development. That's what we like in the world of motor racing at this level at karting. It's not just about what you win, it's about what you learn and how you can turn around a reasonable run of form into a sensational run of form in such a short time is always very impressive. Here we go, X30 Senior Qualifying Heat, D versus F. No debate as to what tyres the drivers need to be on. It's going to be wet all the way now, certainly for this particular qualifying heat. And now we can talk through the grid. Clement Utran and Danny Carinini. From Ellie Goldstein and Dino Storescu, Jack Nettleship and Louis Johnston-Cool, Diogo Castro and James Shotton from Aaron Garcia and Joao Diniz, then Angelo Melli and Leonardo Longoni, Lewis Bird and Luca Degrange, Kevin Lantinga, Colin Cronin, David Gonçalves and Francisco Macedo.
They're followed by Luca Federico Rodriguez, Diogo Pinto, as well as Enrico Oliveira, Matthias van der Kerkhove, Johan Aluja, as well as Rafael Rajani, Oren England, François-Xavier Venet, Francisca Queiroz, Aldo Cantrell, Austin Gale, Isabella Bass, Lars Venink, William Lando, and Oscar Cura. The grid is almost full as the drivers make their way onto the track for the 2 formation lap. 10 laps for the seniors, sorry. The juniors had 7 laps this morning and 6 only for the mini category. Down, of course, to the length of the track here in Portimao, one of the longest layouts that we have in karting, with over 1531 meters of length through 17 corners. 7 meters of difference between the lowest and highest points of this track. A very hilly layout, one of the most technical and certainly fast tracks that those drivers have been experiencing in their life. We had some of the drivers describing the tow, the slipstream that they're able to take into the starting straight as one of the longest and one of the strongest in their respective career. And it's fair to say that in that sector 1 of the track, look at the spray that is being spread out by the drivers. The track is very much wet. The rain keeps on pouring above our heads. That's going to be very, very treacherous conditions, and some of them struggling a bit for grip, going the long way around into the down of the track on the other side of our position. But this track of Portimao certainly has been full of surprises, and on that first sector, over 340 meters of length that those guys can attack and take the slipstream on one another. So it has been giving us some intense racing so far. If you're joining us for the first time, well, welcome along. You picked up your timing perfectly, because the conditions have been up and down, from wet to dry all throughout the course of the day. Second day of racing here in Portimao, with a beautiful background of the car track of the Algarve Motorsport Park that used to host the Portuguese Grand Prix a couple of years ago, as the host every year of many international car races.
And I tell you what, it looked beautiful before. It's certainly looking a little bit muggy now, because the weather conditions coming in from the hills has definitely deteriorated. So it's going to be interesting to see if Utran can beat Carinini through the first corner on the first lap. They're now starting to back up the pack. And this is a pretty textbook start. Watch for Goldstein, 3rd on the grid. This is the kind of conditions where he can turn his IWF week around and really start to get himself back into contention. And look, Goldstein's got his hand in the air to gesture to gesture to Clement Utran. He's gone a bit early there, and so they have gone for a false start, and they go around again. The rain is actually pretty heavy now here at Portimao, so with them all being on wet tyres, it's obviously the correct decision, but it's the heaviest certainly that it has been all day so far, so there is really no argument or debate about what compounder tyres these guys need to be on at this point in the weekend.
Let's not forget that Eli Goldstein is a man on a mission, because his previous race went from bad to even worse when he went for wet tires while the track was drying out. Most of the drivers, half of the field on that race, was caught up by surprise and forced to have the most horrible of time into that race. So he didn't make that mistake twice, obviously, but he needs the results. He needs to put up on a charge. And against the likes of Clement Utran and Danny Carinini, this won't be an easy task. Clement Utran lost a win on the edge to Elke Kalteren, the Dutchman, who went on sideways, taking the lead and the win into the last lap, into that corner that we're about to come to. Oh, and mechanical drama already for this is Nettleship from MDL by the look of it.
Yeah, that is very disastrous indeed for Jack Nettleship, who's supposed to be running at the sharp end of the field. He's on the MDL kart, which is the TB kart chassis, but devastating bad luck for Jack Nettleship. His race is already done. So he doesn't even get to start this one, and very bitter disappointment indeed for the British driver. He had mechanical problems for quite a while by the look of it, and then it finally conked out on the second formation lap. So we get to go racing this time by, hopefully. Utran from Carinini, Goldstein from Storescu, and off we go. Good start from Carinini. He's going to draw level and try and go the long way round on Utran. It's not going to happen. Goldstein's got a terrible start as off on the grass. Very nearly a couple of drivers cutting a cropper, and the 2 premium karts are coming forward. 2 karts have spun, 3 karts have gone onto the grass on the initial run down the straight, but it's the premium duo that are first and second. They've cut ahead of Utran and Carinini. So Karanini now trying to go the long way round. The premium guys go wide. Uhtran is in the mix there. Goldstein down in P5. So a very dramatic start then in the wet conditions. But Karanini is trying to carry the flow, and he's actually got himself back into the lead of the race round the outside.
Yeah, look at that. Danny Karanini was a little bit concerned about the evolution of the weather, and now he's just showing us that he likes those conditions. Up in the lead for the former winner of the IWF final in 2021, and on his way potentially to first victory. But he's going to have to work that one through. 10 laps to go through. That's going to be a long one for everybody here. But beautifully made by Danny Karanini, as Eli Goldstein struggling a little bit further back. I might have seen that Johnson Cole went through a bit of a trouble on the way to turn number 3 into the opening lap. We might need to see that again, but lap 1 completed, and Danny Karanini pulling away just a tiny bit already.
Well, Johnston Cool was able to recover quite fast and into 4th position, gets it wide round the outside of the final turn. At least comes through in P4 in front of, well, what's happened to Goldstein? He's now down behind Diniz and Garcia, actually. So he ran very wide out of the final turn and lost a couple of positions as a result of that. So Goldstein's actually really struggling in the wet conditions at the moment. It's not going his way at all. And so the TB kart driver is actually really struggling to hold the pace. He doesn't seem to have it in the dry or the wet at the moment. So they're going to have to work hard to get him back up to race-winning pace. Either that, or it's just a case of rhythm. Because at the moment, he's really struggling to get the kart turned in and dialed down. He's managed to get past Joao Diniz at least. So his next target is going to be Aaron Garcia. But he's actually dropped back again. So he's now down to 8th position as he comes through past our position. So problems then as he now drops behind Diniz and Melli. So big problems then for Eli Goldstein. It's not the easiest run for him to try and win his IWF title that has eluded him so many times. Of course, he is an FIA Motorsport Games gold medal winner. He won that last year at Paul Ricard. But it's going to be very tricky to hold on to this sort of pace if the early part of the wet running is to go by. Karanini running in front of Uhtran, and then the 2 teammates for premium, Starescu and Johnston Cool. They run very wide as they come up the final turn. That is pretty much the wet line here. Garcia in 5th position now. No, it was. Now it's the CRG of Joao Diniz. So Joao Diniz has got through into 5th position on the CRG. Then it is Aaron Garcia. Then Melli, Goldstein, Longoni, and Kevin Lantinga.
The top 10 at the moment, entering lap number 3 out of 10. Of course, lap times irrelevant at this point. It's about survival for the drivers of the senior class, as apart from the Nettle ship, we do have everybody on board still. Let's keep it that way. And as I said, the 322 unfortunately went sideways a little bit with the CRG machine. And this is Goncalves, the Portuguese from Dino Motorsport, I think, that went wide over there, but he was able to find himself back on track. Here's the battle of the 2 teammates between Johnson Cole and Dino Trostu. This is a battle for P3, obviously, and as while going around the inside, Denis Rochkou, beautifully made. Was he able to make that stick on his teammate? Yes, indeed. That'll be a close call, but Rochkou is ahead of Johnson Cole. And in the meantime, while they're battling, they're allowing Denis to get close. That's going to be an interesting toll, as that Karanini and Clément Autran, in the meantime, have really both pulled away from the rest of the pack. 3 seconds is the advantage of the Italian driver, and look at how Denis Rochkou is clipping the curb. So it's Johnson Cole still in the lead in front of Denis Rochkou, who went ahead for a tiny bit before having to back down and allowing Johnson Cole in front again into turn number 3. It's a very, very slippery, wet that track is. Clément Autran putting on the fastest lap in the race, trying to decrease the gap that came up to almost a second between himself and Karanini. Perfect start of a race for the Italian driver from Energy Corse, as Clément Autran is trying to survive himself as well, but he has a bit of a gap, 2.3 seconds, which is more than enough to feel comfortable in front of Johnson Cole, Denis Rochkou, Denis, Angelo Melli, Garcia, Roger Lantinga, and Luca Degrange. The top 10 unchanged at the moment, with, of course, Luca Degrange doing a good job, climbing 3 places, 6 places gained for Kevin Lantinga up into P9. We're here back with Danny Karanini, our leader. Did Karanini, of course, win an on-home soul in Adria 2 years ago of that very competition. And one of the names always to keep an eye on whatever happens for Danny Karanini, who last year took a podium in the IMA Winter Cup. Look at how close Clément Autran just got back on Karanini, clipping the curb into turn number 17. That's going to be an interesting one, as we are halfway through that race. Lap number 5 out of 10. And now he had almost a second on Clément Autran, and Danny Karanini just lost a pile of tenths of a second. Fastest lap in the race for Clément Autran. in 1:14.9. This is half of a second indeed faster than Carinini. Maybe could have been a slight mistake from Carinini, and then he takes the lead. So struggle definitely for Danny Carinini. Clément Autran was slightly in the lead for just a few meters, but the exit was better for Carinini, who takes it back.
This all comes down to feel. It all comes down to the natural poise of a driver in these conditions. You have to change the racing line completely. Where you would normally go out wide and turn in tight for the corner, you now have to turn in tight and hug the curbs as you try and coax the kart through the turns. Up the inside, Autran gets another shot on the inside of Carinini, and that hesitation from the energy course is enough to put the VDK driver in front. So Clément Autran has been able to hoodwink Danny Carinini through that tight right apex and gets the position, and it looks to me as though Dino Stroescu just pulled off a similar move on Joao Diniz further back. So nicely done from Clément Autran to get into the lead, and Carinini almost tripping off the road in the penultimate turn. Every single corner is guesswork now, because when the racetrack gets wetter, the line changes dramatically. So Autran has got Carinini chasing him down. Carinini's got better drive off the final turn though. This is going to be about who has the better grip through the next couple of corners. Autran's going to go out wide. Carinini will commit to the inside. Can't get the move on the inside line. So now Carinini has to come back at him. But even though he looks like he's a fair way behind him, this is all down to rhythm. It's all going to come down to natural flow. And Carinini still has plenty of that. Autran holding the lead for the moment for now.
And you can see different lines depending on the corner, as you said, in turn number 3, for instance, and on the outside next, in turn number 4, Clément was quite aggressive on the curve, while Danny Carinini was going slightly around as well, just to get better momentum out of the exits. Different strategies at play, as we hear with the premium karting drivers, Justin Cole and Dino Stroescu, 3rd and 4th respectively, under the pressure of Joao Diniz, one of the local heroes from Portugal, climbing 5 places up within the top 5, and he once more on a little bit of a mistake by the look of it from Stroescu, and that could go the way of Diniz indeed. Coming close under the close watch as well from Angelo Melli with the EGP colors, same team as Ian Aikmans. He's very close now, and another mistake, sliding across the curve, unfortunately, and dropping a place. Dino Stroescu, unfortunately, side by side on the way to the number 1. Stroescu on the exit, unfortunately, and Joao Diniz, can he make it stick on the way to the breaking point? Watch out, not quite yet. The slipstream might have helped a little bit Johnson Cole, even though those conditions, it's relative to say.
I tell you what, in these conditions, that's brave, because the two of them absolutely giving each other the room to go racing wheel to wheel. Flat out through turn 1 in the wet conditions, when even the wet tyres don't give you that much grip. Absolutely fantastic from both drivers. Very sporting and very competitive indeed from both men. Stroescu and Diniz challenging each other for 4th position in this one. Behind them is Angelo Melli in 6th position, just trying to hold in front of the Birolot of Aaron Garcia. Eli Goldstein finds himself down in 9th place behind Kevin Lantinga. What is happening at TB Kart for Eli Goldstein? It's just not turning out to be the week he wanted at all. Autran, 1.1 clear of Danny Carinini though, and this really helps him out in terms of his form book, because he's looking at having 9 points staying as his tally at the end of this race. You don't want to add too many points to your tally over the course of a week, because it's like a reverse golf scorecard, essentially. The fewest points is the one that emerges as the top driver at the end of the qualifying heats procedure, at least. A bit of a trip wide again from Stroescu. This time Joao Diniz not close enough to capitalise. You can see the spots of rain falling on the camera lens at various points on the course to show you just how intense the weather has become. But certainly Johnston Cool 3rd, Stroescu 4th, Diniz 5th, Melo in 6th place, then Garcia, Lantinga, Goldstein, Desgrange, Pinto, Bird, Longoni, Schotten and Colin Cronin, who is having a much better race this time, being able to face in the right direction. And let's see if Angelo Melli can get this run on Aaron Garcia. He's certainly got the confidence. Has he got the turn in? No, he hasn't. He hasn't quite been able to get the traction and the power down to be able to move his way past Aaron Garcia. But the battle between the Spaniard and the Belgian is already palpable.
Yeah, turn number 5, you could see that those drivers going the long way around in search of grip. And look at him going onto the curb, climbing it into turn number 8 out of 9. Different lines, trying to get it across. But unfortunately, actually the other way around for Angelo Melli, who was losing momentum. As further up, we have Stroescu and Joao Diniz still battling along for P4. 2 battles pretty much in the same picture. Angelo Melli in yellow. And we have Aaron Garcia once again, another attack, a warning sent by Angelo Melli to Joao Diniz. Sorry, to Aaron Garcia with Birolot machine. On the inside goes Angelo Melli, not quite able to make it sit just yet. Watch out for the slipstream. Those two are going to try to attack certainly on that first sector, but Angelo Melli too far back, I'm afraid, to surprise his opponent on the way to turn number 3. And same goes for John Dennis on Dinush Roscoe. So it stays as it is. This is lap number 9. As Meli, maybe a slight mistake from Angelo Meli, who was caught on the outside, not taking really the curb, but putting 2 wheels on the dirty side of the track. And yes, he lost momentum as a result, unfortunately for the Belgian driver. As Antinga, Goldstein and Lucas Degrange are still very much into that top 10. Way back, we have as well the recoveries from Oran England, 10 places up to P15, 12 places gained for Lars Vennik up into P19 it is. So some of those drivers putting on the performance in those very difficult conditions, as you might imagine. And it goes the way of Clément Autran, of which we've seen not a lot of TV time, obviously, for Clément Autran. 1.7 seconds in the lead on Danny Caronini. Once he got past ahead of the Italian, there was no stopping the VDK driver, who was left out on his own, leaving the others battling along for the last few crops of the cake.
Well, from a driver's perspective, that's almost what you want, a nice quiet week at the office. And Autran has just put in a few points here, a few points there, and coming through for a win at this point is actually really critical to his IWF build-up. The rain is relentless here at Portimao. It just will not stop. And this is certainly the wettest it's been at any point over the course of the week so far. Very tricky for the drivers out there, but for any of those that are on the back foot, needing to make some progress and are very good in the wet, this is rub your hands together with glee time. But out in front, Clément Autran, 1.4 clear of the former winner of this event, Danny Caronini, looking very strong indeed. The VDK driver finally in his element and able to put on a bit of a show where he can be confident about his current pace. It's been a long time coming actually for Clément Autran. He's had his opportunities snatched away from him many times over. And let's not forget that he has obviously had a heat win already so far this week. So to get another one on the board at this critical stage of the event is quite an important one to do. And it certainly gives him a really good chance to cement his position towards the sharp end. He comes off the final couple of corners and out onto the main straight again. And Clément Autran will see the checkered flag, and that is a big relief for the young Frenchman. Clément Autran definitely putting himself into a great position here with 9 points accumulated. He is 4th in the rankings now, behind Ian Eichmann's on 3 and Gus Lawrence on Sam Shaw on 7. So very good work indeed from the Frenchman Clément Autran, who probably wasn't thinking, I'm a favourite coming into this one, but he's certainly looking like a favourite now.
And that's his first win of the weekend. Clément Autran was been in that position earlier into the IMA Euro Series season, picking up super heat wins and qualifying heat wins as well in Franciacorta in round 3 of that competition, as well as in other occasions. So at the final round of Genk as well. So Clément Autran has been really progressing to the ranks of IMA X30 senior category with VDK Racing, and once again taking his first victory here at the IWF. He will be certainly one of the names to keep an eye on in the battle for supremacy, and puts himself 4th overall. At this point, as we said many times, those conditions is pretty much wide open in terms of chances. It's about survival every step of the way, and a strong starting position will be, of course, a help for any of those drivers, but at some point, considering that those conditions stay as they are, it will be about the driver's skills to be able to make a difference. Clément Autran picking up his first win of the week from Danny Caronini, Richardson Cole, Dinush Roscoe, Joe Dennis, Aaron Garcia, Angelo Meli, Kevin Lantinga, Eli Goldstein, and Diogo Pinto running up the top 10, followed by Lucas Degrange. And we have Langoni, England, Lewis Bird, Colin Cronin, P15, followed by James Shorten, Austin Gale, Lars Venink, Friedrich Cottrell, René Van der Kerkhove, P22nd, and the rest of the classification. Here's a quick look back at this race. Not easiest for those drivers.
Certainly wasn't, but there were a definite handful of drivers that were able to maximise the opportunity given to them in this one. Certainly Diogo Pinto came up 10 places, or in England, the Irishman came up 12, as did the tyre driver Austin Gale. And I noticed as well that the Dutchman Lars Vennik managed to work his way up 13 places in the Falcon, from 31st on the grid to 18th. So a very good run indeed. And that's what you have to do in these situations, as we watch that beautiful move on the first lap from Danny Caronini to work his way back into the lead initially. But you have to use these opportunities. You have to take advantage of them. And there is the 322 of David Gonçalves, the Dino Motorsport driver on his CRG, managing to get back onto the circuit again. This move from Autran, though, full commitment. Caronini had to get on the brake pedal to stop a collision, and that was enough to make the overtake happen. Sometimes you just got to make those opportunities come your way. You've got to make those big moves, And Uhtred showcasing great skill and dexterity there. 2.2 ahead of Danny Carinini at the flag. And that's a big feather in the cap for the Frenchman under the circumstances. He'll be very happy indeed with hoodwinking Carinini. So it's going to be a Cosmic and a Red Speed on the front row of the starting grid for qualifying heat C versus G. Francois Delatti and Julien Kamen, who've had a very strong performance so far this week. Alessandro Tedesco and Marcus Dizio are going to be in the second row. Then Malo Bollier and Caden McQueen, who pulled off that magic victory earlier on this morning, being the fastest driver on the slick tyres to fight his way through on a drying track. Unfortunately, no sign of slick tyres now because the rain has been relentless ever since about 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the start of the first heat of the afternoon session, and it's still raining hard and it's still coming down thick and fast. So I think there's absolutely no debate now about what tyres everybody should be on. It's wet tyres all the way, certainly for the moment, and definitely gives us a little bit of an interesting discussion as to how the day is going to go. Look at the weather here. I mean, Portimao is a fabulous circuit at the best of times, but in the wet, it's just dismal to be out there in it.
And don't forget that one of the reasons why we decided to come here with Ayame at this time of the year, but in this part of the world, was for the lovely weather in South Portugal. But as always in Portimao, this has been proven to be sometimes a little bit wrong over the years, and we came here as well for other events in the past, including the iGames by RGMMC, and in those occasions, the weather has been playing with the nerves of everybody here, especially the drivers and the mechanics. And look at how strong the rain has been picking up for the last few minutes. Umbrellas are very much needed for the officials, and I do think that in those conditions, it's not impossible that we're going to have a slight delay into the proceedings. It remains to be seen, but those conditions really the worst that we've had so far. And again, hats off to our Orange Army, all the marshals and the people on track out there, braving the elements and making sure that we can go out racing.
Well, there's a limit to how far you can push this, isn't there? So I'm not sure we're at that limit yet, but we're not a million miles away from it. Let's put it that way. Francois Delatti, the Frenchman, and the Dutchman, Julien Kamen, will be the two drivers who line up on the front row of the starting grid. They'll be in full wetsuits. They'll be in full wet visor mode. No tinted visors in these conditions. And obviously, the wet tyres will be on the kart as well. So they've got to make sure that they handle the situation as best as possible. 34 drivers taken to the circuit in very wet conditions indeed. The wettest race of the week, that is for sure. Francois Delatti and Julien Kamen are going to be on the front row of the grid for this one. Then Alessandro Tedesco and Marcus Dizio, Malo Bollier and Caden McQueen from Finn McLaughlin and Andrea Piravano. Then Diego Balassi and Marcus Glub, Maxime Joly and Alex Moore, Christian Vagani and Hugo Heroin, Eloy Gonzalez, Ronan Hennessy, Connor Jupp and Connor Grant.
On row number 10, Kiolay and Jules Vanille, followed by Lindsay Ham and Charles Lambert, Mark Granada and Gilles Renmans, Finn Lacey and James Wood on row number 13, followed by Koray Yoshida, Sam van der Reyden, Peter Stiller, Etu Ala Hulpi, as well as Thomas Teixeira, Felipe Rodriguez, Ruben Barn, and Thomas Gondal Illis. 34 drivers on the grid and on track as well. We do have everybody on board, and good luck to everybody, because it's not motor racing anymore. It's just to cruise through the elements for each of those drivers, but this time around they have the good tires on, so no trouble whatsoever. That's in theory, because looking for grip in those conditions is certainly the trickiest of all tricks in the motorsport books. And considering that this is a very up and down hilly sort of layout, so it's not impossible as well that in some parts of the track the water is actually standing out a bit longer in time and takes more time to dry out than other parts of the track. At this point in time, there's certainly no sign or even the first chance of drying out or improvement of the weather. This is very, very cloudy, very much a little bit dusty around as well, with a little bit, as you can see, a lot of spray coming from the tires of those drivers. So visibility will be crucial.
We've had two karts come off on the formation lap. So that's right
starting.
It is starting, and this is certainly the biggest bow waves I've ever seen. It's not just the fact that it's raining either. That's not the real problem. It's also that the wind has picked up big style as well. It's the wind that's blowing the rain across the circuit, and you can actually see it there on the stream. I've never really seen the representation of the bow waves actually blowing across the circuit, but the water that comes out behind the drivers is properly blowing in the breeze, and that's a really treacherous situation. It's Connor Grant and Peter Stiller that have gone off on the formation lap. They've managed to get going again, and now they are trying to slow the field down under yellow flag conditions here. A couple of drivers really struggling to get their carts slowed down and out of position again. This is very tricky stuff. It's the wettest race of the weekend. I feel for the mechanics actually as well, because they came here in shorts and t-shirts hoping for a very warm day, and they're not getting one at this particular point in the day. So very tricky stuff, as Diego Balassi has managed to get himself back into his original position, having been quite significantly ahead of where he's supposed to be to that point. As long as you're in position by the time you get through the red line, it doesn't matter. Off the final turn, are we going racing? Yes, we are, and off to the first turn we go. Good start from Delati, even going further wide. An opportunity for Julian Carmen. Tedesca trying to break through on the first turn as well. No major catastrophes, but on the curbs, Carmen very nearly loses out to Tedesca. Tedesca tries again to the inside line, and he actually gets there past Julian Carmen, but Carmen goes for second and tries to go for the lead in the same breath. So Julian Carmen almost gets through, bit of an issue further back, as the 272, I think that is, dropping all the way back down the order. The 289's gone for a spin further back. That is one of the CRGs of the privateer Linsen Hahn. And there's problems elsewhere. That's a Falcon and the 320 as well.
These are the ones, actually. 3 drivers that we lost at the back end of the grid just before turn number 2, as you can see.
Big incident.
And 2 front fairing going loose as well. They've been picked up, you can see, by the marshals already.
Well, that's Thomas Grundal-Ilis and Kodai Yoshida. So the 2 teammates have both gone there, unfortunately, with the front fairings missing. So big difficulties there. But the race leader is still Francois Delati. Julian Carmen, who was in second position briefly, is now back down to 4th again. So Carmen is now just following to try and get himself back into a race-winning position. Delati in second place, and there are the 2 drivers. Teammates, obviously, in the Falcon fold, not exactly where they wanted to be at the end of this first lap at all, as everybody just skates their way through. This isn't karting anymore, it's powerboat racing.
There we go, into lap number 2. Maxime Gelet, watch out as well, trying to make his way around. Mario Boyer and Alex Moore as well in the middle of the pack. Delati, 3/10 of a second for Marcus Luzer, who is loving these conditions as well. And one who loves them is Colin McQueen. We've seen him going through those half and half conditions earlier to pick up a win in the last lap, even the last corner. Can he make it stick, and can he do that again in those very wet conditions? It remains to be seen, as Maxime Gelet was a little bit large into turn number 5, trying to find a grip left if there is any. But it's going to be a long road. Delati, Lucio, Julian Carmen clipping the curb. There's a lot of standing water into turn number 8, the first of the 2 left-handers that happened. You mean, I've seen this, pretty much water all over the place, but especially into that curb. So watch out where you put your wheels, as we might see a move around the outside by the look of it. It's quite even difficult for us to pick up who's who in that spray of water. But one thing is for sure, is François Delati has been able to extend his gap in sector number 2.
Oh, some damage to the barrier there by the look of it. So yes, one of the marshals having to reset that.
He was outside of the turn number 3, as where the drivers will make their way in just a minute.
Look at the variety of racing lines drivers are taking as well. The inside line is not necessarily proved to be the fastest method of going through. The spray coming off at turn 1 is gargantuan at this point. Trying to pick your way through, this is the toughest of conditions that any of the drivers will face. And it's pretty tricky that the seniors are the ones that have to face it. The top drivers, you might argue, certainly at the pinnacle of their powers at the moment. Tedesca trying to get back on terms with Carmen. Finn McLaughlin, though, having worked his way in a 3rd position, wants to keep that going. There's a spinner. It's the 262 this time that's gone around. So that is the karting pro of Diego Balassi, having more problems, having initially been towards the top 10, spinning away, and now spinning again.
Yeah, difficult conditions. The most difficult so far. It's about survival. As Delati, 7/10 of a second now on Marcus Luzer. Around the inside goes the 245. Oh, contact! Unfortunately, with the 242 by the look of it further back. This is Colin McQueen. I was trying to make his bet on Alessandro Tedesca for P5, but didn't go according to plan. We're here with the 227. Tedesca, again, the same. Who was still ahead of the British driver, not for long. Colin McQueen committing to the move on the inside. Beautifully made by Colin McQueen, as we said. Fear for the British driver in those conditions, as he's making his way up into the field. He's now P5. Still has a bit of time to try to catch up with the rest. Julian Carmen is up into P4, is his next target. But at the same time, you can see that Tedesca is willing to stay certainly within his shadow.
Yeah, this is not Caden McQueen's first rodeo. He absolutely knows how to deal with the situation in front of him in these wet conditions. He has an opportunity here to dive in on the top 4. The top 4 are actually tightening up. Delati, Lucio, McLaughlin, Carmen. They're only about a second between them, and a big dive on the inside there from Connor Jupp as he works his way up at the inside of Pirovano. Remember how he stormed everybody in the I Games a couple of seasons ago when we came to Portimao, and he completely unexpectedly charged through and came up with the goods to win the final in the senior category. So Connor Jupp, definitely a bit of an underdog for this one, but the only reason I say that is because of his lack of track time this year. He hasn't done a lot of races, but he loves to do the racing here at the end of the season. He loves to get involved in the World Finals if he can, as Peter Stiller has come off the road as well, I'm told. So Peter Stiller in the Pantano is now also out of the race.
You know, another driver in this field who didn't have a lot of track time before coming to Portimao is Marcus Luzio, who's P2 at the moment, but hasn't raced in Franciacorta back in July.
Are we about to see what happened? Well, there is a spin. It's the one that we already saw, actually, the 262 of Diego Balassi going around. Haven't seen what happened to Peter Stiller, but he's certainly not circulating around anymore, or at least he wasn't. That's Caden McQueen through again, this time past Julian Carmen. That puts him up into 4th position on the fastest lap of the race. Look how slow the circuit is in these conditions. 1 minute 14.6. That's compared to the lap times that we had from them earlier on of about a 58 or so, 59 second lap. So that really shows you just how much water there is on the track and how slow the circuit has become as a result of the standing water on track. McQueen is absolutely charging now after Finn McLaughlin, and he's got plenty of time. That's the thing, because the lap time is slower. You know, it's lap 5 out of 10. Normally we'd be on about lap 8 at this point. But because the lap is so slow in the wet conditions, you've got a little bit more time to be creative. You've got a little bit more time to play with almost. You still haven't completed as many laps, but it takes longer to negotiate, so you've got a little bit more thinking time here as well.
And as we're about to enter the second part of that race, Marco Luzio has been picking up the pace over the past 2 laps, and now the gap that we had over for more than 7/10 of a second just went down to half of that, half of a second, maybe even less now, because Luzio is very much on a charge. Confirmation with more than 2/10 of a second between Delati and Luzio. Watch out for Phil McLaughlin as well, under the pressure of Conrad McQueen. The Irish against the Britain. And on the way to turn number 3, these are the 2 leaders. Francis Delati trying to survive. McLaughlin with the VDK machine still into P3. Conrad McQueen, Julian Carmen, Tudiska, Mario Boye still down in P7 with 2 wins already. All crossing the line. Beautifully made. Conrad McQueen and Phil McLaughlin into the karting ballet, into those very wet conditions. And this will be game over, unfortunately, for the 267 in the meantime. And that is actually Charles Lambert from the Quebec competition, the official team in France for the Alonso kart chassis. But unfortunately for him, his race is coming to a close.
Disappointing for Charles Lambert. I'm loving the sort of the play-by-play between McQueen and McLaughlin. McQueen having got his way to 4th position and then thinking, right, well, I need to carve my way through the top 3. Finn McLaughlin is the first one who's put up a decent bit of resistance to Caden McQueen now. It's like, really? You think you can get me that easily? No chance. Try again. Come up with something better than that. And now Francois Delati and Marcus Lizio again trying very different racing lines. Delati just a little bit more cautious and conservative perhaps than Marcus Lizio, who's throwing a little bit more caution to the winds. Here comes McQueen again trying on McLaughlin, thinks better of it. 4 laps to go, still a lot of headway that can be made in this one. All it takes is for the 2 guys in front to have a big issue, and then suddenly you're battling not for 3rd but for 1st. McQueen late on the radius, but he can't get by. McLaughlin is no fool. He's not going to be caught out by that one. And again, McQueen tries on McLaughlin. Now he gets the move on the inside line, but again, he overshoots, and that's enough for Finn McLaughlin, who wasn't born yesterday, to get the position back again. Lovely dueling between the 2 men.
Yeah, that was a smart play from Phil McLaughlin, of course. It was last year, stepped into P2 of the IWF in Le Mans already, so he has experience of that a race of that magnitude. He was able to protect himself from Conrad McQueen on that one. McQueen is going to try again. Certainly he's seen that it's possible unless he's able to get the braking point a little bit tighter on that one, but as he just missed that opportunity, this is Julian Kamen coming back on his rear bumper. But for Theo McLaughlin, has been one of the contenders in those IMX30 classes for quite a few seasons now, doing wonders on the international level. And as I said that, unfortunately doing a mistake and leaving Conrad McQueen up into P5, P3 that is now. And he actually got the position back. Wow, so the battle continues between Conrad McQueen and Phil McLaughlin. Went wide into turn number 16, 17, but was able, thanks to the slipstream, to get himself ahead once again of Conrad McQueen. That could go to work Julian Kamen. Julian Kamen needs to be entirely focused on the task at hand.
Oh.
Here's another try on the inside for Caden McQueen. This time around, could he make it stick? Yes, I think he can.
Oh,
And
yes, he
out of
can.
position.
I tell you what, Caden McQueen was really trying to force the issue there, but he gets on the curve, and that's enough for Finn McLaughlin to come back, and he won't be the only one. Julian Carmen trying to get there on Caden McQueen as well. Big slap of the tyres there from Finn McLaughlin. He did a proper power slide. That was in full Richard Burns mode from Finn McLaughlin, and somehow he kept it pointing in the straight line, and Caden McQueen was not quite able to get through in a third position. This is definitely the wettest conditions that I've ever seen at Portimao, but then of course I wasn't able to be here for the World Championships a few years ago. And Guillaume, you know firsthand just how tricky this circuit can get in the torrential conditions.
And it was very much torrential back in the day. And it had been so all throughout the week that we were here for the first time with those classes.
I think we're pretty much there again now,
Yeah.
aren't we? 2 to go, and this is looking pretty much like a repeat.
Yeah, definitely so. And I'm missing my swimsuit actually that I had back in the day. I might need that again. And as we say that, believe it or not, but it seems to me that the rain, well, was slightly dropping a minute ago, and the sun seems to be getting out of the clouds once again. And Caden McQueen, as I said, that is making his commitment on the inside, going through Phil McLaughlin for P3 once again. He won't have that many chances to fight back. Phil McLaughlin, this is the penultimate lap out of 10. And those conditions, he's going to have to really stick himself just behind.
Let's have a look again at that slide from McLaughlin. Ready?
Yep.
Wow! How did he save that? It's genuinely dancing on the limit. And Finn McLaughlin was able to catch that very nicely.
I would like to see that on social media with a nice tune behind. So here's
yes.
the word.
I think I know exactly which tune it would be. Doesn't it come from Fast and the Furious 3 Tokyo Drift? I'm fairly sure that's where it comes from. But fabulous stuff as Caden McQueen suddenly finds himself now trying to charge after Marcus Litzio. He spent so long dueling with Finn McLaughlin that he's lost a lot of time in trying to get back on terms with Marcus Litzio. He's got half a second to make up with just over a lap to go. But it took him rather a long time to get past Finn McLaughlin, certainly longer than he was hoping to anyway, as they go into the final lap. Yeah, the swimsuit is looking pretty desirable at the moment. I was in the swimming pool last night, though, thanks to the guys at Fusion Motorsport. I didn't need any swimsuit there. I don't see why you don't either. Up to the hairpin again at turn 3. Here's Caden McQueen having his run on Litzio. You've got to be a brave man to commit to that. And Litzio suddenly realizes, that's Caden. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, he was actually feeling quite good on his own for the entire race, but look who's coming back on the inside. Wow, what a move that was. Yeah, it was quite easy by the look of it. And Phil McLaughlin is taking as well the position on the inside. Well, was he caught by surprise, or maybe did he lose a bit of momentum over there, because it was quite an easy move by the look of it for Caden McQueen, or maybe is it a strategy to try to fight back in the last corner?
I think it was both. I think he was both caught out, and he was also losing momentum. So a bit of an issue there for Litzio as he suddenly drops to 4th position behind McQueen and McLaughlin. So Caden McQueen backing up his victory from earlier with another 2nd place finish now. But Francois Delatti is going to finally get the victory that he's been searching for all week. He's had his moments, he's come close, but he's not quite been able to pull it off up to this point, I don't think. So Francois Delatti will finally come through, and from pole position he does get his first win of the week. That's a relief as far as the CG Racing driver is concerned. He finally manages to pull off the result he's been looking for all week in front of Caden McQueen and Finn McLaughlin. That battle between the two of them, the Brit and the Irishman, was absolutely stellar, and great to see how they played out for the victory. But for Francois Delatti, that is a crucial victory at this stage of the week, not just because of how long there is to go, but also in terms of his confidence. That really picks things up.
And as the weather improves and the sun is back, maybe Possibility just picked up the most difficult of all wins so far, and certainly this result will play a difference in the scheme of things. At the moment, Ian Hickman is still very much your leader in the classification, but thanks to their respective results, well, we have Garagpi and Bishop up into P7 and P8, Lawrence second, Sam Shaw in P3. So for Delatti picking up his first win of the week, but Caden McQueen, first win and a 2nd place for the British driver. Watch out for him, as once again he's proving that his conditions are up to his liking, and 4 places gained as for Phil McLaughlin, 2nd and 3rd respectively. 4th place for Marcus Luzio from Malo Boyer, followed in 6th place by Julian Kamen from Alessandro Tedesca. Then we have Piero Vano, Conor Jupp, Alex Moore, Marcus Glum, Lei Kyo in P12, Maxime Gillet P13 from Christian Vergani, and then we have in P15 Raul Gonzalez.
Mark Granada in 16th position in front of Conor Grant and Ronan Hennessy. Then Finn Leslie in front of Jules Van Hool, Itu Alculpi and Gilles Renman. Ruben Byrne ahead of Hugo Hieroin. Diego Palassi, despite having all sorts of problems, managing to bring the card home. Look at the restart. Look at the start again, just how tricky it is in the wet conditions. How close did so many drivers in that top 5 come to being spat out of the race? We did have problems, however, for the 2 Falcon drivers, Kodai Yoshida and Thomas Grandal-Elise. They ended up retiring from the race. There were problems galore, as you can see, drivers spinning and pirouetting around. That was a big one for the 262 going around, unfortunately. That was Diego Palassi dropping a lot of places. I noticed that one of the timing tripods on the main straight actually blew over during that race. I don't think it was hit off, but it was certainly blown over by the wind. So not the easiest situation for not just the drivers and teams out there, but also for the organisers. When you've got the timing beacon blown over, that doesn't exactly help matters. But great to watch this battle. This was ongoing between McQueen and McLaughlin. They really gave us some stellar battles there. Every time McQueen got the move on McLaughlin, he had an answer for him. Every time McLaughlin got the move on McQueen, he had an answer for him. So it was fabulous to watch. This was the one that finally put it to bed. McLaughlin just drifting the slightest bit wide of the hairpin, and that was enough for Caden McQueen to say, right, you've had your fun, I'm coming through.
And so he did. And look at that move with spinning around on the way to turn number 8.
That's so cool.
That's the driving skills that we expect in those conditions. And the ballet kept on going. Caden McQueen taking on the inside of turn number 4. Another move for the one who would finish in the end up into P2. At some point, Marcus Lucio, we thought that, and certainly he thought too, that he would finish this race in a solitary P2. But Caden McQueen and Phil McLaughlin just caught him up in the last lap. Got him by surprise, certainly, on the outside of turn number 7. And that was it. After that, Lucio having to make do with 4th place.
Right, there's a sight that will give Eduardo Vila plenty of comfort when he watches it back. This time he has been able to get through the gate. He has been able to put his kart into pole position. And guess what? He's alongside Ian Eichmans on the front row of the grid. Get ready for some fireworks. 2 of the best drivers in this field. Vila versus Eichmans, and 2 of the best teams in this grid as well, of course. TB Kart, the Italian squad, and Eichmans Grand Prix Racing, the Belgian team. And they get to battle away together. This is going to be so exciting. And I love the way that this X30 dynamic has really built now. It used to be just 1 or 2 teams that were going up against each other across the categories. You would have, essentially, you would have the old days of sort of Fusion versus Strawberry Racing with a few other teams getting a look in. Now you've got so many teams that have got a chance at this. You've got the VDK boys, you've got the TB Kart boys, you've got the Eichmans Grand Prix team guys, you've got the Crop Promotion drivers in there, you've got the Victory Lane drivers in there. So many teams can now go for broke and go for the big guns. And then you've got this handful of privateers that still have the ability to mix it with the strong teams with many of competitors in their awning. It's a wonderful dynamic that has continuously built in IAME Euro Series and IAME World Finals through the years.
And we can add to the list the Team RSD from Belgium, as well as one of the new additions with Pantano Racing Team.
Absolutely.
New team, new chassis. Giorgio Pantano, of course, the one and only, who's with us this weekend at the helm of this new team, competing in this class and in many others on the international scene. And it's refreshing, as you said, to see all those new names and colors fighting at the front, but also new actors coming in.
Yeah, the Pantano Racing Team story is one of my favourite over the last 5 years, considering that originally Giorgio Pantano started in collaboration with Kart Republic to brand their own chassis. That didn't work out, so he went back to the drawing board and said, right, well, I can make my own chassis. I know what I'm doing. I've won countless titles as a competitor and a driver myself. I can do this and turn this around, and that's exactly what he's been able to do. They made their debut in the World Championships last year and finished in the top 6 on debut, and they are now just a stone's throw away from winning their first major title. They almost won the Euro Series this year with Ruben Moyer as well, so they have a chance here this week. Eduardo Vila and Ian Eichmans from Marcus Littlewood and Carl Atkins, Luca Griggs and Kian Geraghty, Otto Pikkonen and Tyler Harris from Aaron Ferrazzano and Ruben Moyer, Alex De Anderson and Mika Voss, Hugo Jalard and Hugo Besson, Miguel Silva and Lucas Ociczka.
Followed by Maximiliano Ratek da Silva, Yuta Suzuki, Hugo Martiniello, Alexander Mono, row number 11, Natella Granada, and Adam Alazari, followed by Benjamin Jones, Andy Rattel, Sina Ito, Edan Faramon, Noel Van Voorvelde, Adam Rahali, Abdullah Kamel, Michael Kuiper, Fernando Luque, Arthur Barrio, Martin Romao, and Chao Zilin, who's again not with us. As for Martin Romao, so we're missing 2 drivers here, as 30 of them on track, 32 to be specific, on track with us. And now, once again, the weather is playing with our nerves. The rain has stopped. The sun was back for just a few moments. Still a lot of luminosity as the fog is taken away from the Quartaro Modo Algarve. As you can see, this is much clearer now, but still the layout of the track is very much wet, not only on the racing line but everywhere still. So wet tires are on for this race for the next, and certainly for a couple more after that. The time for the racing line to dry out as the carts go by, in the condition that the rain stays away from the course of proceedings. Qualifying heat B versus E, still in the senior class, obviously, as we're going to have one more qualifying heat for the seniors just after this one, opposing Group A and H. Then we'll switch our attention to the mini class for the last run of qualifying heat this afternoon, and then back with the seniors again for 5 more qualifying heats today. Qualifying heats will be back as well tomorrow on Friday, before the big day on Saturday with the superheat and the final. Still a long way to go before that, and each of those drivers need to take it one step at a time. Yannick Mans, who starts on the front row of the grid, is your current overall leader with 2 wins and a 3rd place so far for the Belgian driver, in front of Gus Lawrence, our overall pole sitter, and Sam Shaw on equal points. Eduardo Villa, of course, another man from TB Card on a mission after his disappointment of missing out on the pre-grid entry in his previous race. He needs that result. He needs to pick up the win, as we have a late entry in the 2010 actually from Pantano.
It's Miguel Silva. Miguel Silva, the Portuguese driver, is in pit lane for the Pantano racing team, so it looks like he's going to be joining the race from the back of the grid. And big problems then for Miguel Silva. I think he had a difficulty trying to get the kart started initially on the beginning of the 2nd formation lap, and so he's crawled through the pits and will now have to start the race from the back. And I do wonder if it's a couple of these karts that are not used to or comfortable with running in these conditions on this circuit at an almost idle speed. Let's have a look and figure out how it's going to go. Formation lap extended, so there's another formation lap called.
And there we go, here's an extra. Yesterday we only had a couple of them, 2 or 3 maximum, all classes accumulated. This time around, of course, the conditions are slightly different, as you might have imagined. And it's not the first time that we get to go around one more time. It either comes down to the pole sitter not pacing everybody down quite enough, or some of the drivers at the back end not in positions. Because if you're out of positions with 2 or 4 wheels, it's worth a penalty in terms of seconds.
It also means that Miguel Silva is able to take his position back on the starting grid once again, so that will definitely help him out. The 2 drivers that are not racing from the very back of the grid, having not been here, are Martin Romao and João Gilin, so they're not going to continue on in this one, of course. Everybody else, however, is getting themselves back up to speed. 10 laps of the course again, 22 degrees air temperature, so it's still pretty warm despite the fact that the rain is out. The circuit is starting to look a little bit clearer, though, because the clouds are starting to push away. It is still raining slightly, but it's nowhere near as heavy as it once was, and it's still going to be wet tyres for at least the 2 races after this one, based on the current position. But then if it stays like this, it could dry out rather quickly, as the karts are now getting themselves geared up and ready again. Eduardo Villa really needing a victory after not being able to take the start of his previous heat. Goodness knows where he would have finished that one. Could even have disappeared into the distance and run away for the victory. But he definitely needs a decent result now, because having had a non-start, he's obviously got to count that. And considering that there are 32 competitors in the field, usually that's 32 points added to his tally that he didn't need. So big problems for Eduardo Villa, but he can bounce back. What can Eichmanns do alongside him on the front row? Let's find out. Off we go racing. Good start from Villa. Eichmanns is going to tuck into 4th position, I think, through turn 1. As through come Littlewood and Griggs to 2nd and 3rd positions. A big charge forward from Karl Atkins as well. Eichmanns round the far side. Is there going to be enough grip and enough racetrack to go for it? There is indeed, and he gets himself back into 2nd place. Good work from Eichmanns. Now he's got a chance, but on the exit, Littlewood is going to have an opportunity to get back into 2nd position. Eichmanns goes fairly construct into the middle of the apex, so he manages to retain 2nd position. Littlewood went a little bit too far wide. He holds 3rd in front of Atkins.
And beautifully enough, everybody's still through into that first sector, into the opening lap, under the leadership of Eduardo Villa. Watch out for the double left-hander. So drivers have been caught up into the trap at some point, but everybody coming through in one go. So that's always refreshing to see. Still some patches of wet track here and there with standing water. It will take more time, certainly, to dry out than others. But Eduardo Villa leading the pack as for now, in front of Yannick Mans. Watch out as well for Littlewood, who went into some trouble in one of his earlier races. He's going to have to fight that back, as he keeps on fighting as well at the back end of the grid. Look how tight that is still in that opening lap, where the driver is trying to find a bit of space. that curb here outside of turn 16. Certainly one of the most vicious of the track when you can easily let yourselves go, as some of the premium karting drivers further back battling along. 0.6 of a second build by Eduardo Villa in just one go. 274 for the back of Gerardi, trying to shake off Ruben Moya just behind. Ekman second, Kali Atkins up into P3 from Littlewood, Griggs. And behind Gerardi and Moya we have Aris, Orchika and Mika Voss running up the top 10 as for now. Gerardi making his move on Luca Griggs for P5. As Kali Atkins is trying to get close to two drivers he's been battling along all season in the IME Euro to his advantage in front of Eduardo Villa. And going a bit wide, actually, Kali Atkins. Different entries to that turn number 8, interestingly enough, with Aikmans and Villa quite narrow onto the N3, while Atkins were going large to have a better momentum on the exit.
Now we've got a great little battle between two Aikmans drivers as they duel away for position. This is getting a little bit tasty between them. As they run in position, certainly for the other Aikmans driver, Ian Aikmans. He runs in front of Kali Atkins at this moment in time. Atkins having got his way into third position. This is very reminiscent of the conditions that he faced in Marienburg earlier this year when he was able to dominate and counter a way to the victory in the final. Certainly not dominating this time. 2 laps completed and all over the back of Ian Aikmans, but he's got a good run off the turn. The Crop Promotions is really strong in the way. Aikmans actually waves him through. So tactical from Ian Aikmans. He clearly feels, do you know what? I don't want you just nudging me. I don't want to work with you. I want to chase after you. So Aikmans actually moves over and lets Kali Atkins go.
Let's not forget that Aikmans has a leadership to protect as well, so he doesn't want to do anything unwise while defending too much and at the cost potentially of a good result. But as Kali Atkins was slightly faster, way the fastest lap in this lap actually in this race, 0.6 faster than Ian Aikmans, so that's why he was able to make the connection and getting ahead of the Belgian. Now it remains to be seen if the British driver will be able to pull away and attack Eduardo Villa, because in the meantime the Italian was and a slight effort for a mistake for a moment by Ian Aikmans, who was disappearing from the vision, but it was actually going wide into that corner. Still very much close to Kali Atkins, so it's going to be a long game as we're about only to conclude lap number 3.
Well, that's the thing. You've got about 3 different racing lines to choose from, and Aikmans is obviously being quite diverse and mixing it up as he goes through different corners. Look at the difference in opinion between Villa and Atkins. Villa going very wide and trying to carry as much speed as he comes through. Atkins attacking the curb and eating it up to try and get the turn in, whereas Aikmans just sits in third position, allows it all to unfold. Was he gesturing again there as he came through?
I think he was stretching his hand by the look of it, because at some point Kali Atkins could not have seen that, and he wasn't certainly talking to his mechanic at that point on the track.
Indeed.
So I think that the amount of effort that those drivers, even with all their skills and strength, in those conditions, that's quite clear. That's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's a very physical sport, karting. It's one of the only sports really that a Formula 1 driver will go back to get that same sort of feeling as a Grand Prix driver. The power to weight ratio of these machines, you're talking Formula 3 level, very easily indeed. So it's good training. And a lot of the drivers in the top flight of Grand Prix racing, Indianapolis, Monaco, Le Mans, all of these guys, they will come back to the world of karting in between races to train. Whether you're in F1, F2, F3, or if you're in one of the pinnacle sports car or GT categories or single seaters elsewhere, because you still get that same raw feeling, you get that same vibe, that intensity, that discipline and that control that you have to teach yourself behind the wheel. Villa again going wide and Atkins hugging the curb, but there's no wrong way to go about it. It's about what feels right for you as a driver. You can commit to that, and as long as you get as much speed out of that particular choice of line as possible, then there's no wrong answer.
Definitely not, as it seems to be paying off for Kali Atkins. Look at how close he comes back to Eduardo Villa, taking advantage of a slipstream and certainly a top speed in a much better fashion than Eduardo Villa. So the truck chassis seems to be working quite more efficiently than the TB car has for now, but still, that's in theory, considering the conditions are still quite slippery here on the course of the Portimao track. But Kali Atkins very, very close indeed, and a lost touch to Ian Aikmans. Belgian trying to keep up as well with the rhythm of the 2 leaders. And is actually emulating the racing lines of Kali Atkins. Ian Aikmans quite aggressive on some of the curbs, clipping them. As it's about now, the question is when Kali Atkins can make his move. might have an idea actually after those last two turns, taking advantage of the toe, and it's gonna commit into the last turn, clipping the curb once again. But Eduardo Villas sees this coming, of course, and changes the line. They're gonna be side by side. Carl Atkins has to go defensive, but backing down as well because he's back into P2, but on the inside coming to turn number 2. So he was on the right side of the track, Carl Atkins. He felt that coming as well. He went for that move into the last corner of the lap. We haven't seen that many times so far, but it's possible to be done.
What did I say about there being no wrong answer in terms of grip and feel? That was a perfect demonstration of it right there. Both Atkins and Vila had a very fast line coming up through the particular corner they were negotiating, and it's no real wrong answer as to who's got it right and who's got it wrong. It all comes down to how big is your commitment, and Atkins was able to get the move done on Vila after 2 attempts. And so Vila now in second place. Eichmann's just trying to stay with them in third place now, but he's gained a massive amount of time on both men just in the last sector alone, because the gap was about 9/10 of a second. It's now only 3. So Eichmann's is right there for the taking, and there is still got just under half the race still to go, because at the end of this one it'll be 6 laps completed with 4 more remaining. But the lap time pace is still in the 1:14s, so it's actually not getting as dry as the drivers would like it to get. At this point, certainly we're at least 2, maybe 3 races away from even considering slick tyres, despite the fact that the rain has eased. Look at Eichmann's, though, really hunting down Vila on momentum.
Yeah, and he's being a little bit frustrated by the look of it. Vila is going defensive, and he forces the Belgian on the other way around. He's going to go the long way, trying to switch racing lines, but Vila actually clipping the curb on the inside, shutting the door and making sure that Eichmann has nowhere to go on the next turn.
I think it was the same problem again, wasn't it, for Eichmann? I think he was just taking his hand off the wheel and giving it a bit of a stretch, actually. It just happened to be that he was catching up to Vila in the same moment. He almost got him as well on the run round to the outside at turn 3. So Eichmann's definitely getting hungry, and this is why he's done this. You know, he didn't want to have too hard a time of it in the first few laps. Just wanted to sit there in third position, eyeing up the two of them, eyeing up Atkins, eyeing up Vila, figuring out where he can make the gap. But a third position finish is not going to be a bad position for Eichmann to be at all. If he stays in third, he's actually going to be on 6 points accumulated, which will keep him in the lead of the interim, because Gus Lawrence has 7 and Shaw has 7, with both men going to come out for their race a little bit later on. So it's actually a very important run for Eichmann here to be in the top 3. He doesn't need to be higher than this, but he's got the freedom and the opportunity now to start attacking Eduardo Vila. He can be in a fairly comfortable position. Vila clearly hasn't got the same sort of pace that Eichmann's has. Watch Eichmann's as he comes down the straight here. Is his hand going to come off the wheel again? Doesn't on this occasion, but he's going to have an opportunity round the far side. Vila draws the cart across, almost into the path of the Eichmann's machine, but Ian Eichmann's is just hunting his opportunity, looking for the place, looking for the speed, looking for the moment. Can he go slow in and fast out of the hairpin? Vila's going to go deep. Is there going to be enough of an opportunity on momentum for Eichmann's? There is indeed, and Ian Eichmann's storms in a second position. Great run from the Belgian.
There was a textbook sort of move for Ian Eichmann's, was waiting on the exit of the turn, and then when the opportunity came at the right time, just did that little move on the left with the wheel, and that was enough to surprise Villa. Between the Italian driver and the curb, there was just one space for one car. That was enough for Eichmann's, who committed to the move, and now he's back into P2. It seemed to me that he was playing a little bit with Eduardo Villa, waiting for the right opportunity and dancing left to right. Now it's down to Villa to do the same, as Eichmann is not quite able, still very slippery that track, not quite able to really build enough of a gap. So that puts him against under threat once again to Eduardo Villa. Different lines once again. Villa is going for the long way around, while Eichmann's emulating Carl Atkins and flipping the curve at every possibility to try to gain a little bit of momentum. Seems to be working as he protects himself on the way to turn number 3. Watch out to stay within the racing line in the middle of the track to prevent any overtaking from happening. Carl Atkins in the middle. In the meantime, nowhere to be seen again. 2.3 seconds, of course. That's all he had been asking for, Carl Atkins, to really build on a gap and not to be caught again. That would be, if he stays like that, his second victory for the Crop Promotion driver.
The transformation from Kalai Atkins to be every now and then knocking on the door of the final to suddenly being the class of the field. It's an absolute fairy tale for the Jamaican racer. Born, based nowadays, of course, in London. His father is a very keen saxophonist, actually a very talented musician, and there's a lot of musical roots in that particular family. It's actually been part of the family business. But Kalai Atkins definitely putting on such a sensational showcase here. 2.7 seconds clear of Eichmanns and Vila. And Vila just doesn't seem to have a response to Eichmanns. This is why Eichmanns let Atkins go. I think he saw the writing on the wall and thought, look, you've got a car that's way faster than mine. Just go, just have it. I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to watch what you do, and then I'm going to work my way past Vila. A second place finish is very important indeed for Eichmanns. It'll do nicely because it'll only add 2 points to his tally, taking him from 3 to 5. And with his rivals languishing, having had some difficulties, including, of course, Eduardo Vila, this is exactly where Eichmanns wants to be.
And let's not forget that after this one, they have another race today and 2 more tomorrow. So 3 left after for each of those senior drivers, 7 in total. The long game, as we call it, into that category. So plenty of time still to keep on consolidating that leadership for Ian Eichmanns, especially against this man, Kalle Atkins, who picks up 5th place overall to the current state of things in the classification, thanks to his second victory. So Kalle Atkins, as we've seen before, the sort of quiet strength of the driver who you might have heard him at the interview yesterday when he was on the stage. Always very calm, always very gentle in interviews, not showing any sign of stress. And as he says that to himself, over the years, I kept learning about how to keep it down, to keep my head cool in the middle of the racing.
He couldn't even believe it at Genk when he was able to come through to take the win. He didn't quite know what was going on in the title fight. He managed to get it done, and now he's on course to go and make it a double. What if he could be with a winner of the Miami Euro Series and the Warrior Finals in the same year? That would be quite a sensational achievement. And it's looking very strong indeed for the Mad Crop driver. Kalle Atkins taking the win then in front of Ian Eichmanns and Eduardo Vila. A very strong drive from Kian Geraghty in 4th position ahead of Luca Griggs and Hugo Besson. Better for Ruben Moya, a bit of a sense of relief, I'm sure, for Mika Voss, as well as it is for Aaron Ferrazzano and Andy Rattel, who have both had very difficult weeks leading up to this point. But it's great to see a lot of drivers putting in a great showcase at this point, and Kalle Atkins looking so smooth.
You know, I think the last one who did that, picking up not only the win in the IAME Euro Series and the IAME Warrior Final on the same season, I think it was Mark Kimber back in 2019.
Yeah, a long time ago, 4 years since the now GT racer. He was occasionally seen again and spotted in the paddocks in karting, but certainly not in X30 these days. His schedule makes it very busy for him. But yeah, 4 years ago was the last time we think that the win in the title race of both the Euro Series and the IWF was won in the same season by the same driver. Kalle Atkins looking good to repeat that. Ian Eichmanns in second from Eduardo Vila, Kian Geraghty, Luca Griggs and Hugo Besson from Ruben Moya and Mika Voss, then Aaron Ferrazzano and Andy Rattel. Tyler Harris doing a good job in 11th in front of Hugo Martiniello and Otto Pikkanen. Ethan Ferramond is in front of Adam Alazzari, and then we have Benjamin Jones ahead of Hugo Gelard, Jutta Suzuki and Adam Rahali from Alex Monod and Miguel Silva. Michael Kuiper in front of Natalia Granada, then Arthur Barrio ahead of Maxi Radek, and then Noel van Voornveld in front of Abdullah Kamel, Alex De Anderson, Senna Ito, and then Marcus Littlewood all the way down in 30th after such a great start. Fernando Luque in 31st position. The 2 retirements, Lucas Orchichka and Martin Rechau and Zhao Jilin did not start the race. Well, without that then, Kalle Atkins looking so good after this particular heat, and it definitely showcases the kind of skill he's got to carry with him through the week. We'll show you again the race highlights, but that's a kid you definitely need to keep an eye on because Kalle Atkins is looking so good at this point in the week. And with time running out for drivers to find big points from other places, this is a really strong performance from the young Jamaican.
Strong performance indeed for Kalle Atkins, as you could see him making his move on Eduardo Vila, and after that it was nowhere to be seen again, leaving Eduardo Vila in the close of Ian Eichmanns for the remainder of the race. A couple of drivers got caught in the mud on the way to turn number 3, and this particular one actually trying to rejoin the circuit by going the long way around, as the ballet between those two, Eichmanns and Vila, actually made for most of the race. Kalle Atkins untouchable in the end, winning with a 2.3 second advantage on Ian Eichmanns and Eduardo Vila. And to be fully complete about our archives, well, I think there's 2 drivers who were the last ones to win both the IAME Euro and IAME Warrior Final, not only Mark Kimber, but Oliver Beerman as well on that same year, 2019.
Of course he did. He won the junior in both IAME Euro and senior, and then of course the next year he essentially stepped up to the world of F4 racing. So yes, how can we forget Oliver Beerman, who of course is in just a few short days going to be making his Formula One debut in Free Practice 1 at Mexico City for the Haas F1 team. If Oliver Behrman is still the karting aficionado that we know him to be and still loves it, there's a very strong chance that he'll be tuning in and watching his colleagues here at the circuit at Portimao. If you are watching, Oliver, we are all incredibly proud of you. We wish you the very best of British heading to Mexico City this weekend, and we know that you'll do the entire IAME European paddock proud. It is wonderful to see you progressing, and we miss you. It's been fabulous to see you continue that incredible climb up the ladder. But yes, there is the schedule for the rest of the day. The minis coming up next after the seniors final race. It's a little bit late and delayed thanks to the weather conditions. It's kind of dropped us back a little bit as there's been some clear-ups obviously from individual races to come back to. But now we have the final X30 senior race of this particular rotation.
And a quick piece of information from Anthony Jordan back in the paddock, who tells me that Maximiliano Radek da Silva, the 325 that you had in the race before, might have a mechanical fly because he lost his airbox during the course of the race. So it gives you another idea how strong and difficult those races are.
Very important that. Thanks for that, Anthony. Very crucial information. Gus Lawrence and Henke Kalteren on the front row of qualifying heat A versus H. Sam Shaw and Mehdi Lassoud. Then Harry Platten and Arnold Malizia from Bacon Weisenberger and Jack Buckley. Sam Balota, Pedro Cacciara, Macaulay Bishop, Charlie Gloom, Hamza Al-Fayez, Emmanuel Liadakis, Kevin Benjamin, and alongside him is Christopher Bingham.
They're followed by Rafael Perra and Rice Newburn. You have Santeri Matikainen, Santiago da Costa, as well as Hugo Trichard, JC Bennett, Miko Waters, Tom Remote, Riccardo Girelli, Harry Tigerson, Clément Massot, Hugo Brown, Tristan Powell, as well as Harold Matheson, Luna Claret, Marc Piccolo. And at the back end of the grid, we have Afonso Eres. So in total, we're only missing Rice Newburn with S8 Racing. Is nowhere to be seen. The 214. Yes, he's still on the grid actually, Rice Newburn. So a late joiner to the party. And now you don't just see him yet, but he's going to join the rest of the field at the back end, unfortunately, for Rice Newburn. So that means that we have a full field with us for this A versus H qualifying heat of the senior class. Still very much a wet race as the drivers go for 2 warm-up laps. After this one, we'll leave the senior on the side for a few races, switching our attention to the minis for the last turn and the last run of races for today. And 5 more senior races after this one. 22 qualifying heats in total for what is day 2 here for the IAME Warriors final in Portimao. Thank you again for tuning along and joining us wherever you are in the world on IAMEmotorsport.com, on social media. We got you covered as always. Don't hesitate to share the content and bring us questions or any information that you would like on social media, whether it is Facebook or Instagram as well as on the official YouTube channel of IAME, the heart of the kart. As yesterday we had a bit of a welcoming party, and I do hope that everybody enjoyed themselves for what had been a very nice initiative by IAME and the RJMMC group, the promoter and organizer of this event. And a lot of people showed up at the hotel we're staying at here at the Algarve Motorsport Park. A very nice showing of you guys, competitors, families, friends, teams, and drivers and the mechanics, of course. We were all on the water, of course, because the week is very long and a lot of hours and races to put into. But always nice to get to spend some time without the racing suits on and in a more chilling mode. But that was for yesterday. Don't forget as well that tonight at 7 o'clock local time we will have the drivers parade. Always a much awaited moment, especially by our very own Jake Sanson here.
It's always a very nice part of the week, that, so we can't wait for that. Let's see how we go racing for this one, though. 10 laps more on the grid, and it's a good start from Kalteren, trying to skate across from Gus Lawrence. Watch for the Sony of Mehdi Lassoud, almost getting onto the grass, and there's several others that have. Oh, goodness me. A big shot as several drivers end up coming a cropper through the first couple of corners. Interesting, isn't it, how the seniors always find a way to clatter into each other. The juniors avoided it in their races, and there's big damage to one of the karts there. Couldn't quite see who that was, but certainly a few drivers skating around and having another spin. It's one of the FA karts that has gone around there, the 223 of Hugo Brun for the KVK competition team spinning around. And who's that with big damage? It's the 233 that's gone around. That is Marc Piccolo on his Victory Lane karting chassis. He's already had lots of damage to his car. He's actually trying to repair it while he's driving around. Oh, no, don't you dare. Marc Piccolo. Well, You've got to be careful doing that, especially when there's a camera trained on you, Mark. We've already had Connor Clancy, unfortunately, removed from the event for trying to adjust the position. Look, the kart is not even turning properly because the wheel is bent out of position on the left front. So you've got to be careful about that kind of thing. But it looks to me as though Mark Lepiccolo is going to be coming back into the pits to retire anyway, as the rest of the field works its way through. Out in the lead, though, it is still Gus Lawrence, but in second place, it is now Bakken Weisenberger in front of Shaw, Platten, Kalteren, Balota, Malizia, Kachada, Gloom, and Masood.
And what a cracking start in opening lap for Bakken Weisenberger. 5 places up to a second already. 7 tenths down.
On the road.
And one of the Eurokarting drivers, 307 from Belgium.
It's Charlie Gloom.
Charlie Gloom driving for the Belgian team of Eurokarting, and that's a shame. He was P9 in the classification.
Look at that, there's Mark Lepiccolo desperately trying to get his kart back to the pits. But look, he's not even turning left, and the kart is going left on the right, on the left front. So there's no chance Mark Lepiccolo is going to be finishing this race at all. And yeah, bitter disappointment indeed for the Victory Lane karting driver. I think that's pretty much curtains for IWF. Once you've had 2 big DNFs like that, you're not really looking particularly solid to work your way back into position. So you've got to be careful. But Gus Lawrence leads the way from Weisenberger, Shaw, Platten, Kalteren, and Sam Balota on his new independent team that he has set up for this week, as he runs, of course, Sam Balota this week on a Falcon. But what a fabulous battle this is up front now, because you've got Sam Shaw trying desperately to get away from Harry Platten, and he's got company, Henki Kalteren, who started, of course, on the front row of the grid alongside Gus Lawrence. Bit of a run wide from Platten. That could be all the invitation Kalteren needs, and he's going to dive in and take it. Malizia behind them in 6th position on the TV car. He's keeping it nice and tidy in front of Kachada and Balota. But up the inside again. Platten tries one more time on Kalteren. Gets him back once more.
And Kalteren was furious and gesturing to his opponent. Stay just with me. It's just way too early to start fighting. As unfortunately for Milo Piccolo, that means retirement at the end, at the beginning of this race. You can see the nozzle, the front nozzle was misplaced a tiny bit. The front fairing might have been misplaced as well. Remains to be seen what will be decided after what we've seen on camera. But now back to racing, as Henki Kalteren, as we said, not particularly happy about the defensive driving of Harry Platten. That's part of the race as well, of course, but with a 10-lap race in those conditions, you would expect certainly to work together just a tiny bit to try to make your way through. As Bakken Weisenberger just lost 2nd place to Sam Shaw. Here's the charge from the British driver, and in the meantime, it goes the way of Gus Lawrence. 1.3 seconds now built up by the leader.
This is a fabulous little duel towards the sharp end of the field. Platten still trying to attack. Bakken Weisenberger is his next target, and look at the damage there as well that was suffered on the first lap from the 298. Now that is Hugo Trichard for the PB kart squad. This is the team that Evan Gilter finished his karting career with.
And Gilter was with us this weekend. There's 2 Gilter actually. Elio Gilter, the young cousin of Evan Gilter, the newly crowned French F4 winner. And some of the drivers having to DNF out of this race. So we've lost Lo Piccolo. We might lose some of the drivers out there into this race. But Sam Shaw, the fastest on track at the moment.
Look at this, Kalteren going wheel to wheel with Weisenberger. This isn't going to be easy to finish off, but Kalteren seems to have held him off for the time being. Weisenberger looking very strong though, and the Victory Lane driver looking hungry to go for 3rd.
Watch out for any unwise move in those conditions. You can see that the racing line is slightly drying out in some occasions, in some parts onto the track, even though there's some wet patches here and there on the course of the circuit. Always easier said than done, those conditions. But look at how tight this pack of drivers is, and watch out not to do anything that you would regret actually, and banging wheels at the moment with one of the Falcons. This is actually Sam Balota from P7 trying to make his bit in front of Arnaud Malizia from TB Kart. Malizia that just got overtaken by Sam Balota as we come across. This is lap number 5 out of 10. Gus Lawrence, Sam Shaw for 7/10 of a second. Of Kalteren, Weisenberger, Platten, 269. Sam Balota, Malizia just behind, and Mehdi, Kachada, Bishop, and Benjamin just outside of the top 10 with a recovery of 4 places. Up to knocking on the door of that top 10. As you can see, once again, a different racing line on the way to turn number 5 on the opposite side of the track of Portimao, quite far from all positions, but still one of the best overtaking spots of the circuit here as they come down to the hill before coming back up into sector number 2 and 3. And a couple of spots here for drivers to make their move at the moment. Balota will still pretty much stuck into that group of drivers behind Malaysia, who just made his way past again, as we've lost a little bit of momentum for Mehdi, the 303, unfortunately for Lesred Mehdi. From karting 45, he just went from P8 to P11. As we're about to conclude halfway through that qualifying here, the last one of the senior class, before we're switching to the minis. And Gus Lawrence, 6/10 of a second at this moment. Very much observation time in the upper part of the field. Going to take a little bit of slipstream as further back is going to try to do that on the verge. And this is Bishop actually and Kashada, the 285. Little Kashada from PCL Karting, racing Macaulay Bishop from Dan Holland. We're here with the 205. Sam Shaw, and that's the switch for the lead. Well. In the lead, we thought Gus Lawrence had this in the bag with 6/10 of a second, but Sam Shaw was keen on really diving onto his fellow countryman, and there's the switch for the first position.
Yeah, these are the kind of conditions that Sam Shaw really relishes as well. Drying conditions on wet tyres when everybody's kind of burnt them out a little bit. This is exactly what Sam Shaw is really good at maximising. Now, I would start to think that the track is looking to be a little bit of a gamble fest now, because looking at the lap times, you can see that there isn't any more standing water out on the circuit really, because there's no more spray coming off the karts, but the lap times are now down to 1:15s, 1:16s, so there's not actually that much water on the circuit to bite into the tyres. The grip is really minimal on wet tyres now. Now that should be an indication to people that we are starting to get closer towards slick tyres. Now, would you put minis out on slick tyres in this? Probably not. But certainly for the next rotation, if we don't get any more rain, then there could well be a change to slick tyres coming.
Yeah, looking out of the window from our commentary box here in Portimao, I can see that pretty much all the minis have decided to stay on wets. Whatever happens, at least the grid that we have, mostly on wets, and the next one.
Well, that's the thing. Look, at this point of the course, they're just going through. There's still spray, but there's a lot of parts of the circuit where the spray has gone. So it's still wet enough on certain patches that you wouldn't risk going out on slicks. But it's very tricky to call, but certainly the lap times have dropped. They're not in the 1:14s anymore. They're now in the 1:15-16 range. Here's the move over the inside from Gus Lawrence. He goes for it on Sam Shaw. Shaw almost clatters straight into the back of Gus Lawrence's car. So now they've got to be so careful how they deal with the situation around them. 2 karts from the OTK Group stable. In fact, 3 if you count Calter, and they're in third on the Cosmic. So you've got Gus Lawrence on his Tony kart, we've got Sam Shaw on his Lando Norris kart, and then we've got in third place the Cosmic of Inky Calter, and 3 from the OTK Group as they continue to mix it. In fact, there's 4 in the top 4 because Victory Lane have the red speed. They're in 4th position as well. Here's the opportunity. Shaw going to dive back on the inside line. Thank you. Gus Lawrence has to yield it. And now Calterin is sensing a chance to break into that battle as well.
Yeah, thank you, but not so much bye-bye just yet, as Calterin is coming close to Gus Lawrence. Still very much on the rear bumper. Look at Calterin on the inside.
Oh!
It's the second place. There's contact. There seems to be a bit of wheel banging there. There was quite a good bet from Calterin to try to switch position on the inside line, but it was taken out a little bit on the outside, and there was, unfortunately for him, Sam Shaw, and I think that slight contact over there.
Yeah, Sam Shaw wasn't happy at all with Henki Calterin's manoeuvre, diving up the inside, and that pitched them both wide, and as a result, that was enough for Gus Lawrence to steal the lead away from them. Reece Newburn with a mechanical problem, and now Calterin's going to dive in on Sam Shaw. Shaw will not give him the space that he needs to play with comfortably. Calterin does get through, and Sam Shaw not at all happy with the way that Calterin has fought his way into second position there. The second move was perfectly clean, but he certainly won't be happy with the first one, which wasn't dirty intentionally. I think he just dived for the move and ended up drifting into the side of Shaw's premium Lando Norris car. But Shaw not particularly happy with it regardless. 2 to go. Sam Shaw going to have to fight to try and get himself back in the second place. He's got to hope that the slipstream will come good for them. But look, the fastest lap of the race has just been set, a 1:15.5. The ideal is a 1:14.4. The track has slowed down big time by over a second. And so that tells you that there's only a handful of parts of the course now where wet tyres is the right choice. The rest of it appears to be drying out enough that maybe 1 or 2 drivers, certainly the gamblers amongst the field, would consider looking at slick tyres.
Arno Malaysia in the meantime putting on the fastest lap. It remains to be seen what will be decided by some drivers. And very quickly on the corner mile, so that the 213 Mattison from Falcon all the way down to P29 as his rear bumper a little bit bent actually as a result of a contact in the early stages of the race. Still with us very much so, as 7/10 of a second now is the gap between Gus Lawrence and Enki Kalteren. If it stays like that, this will be victory number 2 for Gus Lawrence from PFI International. But now he finds himself into second place. Ken Kalteren tries to decrease that gap. Always easier said than done in that position, because he's been able to shake off a little bit Sam Shaw. He dropped in the pace with a better gap, because Lawrence responds to the threat by the fastest lap as we enter the final round of that race. 1:15.4 and 8/10 clear from Enki Kalteren. If nothing happens, well, this will be another winning result for Gus Lawrence. Kalteren, he picked up a win earlier on his way to second place, but Sam Shaw still very much threatening, so he needs to stay focused at the end of this race, going the long way around where the grip is certainly better than on the inside coming to the curb. There's still a bit of spray into the second sector by the look of it, going to turn 8 and 9. Number 7, second certainly the fastest part of the track here. And he doesn't have to fall asleep just too soon.
Oh my goodness, look at the damage that has been inflicted there on Rhys Newburn's car. No wonder he got a mechanical flag. Look at it, the chassis, the side of the bracket side pod has been absolutely uplifted on that car. He's had so much contact. You don't get to see that too often.
Yeah, we don't get to see too often either a Fullerton chassis in the IME classes.
I did think that, yeah. The A8 Racing team have brought a few drivers with their Fullertons, and it's good to see them actually in the mix here this week. So great to see them. But Gus Lawrence has held on, only just, by Henki Kalteren. One more lap, and I think that might have changed hands. But Lawrence, Kalteren and Shaw, 1, 2 and 3. The important thing to note there is that the best lap of the race was 1:15.4. That's a full second slower than we saw earlier on, with the wet tyres going on for the first time. So the circuit's definitely slowed down a bit. Gus Lawrence doing a fantastic job at this stage, though, and picking up a very important victory in front of Kalteren, Shaw, Arno Malizia and Macaulay Bishop. A very solid race then for our contenders in the mix. Just missing out on the top 10, interestingly, is Mehdi Lassoud. And I have to say, he has really not timed that well, because being down in 11th position, adding 11 points to the tally when he was right up in the top 5 at one stage in the weekend, that just really adds the difficulty for the young Frenchman, Mehdi Lassoud. And now it's all going to be about how he continues to maximise that challenge going further forward. But certainly at the moment, it's Lawrence, Kalteren and Shaw, 3 very experienced hands in the world of X30 Senior at the AME Warriors final here in Portimao, who comes through in the top 3 on this particular encounter. Lawrence, Kalteren and Shaw from Arno Malizia and Macaulay Bishop, then Harry Platten and Sam Balota, Joachim Weisenberger and Pedro Cacciara, and then we have Kevin Belgian, I should say, and then Mehdi Lassoud in front of Mirko Wouters, Jack Buckley, Hamza Al-Fayez and Riccardo Cirelli in P15.
And a good recovery for the Pantano driver, 10 places up in front of Rafael Perara, Chris Bingham, Marty Kainen, Da Costa Powell, JC Bennett, Tigerson, Clary, Hugo Obarin, as well as Clément Massot, Charlie Glum, Liudakis Madison, Hugo Trichard, Pereira, and Tom Remmert at the back end of the grid, as Lo Piccolo and Rhys Newburn with that very bended Fullerton chassis were lost throughout the course of that race. But in the end, it was victory number 2 for our overall pole sitter of the senior class, Gus Lawrence, who's being able to translate that on 2 occasions, converting his 2nd position overall as well in the ranking to Ian Hickmans and in front of Clément Outram.
Look at Mehdi Lassoud on the Sodi, how close he came to the mother of all accidents. And then, of course, we had several drivers. That'll be where Rhys Newburn picked up the big damage then. Let's look at this from the other angle. Look at Lassoud, he almost drifts off the road. Look in the background, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts. There's the big shunt into the side of Newburn's cart. And that's where his side pod basically got mullered into.
How was he able to continue?
I'm very impressed that he was able to carry on. Sadly, it wouldn't last though. But yeah, tricky race for all concerned. A lot of drivers getting involved in various incidents in that one. We had a pirouette around there for Hugo Brun, who somehow managed to come home in 24th despite all that. And then there was problems for Marc Le Piccolo, the French driver, having all sorts of difficulties while trying to repair his chassis and get himself going again. Look, the Nassau panel is completely hooked off the kart at that particular point. There's the spin for the 307. We saw the Euro karting chassis turn around. after a tricky battle on the circuit, and then they pirouette. That was Charlie Gloom for the Euro karting team. The squabbles there as Harry Platten tried his best to mix it up on the inside of Enki Kalteren in the early stages. Kalteren just taking his moments and getting back on with it. Big damage as well, sadly, for the 298 of Hugo Trichard, the PB kart driver. I wonder if he was the one that went into the side of Rhys Newburn's kart, because it does look like it's corresponding damage, doesn't it? But out in front, Gus Lawrence holding on in front of Enki Kalteren and Sam Shaw, just exactly the way he wanted to continue this week.
And Sabalotta making his bid as well with a Falcon chassis on his way to P7 in the end. But Gus Lawrence and Sam Shaw battling along. A quick look over the shoulder, making his commitment under the pressure of Enki Kalteren into turn number 1. We thought for a moment that this couldn't be it for Sam Shaw before Enki Kalteren just made his move on the inside. A slight contact between the two, and Sam Shaw furious about that particular move of Enki Kalteren. He would go on to take P2, but after this point, it was too late to be able to catch up with Gus Lawrence, who would cross the line and take victory number 2.
Now, the plot thickens. We've come to the end of the Senior X30 rotation. We're back into the X30 Minis now. And you can see there's some damp patches in the pit lane, but I can tell you that the rain overhead has ceased for the time being. It is drying rather than dry. The sun has come out a bit, and the wind has picked up, so that's going to push a lot of the standing water off the circuit. Now again, do you risk putting the Minis out there for the first time in these conditions on slick tyres? I'm not sure really you do, because these are kids that are 9 to 12 years of age, and I think you take the risk of a slightly slower race, although they're on wet tyres, rather than going on a slick tyre. Unless, of course, you know that your Mini is comfortable enough to push it. But for this to be the first class to read the tyres and read the situation of the circuit as it is, the 9 to 12-year-old age is probably not the first one to be making the big gamble on slick tyres, not only because it leaves massive room for disappointment at a critical point of the IWF, but it also leaves you open to so many different variables as far as the contenders are concerned. The confidence, the pace, the mentality, all has to be spot on right, all has to be good in terms of the original focus. We're running a few minutes behind schedule, folks. That is, of course, because of the wet conditions that we have here, and a couple of karts that have ended up taking a little bit longer to clear up after races than previously felt. And also, when you allocate the race distance to a certain time, you're taking into account that a race should last a certain distance and should last a certain duration. When it's raining, of course, the lap time is going to be considerably slower than that. So, well, obviously, the races take a little bit longer to complete as a result. And that's obviously one thing that people have to take into consideration. Why are we behind time in the difficult conditions? Well, it's because the conditions have made it very difficult to stay on time.
Yeah, because not just about the teams, the drivers and the mechanics, of course, having to play along with the tires and the strategies, and once they're out there on their own, it's also all the people involved, as the marshals, the officials, as well as the medical team on track as well. Everybody making sure into the background of this event that the proceedings are running in order. And it takes time sometimes to get all those people organized and to have the proceedings of getting the drivers into the back family first of all, in time onto the pre-grid, and then let them go for the racing, properly speaking. So that, for people not quite aware or not quite used to the usual proceedings of the karting world, well, there's a lot at play as well, coming to just the racing part.
It's definitely cleared up a lot of it. Dan Aleman and Romeo Mello in front of Austin Newstead and Gilles Herman. Then Archie Lovett, the unbeaten man, in fifth on the grid from Casper Rashbold. Henry Costa-Kumpen and John Foley Jr. from Xavier Lizardo and Archie Owen. Then Liam Carr and Sukmani Kera from Michael Lederer, Bink van Scheindel, Ludwig Granqvist and Samuel Hugon.
Row number 9, we have Aurelio Logitano, followed by Will Green, as well as Anki Rasperuzzi, Mike Menard. Row number 11, Tony Cacciafero from Molfu, Anush Tashkul. Then we have Lawrence Ava, Nikita Botte, Alexander Rockstadt, Benjamin Piscopo, Kevin Garib, Charlie Globe, Luis Bieland, Jordi Brockman, Jules de Koon, as well as Alexandra Fihuber and Chang Cho Ting. And we do have everybody on board, which is always a good sign. 6 laps to go through, the shortest of all races this weekend for the mini class, and 3 in a row. And then we'll be back for the seniors after that. And
we've got bright sunshine over Portimao once again. The rain has finally stopped, and the sun is going to start to dry out the circuit pretty quickly. In the Mini X30, this is going to be a real knife edge, actually, because they're all on wet tyres at the moment, to the best of my knowledge. one or two of them may decide to go for slicks, given how quickly the circuit's drying out. What this is definitely going to do for the mechanics of the Mini X30 now is they're going to look at the lap times of the previous race for the seniors. They're going to look at the situation as it is now out on the circuit, and they'll be able to make a judgment. Are we ready to go slick tyres yet? And with this only being a 6-lap race, you can't really afford to get that wrong. If you do, then it is catastrophic as far as the positions are concerned. I would probably suggest, and I would probably guess, that the mechanics down there are probably not going to consider anything other than wet tyres until the spray goes away completely. Not just because of the decent lap times, but also safety concerns. You have to take these things into consideration when you're dealing with competitors who are between the ages of 9 and 12. And the let's wait and see what happens attitude does not work at this sport in this level.
Yeah, something that in Belgium we don't have to deal with, because in the mini class, unlike what we do here as well, and in the IAME Euro Series, the minis have to stay on slick tires even though when it rains. And it's part of the rule book. The seniors and of course all the other classes that play have the choice, the free choice to go for wet tires, whether if the conditions actually decrease. But different rule books from different national to international series in the vast IAME X30 world, which is up to this day, after so many decades of powerful history, still the biggest and strongest karting brand in the world, with the pinnacle event of the entire season for the first time in Portimao. And once again, the sun is back with us, and you can see some on some places onto the track already drying out onto the racing line that will help out, or certainly get the mechanic to scratch their head even more.
So this is going to be a tricky 6 laps for the Mini X30 competitors. Aleman, Mello, Newstead, Herman, Lovett, Rajpold, Kumpen, Foley Jr., Lazaro and Owen going to battle. Are we racing? Yes, we are. After the first corner, good start so far from Dan Aleman as he holds his nerve. They go through the first turn. Everybody trying to keep it nice and tidy as they go through. Romeo Mello just keeping an eye on his shoulder as Gilles Herman for the VDK Racing Team trying to break through and cut the ice as they make their way into the first couple of corners. It's nice and tidy. No overdriving at the moment. Everybody just keeping it together as they work their way through. A couple of drivers running a bit wide, but for the moment it's no major catastrophe as Romeo Mello gets his shot on the inside line there to get back past Gilles Herman. That's for the lead of the race, I do believe. So we think we've got Romeo Mello in the front, but on the exit it's all come undone again because he hasn't been able to get the traction off the turn. So Gilles Herman, we think the Belgian driver, is now in the front. No, sorry, that's Dan Aleman, isn't it? The Spirit Racing, my apologies. So the Spirit Racing of Dan Aleman, and a spin in the middle of the top 5.
Oh,
a spin. Now who's that's gone around? I'm afraid that's the 901 that has tripped off. That is John Foley Jr., the Irishman for the DMS squad. Very unfortunate for John Foley Jr. Was looking so strong in the first part of the race there. He wipes his visor, doesn't shake his head, just gets on with it. Right, fight, that's happened, never mind. Get back on with the race.
Get back on with the race indeed, and Dan Aleman is leading that first lap of the race here with the Swiss colors on his racing helmet. Watch out, because the pressure is going to come from behind as well, with the 813 of Nimstad just in second place. Mr. Nimstad, who had a good getaway from third place, now up to second. Archie Lovat down in third. Gilles Herman. Then we have further back Romeo Mello with Andre Ori Constant-Campen and Will Green. Kaspar Rajpold, former race winner, in front of Grant Vinst and Van Schedel, running up the top 10. Around the inside goes Gilles Herman, beautifully made by the young Belgian from VDK. Up into fourth place, that is, trying to catch up as well with Archie Lovat. Lovat making his commitment as well on the Neustadt in second place, but Lovat has to stay behind us for now. Those two drivers getting to the business as soon as lap number 2. This is not a long race at all, as Archie Lovat puts himself on the inside of turn number 8, going a bit wide, but is able to make it stick on the outside of the turn. And Neustadt has to admit defeat just for now, because if we want to stick with Archie Lovat, well, those two could be threatening to Dan Aleman. And Aleman still in the lead at the end of this lap number 2 out of 6. But he has 2 chasers. And Archie Lovat goes for the move already and commits on the outside. That puts him ideally for the turn number 16 and 17. And so he does on the inside and keeps that lead as for now. Beautifully made by Archie Lovat, your new leader into that qualifying heat. Lovat, Aleman, Andrew Austin and Neustadt down in third place, who lost a bit of a contact to the leading duet from Gilles Herman and Mello down in Kampen down in P6. But it's going to come down to those two by the look of things, as Dan Aleman still had a bit of time, chooses to switch position and try to fight back for that leadership. That was a close call, the first of many certainly.
Archie Lovett looking so confident and so comfortable all week long. He's had good pace in the qualifying. He's been able to be in the top 5. He has been able to maximise both of his previous qualifying heats, be at the sharp end of the field. And here he is again. He's looking so smooth out in the sharp end of the field. This is great work from Archie Lovett. Just so confident, so comfortable. Aleman there in second place. Austin Newsted running a very solid run so far in third position. This is excellent work, in particular from Archie Lovett. I think he's learned an awful lot of lessons from his IAMA Euro campaign. He was second in the points. He had a great chance to win the title, and it all kind of came unstuck for him at Karting Genk when it all fell away. And I think he's actually really rebuilt himself since that point. Here in the IWF, he's got a lot more confidence, maximising these opportunities. As up the inside, that was Kumpen losing out there to Will Green. So Will Green getting the move on the inside. They all drift very wide going into that final section of the course. And that is Rajpal, the winner of the race earlier on today, just trying to tuck in behind Kumpen as well now as they come through the course. So Green in 6th, Kumpen in 7th, Rajpal in 8th, and then in 9th position, you've got Ludwig Grandqvist in the mix there as well. Here comes Austin Newsted, by the way, for the George Gibbons Motorsport team, trying to take on the Spirit Racing machine of Dan Aleman, the Swiss driver, still running a very solid second place. Look at the times for Archie Lovett, 1:19.6. He is a full half second a lap nearly quicker than anybody else out there. He's just ripping with confidence.
Yeah, for now he's really on his own, Archie Lovett, not looking over his shoulder to see what's happening to Dan Aleman. Lovett in front of Aleman. These are the places in the order. They finished this year's IAMA Euro Series, split by just 1 point, as we said, to the advantage of Archie Lovett, second overall to Dan Aleman. But revenge is in the air. But as for now, Aleman has to contend with the possible attack of Austin Newsted from third place, leaving Archie Lovett on the run to a potential third victory in a row. This has been an impressive run of success so far for Archie Lovett, unbeaten to this point in the mini class, as Gilles Hermand is getting close as well. We're here on board pretty much with the drivers. This is Gilles Hermand I'm talking about from VDK Racing, and further back, great battle as well with Green, not Anthony, but Henri Constant Kumpen. Anthony, that's his father, who's here with us this weekend. GT NASCAR winner and driver. He's older 24 hours winner as well over the past few years in Belgium, watching along the performances and progress of his son Henri Constant, the newly crowned winner of the IAMA Series Benelux in the new rookie class this season. Henri Constant Kumpen trying to catch up as well. And as I said that, unfortunately, he just lost the place to Kaspar Rajpal up into P6, Kumpen down to 7. And we've convinced now making his way up to P6 and taking Kumpen with him up to P7 and Kaspar down P8. Now the battle is still raging for second place. Dan Aleman well able to hold on to Austin Newsted just behind. He keeps it at bay turn after turn, but this is already the penultimate lap out of 6. As Archie Lovett just pulled away with almost 2-second advantage. No way to be seen again by the rest of the field. And Dan Aleman pick up his best result so far this weekend for the Spirit Racing driver, who sits at the moment. He hasn't won a race so far, Dan Aleman, but second place could be indeed his best results to date. But Newsted has other ideas in mind, as Gilles Hermand is trying to stay within the rear bumper of Newsted. And this is actually, it's going to be interesting actually, because Gilles Hermand was able to get quite far from the rest of the field and is the third one into that 3-driver battle, coming to turn number 3. Last lap, 1.5 kilometers, less than that now. And seems to me that Dan Aleman is going to have a hard time holding on to his position.
So still, this battle is raging on the final lap for second position. Aleman, Newsted and Herman in second, third and fourth. Green looking really comfortable in 5th position in front of Grandqvist. You can see that there is still 1 or 2 sections of the course where there is some water being kicked up. So it's still not particularly bone dry in all patches of the circuit, but there are certain parts that are faster than others. Aleman right in the middle of the danger zone here. Newsted is on one side, Herman is on the other, and Herman has to back out of it, so Newsted tries again. But if Newsted gets this wrong, Herman is right there to pounce. Has a look again. The GGM driver is going to go fighting fit, but Archie Lovett holds the lead of it. Let's see how far back the drivers for second position are going to come as they run through. That is still Aleman in front of Newsted and Herman. So Gilles Hermand is going to do everything he can to try and work forward. Newsted is going to hold the position, but up in front, Archie Lovett just dances his way to the victory. Brilliant run from Archie Lovett, and the Oliver Roden Motorsport team can be very happy, very positive indeed about their young man's skill there. Allemann, Newstead, Hermann stays as it is for second, third, fourth. Will Green in fifth position in front of Henri Constant-Kompen. So a fabulous start to the battle then. Rajpal, their earlier race victory, coming home in seventh position ahead of Grandfist. And then in ninth position, Romeo Mello in front of the very talented Dutchman Bink van Scheindel. So a good start for Archie Lovett, and he can be very positive and very happy with the way that he's just disappeared away from the rest of the field. Again, looking down into the pits, I don't think anybody's really making that big gamble as yet, but certainly for Archie Lovett, he's made it work to his advantage.
3 races and 3 wins for the young British driver from Oliver Roden Motorsport, who's very much our leader at this point of the mini class. Certainly the best start to his IAME Warriors final for the very sympathetic Archie Lovett. Dan Halleman picking up his best result so far with second place, as he was starting from pole position in this race. This is the full classification with Austin Newstead picking up third place from Gilles Hermand, Will Green, Henri Constant-Kompen. 13 places gained for Will Green, can you believe, from 18 to P5. Then we have Kaspar Archbold in P7 from Grandquist, Melo and Schadel, as well as Liam Carr, Samuel Hugon. Then we have Kevin Garib, Lazzaro, Hochstadt in P15. In front of Botte, Chiara Ava, Piscopo, Foley, as well as Cacciaferro, P21st. Here's Archie Lovett coming through the scale. Congratulations to you, young man. This is another win in the bag, and a strong string of results that will put him, as it is certainly already the case, in a good spirits to conquer even more so tomorrow. 3 races done, 2 more for those mini drivers that will come down to Friday.
Yes, that is the third and final race of the rotation today. Sorry, so far, I should say, for the X30 Minis. They do have 2 more qualifying heats tomorrow, as Guillaume intimated. But certainly for Archie Lovett, he has been unbeaten in any of his 3 qualifying heats so far. The disappointment of the Euro Series has definitely been forgotten as far as Archie Lovett is concerned. He is out to make this week his own. One of only 2 drivers to have gone completely unbeaten so far across their first races. The other being the Dutchman Stig de Rademacher. So the Belgian, I should say, Stig de Rademacher, my apologies. So it'll be interesting to see what Stig can do when he comes out onto the circuit from 6th position on this next qualifying heat for X30 Mini. But certainly Archie Lovett, once he got into the lead, that was pretty much it, wasn't it? No one was ever going to get another look in on that particular qualifying heat, and it certainly bodes well for him as his IWF week continues in earnest here at Portimao.
Battle was raging indeed all throughout this race in those improving conditions, but Archie Lovett managed those drying out racing lines perfectly to pick up his third win, as we lost only 1 driver. Unfortunately for him, on the race before, he wasn't even able to take part into this race. This is Louis Piedard from RSD Karting, and you could feel that it was, of course, a disastrous turn of event for the young Belgian driver. Now we get our focus on the race. Up next, already leaving the pre-grid. This is C versus E, still very much in the mini class. Let's have a look at the starting grid in full. You can see some of the damp patches there, but before we get ourselves ready with racing here, we can in just a few moments listen from the winner of the race that we just had just a few moments ago. But before that, here's Milas Malik and Leonidas Peruzzi starting along. Quickly, an interview with Anthony Jordan done at the stage.
Thank you very much. Now the rain has stopped, we've got a bit of time to chat some of our winners in this one. And Archie Lovett, congratulations, well done. 0 points to your name. You go into tomorrow points leader at the moment. Stig de Rademacher joint on that one. How are you feeling? It's been a up and down day, hasn't it, with the weather?
I'm feeling very positive, and I had a really good race, and it's a head start for tomorrow.
Certainly is a head start. These competitions are very tricky. Of course, lots of different drivers from all over the world coming together to race against each other. So it must be a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, a lot of pressure.
I can imagine. So are you working hard with the team to make sure the kart is all good, or are you nice and relaxed in the tent?
I'm working hard with my team so I can hopefully win it.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. We don't like a driver who sits back and relaxes while the team works hard. Working with the team is always good to see. 2 more races to come up. Best of luck for tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see what you can do, see if you can maintain it.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Boys, back up to you with the next minis.
Thanks, Anthony. Good to hear from our race winner in the previous one and our dominant race leader at the present moment, Archie Lovett. You cannot have that taken away from him until tomorrow now. Nilas Malik on pole position from Leo Peruzzi. Then we have Remigius Samcik and Mason Brooks, Alfonso Lopez and Stig de Rademacher from Kanish Grau and Charles Ural, Just Pietissa and George House from Jack McLaughlin and Theo Battisti, Oliver Warner and Anton Bouchard, Gabriel Gerdil and Esteban Freihuber, George Clark and Ben McLaughlin, Noah Ginier and Derek Rivera, Linnea Jensen and Emil Petteri from Jacob Bachler and Oli Alexander Soli, Jensen Ackerman, Francisco Correa, Jan Rodriguez, Adrian Chiera, Kim Min-jae, Jamaro Hoft, Ronnie Ray Carter, Yanis Kolovos, Vicente Capella and Giorgio Buzas. So that was the contenders in this one. 34 drivers, again from all four corners of the globe, get themselves ready for another exciting battle. I may have intimated earlier in the broadcast that there were 5 continents represented, of which Australasia was not one of them. I do apologise to everybody watching home in Australia, because of course Liam Carr does of course hail from Australia, and I'm sure everybody back home is cheering him on. So it was the continent of Africa that is not actually represented on this occasion. It has been in previous times, of course, and we all hope that in the future we're going to get to see a few more of those competitors returning to the IWF in days gone by, especially in days to come, especially when you consider that one of the nations that's really starting to grow its IAMI profile is the country of Morocco in North Africa. Of course, that is being run, IAMI Morocco, by none other than Suleiman Zanfari, a former racer in this category. Here we go. Mini X30 underway once again for 6 laps of the course. Good start from Nilas Malik. Is keeping it nice and tidy as they run through the first couple of corners of the race. A perfectly good start. Leo Peruzzi there or thereabouts as he continues to run in good formation. But diving up the inside, that's one of the Kiddix drivers. I think that's Remigius Samcik on the Kart Republic with the Alonso colours. Of course, the Alonso kart is part of the Kart Republic group. They continue to run their way forward. It's a good start so far. Everybody just keeping it nice and tidy, but over the mountains, it does look as though the rain clouds are threatening to come back over the course, just as when we thought the circuit might be drying up. I think it might actually be going the other way now.
And you just jinxed it.
I just jinxed it, absolutely.
Here we go then for the completing of lap number 1, and a couple of drivers already trying to find space around the inside, trying at least to make his commitment. The 863 beautifully made by Mason Brooks, making his way up on Samcik 4P3 by the look of things, as on the inside the 904 beautifully made by Kenny Schrau. Great start and getaway for Kenny Schrau up into P4 by the look of it. Here's a look at the classification in full. Yes, indeed, P4 for the Oliver Roland Motorsport driver. Behind Nilas Malik, our pole sitter, who was able to keep a good hold, a strong hold to that first position from Samcik. Mason Brooks down in P3. Side by side, oh, he's being pushed a little bit. Oh, and what a driver is going for a mistake. This is our leader. Nilas Malik just went out into turn number 3. What on earth happened there? He lost all grip entering that hairpin, and unfortunately just went countryside.
It's so easily done when you're in the lead of a race, when you're getting reduced grip every corner, and Nilas Malik unfortunately dropping back to what is now about 6th position, I would say. So this is now going to give Remigius Samcik a crack at going for the lead on Mason Brooks, who is our new race leader for the Fusion Motorsport team. Watch out for the man in 3rd place now. That is Stig de Rademacher, the Belgian talent, looking very strong on momentum. Should pull level with Remigius Samcik and get through. He does indeed. So Stig de Rademacher now comes up to 2nd position. And don't forget that Stig de Rademacher is the other driver in the mix so far that has been unbeaten so far this week. He tries to cut across on Kanish Rao. Rao almost got him for 2nd position and actually drops to 4th position as a result of that. So Stig de Rademacher, all he needs to do is close back up on Mason Brooks. And if he can get back through and take the lead away from him, then he keeps this duel for the title going in earnest between himself and Archie Lovett. And that's a retirement. One of the Birolats sadly dropping out of the race. That's Emil Petteri of the Kaloyar racing team. So the Kaloyar racing team and Emil Petteri unfortunately dropping out of this one, and that is going to be down at the 3rd sector. So very unfortunate that Emil Petteri manages to get going again, I should point out. So he has recovered. So there is Emil Petteri back up to speed, but I'm not sure how much further he'll be taking that car. Meanwhile, de Rademacher closing in on his teammate Mason Brooks to go for the lead. And don't forget, there are only 6 laps of racing in this particular category. Lap times are steady at 1:19. Big launch on the inside from Kranish Grau. That is a brilliant overtake, hugging the curb to split the two fusions. That's ruined the party, and Kranish Grau has made that one look beautiful.
That's what we like to see. Well done to Kranish Grau, up into P3, P2 now on the stick the radar marker. That's the way to do it, isn't it? And now his next target is Mason Brooks, the teammate at Fusion Motorsport of stick the radar marker, who was certainly hoping to protect at least to get away in the lead from his teammate. Look at how struggle that is to get the wheel bending in the right direction. This is clipping the curb. How aggressive that is from Kranish Grau up into P2. This is the way we would like to see that as well. But Stig de Rademacher is on his way to fight back, certainly on the way to turn number 3. And maybe we wait just a tiny bit more, just to make sure to be close enough to Mason Brooks. The more he waits and the more opportunities that is. And now diving around the inside to number 4, switches position for Kranish Grau. What a move that was, at least the first attempt, but sticking back to P1 is Stig de Rademacher. Beautifully made on the inside of turn number 5. Well, we've had two switches of leaders in the course of 2 corners. Kranish Grau holds on to second position, and the biggest loser of the 3 is Mason Brooks. Unfortunately, he goes from first to third. As Kranish Grau hold on to the inside as well, clipping the curb and takes the lead back.
Kranish Grau now leads here with 3 to go at Portimao. A fabulous bit of driving from Kranish Grau. And now look who's joined the party. This is now Jack McLaughlin's chance to get himself into the mix here as well. So Jack McLaughlin on his Fusion coloured chassis. It says Privateer in the entry list, but we can tell for a fact that that's the Fusion colours on his car. As he goes wheel to wheel with Mason Brooks, trying to get his way through on the inside line. As Stig de Rademacher knows how hard it is to win these heats, and he does not want to lose another one, having won 2 already. Stig de Rademacher wants to make this one a very tough run to finish it up in 3 out of 3 form. As Archie Lovett is currently looking good to overtake him. And don't forget that Max Endicott currently has 2 points over the opposition, and he would obviously be looking at tying the ranks with Stig de Rademacher. And Kranish Grau still making his bid. It's getting a little bit squirrely as they come off the turn. The 3 Fusion drivers absolutely connecting, and McLaughlin, no way! Jack McLaughlin goes from 4th to 1st in 1 corner. Kranish Grau is now going to get back on the inside of him, but that really has upset the apple cart. Jack McLaughlin, that's a move that he will be very proud of now that he's got into 2nd place. He could try again on the inside of Kranish Grau, gets there, drifts wide, Grau gets back in on him, but Jack has got to stay hungry out there. He's got a potential victory staring him in the face. Stig de Rademacher squeezed by Mason Brooks, and now Oliver Warner's got a chance to take him on.
The golden rule of karting: don't push your teammate out of the track, don't get together. That's exactly what just happened, unfortunately, between Mason Brooks and Stig de Rademacher, and it keeps on battling for the win. As in the lead, Kranish Grau takes back the 1st position. We're about to enter the last lap of that race. It's not over yet. It's not over yet, as the Fusion drivers are putting on a charge at the pursuit of Kranish Grau. And the Oliver Rowan Motorsport driver hold on to that lead for 1.5 kilometers more. It's going to be a tricky challenge for sure if he can manage to stay within the middle of the pack. Watch out not to get any contact. But on the way to the breaking point, he stays where he is. There's no way to go around the inside slightly. You're going to be side by side. Watch out not to bang wheels just too much. Kranish Grau stays where he is in the lead, very much so. It's been taken in sandwich left and right by the Fusion teammates. And Jack McLaughlin takes back the lead.
But he's under investigation as well, so he's got to be careful on the final lap that he doesn't do anything too untoward. Here's the move from Grau for 2nd, for 1st, squeezing up the inside of Jack McLaughlin. Watch for Mason Brooks. Grau cuts across, holds the lead. Here comes Mason Brooks trying to take on the opportunity. He gets the victory for the moment at least. There's been an off further round. We've had a yellow flag out. It's for Yanis Kolovos. So I don't know whether there was a move or 2 there under yellow flags. We'll have to look into that later. But certainly for the moment, Brooks has got the opportunity here on McLaughlin. Then it is Stig de Rademacher, Warner and Grau. Grau has worked his way back into 4th position, having tumbled all the way to 5th at one stage. But it's getting very tricky. Can Mason Brooks hang on here in front of Jack McLaughlin and Stig de Rademacher? It's going to change things up. But has Mason Brooks done enough? He comes off the final turn. He loses a little bit of momentum. McLaughlin's going to go to the line, to the line, to the line. Oh, 200ths of a second. Mason Brooks hangs on to it. That was tight. You've got to be so careful when you clip that inside curb, because it can spell disaster. And that was so brilliantly handled right to the edge. Excellent stuff as Jack McLaughlin just misses out on getting the win there from his teammate Mason Brooks by 200ths of a second.
Wow, what a finish, another further finish. All class accumulated into this IMA Warrior final so far. This is what we love to see as the conditions are getting better, the racing as well, and the gaps are getting thinner and thinner by the race. But now Mason Brooks is for the first time a qualifying heat winner into the competition. We thought for a moment that Stig de Rademacher had done enough to maybe go for win number 2, but he's having none of it, having to make do with third place behind Jack McLaughlin. But what a finish of a race, what a battle. Once again, this has been in the mini class, one more in the category just after, opposing the Group A versus D. And please bring us some more, as the drivers looking at the competitors in the Parc Fermé will stay, for most of them at least, on the wet tires, that's for sure. Now, here's the classification in full. Mason Brooks picking his first win of the week from Jack McLaughlin. Stig de Rademacher in P3, followed by Kenny Schraub, Oliver Warner. Then we have Samsic, Leonidas Peruzzi in P7 from Chick Petersen. Milas Maliko, pole sitter, unfortunately for him, after that mistake while leading the race, having to make do with 9th place from McLaughlin. Running up the top 10 from Josh House, Charles Ural, Theo Battisti, Jacob Buckler, Noah Grunier P15 from Freihuber, Ackermann, Gödel, Capella, Lopez P20, followed by Correa, Anton, Sorley, Jensen, Rivera, Mignage, Gerde, Bouzas, Clark, as well as Ronnie Carter and Jan Rodriguez at the back end of this classification. We lost a couple of drivers in Yamaha Oft, Emil Petteri and Janis Kolovos. 3 of those missing out at the end of the 6th lap qualifying heat. Under the sun slightly through the clouds with a bit of a blue sky as well. Potentially, once again, new and ideal conditions coming our way, as I almost fell from my chair there. But everything's fine. Don't worry.
Happens. It happens.
It happens. Yeah, it's a dangerous job that we're doing as well.
It is a very dangerous job being a commentator in World Motor Racing. It's a very tricky situation. I think you've actually broken your chair there. Well, I think we've managed to get it all sorted.
Did I break it?
I think you might have broken it. Never mind.
Now it's fixed. Don't worry.
Now it's fixed. So great racing from the youngsters in the Mini X30 brigade there. Done an absolutely fantastic job up to this point so far. Great to watch. These youngsters duel away. There's not a lot of standing water left on the circuit, I can tell you that. And it's definitely going to make things a little bit more intriguing for the remainder of the day. As a result of the reduction in standing water, I don't think the senior X30 drivers are really going to get a semblance of what's happening with the circuit until they get out there for their own heat. But there's a lot of patches of standing water rather than full dry patches of the circuit. So it's still very open. But Mason Brooks getting the moves done and finding himself in a good position. Very unfortunate to see a couple of drivers dropping out of the race there. But certainly for the battle between Mason Brooks, Jack McLaughlin and Stig de Rademacher, we had great entertainment all the way to the finish line. And it's really great to be able to see the kind of battles that these contenders have been able to utilize and stamp on. So really good racing all the way. The form has been absolutely terrific. It's just going to continue in fine style. So we're getting ourselves ready for the race battle coming up. Jarlath Sayer and Christian Kobe front row of the starting grid. Bogdan Kozma and Arjan Singh from Maxim Bobrashov and Max Endicott, Stan Fageau and Harry Williams. Priam Bruno and Max Murray from Patrick Christensen and Harley Musk, then Colby Patterson and Valentin Lefebvre. Sari Dudkovsky and Flavio Carda from Findlay Lines and Aaron Richardson.
And we have Conrad De Garo and Gustavo da Silva, followed by Alex Reilly, Guilherme Lopez Morgado, Danny Vorse, Antoine Venant, Tom Alderlisten, Edward Godfroy, Graham, Simon Carajas, Aaron Bihoff, Didier Kreeft, Lawrence de Kock, Mathis Bergeau, as well as Dario Mifsud and Liu Yuzheng, that is not with us, but almost the full grid is here for the second formation lap in those conditions. Still very much a wet race, and I'm happy to share with you guys that my seat has been fixed in the end, but I'll be staying up actually instead of taking no more risks. You can stay seated.
It's a very risky job, isn't it? It's a very risky job, this sport. Anyway, great stuff from our minis in the previous category. And now we get to see the great battles that will come in qualifying heat A versus D. Good to see Jarlath Sayer still in the mix for the victory. Now we know, of course, with Stig de Rademacher coming home in third position, that Archie Lovett is going to be the interim leader going into tomorrow, whatever happens, as he is the only driver now in Mini X30 in the Miami Warriors Finals 2023 to go unbeaten. And he will remain that way at least going into tomorrow. There will still be 2 races for them to do on Friday, but this will get the job done for the time being at least. Meanwhile, the mechanics you can see there getting themselves ready for the battle out in front of them. Jarlath Sayer and Christian Kobe renewing that age-old battle in the Mini X30 category, and it's been that way pretty much since the 2020 season. Fusion Motorsport versus Oliver Rowland Motorsport, the 2 British teams in Mini X30 at the European level, and they've been absolutely glued together pretty much since the start of running at that season. Jarlath Sayer and Christian Kobe, Britain versus Ireland, running together at the front end.
And we saw briefly Guillermo Lopez Morgado, the 854, not particularly happy about the way the field has been progressing at a slow speed. Maybe certainly with the driver he has in front of him, Aaron Richardson. Didn't get to see that, but some of them complaining in the middle of the pack. But this time we should be good to go. As Opel sitter, Jarlath Sayer on the left side of your picture, with Christian Kobe by his side, other ones having to show the pace, and you can see him gesturing to Jarlath Sayer. Slow down a slightly bit more, slow down please, so we can get together the right way. The lights go out, green, 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 we go racing. A cracking start from Jarlath Sayer, who protects his place. Oh, and driver going off already.
Oh my goodness, it's a very scary run for the first corner then, and that was one of the Falcons going off the road then, up at the first part of contact. So couldn't quite see who that was disappearing. I think it might have been Patrick Christensen, but a big slide as drivers went off the road there. It was Patrick Christensen, the 835. So very sad indeed. We had a spin there as well for the 916. So that was one of the Kart Republics going around. I think that might have been, well, we had problems for Antoine Venon. We also had Simon Carasas and Conrad Garrow, as well as Valentin Lefebvre. So several drivers getting caught up in that. Meanwhile, back at the front, and it's Fusion versus Fusion. So Jarlath Sayer has got Bogdan Krisma for company, and round the far side, that is one of the GGMs picking up on both of them. So getting into the lead of the race.
I can sing by the look of it.
It is, no, sorry, it's Max Endicott. It's actually Max Endicott, the 819, who has leapfrogged past his teammate and moved into the lead.
Yeah, beautiful move on the outside of the turn. We might need to see that again in highlights, because it was really nailed to take the lead. The 818 indeed. Max Endicott, apologies, as all of his teammates are in the part of the class as well, clipping the curb and closing in on that opening lap. Couple of drivers stuck together as run inside. The Fusion Motorsport are back in the lead. Jarlath Sayer, Cosma Christopher, Andiakot, Arya Singh as well. Watch out in the breaking point. On the way down, Sayer, Cosma Christopher, 818. On the inside, 880 as well. Bogdan Cosma Christopher putting the pressure on the leader, Jarlath Sayer, and there's the switch for the lead with the GGM Motorsport driver back in the first place, clipping the curb a tiny bit on the exit. He seems to be in control at least, and look at how tight and twisty it is for the back between all those drivers. And one who didn't have the best of getaway from the start is Christian Corbin, actually, from Oliver Rowland Motorsport. He was on the outside of the front row, don't forget, but he had a bit of a shaky getaway. And we saw him lose a couple of places in momentum, and he finds himself all the way down to P7 at the moment. Going to shake off a little bit the opponents that he has behind. In the meantime, we have Max Endicott back in the lead. Max Endicott in front of Bogdan Cosma. Then Jarlath Sayer, who was in the lead not so long ago, down in P3. Stan Fago, the 884, brilliant first few laps of the race. 2 places gained for Stan Fago, up into P4. And as I just mentioned, his troubles in the opening lap, while Christian Corby, the Irishman, is already back into P5 of Richardson and Williams. And here's a look back at what happened. A look exactly at Corby just behind. As he's on the outside, there's a contact with a couple of drivers going across country into the grass. And we're lucky actually that it wasn't even worse, because some of them found themselves on the racing line at full speed, but none of them was badly hit. Went sideways just a tiny bit on the exit, but we came close to what could have been a much bigger incident.
We certainly did. Max Endicott now trying to move his way further forward as he tries to go for the lead. Once again, going to be tight as they continue to progress through. An interesting battle as the contenders keep squabbling along now. I think we're going to see how Max Endicott worked his way through on the opening lap as well. He managed to get up to 3rd position. The 2 Fusions drifted wide. We saw a couple of other drivers getting a little bit squirrely on that opening lap as well, but then there's the recovering Christensen. Paul Patrick Christensen is now down at the back of the field, unfortunately. But you're going to see the 2 Fusions go side by side. On the left of your screen, this is the replay. On the live feed to the right is what's actually happening on track at the moment. But Endicott just carries the speed and drives it right round the far side of the 2 Fusions and was able to pick up the lead there. Absolutely terrific stuff and really good manoeuvring. And then they just both cut across the line of Endicott's nose. So able to get themselves back into position. So Cosma, Fagot, and then Endicott in front of Jonathan Sayer. Christian Kobe's there or thereabouts. A big dive again on the inside, and Endicott is going to split the Fusions once more. Gets into 2nd place in front of Stan Fagot. Stan Fagot is going to try again for KBK on the inside line, 3 wide. Fagot is going to get through at the expense of Endicott and Cosma. So Cosma ends up moving back into 2nd position. Endicott's going to go all the way down to 4th because Jarlath Sayer is going to go around the far side. And this is what the Mini X30 drivers are so good at. They utilise the fact they've got more racetrack to play with to try and get those overtakes finished off. Here's Fagot trying to defend from Bogdan Cosma. There goes Jarlath Sayer up the inside line. So Sayer gets into 2nd position now. But it's still Fagot that leads the way, and there's more drops of water on the lens. I don't know whether that's from a splash or whether that's the rain coming back again at the far side of the circuit, but those dark clouds overhead look very ominous indeed.
And we do have a yellow flag and one driver off in turn number 9 outside of your picture. Try to see who that is that was into trouble. It might have been Christensen from Falcon, 8:35. And we'll get back to that, but the battle is raging still for the lead.
I think it's actually Callum Graham who's gone. So Callum Graham, unfortunately, dropping down the order.
Yes, indeed, you're right. He was in P19, the British driver, unfortunately. But he's back on track, so not so much of a big hit.
Fagot has suddenly dropped all the way to 4th position because Sayer, Cosma and Endicott have all managed to get through him there on momentum on the way through turns 1 and 2. So Fagot then actually crossed the line in the lead by 0.05 of a second. Now finds himself down in 4th. There's Endicott slicing up the inside of Cosma. He goes through. Watch for Fagot. He's going to get through on the inside as well. So Fagot goes into 3rd position past Max Endicott. Past Bogdan Cosma. So Jarlath Sayer is your leader. Endicott in 2nd, then Fagot, then Cosma. There's not a lot to choose between them. Here comes Stan Fagot to go on the inside line to get into 2nd, almost 1st as he gets on the inside of Sayer. They're going to drift wide. Here's the chance for Cosma, but he can't hold the inside line. He has to stay wide and give away the space again. They're brilliant race battles, and this is great news for Jarlath Sayer.
Yeah, great news as well for the other drivers who might be willing to switch on a slick compound for the next few races, even though it might still be slightly wet onto the racing line. That takes its time actually to dry out. But the sun is with us very much so. With Sayer holding on to the lead, Stan Fagot is going to try once again clipping the curb. And as we enter the last lap of that last qualifying heat of the mini class for today, there's going to be some more tomorrow on Friday. But Stan Fagot very much glued to the rear bumper. Coming to turn number 3, he just relieved himself a little bit from the pressure from Max Endicott and Bogdan Cosma. Would it be enough for him to go for the move? With Endicott still very close on the exit of turn number 3 and 4. 4-driver battle, and it's anybody's chance. On the inside there goes Max Endicott. What a move that was from Endicott, who takes them 3 at once.
You don't have a lot of time left to play with, so you may as well make it work. And Fagot ending up getting into 2nd position there in behind Jarlath Sayer. Little bit of a hesitation from Endicott. That drops into 4th now behind Cosma. Here comes the chance again from Fagot. He nudges Jarlath Sayer, hoping for a move on the inside, but he gives away the gap to Cosma and Endicott, who gets them both. Endicott up to 2nd place as a result of that. Now Fagot getting back on the inside, and he's going to have pressure from Cosma. Cosma gets through into 3rd position on Fagot, so that really mixes up the pack again. Sayer is going to have the chance here to run all the way through to the line in front of Endicott. Endicott's going to have to come up with something pretty spectacular in the final couple of corners. Can he keep the momentum? He can. He's going to need a little bit more out of the final turn, but he might just get there. Endicott coming off the turn. It's going to be close to the line. Just Jarlath Sayer. Endicott 2nd from Fagot and Cosma. Less than half a second covers the 4 of them.
And once again, as for the race before,
look at Fagot.
That was 2nd on the line.
Did you see Fagot, the way he just crossed Cosma's path there? He was not happy at all with the way that ended, clearly. But you can't afford to use your chassis as a battering ram on the slowing down lap. He's got to be careful of that.
Yeah, certainly not something that we'd like to see. We might need to see that again, actually. But on the line, and some explanation with gesturing at the end of that race.
I don't think he was particularly happy, let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's the right way to put it indeed. As a Sayer, actually, you could see him going defensive on the line, and if he didn't go that way, I think a couple of meters more, and that would have been an entirely different story. But Sayer was able to hold on to that first position and picking up what is his second victory of the weekend in Mini. 3 races down and 2 victories for Jarlas Sayer, who finds himself as one of the strongest drivers in the classification, still led by Archie Lovad, who remains unbeaten, from Stig de Radermaker and Descartes Brooks, and Sayer 5th overall. Here's a look at the classification in full before we turn our attention to the senior category, with Jarlas Sayer, Max Descartes and Stan Fago in the top 3, from Bogdan Kosma, Christopher, Bob Reshov, Kobe, Richardson, Murray, missing Ariane Da Silva, running up the top 10. And we have Lopez, Musk, Linus, Pattinson, Krift, Priam Bruno P16, followed by Harry Williams, Dubnowski, Venant, Hofer, Boos, Alderlichten, Godefroy, De Kock, Keira 25th, Brajo, Carasas, Lefebvre, Garrow, Mifsud, Graham, and Alex Rayleigh, as well as Christensen. And everybody made it through to the checkered flag.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. We've got a lot of activity down in pre-grid, actually, because a lot of the drivers, not all of them I should point out, but a lot of the drivers in Senior X30 have seen that race and thought, right, it's time to go for slicks. So this could be a very interesting race now coming up, because not all of them are on slicks. There's the incident where we saw a couple of drivers skating off the road. Very unfortunate that I think one of them that we saw really losing out in terms of positions initially there was the GGM of Maxim Bobrishov. Look at the live feed, and you can see there that the mechanics are going to battle, desperately trying to get slick tyres on the kart, and they've only got 20 seconds to get through the gate. So this is going to be pretty tricky. You can watch the highlights of the previous race on the left side of your picture, but on the right side, you've got the live feed, and there's only about 10 seconds. They've got to get through that gate for the start of the next race, and if they don't make it through, then that's it. They're not going to make it into the race. So a couple of drivers there struggling. The 290 doesn't look like they're going to get onto the grid for this next one. The 290 there is, we're getting ready for the next race, I do believe. So the gate should be about to shut any moment now, because obviously it's 4:21. I think actually everybody's now made it through for the next race. This is the preparation for the race after this one. That's the 255 currently being frantically worked on down there. That is Afonso Pereira, who's going to be in the race after this one. But you've got to remember that they're frantically adjusting the setup of the karts there, and it's a combination between a few karts going wet tyres and a few of them going slicks. So the drama down in pre-grid is palpable at the moment, as several of the teams are basically working. This isn't like in the CRK FIA either, when you've got a chassis that you can set up for the wet conditions and a chassis you can set up for the dry. They only have one chassis each in the IMEX30 brigade, so you've got to make sure that you can quickly adjust the setup of these machines to go from the dry to the wet. It's a tricky and precarious task, and just as much as we get to see the racing on the track, we get to see the frantic squabbling of the mechanics down in the pre-grid as well.
Yeah, fantastic ballet indeed. Something we don't get to see every day, as the replay of the win in the end.
I think we saw a big slide there at the end of the race from Stan Fageau in the Mini X30, and then he did it across his opponents again. I don't think he was particularly happy. But this is just the intensity of the work that goes on.
And this is actually outside of the entry to the Parc Fermé,
yes, it
which is the step just before making your way onto the pre-grid.
But look at that, you've got a lot of standing water in the pits itself. On the track, it's drying pretty rapidly.
And we had the attention caught on the corner of our eyes by a driver that was just on the fence on the way to the pre-grid. But this driver was indeed Kevin Lantinga, who's actually coming to the race after this one we're going to have. So Kevin Lantinga is the first one, actually. You might see it, actually, with the Tony Kart machine at the very start of the pre-grid. On the other side of the fence is the first one on the N3 for what will be the race after this one. First, we have B versus C. And then coming after that, A versus D, where Kevin Lantinga will be in the middle of the pack. But for now, all the other drivers have made their way onto the pre-grid, waiting along for the green flag. The whistle will be blown in just a moment. And here's the starting grid in full.
Eduardo Villa and Francois Delati will be joined by Marcus Littlewood and Alessandro Tedesca, then Luca Griggs and Marlo Bollier, Otto Pickenden and Finn McLaughlin, Aaron Ferrazzano and Diego Balassi, Alex Leanderson and Maxime Gély from Hugo Gillard and Christian Vagani, Miguel Silva and Eloy Gonzalez from Maxi Radek and Connor Jupp.
Row number 10, we'll see Hugo Martiniello and Lei Cuillo. Then we have Natalia Granada and Lee Tenhan, followed by Benjamin Jones, Mark Granada, Senna Ito, Finn Leslie, Noel van Voorvelde, Kodai Yoshida, Abdullah Kamel, Peter Stille, Fernando Luque, Thomas Teixeira, Martin Romao, and Ruben Barn. In total, let's see if we do have pretty much everybody on board for that 10-lap race. B versus C in the senior class. And when it comes to seniors, well, our current overall leader is still very much the Belgian Ian Eggmans from Gus Lawrence and Clément Outron. But this classification, of course, will continue on evolving as we're going to run things up for this second day of racing only with the senior class. 4 races in a row. And then don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break, the time for the X30 Master category to come into play for the 2 10-minute free practice sessions. And then we'll be back for one last qualifying heat of the day before the Drivers' Parade of tonight. And as we wait for the drivers to make their way back onto the starting grid after the 2 formation lap, let me remind you once again that we do expect all the drivers on the Parc Fermé at 6:30 local time. Join us in the Parc Fermé to get your respective commemorative medals. And then from 7 o'clock, we'll be ready to start with the Drivers' Parade that will be taking place in the paddock on the stage where we have been conducting the interviews yesterday and today with Anthony Jordan. And hopefully we'll get to hear more from some of the actors and drivers out there. And even though the schedule has been tighter than usual, and Jake, you're looking once again at the skies.
I am.
And they're about to jinx it, huh?
Well, the reason I'm looking at the skies because everybody who's gone out onto the circuit now on wet tyres is probably going around on this formation lap going, you are kidding me, we've got this wrong.
Oh,
however,
talking about drivers in trouble, unfortunately, the 289 with the CRG machine.
Yeah, that's Lin Sen Han, the Type A driver. Unfortunately, his race appears to have come a cropper. I don't think he's the only one. I think Lee Kyu-ho and Natalia Granada have come off the road as well. And that is considering that we haven't even started racing yet, but neither of them have managed to come through the first sector on this second formation lap. Well,
I don't see Natalia.
Well, Connor Jupp has come through again. Natalia Granada's not come through at all. Kyo Lee and Natalia Granada, I don't see them having come through, so we're not entirely sure what's happened there. Either that or there's an issue with the transponders. I think it might be...
Yeah, Natalia's
in the grid.
Yeah.
You can see her there in the bright pink Iron Dames kart. So there's clearly a transponder issue there. But the reason I was looking at the sky is that anybody who is on wet tyres at this point is probably thinking, you've got to be kidding, we've got this wrong. In fact, looking at the sky, give that about 90 seconds and they might have got it right because it's looking like it could be raining on the circuit any minute now again. So it's going to be very treacherous again to see. Everybody's finally made the switch to slick tyres. Not everybody has. Some of them may have got this right. Some have got it wrong. Here we go. Vila through to the first corner with Littlewood and Briggs in tow. And as they work their way through, a couple of drivers getting wide there on the grass. Finn McLaughlin trying to carry this right round the far side in order to move up some positions and certainly getting a good run as he comes off the turn again. And is that all the way to second position? Surely not. Finn McLaughlin.
Oh, he's out.
Oh, he's off. He's lost grip.
And it seems to be slippery on the outside. Oh, and another one. This is Ruben Moya. No, the 208, sorry.
It's the 208 that's gone, so that is Peter Stiller, I do believe. Yes, it is, the Pantano of Peter Stiller. So several drivers there on slick tyres have hit a wet patch. The leader's gone. Vila's dropped it. Vila's dropped it out of the corner. Eduardo Vila has now gone. So many drivers are on slick tyres, thought they got it right. Look at the rage of Eloy Gonzalez. He's also gone on slick tyres. So this is what I was talking about. The track was drying out, but it's not perfectly bone dry. And drivers have gone onto slick tyres thinking, well, it's perfectly fine. It's not. There are still patches of water out on the circuit. Have the drivers who've gone onto wets actually still got this right?
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen for the next few minutes because we might see the track drying out again and again. But cold, slick tyres in that opening lap really wasn't paying off at all. And some of them really cut short and caught by surprise. We lost a couple of them, including Fionn McLaughlin and the leader himself, unfortunately.
Well, Finn McLaughlin's got big damage to the kart. I don't think he's going to be able to carry on because he's dropped down and he hasn't come through yet. Yeah, he's abandoned the car at the second sector. Vila went off the road and has now dropped to 8th position because he's struggling for it. There is Finn McLaughlin. He can't believe it. What disaster for Finn McLaughlin. Just a few short weeks after the agony of Franciacorta. There's more drivers going off the road. And that is the TV kart coming off a second time, I think. Or is that his teammate? Yeah, it's Christian Vergani coming off the road. So we lost Eduardo Vila going off there on the first lap. Then Vagani did exactly the same thing.
And
but
we did lost as well, Thomas Teixeira and
we've got
Peter
a cart
Stiller.
slowing. We've got a cart slowing. That is one of the TBs. It's the 252 that has slowed to a crawl. And that is the sister car that's not quite the same machine as Eduardo Vila. Oh no, it is! It's 202! It's Eduardo Vila!
Oh my God.
After yesterday, when it was looking so rosy for the Italian, he missed the first race because he couldn't get out of the gate, and now he's out of the race after an off on the first lap. He went on to slicks. It's all gone wrong.
Oh my God.
Eduardo
What a turn of
Vila.
events.
He was one of the favourites for this event, and that's the second time now Eduardo Vila has DNF'd.
Was he on slicks or on wets?
I'm not
Hard to
sure
say,
actually.
yeah.
It's hard to tell whether he was on wets or slicks there. But this is one of the craziest races we have had so far. We've already had so many incidents in the first 3 laps where we're in that fine line now, aren't we, between whether the slick tyres are the right choice or the wet tyres are the right choice. We can't really tell, and neither can the drivers until they get it wrong. So it's Luca Griggs that leads the way. Alessandro Tedesco is in second place. Diego Balassi is now in third in front of Marlo Bollier. Connor Jupp is in 5th position.
He climbed 13 places as a result of all the drama as well happening just around him. Fifth for Connor Jupp at the moment. So we're going to take a good breather and focus as well once again on the classification as on the inside was one of the BDC driver, the 272, making his bid.
That's Littlewood on Bollier, and there goes Jupp making the bid on Diego Balassi and Alessandro Tedesco. Connor Jupp has worked his way in a 2nd position on lap 4. He sees Luca Griggs in front of him. Right, mate, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, look at that, and he's going to have quite a bit of work to pull off because the gap has been extended to over 2 seconds by Luca Griggs, who couldn't ask for better results and a better course of action because he's been able to really put himself in ideal conditions. If he stays like that, of course, fingers crossed for not any rain coming our way before the end of this race. But Luca Griggs very much dominating in front of Connor Jupp, Balassi, Tedesco, Littlewood, Boyer. And look at the amount of drivers that we've lost. Martin Romao didn't take part, but we lost Gonzalez, McCaughlin, Vila, as well as some others, including Peter Stiller, who went into some trouble into the opening lap. No, Ruben Moya is going to be here in 2 races' time. I guess we're so used to see Ruben Moya fighting at the front with the Pantone machine that sometimes get confusing. It was Peter Stiller as well. As Thomas Teixeira and Natana Granada who got into trouble.
Yellow flags at the bottom of the hill. I think it's Fernando Luque that's had a problem. So Fernando Luque out of the race, and there goes Littlewood getting on the inside of Diego Balassi to move up into 3rd position. That means we've now got British drivers 1, 2 and 3. Griggs, Jupp and Littlewood. And look how quickly Connor Jupp is closing in on Luca Griggs. How much faster is he? Well, Luca Griggs just did a 1:08.0. Connor Jupp just did a 1:06.5. He is a 2.5 a lap quicker than Luca Griggs.
So it's fair to say that Connor Jupp decided to stay on wet tires while Luca Griggs certainly went for the slicks, at least when you consider the difference of lap times. That's a fair bet. That's Griggs is going to have to keep his head down because into the turn number 13 all the way down at the back end.
Look at that. It's just so
close.
easy. It's child's play for Connor Jupp. He has absolutely no issues creeping up to the back of Luca Griggs. He gets his move on the inside. Thank you very much. I'll take the lead. No worries at all. Thank you. And I'm going to disappear now, thanks. So he takes the lead and marches away. There's only been a handful of drivers really that have decided to stick it out on the wet tire. No.
Wait a
He's
minute.
not on slicks, is he?
That's slicks, isn't it?
I think he is on slicks.
Yes,
Connor
indeed.
Jupp has found the speed and he's found the pace on slick tyres despite the tricky nature of this circuit. Yeah, those look like slicks to me.
Yeah, and Luca Griggs was on wet, so there's your answer. The line is very much drying out as for now, and it allowed really Connor Jupp to fly his way through 17 positions gain, and we just passed the halfway point of that qualifying heat. Oh, and 2 drivers coming together, and 3 involved. Watch out on the exit.
Oh, it's going to be tricky.
This is Mark Granada as well as Peter Stiller, by the look of it, got involved.
Well, 224 and 288 are tangled in with each other, so it's Mark Granada and the 288 that tangles in.
We'll get back to that as well, but I think Peter Stiller was involved and lost a bit of time in the process. It might have been the drivers.
Littlewood's got through on Griggs now as well.
Yeah.
So Littlewood has got through past Griggs. Was Griggs on wet tyres? I think he was, because he's now tumbled all the way to 3rd position behind Littlewood. Leanderson's doing a great job. So Alex Leanderson on the Ward Racing machine has now worked his way forward to 4th position. This is a fascinating race, and it's one of those crazy ones where the track is really changeable from one race to the next. You don't really know whether the dry tyres are the right ones to be on or the wet tyres are on.
And there's a lot of talking between the teams and the drivers and the mechanics in the back. I mean, you don't get to see that, but Ellie Goldstein, for instance, is keeping a close watch on the proceedings onto the track. And if you get to see the skies as well, we focus on the racing as well, but the clouds are really gathering above our heads at full speed from the west of the circuit.
That looks like they're going to break any minute now.
Doesn't look good at all. And if I were some of the drivers out there waiting to make their way onto the pre-grid, I would be slightly worried looking at the color of the sky.
You've got so many drivers in pre-grid. We need to get a camera on pre-grid because that's about to be very tricky indeed, because we've got so many drivers sat here with slick tyres on the car, waiting to see if that rain cloud overhead is going to break. 3 laps to go in this one. Jupp is 2.5 clear of Littlewood. Then Lee Anderson, look, Lee Anderson has worked his way forward to get past Griggs in Eichmann's colours with the Ward Racing suit. So Alex Lee Anderson under the title of Ward Racing, but those are Eichmann's Grand Prix colours, aren't they? So great to see. Diego Palassi, 5th position behind Griggs, then Otto Pikkanen in front of Marlo Bollier, who is 13 seconds back from the lead in 7th position. That's how crazy this particular race has ended up being. Only a handful of drivers going for slicks, everybody else going for wets. That was a good decision about 5 minutes ago, but that rain cloud overhead is being blown over the circuit ridiculously quickly by the wind, and if that breaks in the next 2 minutes, then there's going to be a frantic amount of activity down in pre-grid as drivers will suddenly need to change their tyres from slicks to wets.
And around the inside, there he goes, beautifully made on the inside.
That's Pikkanen on Palassi, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah, 45, beautifully made by the Ward Racing driver. Further back to the Karting Pro competition driver, shall I say, being overtaken by the driver of
So there is the camera we're going to need, and look, you can see that there's a dry line that has formed on the straight, but there are still patches of water around. It's still not completely bone dry, and if that breaks, if that cloud breaks on the main straight, it's going to be pandemonium down in the pre-grid.
If we're lucky, maybe that big cloud, that big grey cloud, maybe on the tight edge of the track, it won't be pouring rain, but that's very much a theory.
Well, the 5-minute board has just been called in front of the pit gate, and nobody's gone through. They want to see what happens with this rain cloud. Right, Lee Anderson versus Griggs. Griggs has suddenly found some pace again, and he's getting back on terms with Lee Anderson if he can try and make the move happen. So this is going to get interesting. There's your leader, though, Connor Jupp, who has just danced his way to the lead of this race. Absolutely terrific from Connor Jupp. Don't forget, he bounced back in fantastic style a couple of seasons ago, having barely been in the kart at all season to win the Miami I Games. And now on the last lap going into this heat, Connor Jupp has pulled off a similar performance to keep himself in the hunt for the victory in the Miami World Finals. This is great work from Connor Jupp. And of course, he already has a win, so this is going to be his first win, I do apologise. And he'll add to the tallies of his fellow countrymen, the likes of Gus Lawrence, Caden McQueen, and Kalai Atkins, who have all taken victories before him. Don't forget, Sam Shaw got a win yesterday as well, so too did Marcus Luzio. So the Brits are definitely charging their way forward.
And that would be the first victory of Vision Motorsport all through the weekend. They've been so efficient in a mini and a junior, but the senior first win for the British team.
It certainly would. So this is a great way for them to continue. Connor Jupp is actually being caught now by Marcus Littlewood. So the advantage he did have is slowly starting to fall away. But look, the top three are 10 seconds clear of everybody else. That's how critical the tyre choice was. So here comes Connor Jupp to take the victory in fantastic fashion in front of Littlewood and Lee Anderson at a critical point in the race weekend, because there's several drivers that have fallen away from the day as the checkered flag comes out. Connor Jupp takes the win. It's critical that he picked up a win at this point, with so many big names having fallen, in particular Eduardo Vila and Finn McLaughlin, the former of which, Eduardo Vila, in my opinion, that's pretty much his week done. I don't think he's got any chance really of bouncing back from a missed race and then a DNF to come through and be competitive enough to win the IWF. I've been wrong before, but it's definitely backs to the wall time for Eduardo Vila.
Well, at this level of competition, a DNF is drama. A double DNF in the qualifying heat is obviously double drama, but the sort of drama that you don't get yourself out of from quite easily. So we'll see if Eduardo Vila has the skills and has what it takes to bounce back, but he won't have that many occasions to do so before the run of qualifying heats is done tomorrow. So And keep in mind as well that only a fraction of those drivers involved in each class get to compete in the superheat on their way to the final. So a big task ahead for Eduardo Villa, that's for sure.
Right, we're looking down at our commentary box window and looking down to the pre-grid to see what tyres everybody's gone on. The majority have all gone on to slicks, I notice. Interestingly, one driver that has decided to go for wets is Santeri Martikainen of the Eichmann's Grand Prix team. Now that is fascinating. Pretty much everybody else I saw down there has gone for slicks. Santeri Martikainen has gone for wets, clearly thinking, you know what, we're down in the order again anyway. What if those clouds do break in the next 90 seconds? We think they will, so let's just give it a go. Let's just see what happens. Fascinating. These kind of weeks really throw the cat amongst the pigeons, and it's a real lottery from this moment on. The drivers now making their way through the pre-grid, as there is the victor, Connor Jupp, having done a sensational job to stretch away out in front. Very good work indeed. But, well, the drama really is palpable. Everybody else is coming through the gate onto the grid now to go onto slick tyres. But Santeri Martikainen definitely went onto wets. This is the drama right from the start. This was even before the race got underway by the look of it. The 289 skating off. And that was pretty dramatic before the race even got underway. But we're going to see several drivers really struggle for grip on this opening tour. There comes the big one. Conflagration, 1, 2, 3 karts going wide, and then it all kicks off into the next hairpin. But look at Eduardo Villa. Even at this point, the race leader, he's got an opportunity here in front of Finn McLaughlin, but the guys that are running in first and second, it's all about to go wrong. Watch Finn McLaughlin in the blue and red VDK. This is where it all really starts to go wrong for him. There's a spinner in the middle. 2 or 3 karts have gone in with. That's towards the back of the field. That's the first yellow flag. Now watch Finn McLaughlin. He catches the wet patch. Drift, drift, bang. Disaster for Finn McLaughlin.
And Maxime Jallet actually came close to join him, as did Peter Stiller.
How close was Stiller to go into the side of McLaughlin. And McLaughlin did have someone into the side of him. That's the 324 that went in. So that was Thomas Teixeira. Eloy Gonzalez got into a different incident. So that's what dropped him out of the race. I think Teixeira going into the side of McLaughlin actually cost him some damage as well. So that's why McLaughlin might have retired from the race on the opening lap.
Drama in the early stages of that race, that's for sure.
And we didn't even see Eduardo Villa going off the road. I could see it out of my commentary box window when he drifted wide, but Villa had gone from the lead down to about 8th position at that point. And then clearly there were more problems to come for Eduardo Villa, and he ended up parking it. Look at the grip difference between Jupp and Griggs. Jupp just has so much confidence on the inside line. And yes, it is slick tyres that he's on there.
Yeah, it was looking so easy, and still, look at the amount of mud and water. This is a 220 actually that went sideways just too much on the outside.
Mark Granada, isn't it? The mole race, and then it just all kicks off. You got the 224 there of Benjamin Johns. He's had a collision in there from the 289, interestingly enough, of Lin Sen Han. You got to the right-hand side, the 325 is off the road as well. That's Maximo Radek here. So Maxim Radek de Silva desperately trying not to drive into them a second time. And Marcus Littlewood getting his run on Griggs. It was just a race full of drama and badinage. And it's really interesting to see who gets the best of it and who doesn't. Otto Pikkanen finally getting his run there on Diego Palassi, and he would turn that into a run for 4th position later on. But Connor Jupp taking the victory in front of Littlewood, Lee Anderson, and Otto Pikkanen. A crazy race where the battle between slicks and wets was very tight to call. But I notice here we've got pretty much all slick tyres except for one, as far as I can make out, and that was Santeri Martikainen. If the rain comes now, and it does look like it's about to, then my goodness me, has the Finn Santeri Martikainen pulled a fast one on strategy. We'll have to see if that is how it works out. Look at it on the grid. You see the drivers there on the slick tyres. There is Gus Lawrence waiting in pole position. Alongside him on the grid, Clement Utrad, also on slicks. The problem is that you can't really second guess your opponents. You kind of have to go with the grade. You have to try and figure out what everybody else is going to do and then kind of replicate it so that you're all in the same boat, because if you get it wrong, you get it very, very wrong.
And we've seen that in the past few races as well, not only in that class, but when the conditions really got mixed up just a few seconds before making their way onto the pre-grid. It all comes down to chance or to make the right bet. But this time around, everybody pretty much on slicks, as you said, apart from Santeri Martikainen. Let's see if that's going to be paying off for this 10-lap race. 10-lap is quite long in those conditions. And we can see from opposition not only Damp Stamp here on the pre-grid, but still a tiny bit wet on the entry to turn number 8 in the middle of the track, and some of the places as well taking more time to dry out. But Clément Outran on your picture, the young Frenchman with 1 win under his name so far for VDK. Certainly willing to add another one, but it will be on the outside, which is never an easy place.
We saw in the last race that there are still some fairly sizable damp patches that if you catch them at the wrong angle on slick tyres, you're going on a one-way trip to the barrier. So even though they've all gone slicks, they need to be aware of the fact that you cannot really bank on having a bone-dry circuit out there, because it isn't bone-dry. Even in the pits you can see that, and there's a big ribbon of water that's going all the way across the circuit at turn 8, I noticed, which is still fairly damp. It's not bone dry yet, but that is a very tricky patch of water to hit at the wrong angle. So you've got to be careful approaching that one.
Still slightly damp as well on the turn number 17, the last one before start finish straight. Not as much as turn number 8 though, and trying to catch up.
Even
as well.
turn 1 isn't brilliant, to be fair. I mean, I know it doesn't look like there's many bits of standing water, but it's still quite damp through 1.
Yeah, apart from that, on the other side of the track, it seems to be reasonably fair and reasonably okay in terms of racing line. But again, from our position, not the easiest of judgment. But based on what we've seen and the way the slick tires have been functioning, well, this seems to be the way to go, unless, of course, the rain gets uninvited once again.
And Santeri Martikainen is about to find out if he's made the boldest call in history or whether he's got it very, very wrong indeed. We're going to find out. He starts 19th on the grid. As far as I'm aware, he's the only one on wet tyres. We'll double check as the race goes on. But Gus Lawrence leads them out. Clément Outran in second. Then it is Sam Shaw and Eli Goldstein, Harry Platten and Jack Nettleship. From Paco Weisenberger and Diogo Castro, Sam Balota and Aaron Garcia. From Macaulay Bishop, Angelo Melli, Hamza Alfayez, Lewis Bird, Kevin Bejanin, Kevin Lantinga, Rafael Parad and David Gonçalves.
Then we have Santeri Martikainen and Luca Feliz Rodriguez, followed on row 11 by Hugo Trichard and Enrique Oliveira, Mirko Wouters and Juan Aluja on row number 12, followed by Ricardo Girardi, Oran England, Clément Massot, Francisca Queiroz, Tristan Powell, Austin Gale, Luna Claret, Lars Venick, as well as Alfonso Pereira and Oscar Cura. The full grid is with us here for that 10-lap race, as always. Gus Lawrence and Clément Outran with win for the VDK driver. 2 wins for Gus Lawrence, of course, the overall pole sitter. For the second time in the Ironman Worlds final, the VDK driver set overall pole position. It was yesterday morning, and he was able to translate that on 2 occasions in winning results. Maybe a third one for Gus Lawrence. Conor Judd adding his name to the circle of winners so far. This will be the last race for the senior class for those 2 groups, A versus D, and I've spoken too soon because the group A has 1 more race actually at the very last that we're going to have today. So we'll have 2 more races, A versus J and F versus H. After that, a break for the Masters to come in for the free practice sessions, and then A versus C to run things up for today. So 2 more races for the group A of the senior class. But this will be the last one of the day before tomorrow for the D group.
It looks like there's literally only 1 dry line to go through turn 8, and that is if you hop over the curbs to get through. If you go any wider than that, then you're onto the wet patch, and it becomes an absolute nightmare to control the kart at speed. So this first lap could still catch out quite a few people. We'll need to be trained like cats on the 8th corner on this circuit, because that's where the big damp patch is. And on the first lap, you can bet your bottom dollar there's going to be at least 2 or 3 drivers running wide on that. That's where Eduardo Vila dropped it on the opening lap of the last one. And, well, there's a ribbon of water going all the way across the road on that part of the course, even though all but one of the drivers out there are now on slick tyres. If you are Santeri Martikainen, you are praying for that rain cloud overhead to break, because he's the only one that has decided to go onto wet tyres. We've seen it a few times in X30 where one driver goes rogue and it comes up absolutely perfect. We'll have to see if that happens again. Out of the final turn, Lawrence, Outran, Shaw, Goldstein, Platten, Nettleship, Weisenberger, Castro. Let's go racing! Off we go to the first corner. Goldstein hanging in there behind Outran as they go to the first corner. The inside line getting an absolute blinder. So no problem at all for Lawrence, Shaw and Platten to head the field. Here comes Shaw trying to break through, but up the inside, Platten's going to go rogue on him. Up to second position, they squeeze wide. There's not a lot of grip, and everybody's going to conflagrate around each other. There's not a lot of places to go. Several drivers getting contacted in. 5 of them involved in that one by the look of it. Two or three of them involved. You've got 206 and 287 in that one. And we had Weisenberger and Balota getting, Castro and Garcia, I should say, getting caught in that one. Gonçalves, Frederic, Lars Vennik and Oscar Cura also involved. And look at the damage to the 319. That's the barrel art there of Garcia, I think it is. No, it isn't Garcia, but there's certainly had already one retirement. That is Lars Vennik and Oscar Cura that have not come around again, but the 319, that is Lucas Federich for the MDC team. He's had big damage on the opening lap. Several drivers drifting off the road on the slick tyres and desperately trying to get back to the pits in the hope that they've still got a car salvageable for the rest of the meeting, never mind the rest of the race, as Lawrence leads Goldstein, then Platten, Weisenberger, Shaw, Nettleship, Utran down to 7th, and McCauley Bishop now with Balota. There's the move on the inside from one of the TB carts. That looks to me like the 310 that has come through there. That is Jack Nettleship, who of course is in the MDC squad with Birolart overalls, but he's on a TB car. Yeah. Talk about confusing. Oh, he nearly catches out Weisenberger.
Yes, indeed. Came close to a contact as we have the retirement, unfortunately, of the 390 we mentioned earlier. This is Frederick from MDC Racing, who had big damage resulting of that contact on the opening lap. But Gus Lawrence, in the meantime, was able to extend his gap to 1.4 seconds on Eddie Goldstein, who's giving him a charge. Here's Goldstein. On the inside goes Paco Mosenberger on Harry Platten. Well done to the Frenchman. That was a textbook sort of move, as Platten is trying to protect himself from Nettleship just behind the British driver. Going a bit wider onto the curve in turn number 17. Unfortunately, Harry Platten might go the way, actually, of the driver behind, Sam Shaw as well. Nettleship in the meantime as well in the same group. 1.3 seconds. Goldstein trying to give a chase and going slightly faster than the leader. Gus Lawrence not having to take any risk. All he hopes for is to make it home in one piece. Right inside, there goes Nettleship on Harry Platten once again. They're battling along for P3 and allowing Paco Mosenberger to really pull away. And Sam Shaw with the premium karting, a blue livery, gets himself into the battle run inside. They go.
They drag wide. Nettleship's gone, and so too is Harry Platten. They managed to catch it back again, but they've lost at least 2 places each. I think in Platten's case, he's lost about 6, and that's what I've been telling everybody about turn 8. You catch that wet patch on the way through, you've got absolutely no chance of catching the car before you drift off the road.
Yeah, watch out where you put your tires, because especially in that part of the track, that could prove very, very dangerous indeed. As we're here with the 269 from Falcon, at least Sam Balota driving a Falcon machine with his private team. Watch out, let's see what he can do with Nettleship just in front of him, taking the slipstream at the end of that never-ending first sector, a long straight on the inside. Balota stays where he is, up in the 2P7 from Bishop and Alfayez, as well as Pera running on the top 10. Paco Mosenberger giving the chase as well is missing.
There are spots of rain on the camera lens. That's why it's becoming a bit tricky out there, because the rain has started at various points of the course. We can see a couple of drops of rain on the camera lens on the far side of the course. So it's starting to happen at various points. We don't know if it's everywhere, but it's certainly starting at the far side of the course. Now, that's going to cause problems for a couple of drivers out there, especially the ones who have got used to certain parts of the course on slick tyres. But we've now got drops of rain on the far side of the course. It's not happening on the main straight, but it's certainly happening on the far side.
You know, the only driver in that field who could have taken advantage of that position is no longer in the race,
correct,
unfortunately, as Marty Kanen from NGP had to retire not so long ago, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Martha Kanen's gamble, not able to sustain the race distance. That's the problem. Up the inside, that's Bishop getting a lovely run on Sam Balota. Meanwhile, that is a beautiful run from Utran, as he now gets his run on Sam Shaw to get into 4th position. So Clement Utran saving his bacon, getting himself back into the hunt. And a very nice battle, as we also have Weisenberger trying to take on Ellie Goldstein. Now, Goldstein has already had his elbows out several times over the course of this week, and he really doesn't want to be locked into a mortal battle with Paco Weisenberger up front. They've got to be careful as they drift through. Fortunately, Goldstein and Weisenberger are both up to the challenge. Nettleship runs wide again through turn 8, but it doesn't lose the position this time. He manages to keep the Falcon of Sam Balota behind him for the time being. There's Weisenberger getting the move on Goldstein. That's for 2nd position, and that's not just any driver you've got past Paco. You just got past the gold medalist last year at Paul Ricard.
Certainly Paco Mosenberger, who was not born yesterday. Oh, the 240 going through some mechanical trouble, but look at it, this is Rafael Perra, and that's quite unfortunate. He was driving in a strong P9 position, having climbed 8 places since the start of the race. And by the look of it, this is done and over for the T3M Sport driver, unfortunately, having to retire and joining a list that includes Aaron Garcia, Kieros Martikainen, and Fedrich, as well as Oscar Cura. So a couple of drivers that we've lost through the course of that race. Still going, unfortunately, but trying to get back to the Parc Fermé. And despair can be read through the helmet, of course, after what had been a strong recovery for Perard, unfortunately, coming to a premature end. In the meantime, we're back here with Paco Mosenberger.
Look again, you see the spots of rain are coming back.
Yes.
They're on that far side of the course.
In the meantime as well, sorry to cut you off, but two drivers in trouble in turn 8 and 9. You don't get to see that just yet, but yellow flag in the middle of the pack. And that might have to do with the rain starting to follow or to drop slightly a bit stronger. Not quite sure yet on what part of the track precisely. It seems to be dry on our side, but not so much on the far side.
It was quite funny because Martin Bean actually looked at me with shock and horror when I said that there was rain falling on the circuit. And I said, well, we can see it on the camera lens on the far side. Even if it's not on this part, Martin, we know it's here. So very tricky situation at the moment for the drivers, as some of the circuit appears to be getting soaked and the rest of it is staying dry. So it looks like it's at that far side of the circuit where the rain is starting to congregate. And that's Lewis Bird coming into the pits to retire. So Lewis Bird now retires. Very unfortunate indeed for him. Meanwhile, Lawrence has only got a second on Weisenberger and Goldstein. And Weisenberger seems to have the confidence in the victory lane kart, as Afonso Pereira has the mechanical flag waved to him. That means his race is pretty much over as well now. So he'll have to come into the pits to park the kart. But Weisenberger chipping away at Gus Lawrence's advantage. There's Bishop dueling away with Sam Shaw, and he's now got past him on the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris kart. They come off the turn, and again, look, a couple of spots of rain on the final corner camera now. So that would sense that the rain is starting to shift. It might cover the circuit by the next heat.
Yeah, you got to give actually our race director Martin Bean a heart attack if we keep
well, absolutely
about the rain.
Hamza Al Fayez now picks up a warning flag. Not sure what that's for, but the Jordanian currently in P11, just in behind Kevin Lantinga. You can see the spots of rain on the lens for yourself now. It's a real tricky one, as Lawrence has only got 0.3 of a second on Bakker Weisenberger. Weisenberger closing up big time now on the PF International driver in the lead of the race. But Bakker Weisenberger is taking Ellie Goldstein along for the ride. Gus Lawrence trying to hold on to this, but the slipstream he's going to experience this time round with Weisenberger hunting him down is going to be very intense to deal with. And Bakker Weisenberger, the Frenchman, looking very strong indeed here on the victory lane red speed. They come up the turn. And the team boss and founder, Victor Martin, the Formula 2 driver, is actually here in the paddock this week to watch their boys in action. This is going to be a very tough run, as here comes Weisenberger, and he's got the momentum. He's got straight line speed. He's got the slipstream. Here he goes, and look, well, Lawrence isn't even going to fight him by the look of it. Either that or he's just, why don't you just sit behind me and we'll go for it together. I don't think Bakker Weisenberger was going to take the invitation there from Gus Lawrence. I think Lawrence wanted him to get through so that he could fight him on the penultimate lap. But Weisenberger has other plans. He's already got a tactic. He's already got a strategy, and he's not going to let Gus Lawrence know what it is.
Right, so it's an interesting trick, isn't it? And Bakker Weisenberger didn't fall for that. He was in the position of Gus Lawrence. Once you get yourself into the chaser, well, you can have a couple of occasions to switch position and to take the position back at the last moment when the other driver least expect it. As Bakker goes for the inside and takes a position in the lead. And that could give us an opportunity as well for Ellie Goldstein to attack as well on Gus Lawrence. The door is shut on the way to the last two corners as we're about to get into the final lap of this race. How crazy that has been so far. One lap to go, 1.5 kilometers. Here we go again. Bakker is the leader. Gus Lawrence, Ellie Goldstein might want to take them two at once on the way to turn number 3. He stays where he is, the Belgian driver. First try. No one is daring to go for the move just yet. Gus Lawrence being taken in sandwich. That could actually go the way of Bakker Weisenberger because Goldstein goes for the move on the inside. Aldo Belgium makes it through for P2.
That's the Ellie Goldstein we know. Second position now for the Belgian as he charges after the Frenchman, Bakker Weisenberger. Gus Lawrence sat in third position just waiting to see if fireworks kick off. But come on, this is Weisenberger and Goldstein. Goldstein in the equation, fireworks are never far away. Can he make the bid to go for the victory in the final couple of corners of this race? He's got a big chance. He's really got to try and rest on the laurels of the grip that might be affordable to him. I think he's just going to be a little bit too far back here, but you cannot discredit him for the effort. Weisenberger pushing all the way, and it's going to be a terrific victory for the Frenchman. Bachem Weisenberger gets the flag. Excellent work for him. That's the second time he has got a victory this week. And Bachem Weisenberger can be very happy indeed with that. Thumbs up from Ellie Goldstein in second place. Lawrence in third, from Utran, Bishop, Shaw, Oliveira, Lantinga, Platten and Nettelschik. And what a stunning battle that was all the way through. I think we've actually had a problem between Angelo Meli and Hugo Trichard on the very last lap of the race. Yes, we have. There they are. So Trichard has had a coming together with Meli on the final corner.
And he lost, oh, look at the wheel, actually.
What on earth has happened to the left rear?
Yeah, I thought he had lost it for a moment, but this is actually a flat tire as a result of a contact with Angelo Meli by the look of it, and it just happened on the last turn.
That's not a flat tire, that's a shredded tire is what that is. I've never seen that much damage on the left rear of a tire before. Yeah. Coming off the final turn. You can see the damage that has been inflicted. Well. That's the side pod of Trichard's kart on the other side. Well, what on earth happened there?
Yeah, certainly something went terribly wrong, and they didn't understand each other. And look at the despair on his face.
You don't need to translate that, do you?
Absolutely. It might have been French. I could have actually lip read a little bit, but it was a bit too far.
Well, Bachem Weisenberger picks up the win then from Ellie Goldstein and Gus Lawrence. Clement Utran in front of Macaulay Bishop and Sam Shaw. And Enrique Oliveira and Kevin Lantinga from Harry Platten and Jack Nettelschik. Then Hamza Al-Fayez ahead of Ricardo Cirelli. Clement Massot, Austin Gale and Juan Aluja for the Mirko Wouters and Tristan Powell, and Diogo Castro, Kevin Bejanin, Oren England, Luna Claret, Lars Vennick and David Gonçalves. And that, ladies and gentlemen, are the only finishes we had.
Yeah, 11 drivers, that's the most that we've lost so far, with Oscar Cura, Federish Mardigan and Quero, Garcia, Pereira, Lebesberg, Sampalota, as well as Pereira, Trichard and Angelo Meli coming together into that very last corner, into the last lap. So quite unfortunate turn of event, but for this young man, Bachem Weisenberger, who has found himself last year in a similar position of fighting at the forefront in the IMA Warriors final. He was third in the junior class last year in Le Mans, you might remember. And for his first season in seniors, well, he did well on home soil with second place in the IMA Series France with the Victoria Lane squad. And now he finds himself in a very interesting spot to keep that fight at the front. Bachem Weisenberger, watch out for him with his second victory into the qualifying heats. Not quite able to crack the door to the top 8 as for now for Bachem, but time will tell if we'll get to see the Frenchman again fighting for the next few qualifying heats that we will have. And for the Group A, we'll find him back at the last race of the day after the free practice break for the Masters.
Well, race suit number 2 has been broken out of the bag for Ian Eichmans. We saw him in his fabulous little tuxedo number earlier on, and now he is wearing the national racing colours of Belgium on his suit later. I wonder if he's actually going to use the Eichmans race suit at any point and make it a hat-trick.
I don't think so.
Fabulous. I mean, Ian Eichmans has about 48 different race suits by my last count, and he's there on the front row of the starting grid alongside Julian Carmen for the Victory Lane karting squad. So the Belgian and the Dutchman, many times they've raced on the same bit of racetrack before. This is going to be a tough mission for Julian Carmen to overhaul Ian Eichmans in the form he's currently in, especially considering that Eichmans actually has a 5-point swing at this moment in time in the rankings, because Eichmans has 5 points on the tally, Gus Lawrence has 10, Kalai Atkins has 12, and Clement Utran has 13. So it's looking really strong indeed at the moment for Ian Eichmans, who is currently running in the colour scheme of the Belgium race team that they have. I mean, they have an option, essentially, that they can run a special one-off race suit, which is designed for the IAMI Warriors final, and they have obviously team wear that can be given to them. Most drivers tend to go for the team wear rather than the race suit as well, but Ian Eichmans clearly feeling this is a special week. I've got a chance. I want to make sure I'm wearing the national colours of Belgium at the right moment. There is Kevin Lemans alongside Julian Carmen, just getting himself ready for the battle in front. Kevin Lemans, of course, a very capable X30 master driver in his own right. He came very close to winning the world final last year at Le Mans, and this year he is mechanicking for Julian Carmen. And just behind them on the grid, it's an all-British row 2 and row 3, actually, because we have Kalai Atkins and Marcus Lizio on the second row, and then Cian Geraghty, who I've been very impressed with all week, actually. And alongside him on the grid is Caden McQueen. The formation lap begins, and the drivers get to head out onto the circuit again. It looks to me as though pretty much everybody has gone for slick tyres, but are still very much aware of the fact that it's not a bone-dry circuit, and there is still spots of rain at various points around the course, even if it's not fully wet yet. So Ian Eichmans and Julian Carmen, front row of the starting grid. Kalai Atkins and Marcus Luzio, then Kian Geraghty and Caden McQueen, followed by Tyler Harris and Andrea Piravano, Ruben Moyer and Marcus Gloom, Mika Voss and Alex Moore, Hugo Besson and Hugo Hierui, from Lucas Orchichka and Ronan Hennessy.
Row number 9, we'll see Yuta Suzuki and Conor Grant, followed by Alexander Mono and Jules Vanul, followed as well by Adam Alazari, Charles Lambert, Andy Rattel, Jules Renmans, Ethan Faramond, James Wood. As before we get back to the racing, let's hear from the winner of the previous race down at the stage with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, very quickly wanted to chat to our race winner at that one, Paco Weisenberger. 2 wins now and a DNF. It's been a tough weekend, but that win, you certainly needed it.
Yeah, this morning 1 DNF caused engine problem, and I don't never give up, and win this hit, I'm very happy.
Very good. So, but points-wise, still need to get those that name up there a little bit more. It's going to be a tough weekend, but are you confident?
Yeah, I'm very focused in my weekend. It's not finished. The final is Saturday in Never Give Up.
Exactly that. These are tough weekends, aren't they? But you seem ready. Other team ready? Is everyone happy with the way the weekend's gone?
Yeah, my feeling is really good, and after I continue with this one.
Yeah, exactly. They're very stressful, aren't they? But well done on another race win, and we'll see how the rest of the week goes for you.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent stuff. Guys, back to you with the next senior race.
Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan and Paco Weisenberger. A quick interview before we get back onto the track, as we had Ethan Faramond, James Wood on row number 13 of the grid, Adam Harley and Sam van der Reyden following, as well as Michael Kuiper, Ethan Alakulpi, Arthur Barrio, Felipe Rodriguez, Charles Jelin, as well as Thomas Grondal-Illens. Pretty much everybody here with us. The grid is complete as we pick up right in time for the drivers to complete the second warm-up lap. Still very much in the wet race conditions. I think we might actually get away without the rain for hopefully the next few minutes, because by the look, even though those clouds are still quite close to the track, they might actually go onto the edge and pouring rain as much as possible on the car track and not on ours.
It's proper Portimao precipitation, isn't it? It's so unpredictable. You don't really know here in Portugal what the weather's going to do. Is it going to stay dry, or is there going to be a little bit of rain to spoil the party for these last 3 X30 senior races of the day? Certainly for Eichmans and Carmen, they would like it to stay in a fairly neat position. Are we going to go racing straight away? No, we've got a false start. And that definitely gives us a little bit of a headache now as the drivers are trying to get themselves ready for another go. There is the lights, the repeater light that comes on. For those who are not sure how the drivers know it's a false start, you've got the red lights on, but if they stay on with a yellow repeater light next to the red lights, and that's how the drivers know we're not racing yet, we are going round again. And if the red lights go out completely and disappear, then you know you're racing. So that's how the drivers differentiate the two circumstances. Very tricky race circuit this. Look around this grip. You've got a dry line that is essentially right around the outside of the corner. There are still damp patches everywhere you look. And looking through turn 8, there is still that massive stream of water that is literally going right across the circuit. That hasn't drained at all over the course of the race. So there's basically a bone dry circuit with one ridiculously damp patch that goes across the ribbon of turn 8, and it's right on the edge of the white line for the apex of the corner, right at that 90 degree. So as you're turning in, as you're braking, as you're getting back on the throttle again to go through their double left apex, boom, your tyres are going to hit water, and essentially you're going to get the mother of all wheel spins.
And this is that part of the track where we have seen a couple of drivers going loose and leaving the limits of the track on a couple of occasions. But let's have a close look at the racing suit of Ian Eichmans on the left side. The Belgian colours on, indeed.
Oh, look, it's broken down in the background.
Oh
that is Marcus Luzio.
Yeah, indeed.
Marcus Luzio is broken down on the second formation lap. I cannot believe it. Having already taken a win yesterday, the British driver Marcus Luzio for Dan Holland Racing has got mechanical problems, and he's out of it before it's even got underway. We're under starters orders without him. Off we go. Eichmans gets the lead from Atkins and Geraghty, but it's disaster for Marcus Luzio. The race goes on beside him. And now a big charge forward as everybody tries to get through the first couple of corners. Eichmanns has got a good run. Big charge up the inside from the Pantano of Ruben Moya, making big headway as he tries to get some positions made up. He's up to 4th position. Can they hold it through the hairpin on this first greasy lap of this heat? He's managed to get there, so Moya is all the way up in P4. Marcus Lizio is sick to his stomach.
I cannot believe this. Oh, a couple of drivers in trouble as well. One of the GTM Motorsport by the look of it. Could it be Tyler Iris are they in the mix? And a couple of drivers coming together once again, as we said, in turn number 8, that double left-hander in the middle of the pack. This is a trap, certainly, for some of the drivers. And once again, he proved us all that this is certainly the part of the track where you have to be the most careful.
Well, turn 8 is still a big damn patch. That's James Wood, the privateer, so he's out of the race, and we've had several drivers have problems on the way through, so it's definitely not been easy for anybody to negotiate. Charles Lambert was one of them, and so too was Ethan Faramond, so he had problems, and also Felipe Rodriguez dropping back. So Eichmanns, Atkins, Geraghty, Carmen and Moya. Here's Ruben Moya. It's great to see you back to your business again, mate. Ruben Moya charging back into the top 5, and now it's looking like the Pantano driver we know of old.
Yeah, I didn't have the best of time so far for Ruben Moya. Missed out on the title in this year's IME Euro Series after some battles on.
That's a VDK in trouble. That's a VDK in trouble, and that is the 318 of Alex Moore. So the German driver Alex Moore having difficulties as he now drops up. Look, that wet patch is still causing pandemonium.
Oh my God. One of the Falcons actually went sideways. We'll get back to that in a moment.
Caden McQueen has dropped back, I noticed. Caden McQueen has actually lost a lot of ground that time, so he's the one that actually gets caught out by the wet patch, and so too do both Moore and I think we also had Adam Alazari drop back a little bit there from what was 12th down to about 15th. So several drivers running a cropper. Turn 8 is still an absolute ice rink.
And the driver I saw from the corner of my eye was Michael Kuiper at the wheel of the Falcon machine, who went sideways almost, but the good driving skills from Michael Kuiper, who was able to control his machine on the turn number 8 and that damp patch. Here's Ian Ekman, your leader, 1.3 seconds. He's not looking over his shoulder.
Moya's in second now.
Yes, indeed. And you could see Kyle Atkins gesturing him to stay together, to keep on working that thing, because Ian Ekman has just pulled away just too far. And look at the wet part in turn number 8. This is where the drivers have been caught up by surprise so far. But for now, Ruben Moya and Kyle Atkins, those two battling along all throughout the season, once again find themselves in the position of chasers against Ian Ekmans. With Julian Kamen down in P4, Geraghty, Glum, Hugo Besson, Grant, Mika Voss and Luca Orsica. We haven't seen Hugo Besson that much so far. 6 places gained for the Frenchman of VDK. He's been tackling for the first time the gearbox classes on national soil in the IME Series Benelux this season. But Besson, it's fair to say, was put into the deaf group in qualifying the 4th and last series with all the protagonists of the senior class, so not certainly the best of chances for him to get himself ahead of the pack, and he's been struggling a little bit into the field, not helped by the conditions to say the least. But in the meantime, Conor Grant put the fastest lap in the race from a P8 in the classification, and still almost a 1.5 seconds advantage for Ian Ekmans on Ruben Moya, despite the Spanish driver's efforts.
So it's going to be very tricky from now on to see who is going to get the best of this in still progressively greasy conditions. Oh, big spin through turn 8. 2 or 3 carts going wide there, and that's really caused a real conflagration then of several drivers getting caught up in that particular point. We had about 3 or 4 drivers going wide. Still, that wet patch is catching drivers out as Kian Geraghty now gets his run on Julian Carmen and moves up into 4th position. I tell you what, the star turn of Senior X30 for me all week long has been Kian Geraghty. He's just come out of nowhere, been super strong, super confident, and now he's up into 4th position again for the MDL team. He's not been overly spectacular, but you know what? He's always in the top 5, no matter what, it seems, this weekend. And he is putting himself into the box seat for a really impressive day at the office, both tomorrow and Saturday. You don't necessarily have to be the strongest package in qualifying. You don't necessarily have to be the strongest. Is that Eichmanns? That's Eichmanns! The 243, isn't it? Or is there another member of the Eichmanns crew?
No, he's still in the lead. He's still in the lead.
Oh my goodness, there's another member of the Eichmanns crew with that suit. Goodness me.
Yes,
there's
indeed.
2 of them.
Scared there.
Oh, don't do that, guys. You need to make sure you know which race suit you're wearing and stick with it.
Yeah,
that was Gilles Renman.
With a 263.
Gilles Renman. It was the 263 rather than the 243. Guys, don't give us a heart attack like that, please.
So Ian is still very much on course.
Thank goodness for that.
For that race. 1.6 seconds. Not only is he still on track, but extending his gap lap after lap. 1.6 seconds, despite Ruben Moya fastest lap.
Well, that is Alex Monod.
Monod as well from Victor Redain joining Gilles Redmans. You can see him now with indeed similar colors on his racing suit. The Belgian colors very much in fashion those days for both Gilles Redmans and Ian Aikmans.
It looks like it's exclusive to the Aikmans Grand Prix team, that suit, actually. They've kind of gone with the team wear of Team Belgium, and then they've offered the suit as an extra bonus for drivers within the team. So a special edition Aikmans race suit for the IWF23. So in addition to the tuxedo of Ian Aikmans and his regular Aikmans Grand Prix suit, they now have a Team Belgium Aikmans suit as well, just to keep us in tune. It's a bit like Manchester United when they bring out 3 new kits every year. Anyway, Aikmans, Moya, Atkins, Geraghty and Carmen is your top 5. And look at Kian Geraghty. He's taking on not just anybody, but the Euro Series winner. This is brilliant. Come on, Kian, keep going.
Kian Geraghty from P4. Watch out if you
look
to make
at
this
him
coming.
go.
Yes, indeed, on the inside. What a toe he was able to take on Carl Atkins even before the breaking point. No resistance whatsoever from the core promotion driver. He felt it coming. He knew that it was done to him as well, not to make anything too aggressive, because he still has a couple of laps into that race to counter-attack.
I'm not kidding. Kian Geraghty is the boy wonder of this week. Absolutely incredible. Now up to 3rd position and still just charging forward. They hit the wet patch at turn 8, and again, Geraghty just has the composure and the skill and tenacity to deal with the situation that's being thrown at him. The sky gets darker still with 4 laps to go. And I tell you what, Kian Geraghty is taking on all comers. He's had the likes of Atkins, he's had the likes of Grant, he's had the likes of McQueen, he's had Rattel out there, he's had Besson, he's had all sorts of incredible drivers to go up against. And he is absolutely their equal, if not their better. And this is terrific. He's only got 2 drivers in front of him now, Aikmans and Moya. Let's see what he can do with the last 3 laps.
Here we go. Carl Atkins is still something to say into that battle. Look at him once again taking the slipstream and gesturing to Kian Geraghty. I won't overtake you just for now, mate. Let's stick it together, even though we won't have that much of a chance to catch up with Ruben Moya, but still, he's going to wait certainly into the last lap. At least one more, try to make his attack. Because both have to be protective of Julian Kamen, trying to come back from P5. As in the meantime, the gap has been decreasing between Ian Aikmans and Ruben Moya. This is the other battle happening on track for P1, with Ruben Moya putting a fastest lap in this race, 59.8. That might be one of the first time for a while that we've had one of the drivers cracking that 1 minute or wide open. 59.8, the fastest lap for Ruben Moya. And now we went from 1 full second to 0.8 of a second between the 2 leaders. We have to keep an eye on that one as well, as Aikmans is trying to push. Look at Ruben Moya as the 333. Unfortunately, is having to retire, at least went into some trouble. 334, that is, as terminating down the order. And we'll get back to that in a moment. But the battle is still raging as Carl Atkins has just made the contact with Kian Geraghty. Ruben Moya putting on another fastest lap in this race. It's not over. It's not over between the Spanish and the Belgian. It's not over yet, indeed, between Geraghty and Atkins. The British driver is battling along for a place within the top 3 into turn number 8. Still that damp patch onto the track, and Carl Atkins not quite able to find the space that he needs.
Well, Ruben Moya is absolutely determined to go for this win on Ian Aikmans and put himself back into the fray. And he's just become the first driver in about an hour and a half to set a lap time in under a minute around this course. 59.8 from him with a 1 minute flat .006 for Ian Aikmans. So they're really starting to find the fast times again. But is 0.6 of a second enough to overhaul on Ian Aikmans? I would say probably not, because Aikmans is going to be a ruthless efficiency competitor. Here comes Kalai Atkins again, trying his luck on Kian Geraghty. Geraghty holding up the 3rd position as they run down the back straight and up towards turn 3. Not going to happen. You're going to have to work much harder to get past Kian Geraghty on this last lap. Meanwhile, up in front, Ruben Moya has got that gap down to 0.4 of a second on Ian Aikmans. He's absolutely determined to catch up to the Belgian in the lead of this race. Carmen still in 5th place. McQueen back up to 6th ahead of Rattel, Grant, Hochichka, and then, of course, it is Marcus Gloom. But there is one last shot, really, for Ruben Moya. He's going to have to come up with something rather spectacular to get past Ian Aikmans. But spectacular is what Ruben Moya pulls out of the bag for breakfast every morning. Up to the left-handers. Still trying to find that little bit of extra pace. It's got good speed. but so too does Ian Eichmans, and I think the Belgians just got enough despite running wide in the final couple of corners. Eichmans will hold on and he'll take the victory in front of Ruben Moya. The third win of the week for Ian Eichmans, and that guarantees that he goes into tomorrow's interim sessions with the lead in the rankings at this point. Excellent work from Ian Eichmans, and he has a 5-point advantage now on Gus Lawrence, exactly where he wants to be. Great work from the Belgian, and it looks pretty serene from his point of view. He doesn't have to worry too much about the form book from here on out. It's really good work from Ian Eichmans as he sustains his position in front of Ruben Moya.
Yeah, beautiful performance once again. Third victory out of 5 races so far for the driver from the OGP racing team. Once again, he was able to control Ruben Moya despite the charge from the Spanish through the course of the last few laps. But what a run it has been for Moya, that's for sure. Putting fastest lap after fastest lap, but he would have missed certainly one extra lap or half of that to try to make a difference against Ian Eichmans. Very solid indeed, wearing proudly the Belgian colors on his racing suit. The Elkman was once again very solid against Ruben Moya, and Callum Atkins taking third place and consolidating what is his 4th overall position in the classification of points. Kian Garati, fantastic performance once again from the MDL Motorsport driver. From Julian Kamen, solid once again and consistent in front of Colin McQueen. Andy Rattel, 16 paces gain. Talking about recovery from Andy Rattel, the newly addition to the Pantano team. Andy Rattel missed out on qualifying, 16 places gain from Conor Grant, climbing 10 places from Luca Orsica. Marcus Glum running at the top 10, followed by Mika Voss, Pirovano, Rahali, Kuiper, Besson, P16, and P16 for Etu Alu Kulpi.
Adam Alazari, and then Sam van der Heijden from Hugo Heroin and Jules Van Heuvel, Jutta Suzuki and Tyler Harris, Renan Hennessy, Artur Barriot, Felipe Rodriguez, Ethan Fairmont, Charles Lambert, Thomas Grandalilis, and Alex Moore with the retirements, Alex Mono, Gilles Renman, James Wood, and this man, Marcus Luzio. Look, breaking down before the race even started. Disastrous for the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris driver. His week going so well, and then all of a sudden, it's gone up in smoke. What a real shame for him. Now, good battles all the way through this race. Good to see that Ruben Moya definitely had the setup to really go after Ian Eichmans. He ran out of laps, essentially, didn't he? That was the real problem for Ruben Moya. But I've literally just stepped out of the commentary box window and well, stepped out of the commentary box door, I should say. I'm not quite that artistic.
Managed to do that again, please.
Yeah, I'll do it again, yeah. Stepped out of the commentary box and walked outside, and I've noticed that the wind is stronger than it has been all week so far. So by my mathematics and looking at the wind and looking at the cloud movement, one of two things is about to happen. Either the wind is going to push the rain completely over the circuit dramatically quickly before it breaks, or the mother of all rain showers is about to hit the circuit. One of the two is going to happen, but the wind is going pretty quickly at the moment, and it is very strong, so I've got a feeling that it might just blow the worst of the rain clouds over the circuit before it actually does a huge amount of damage. Having said that, the cloud that's now coming over is one of the thickest we've had over the day. It's not the thickest, but it's certainly one of the thickest, and in terms of the timing of having a big rain cloud at this point, as we watch Gilles Renman clatter to a spluttering halt. Kian Geraghty, so impressive this week for the MDL team. It's a name that you don't usually get to see towards the front, but to get it 1 or 2 heats is pretty good, but he's been towards the front most of the time. There's the incident that saw a bit of a spit off the deck for one of the Eichmans carts. That is a big pirouette there for the 334 that went around, so I'm very impressed actually that Adam Alazari was able to get going again and finish up as high as 17th in all of that. So very well indeed from the young man from Dubai. But yeah, looking over the circuit, the rain is still in the air. It hasn't broken yet, and everybody is on slick tyres on a damp and greasy circuit, which still has a dry circuit. But it's either going to be very strong winds or it's going to be in a very heavy rain shower coming. Meanwhile, down on the stage, Anthony Jordan is with our next interviewee.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm here with Ian Eichmans, who took the race win in that one. I know we've spoken to you a lot, Ian, over the course of this weekend, but you're now points leader going into tomorrow. Very important place to be. Obviously, you've got a nice buffer as well. I think 5 points. Your worst result you've had this weekend is a P3. You've never been out the top 3. What's been the secret to your success this weekend so far?
Just staying out of trouble is the key for the moment. trying to survive with the tires. But yeah, we have the speed to stay in front. It's also a hard fight up there, but it's it's fun. I like to race hard and fair, but yeah, it's fun so far, and just need to keep up there.
That last race, you had Ruben Moya slowly closing in. Is that a concern going into the races tomorrow, thinking that he's got some decent pace?
No, not really, because I know when he will overtake me, he will not pull away, I think. Because this track is a lot of slipstream, so you can pull away, but if you drive the whole race in P1, it's difficult to catch.
Exactly that. Rest of the weekend still to go, or the rest of the week still to go. Still got a couple of days, lots still to happen. You're still feeling ready? You've had a change of suit now as well, but you still feeling ready?
Yeah, I'm still feeling ready to fight and race. Yes, we just got to see how tomorrow and Saturday go. Hopefully we get the win on Saturday, and yeah, that's the most important one.
That's what we need. Well, congratulations, well done. We'll see what you can do tomorrow, and hopefully you can stay on top of those points.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Boys, back over to you.
Thanks, Anthony Jordan. Hoping to break the record for the amount of interviews with one driver in as many race suits as possible over the course of a weekend. We've already had the tuxedo. Now we've had the national flag of Belgium. Surely we'll have the standard Eichmann's Grand Prix suit at some point. And goodness knows, there might be one that's milkshake flavoured. Who knows? Danny Carinini and Henki Kalteren on the front row of the grid from Dino Strescu and Mehdi Lassoud. Then Louis Johnston-Kuhl and Anna Malizia, James Shotton and Jack Buckley, Joao Diniz and Pedro Cachada from Leonardo Longoni and Charlie Gloom. Then Luca Desgranges, Emmanuel Leodakis, Colin Cronin, Christopher Bingham, Francisco Macedo and Reece Newburn.
They're followed by Diogo Pinto as well as Santiago da Costa Ribeiro, Matthias van der Kerkhove, Chisi Bennett, Rafael Giorgiani, Tom Remeud, François-Xavier Venet, Harry Tigeson, Harry Contrell, as well as Hugo Brun, Isabella Bass, Harold Mattison, William Lembo and Marc Lopiccolo. We have everybody on board here. Marc Lopiccolo, of course, back with us, and that's good news after the trouble he went through and the DNF after an incident in his one of his previous races. The Victoria Lane driver starting for the back end of the grid as we get ourselves ready. Formation lap, 10 laps to go through. After this one, ladies and gents, stay with us. We're going to have a short break, the time for the Masters to get onto the track for the practice sessions, as we will be back after that live on IAMMotorsport.com for one last race opposing Group A versus C.
I think it's actually looking the most likely that the wind is going to go so fast that it's actually going to push the rain over the circuit before it actually breaks. That's the most likely outcome at the moment. And it's certainly looking like the speed of the wind is actually pushing it further away. So I think we might just get away with this for the last two races of the day. It really has been absolutely everything that we could have possibly had, except for snow, pretty much, over the course of the IWF. And,
don't speak too soon.
I was just going to say, don't speak, it might just happen.
2 days after that.
It might just happen. You never know. So the drivers coming off the final turn, Danny Carinini and Henki Kalteren. The Italian versus the Dutchman. They come off the turn and we're going racing. Of course we are. Off we go, and it's the outside line that's got a good run this time. Kalteren's going to try and go all the way round Danny Carinini, and he gets there to the lead, taking Mehdi Lassoud with him. Mehdi Lassoud in a second position, and there is the TB cart coming along for the ride as well. That's Arno Malizia, but Carinini holds it round the outside to be in third position. So Kalteren leads the way, Mehdi Lassoud in second place, and then it's Danny Carinini. What about everybody else? Can they get through the hairpin? So far, so good. Everybody's still pointing in the right direction, and no contact so far. Very close quarters racing, yes, but everybody's kept it on the black stuff for the moment. Now up to the ultimate test on this first lap, and there's going to be one or two going wide, as we assumed there would be. One of the TBs losing ground, but fortunately, they've all just about kept it on the black stuff.
Yeah, beautifully made by everybody here, managing to stay onto the tarmac for that opening lap, as the drivers are lining themselves up. Danny Carinini and having the best of getaway, as he's struggling for pace at the moment, leading the rest of the pack away already from Henki Kalteren. It was a strong start from the outside indeed from Dutchman, as Carinini being put under pressure by Stroustu. Just behind, up into third place, Louis Johnston-Kuhl, my apologies, from Malaysia, Meldi, as well as Shotton, Buckley, Stroustu all the way down to P8 in front of Cachada and Leodakis for the top 10. It was a good start indeed from Arno Malizia as well. Both as Johnston-Kuhl climbing, 2 places, and Danny Carinini, some more trouble on the way for the Italian driver, dropping another place behind Arno Malizia, the TB car driver making his way through the chase of Johnston-Kuhl for his second. And look at that turn 8 and 9, still struggling so much. Danny Carinini dropping another place to Mehdi Lesud, unfortunately for him, as he's dropping all the way down now to fifth place it is for Danny Carinini, trying to protect himself from a return from Choton and Buckley further back. But really, that double left-handed 8 and 9 still proving quite a struggle for some of the best drivers in the senior class out there. And we have lost a driver. We didn't get to see that on live, but one of the competitors at the wheel of the Alonso Kart machine has just have to DNF into that race. As the struggle keeps on happening. The battle is happening once again with Ano Malaysia. There you can see him, the 321. And this is Francesco Macedo from DPK Racing, having to step out of his kart, and seems to be struggling a little bit with his right arm by the look of it. We didn't get to see live if it was the result of a contact with another driver or if he got stuck in the mud by himself. But as a result, this is DNF already for Francesco Macedo, unfortunately.
Well, fabulous stuff so far, and it's very tricky up at the front end of the field, but Louis Johnston-Cool seems to have good purchase on the traction. He looks like he's got a card underneath him that's not wheel spinning, that's got good acceleration off the turns, and he looks quite committed. He might get an opportunity here to go for the move on Henki Kalterin. He looks dialed in as he comes off the final turn. He's going to be the one who gets the most of the slipstream. Off he comes, but watch for Mehdi Lesud as well. The Sony Kart driver may get his opportunity as well. Louis Johnston-Cool has the pressure dialed up to the inside line. Gets through. Louis Johnston-Cool hits the front in IWF Week 2023. Excellent work as he now comes through in qualifying heat F versus H. And that's a beautiful move from Mehdi Lesud as he gets in a second position as well. So Louis Johnston-Cool, the Englishman, up in front of Mehdi Lesud, the Frenchman. Second place for the Sony Kart driver. And then you have Henki Kalterin in front of Arnold Milizia. That twitch still causing an issue then, that little damp patch on the exit of turn 8. It's not easy in every lap. It's still very tricky, still catching out drivers who think they've got it right, think they've got it now. There's Arno Milizia. Milizia now gets through on the inside of Kalterin, and it's gone from bad to worse for the Flying Dutchman, who now has Danny Carinini all over him again.
Yeah, the driver from SD Karting seemed so strong in the early stage of that race, but the dropping of momentum and place lap after lap by the look of it, and is about to fall into the claws of Danny Carinini. Can the Italian be back in contention? He was gesturing to Kalterin as he was making his move to stick with him and work together. Still anything's possible into that race. We are only on lap number 5 out of 10, halfway through. And if both Carinini and Kalterin can stick together and close by on Malaysia, well, both Mehdi Lesud and Louis Johnston-Cool won't be having a nice time in that second part of the race. A little bit on their own. With the Sony Kart driver, one of the few, if not the only Sony Kart machine into that pack for this race and into the field, driven by the Frenchman. And it's good to see him at such a level since the start of that.
Oh, we've got a big incident into that hairpin coming off turn 8. Yep. 3 or 4 karts getting involved in that one as Mehdi Lesud hits the front past Louis Johnston-Cool. But there's at least 3 or 4 karts that got tangled up on the run through turn 8. And that's a big one. We seem to have lost Luca De Grange and Marc Lopiccolo again. What can the Frenchman do to catch a break? It always seems to be Marc Lopiccolo. No matter what's happening, no matter what problems are out there on the course, he always seems to be involved. And Louis Johnston-Cool gets back on the inside now of Mehdi Lesud to get back into the lead of the race once again. And there comes Lesud back on the inside line, and he takes Arno Milizia along for the ride. Danny Carinini almost puts his nose up on the inside line. He has to back off the throttle. That's enough for Henki Kalterin to get through into 4th position. Riding behind Louis Johnston-Cool as Marc Lopiccolo limps back to the pits in big problems. Mehdi Lesud runs wide at turn 8, as we expected drivers would, and it's enough for Arno Milizia to get through into the lead of the race for the TB Kart squad.
That's the first time that we have Milizia in the lead of a qualifying heat so far for TB Kart. We're doing good if he can stay where he is at the moment. But
we've got karts sliding off. I think it's becoming a real problem. Yeah. Turn 8.
Another one.
There's got 3 karts. I think I saw there going off. There's Marc Lopiccolo, who couldn't actually limp back to the pits.
But that damp patch in turn number 8 has been really a struggle for most of the drivers out there, and keeps on going that way, unfortunately. Oh, and what we have
What on earth did they just run over there? Was that
or something?
Yeah, was that stickers? Was that graphics? Something that they've run over the course there. That one is definitely worth a replay. Something has come off the bottom of the wheels. Anyway, Kalterin's going to get on the inside of Johnston-Cool, and I think Carinini will try and repeat the feat, but he can't get through. He has to hang back in 5th position. So they're coming up to turn 8 again, And is this going to be Mehdi Lassoud coming back through on the inside? He's going to try, and a run wide from Malizia. That'll do nicely. Mehdi Lassoud is back into the lead of this race. It's carnage at the moment at turn 8. Every time somebody comes through, someone drops off the road, and we've had another one go off the road at turn 8. It's just an absolute ice rink at that point at the moment. I wonder if the rain started coming back.
Yeah, I tried to see outside of the window. It doesn't seem to be the case as for now. But the Sodica driver in the lead. Mehdi Lassoud is holding on to the lead, doing anything that he can, trying to find all the tricks in the book.
You know what I think it is, Guillaume? I think we had that incident earlier on between two carts coming into each other. There must be more fluid that's gone down. As a result of that, Mehdi Lassoud, a mistake. He goes on the grass, and that's enough for Arnaud Malizia to get back through. Mehdi Lassoud gets a bounce back. What an amazing recovery. He can't sustain it. Counterman's now going to come back on both of them. This is amazing racing in IMX30. Yet again, they rise to the occasion. Caronini squeezing through on Louis Johnston. Cool, now trying to go the long way on Henke Counterman, and it's still those two up front. Malizia versus Lassoud.
Yeah, he's getting heated by the lap. Watch out not to do anything otherwise. Watch out for the wheel banging. Look at the number of the drivers that we have.
It's now 7 of them. Buckley and Shotton have joined the fray, and Mehdi Lassoud is skated wide there as through comes Malizia and Calderon.
Yeah, it's not over yet for the Frenchman. Watch out as well, because we're getting near the checkered flag of this last qualifying heat for those two groups. One more after that, but Arnaud Malizia back in the lead. Henke Calderon, we thought at some point that the Dutchman had lost momentum, wasn't able to make contact. This is the other way around. As the leader is putting the fastest lap again.
Oh.
The 2:13 is joining the list of the retired drivers.
That's Harold Mattison, and here comes the change for the lead again. Calderon banging wheels nearly with Malizia. There comes Mehdi Lassoud back to the inside line again, and who's that in 4th position? It's Johnston Cool, but Caronini trying to get on the inside, and then you've got Jack Buckley and James Shotton. They want to get involved in this one as well. For the Brennan Tech and M&DL Motorsport teams, they want a hunt of this, and they really want to try and get their nose up to the inside. Watch for Jack Buckley getting his run into the top 5. Johnston Cool trying to shake off. This slippery flag is down at turn 8 now. I think there has been more fluid gone down as a result of that earlier accident, and everyone is basically power sliding essentially their way through turn 8 now, because there's even more moisture that's gone down onto the circuit. Nobody's got decent grip. You're either tank snapping it through rallycross style, or you're understeering to the scene of the grass.
And I think that Calderon made his move at the right time, because allowing the drivers to battle between themselves, has been able to build himself a bit of a gap.
Buckley and Shotton just got Caronini.
Yeah, here we go for the last lap. Caronini is going to have to fight that back, all dropping all the way down to P7. Calderon very much in the lead on the inside. Oh, contact! Then almost banging wheels. There was defensive driving from Mehdi Lassoud on the way to turn number 3. Doing everything that he can to keep that second position alive. Watch out for Johnston Cool, trying to go around the inside, but Arnaud Malizia is protecting as well that top 3 finish of his. That also end badly, unfortunately, between those 3. It's been very heated into those last few moments.
That was a scary moment for Arnaud Malizia, Mehdi Lassoud, and now they're both going to drift wide. In fact, look, Mehdi Lassoud has got an investigation flag for that one, and Louis Johnston Cool has got past both of them. Well, that was very bold from Mehdi Lassoud. He got right across on Henke Calderon at a very scary point on the course, and now he's going to be investigated for it after the race as Mehdi Lassoud tries his best to hold off Arnaud Malizia, but the Flying Dutchman has skated away from them all. Perfect timing to get the lead and perfect timing to disappear out front. Henke Calderon picks up the win, the penultimate one of the day in Senior X30. Louis Johnston Cool, his best ever finish in Senior X30 at European level, and 3rd place for Mehdi Lassoud, despite the fact he is now under investigation. And for Henke Calderon, that is now win number 2 in his Miami Warriors final week. He has been so often the proverbial bridesmaid of Senior X30. What if this is the week when he finally becomes the bride?
Calderon doing the job that he needed to, and at the same time really dropping an impressive set of skills and overtaking in the later stages of that race. As we thought, he actually took a step back to jump even further, and was at the right time, at the right spot to make his move back into the lead. 2nd victory, as you said, along with Paco Musenberger, Kalle Atkins, as well as Gus Laurens. 2 victories for all those drivers, 3 victories for Ian Hickmans, who up to this point stays in the lead with only 5 points to 10 to Gus Laurens. Gus Laurens and the group A versus C will be the last ones on the track today for the senior category. So Gus Laurens has another chance to pick up 3 wins as well, and to come on equal terms with Henke Calderon when it comes to the victories. Obviously, for Gus Lawrence, not in terms of points as just yet. A couple of races left tomorrow to ramp things up for the qualifying heats. Henki Kalteren, in the meantime, 1.1 seconds in the end of that race, taking advantage of the battles, and there were plenty of them further back between Louis Johnson-Cool, second on the line from Mehdi El-Soud. Then we have Arno Malizia having to make do with P4 from James Shorten, Jake Berkeley, Danny Karenini, as well as Dinu Strosku, Liurakis, Langoni, and Bingham. P11 from Hugo Brun, Colin Cronin, Van der Kerkhove, Da Costa. P16 for Rafael Rajani from Casciada, Bennett, Remet, Denis de Grange, Cottrell, Glum, Limbo, Diogo Pinto, as well as Newburn, Tigerson, and Isabella Bass. These are all the drivers that made it to the finish, as we lost Macedo, Vernero, Piccolo, and Mattison.
Great banter here between Henki Kalteren and Louis Johnston-Cool, who are just reminiscing after a fabulous qualifying heat. That was one of the best of the week as well, to be fair. We really had a sensational battle going on there, and it's an interesting combination of the drying circuit that still isn't quite bone dry yet with the slick tyres on, but also the fact that the slippery oil flags were down at turn 8 again for the incident that I think we're about to see again in the highlights, or at least the aftermath of it at least. But yeah, some cracking battles. Mehdi El-Soud has definitely coloured himself in some glory as well as some ignominy out there on the course, putting in some very aggressive defensive tactics. But what all of that means at this point is at the end of the rotation, and there's only going to be one more heat to come later, which is part of the next rotation, interestingly enough. But at the end of the rotation, Eichmanns has 5 points and leads the interim. Second is Gus Lawrence. Third is Clement Outram on 13. Fourth is Kalai Atkins on 15. Fifth is Sam Shaw on 16th. The driver of the week for me is in P6. That's Kian Geraghty on 21 points. There's the aftermath of the incident that caused a little bit of the extra moisture to go out onto the course. Johnston-Cool has been amazing as well, though. That second place puts him on 21 points in 7th place in the interim. And then Mehdi El-Soud finds himself in 8th position. But what an incredible squabble and an amazing battle that we've seen, as so many battles. Now, there is the replay, and it does look to me as though it's some stickers or something that's come off the carts. Some of the graphics kit, maybe. Something's come off a side pod that the drivers just ran over at that point.
Or maybe some of the drivers wanted to go light a little bit by taking some stickers off, but not ideal while racing.
So this was amazing from Mehdi El-Soud. He ran wide and somehow managed to find an opportunity to get back on terms with Arno Malizia as well. Kalteren saw his chance, and watch this. This is Kalteren drifting wide, cuts back in at turn 3, figures his opportunity is there or thereabouts, and then waits for his chance, finally gets the run on Arno Malizia. There was a little bit of a wheel rub between the two, but that was enough for Kalteren to get away because Mehdi El-Soud was already up the inside of Arno Malizia. That was the race-winning moment in the end. But on the final lap coming in, this was a very scary moment. Watch this. Whoa! You do not realize how fast the drivers are going at that point. To suddenly chop across on Arno Malizia at that point is proper scary stuff from Mehdi El-Soud. And that's why he's under investigation on the final lap. But there is the win from Henki Kalteren, the second one of the week. And he's very happy indeed with that. And he's got every justification to be as well, with a fabulous victory there. And in about 14 minutes' time, we're going to have the final race of the day, which actually begins the next rotation of the X30 seniors. So down in the IWF stage, we have found Anthony Jordan, who has found his latest interviewee.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, my latest interviewee is none other than Premium Karting's Louis Johnston-Cool. Louis, that was an interesting race to watch from our point of view. From your point of view, it must have been even more interesting and somewhat maybe a little bit tense and scary.
Yeah, there were some moments where it was got a bit hairy between the two, Sodi and the TB kart. They looked like they were just trying to have each other off. And I just tried to stay calm and stay cool and then just pick my way through them, which I did in the end. So P2 is not a bad result.
You're not doing too bad in the points as well. I think you've pushed yourself up now 7th in the intermediate classifications going into tomorrow. Still a good spot to be in, you know, within the top 10. These are tough weekends. You know, lots of talented drivers from all over the world coming together. I mean, there's some great drivers. I mean, where do you feel like you stand on this sort of level?
Obviously, I'm a bit new to it. I'm just got to the front like this year, and it's a big learning curve. It's like small steps that we've taken to get here, but eventually now it's all paying off. No, but I'm feeling confident. Like as the tire gets older, I get better and better. Yeah. And I feel like now I'm just sort of going to come into my own and really fight for the wins this time.
You got a couple of second place finishes now. You're still chasing that first place. You were telling me just before we went live here, you wanted that first place and you should have got that first. Why didn't it go your way in that one?
I just, when I went past that Sodi car, I made a slight mistake, didn't defend my place into the hairpin, and I got overtaken by 1, 2, and 3. It's experience, and I need to just get it done so I can just learn from it. It's a good learning experience, this.
With the IWF, it's a long weekend. You've got another day tomorrow. You've got still a couple more qualifying heats to go. Do you reckon you could come away with the race win tomorrow?
I'd like to think so. Well, I wouldn't do it if I didn't think I would. But obviously, you just got to try and play the long game. Just keep you moving. No DNFs, nothing stupid. Take it home, and then in the final, it's anyone's game. Anyone can win it.
Benefit you've got is you've got a couple of teammates here this weekend as well. So is that a plus or is that a sort of a minus, especially on these one-off weekends? Is it nice to have teammates or is it not so much?
I see it as a plus personally because you've got people out there you can trust. Like Shaw, I've been racing with for a while. Dino, who's just joined the team this weekend, is doing really well. And it's just nice to have people you can work with and that want to push you, especially around here when you need a little bit of help sometimes.
Certainly so, but certainly looking forward to seeing what you can do over the course of the next couple of days. Plenty of racings to go, but you're in a good spot. P7, only 21 points to your name, so it is looking good. So well done. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff, mate.
Cheers.
Enjoy that one. Cheers. I'll take that one off you if you want to walk away. Boys, there is a couple of practice sessions going out now for the Masters, but we still have one qualifying heat to go today. Back over to you.
Indeed we do, Anthony. Yes, there is one more race still to come out on the course this evening, and that is the X30 Senior Qualifying Heat for Groups A versus C. We estimate that's going to be taking place in about 19.5 minutes or so's time, roughly. The karts that are out on the circuit at the moment are actually the X30 Masters, who are having their third and final practice session before they go for time qualifying tomorrow. So you'll get to meet the drivers in X30 Master, obviously, over the course of tomorrow. For the time being, though, we're going to take a quick pause in proceedings because, obviously, our camera crews certainly need it. They've been absolutely at it all the way through the course of the day. Do join us back again. 6:05 local time should be when we're getting back into the action again for the final qualifying heat of the day, which is going to put the two groups, A versus C, next to each other. That's going to put the likes of Gus Lawrence, Sam Shaw, Harry Platten, Packham Weisenberger, Sam Belota and Macaulay Bishop, along with Hamza Alfayez and Kevin Bejanin, alongside the likes of Francois Delati, Alessandro Tedesca, Marlo Bollier, Finn McLaughlin, Diego Palassi, Maxime Gilly and Christian Rodagani. If you are still waiting for that race to come out, which also features the likes of Connor Jupp and Eloy Gonzalez, who did fantastic jobs earlier on in the day, and of course the charging Riccardo Cirelli through from the back of the grid, then do stick around because at 6:05 that last race of today is coming up. Back into the action then for one more race in the IWF23 Thursday, and it's going to be a fabulous battle. Don't forget, of course, that we have the Drivers' Parade coming later this evening, which will kick-start at 7 o'clock. All drivers need to be at the holding area at 6:30 this evening so that they can take part in the Drivers' Parade. Obviously, you are representing your nation on the international stage, getting ready to wave your nation's flag, and of course, you'll get a commemorative medal for doing so as well. It's all very important that we get as many drivers to be part of that event as humanly possible. It's the Drivers' Parade at the Miami Warriors Final. Why wouldn't you come along? So hopefully we're going to see a fabulous array of all of the drivers competing. So one more race then, qualifying heat A versus C, and it's going to be Gus Lawrence and Francois Delatti on the front row of the grid, then Sam Shaw and Alessandro Tedesca, Harry Platten and Marlo Bollier from Pacom Weisenberger and Finn McLaughlin, Sam Balota and Diego Pelassi, Macaulay Bishop and Maxime Gély from Hamza Al-Fayez and Christian Vegani, Kevin Bejanin and Eloy Gonzalez.
Row number 9, we'll see Raphaël Perard and Connor Juppe, followed by Santeri, Martikainen, Lee Crillot, as well as Hugo Trichard. Then we have Tsenan Lee, Nico Wouters, Marc Granada, Riccardo Cirelli, Finn Leslie, Clément Massot, Koda Yoshida, Tristan Powell, Peter Stiller, Lena Clary, Thomas Teixeira, as well as Afonso Pérez Barata and Ruben Barn. In total, everybody is here, 34 drivers onto the track. Still a wet race because the rain is still threatening. And talking about conditions, well, we had a bit of a heated moment as well just before making their way onto the pre-grid. As you know, the drivers have to be first of all into the Parc Fermé when they are allowed to make any technical change that they want, except of refueling. And in that case, when the conditions are mixed, they tend to wait until the very last minutes to decide on which set of tires to go for. Initially, it was everybody on wets, and then the conditions slightly changed. We had a bit of a rain during the break, allowing the Masters to make their way onto the track for the free practice. The rain came along, then stopped, and then with the racing line drying out thanks to the Masters as well, everybody thought, oh, you know what, let's go back to slicks. But not everybody went for that bet, actually. And we have a couple of drivers into that grid on slicks and the others on wets. Gus Lawrence or Paul Sitter chose the first option. He chose to stay with the wet tires. Like Macaulay Bishop starting from 11th place, but also Maxime Gély with 12 by his side on the row number 6, as well as Diego Pelassi from 10th on the grid. Wearing wet compound as well, Raphaël Perard from 17, 19 on the grid, Santeri, Martikainen, as well as Mirko Wouters further back. Clément Massot, Luna Claret, Thomas Teixeira and Peter Stiller all chose to stay on the initial choice, the wet tires, and some of them starting on the inside line and at the back end of the grid. Well, they thought to themselves, we have nothing to lose, unlike the upper part of the grid, actually, with most of the protagonists deciding to switch back to slick tires for this race. But as you might have seen on your picture, there's still the slippery flag being shown on the way to turn number 8, because that dam stem is still very much there on the entry of that double left-hander, and the color of the sky, my dear Jake and ladies and gentlemen, doesn't seem to be positive.
Yeah, that's nothing but grey, is it? It's going to be very tricky. Can we last 10 laps without the rain intervening in the very final race of the day? It's looking pretty treacherous. Some drivers have gone slicks, some have gone wets. This is going to be a really tricky final race to finish us off. We're going to have a very tough race battle as we get ourselves underway already off the final corner. It looks as though we've already got 3 karts that have got 5-second penalties being added to their times, interestingly enough. So off we go. It'll be very interesting to see how this race plays out, but Gus Lawrence has got the good start from Sam Shaw and Harry Platten. So as they move their way further forward, it's going to be an interesting one. Shaw is onto the grass and off the road. Sam Shaw goes clean off the road, and so too do a couple of other drivers. It's absolute pandemonium. And the first race of this rotation has already got several drivers' backs up. Harry Platten has skated through into second position in front of the charging pack. But out in front, Gus Lawrence has held his nerve to lead the race. Everybody else is just trying to keep it together. And we are racing against the sunlight, of course, here, because there's only 10 laps of racing, but the sky is getting darker and darker. They're at the damp patch, and several drivers skating wide at turn 8. Several drivers going off again. We had this problem earlier on, and now drivers are skating to the outside curb. Some of them have gone very wide indeed. Look at Maxime Gély. He's had an absolutely terrific start to this race, and he's already up into third. Make that second. Maxime Joly is storming through.
Maxime Joly, one of the few drivers who chose to stay on wet tires. This seems to be paying off.
Oh, and we've had another off. That's one of the fusions. Is that Connor Jupp? It is Connor Jupp who won earlier on today.
Well, incredible ton of event as the conditions are deteriorating once again here.
There's the rain. There it is. It's coming
rain.
halfway round lap 1. It's Nürburgring 2007 all over again, and the rain has come on the opening lap.
There we go. Once again, coming uninvited as always. The rain pouring in Portimao, and Maxime Joly really pulling away from the rest of the field as the drivers keep on struggling on their way to turn number 3. One of the VDKs out there. This is Phil McCaughlin trying to struggling to stay in P6 with the pressure of the other drivers behind, as he has Malo Boye and Rafael Perard trying to shake up the order in the meantime. But Gus Lawrence, remember, he's on wets as well. 3.3 seconds is the gap he's been building in the course of just 2 laps. On the Bishop in second, Joly up to third already in front of Pelassi, Platel and Perard.
Well, the 3 drivers that were given 5-second penalties before the race even began were Clement Massot, Sam Balota and Hamza Al-Fayez. So 3 very strong drivers there being given penalties. Look how tricky it is to get these carts around as Harry Platten holds his nerve. Clement Massot going around the far side and picking up the pieces, as too does the hard-charging Rafael Perard, and Mirko Wouters moving forward as well. So a very tricky race battle, and look at Maxime Joly. We can see there on the Red Speed chassis that he has 4 wet tyres on the course. Now hopefully over the course of the next couple of days we'll be able to keep up to date with the drivers on fresh tyres as to whether they've gone for a new set or stayed on an old set, as we'll be able to hopefully keep on top of that over the course of tomorrow. But certainly Gus Lawrence, 4.7 seconds now clear of Macaulay Bishop in second place, Maxime Joly in third, and Diego Pelassi in fourth place. After 2 laps, Rafael Perard is 10.8 seconds back. Absolutely incredible, and the front half of the field is essentially now all wet weather runners. The lower half are all on slicks.
That's incredible. If you're picking up the live streaming right now, you might be wondering what on earth happened to that race with all the protagonists at the back end of the field. Well, tire choice as always, and the wets were the solution to go. As we have, as you said, all the drivers starting at the back end of the grid, climbing through the field as rocket ships pretty much. And the 294 of Macaulay Bishop in second place. So not quite able to hold on to the pace of Gus Lawrence, even though Macaulay Bishop is on wet tires as well. Don't forget that, like the slicks, the drivers only have 2 sets of wets to play with between qualifying and the final.
Oh, that's a retirement. So that is the 240. That's the T3M Sport card that has dropped out of this race. That is game over for Rafael Perard, who was all the way up in P6 at the time. So just being on wet tyres is not enough. You've got to make sure you can hold it round the course. And unfortunately, Rafael Perard, it was all the way up in P6 on wet tyres. It's all come unstuck for him.
And he's the first of driver to retire, shall I say, at the end of this race. Lap number 4 out of 10 at the end of this day. This has been a long day for everybody here, as Gus Lawrence 5.3 seconds on the Macaulay Bishop. Maxime Joly with those highly recognizable colors for Maxime Joly. He was starting all the way back onto that grid with the wet tires. He was only 12 on the grid at the wheel of this Sodical machine, with highly recognizable as well livery, as we said, with Gillian Gay, the motorist, working along with Maxime Joly, the engine tuner from France, very well known amongst the karting ranking on national soil. Maxime Joly, that we've seen as well doing wonders not so long ago in Italy for another worldwide event in the OKN category. Now, in X30.
Oh, look, Weisenberg has picked up a warning flag.
Interesting.
Now, that, of course, comes with a 5-second penalty that goes with it, doesn't it? So that's a real problem for Buchan Weisenberger.
And Joly has a confirmation of his incredible pace, fastest in this race, and shaking the order is very much on the pace of Macaulay Bishop, watching over his shoulder, not about walking, but racing. There's another warning flag for Alessandro Tudisca, unfortunately.
Oh, did you see the sparks that came off the underside of Maxime Joly's kart as he came through there? You see that on a Formula 1 car. You don't very often see that on a kart. My goodness, Maxime Joly kicking up the sparks as he came through turn 7. I can't wait to see that one again. Goodness me. It's tricky when you've obviously got a second place to try and wrestle away from a British boy wonder, Macaulay Bishop, but Maxime Joly kicking up the sparks like Nelson Piquet at Silverstone.
Yeah, so that's what we like to see. It's certainly back in the old days. as Macaulay Bishop struggling for pace as the 2:49 is being worn, as we said. But Maxime Jolet is very, very close on Macaulay Bishop on the way to turn number 3. As we're here with a 3:27 further back in the classification. As, we'll get back to that in a moment.
There's Connor Jupp, who is currently all the way back in 24th position, just in behind this incredible chasing pack. But it's very tricky to see who's going to get the best of it. Connor Jupp is all the way down to 25th position at this phase.
Yes, Kyolei, the Korean driver from a GP behind him. Kyolei, one of the...
Oh, now, interestingly, the 5-second penalties that were given to those 3 drivers have been deleted now. So I guess it must have been an error of some kind. Oh!
Contact.
Well, that is trying to get past Bakken Weissenberger for Finn McLaughlin and finding a rather cheeky method of doing so. So fortunately, those penalties that we were being given to other drivers have not now been applied. So that was just a flash in the pan. The rain has come back, though. The rain is starting to fall here at Portimao. So this is getting pretty tricky, particularly on the far side of the course. So Clément Massot finds himself in 4th in front of Diego Pelassi and Mirko Wouters. Then Finn Leslie, Santeri Matikainen, Harry Platten and Luna Claret, the Miami Ladies Cup winner from 2023, now up in 10th position. Made that 9th now, because she's actually made her way past Marlo Bollier. And all that at the expense of a couple of other drivers in the field. And Macaulay Bishop trying to hold on to this. Let's look at this again. Look at Shelley's car, the second cart in tow. Watch. Wow. That's proper sparks flying off the underside of Maxime Shelley's car. You do not see that every day.
Beautiful picture, beautiful footage indeed from Maxime Jolet. That goes on social media, no question about it. And so far, Maxime Jolet hasn't been able to shake up Macaulay Bishop just yet. And another fly of sparkling here on the way to turn number 8. But look how close he is into the double left-hander. That could be his time. As we're about to conclude this last race of the day. And different strategies, different racing lines. As you can see, Macaulay Bishop going aggressive, clipping onto the curb, and Maxime Jolet on the outside. Then he commits to switch positions, and the racing line not quite yet. But the Frenchman, very threatening indeed, is waiting certainly for the last lap. He knows by the look of it that he might be slightly faster than Macaulay Bishop, going around the outside of the number 16. Let's have a look at the respective lap times to add confirmation or not of what we're suggesting. Maxime Jolet, last lap in 1:15.6. Yeah, pretty much in the same lap as Macaulay Bishop, so on equal footing as it seems. So he's going to have to work a little bit more to find an open door.
See, Macaulay Bishop may be a lot younger than Maxime Jolet, but he's certainly no slouch, and he wasn't born yesterday, so he knows exactly how to keep Maxime Jolet behind him. He certainly knows how to run the gauntlet and keep his position. Look at the water that's going onto the camera lens up at turn 4. And that just shows you how tricky and greasy it is at various points on the course. 3 laps to go, and I think most of the drivers will be very grateful for the fact again. Maxime Jolet is the master magician, kicking up sparks like a magic wand every time he goes through on the run through turn 7 and hits the curb on the exit. Maxime Jolet tries again. He's very fast around the outside. Can he commit to the inside line on Bishop? Bishop holds that inside line, that's coveted position. So Jolet is just not able to get on terms with him, and as a result, Clément Massot is not that far behind them on the Ravit Racing Team machine in 4th place, the Belgian. And then Diego Pelassi, the Monegascan, is in front of Santeri Matikainen, the Finn, who's finally getting a top 6 result. That kind of makes up for him going the only wet tyre driver earlier on in the day, and then not even being able to utilise that.
And good outcome as well for Luna Claret, as you mentioned earlier. She didn't have the best of a run of qualifying races after what had been already a struggle in qualifying, but she was able this time around to really put a charge with 22 places recovered. This will be certainly, along with Clément Massot, and 23 places gained. This will be certainly one of the recoveries of the day by Luna Claret, taking a good advantage of that tire choice, that's for sure. But this will be a strong result, whatever happens to her. As we're on the outside, Maxime Jolet, a long way around, but Macaulay Bishop felt it coming and shut that door on the exit of turn number 9.
This is really well held by Bishop, but now he's got to be very careful about Maxime Jolet. Jolet's got a good run off the turn. He'll dive back for the inside line. Maxime Jolet actually gesticulates to Macaulay Bishop. What was the point of that? We could have gone after Gus Lawrence. You held me up. So Maxime Jolet very angry about being stuck down in 2nd position. He can't get any more than that. And now Bishop is going to have to try and defend valiantly to keep Clément Massot behind him. But come on, it's racing. If 2nd is the best that you can do, and you know that Gus Lawrence is 11 seconds up the road, you're never going to catch him, you're never going to get closer to him, so why not fight for second position? It's all about context.
And in the meantime, look at Clément Massot. He might actually try to do the same as his fellow countrymen on Macaulay Bishop. Clément Massot, who's in Belgium, my apologies, with the Have Racing team. Sam Shaw, in the meantime, as you can see, with dry tires very much, as he's at the back end, 22nd only for the Premium Racing driver, battling along with Conor Jupe as well. This is a battle for P22nd, would you believe? As those two certainly did not see that coming. At least they thought that putting on slick tires would have been the solution to their problems. It wasn't at all. Gus Lawrence, in the meantime, on his way to win that last race of the day after what had been a long second day of racing here in Portimao. 22 race in the bag, as the last day of qualifying heats will be tomorrow before the big day on Saturday.
The checkered flag is coming out, and it's for Gus Lawrence, who manages to seal another victory. Fabulous performance from the British driver. He's done a terrific job so far this week, and a fabulous situation for all of the competitors out there. But what a brilliant run from Gus Lawrence. Maxime Gély coming home in second place in front of Clément Massot and Macaulay Bishop. For Gus Lawrence, another sensational performance, his third win of the week.
He did a job, definitely, the PFI driver, of course. Enikmans had 3 wins before. He had to be on equal footing. In terms of points still, Enikmans leads with 5 points, 10 to Gus Lawrence, who stays where he is in second place, 5 points clear from Clément Autran, Carl Atkins, as well as quarterback in P5, Garati from Johnson Cole, Gardini, and Mehdi, running up top 8 overall in the classification of points. But we still have a couple of qualifying heats for those drivers of the senior class tomorrow, Friday. But this is mission done and accomplished for Gus Lawrence. 3 victories out of 5 races, and he will, of course, be more than eager to keep on going on that momentum tomorrow for the next few races that he has. There's 2 more races for those 2 respective groups, but they will be taking place tomorrow. Classification in full with Gus Lawrence in front of Maxime Gély, Clément Massot, Macaulay Bishop, Diego Pelassi, Matti Kainen, Wooders, Finn Leslie, Luna Clary, Peter Stiller running out the top 10 in front of Thomas Teixeira, Malo Boyer, 12 from Phil McLaughlin, only 13, and the rest of the protagonists that we had at the forefront of the grid: Sam Balota P14 from Alessandro Tudisca, Paco Moisenberger, Ricardo Cirelli, Harry Platten, Ten Han Lin, François Delati P20 from Hyun Lee, and one of the very first Korean drivers to compete on the international karting scene in Europe. From Sam Shaw, Conor Jupe, Benjamin Vergani, Yoshida, Alpaez, Gonzalez, Granada, Byrne, Powell, Richard, and as well as Pera, and 1 retired drivers with Rafael Ferrar, unfortunately, and Pera from Portugal was 1 lap down on the rest of the field.
And of course that means now that the drivers competing in groups A versus C only have 1 qualifying heat to go before we get to the super heats on Saturday. So very exciting for them, and they'll go up in their races at 2:40 and 3:40 tomorrow, respectfully. But Gus Lawrence getting a 3rd win of the week, that definitely helps him out, as we're only going to have 7 races tomorrow in the Senior X30 battle total, because we're going to have 6 races in the Mini, 6 races in the Junior, and then we will have all of the 6 qualifying heats tomorrow in the Master as well. So it's going to be a very busy day of race action tomorrow, but not so much for the Senior X30s. They're not going to have anywhere near as many races as they have had over the previous 2 days. But it's certainly going to be a little bit more of a mixed bag tomorrow. A very greasy, very tricky race. And well done to everybody for getting through that last race despite the difficulties. There's Conor Jupe going for a spin. That's how he ended up down the order. Nearly getting caught by several other drivers in the mix as well. And that's the difference between choosing wet tyres and slick tyres, I guess. The big difference really showcased. So it's going to be very interesting to see how everybody concludes and finishes up in fine style. Most of the drivers in Senior X30 tomorrow have 2 races to run. Only the drivers in A and C groups have just 1. So it'll be fascinating to see how it all gets up to speed and all in a fantastic fashion. So the competition battling away in fine style. Gus Lawrence managing to go from pole position to the win. Maxime Gély from 11th on the grid, sorry, from 12th on the grid to go all the way up to 2nd place. But Clément Massot going from 27th place to finish up in 3rd position. Tyre choice critical in a heat like that.
Yeah, it was a funny way to conclude what had been a long day of racing here, but as always, this has been the theme of the day, with the weather playing with our nerves, not only ourselves, but the drivers and the mechanics. And look at those sparks as well from Maxime Jolet clipping that curb on the outside of turn number 8. This will be certainly one of the images of the day and of this event, certainly, as he was chasing Macaulay Bishop. And this goes on social media. No
twice
discussion.
over
Absolutely.
he did it.
What kind of tune would you put on that? Maybe Highway to Hell from ICDC, something like
It's
that?
definitely up there, isn't it? But yeah, he got very frustrated sat behind Macaulay Bishop, and he clearly felt, well, no, if you'd have let me go by a little earlier than that, I might actually been able to go and catch Gus Lawrence for the win. I'm not entirely sure you're right there, Maxime, but certainly he feels particularly frustrated having sat behind for so long. There is Finn McLaughlin trying his best to move up through the field on essentially the difficult choice of tyre. He ended up coming home, Finn McLaughlin, in 13th place. But it has been that kind of week. You've had a lot of drivers out of position and not quite getting the results they would have liked to have achieved. So it all becomes a little bit tricky to assess who's going to be up at the sharp end for the continuation of the event. But certainly for Ian Eichmans, he goes into the interim in the lead, and Gus Lawrence has 10 points with only another race for him to go. So Gus Lawrence still looking pretty comfortable as he tries to go up to the sharp end. So for the last time today, down on the IWF stage, we have Anthony Jordan.
Jake, yes, indeed, for the last time today. Racing is done for the day, but the day is not over by a long shot. Gus Lawrence second in the point standings at the end of today, looking very comfortable and confident going into the rest of the week.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a roller coaster of a day, really. The weather's changed quite dramatically throughout the day, and especially that last heat, that was quite a lucky escape, really.
We were just talking before this one about the lucky choice going for those wet tyres. It seemed like the perfect call.
Yeah, well, it rained 5 minutes to go, and then with 2.5 minutes to go, it seemed to stop raining and dry quite quickly. So, but we was committed to wet solely because of the fact we couldn't change the slicks. But luckily, it rained.
So, yeah, luck more than judgment.
Yeah,
but we
sure.
can say it was judgment. There you go. It makes you sound better.
Yeah.
But, yeah, good judgment call on that one, and you and the team. But this weekend, you come in with the PF International team, solo driver, no real teammates going into this weekend. No. And does that put a bit more pressure on you, or are you just feeling like, you know, you've got what it takes?
Oh, it's tough on your own with like the data and things, working out tyre pressures and whatnot for the correct conditions. But, yeah, you just got to write it all down and refer back to it, so when you do come across these conditions again, you know where you're at.
Yeah, exactly. These one-off weekends are very tough, but you are used to these sort of one-off weekends as well. Back in the UK, I think Kartmaster's a great example of it. Obviously, this is a much larger scale with a bigger one than that. But, you know, certainly you've had good practice over the years, and I think you've got a great chance this weekend.
Oh, well, we'll see. Can't speak too soon, but there's plenty of great drivers out there, so it'll be tough when it comes down to it.
It certainly will be, but like I say, it's always good. The track yourself, you're finding it okay still? Obviously, the challenging conditions, it's honestly been a proper roller coaster out there. So many drivers going off.
Yeah, wet or dry, I enjoy driving the track. It's definitely more in your favour when you're starting near the front rather than at the back in terms of the racing and damage and whatnot. But yeah, I've enjoyed it. I can't fault it.
Awesome. Lovely. Well, we'll see what you can do tomorrow. Hopefully your success can stay with you and you have a brilliant rest of the week. But Gus Lawrence, thank you so much.
Lovely, thank you.
Boys, we've got the driver presentation taking place in just a few moments' time. We'll head back up to you in the comms box.
Thanks, Anthony. Great to hear from Gus Lawrence at the end of the day there. And yes, Guillaume, the moment is almost upon us. In just over half an hour's time, we get to have the real highlight for me of the IWF week, the Drivers' Parade.
It is the highlights for most of us, I guess, here, because this is a chance for the drivers, the mechanics, and the family members and the friends, everybody surrounding us here at Portimao to cheer up one another, to cheer along all together. So 7 o'clock local time here in a bit more than 30 minutes. Please join us at the paddock at the main stage of the IMA Warriors Final. Well, we'll get to introduce all the drivers, the competitors from 41 nations around the world competing on the world stage here for the 12th edition of the IMA Warriors Final. So please do join us from now in the Parc Fermé to get your respective and commemorative medals. And then from 7 o'clock, we'll be ready to welcome you guys and to get the show running on the stage. The great chance as well, it's a little bit of a reward for the both of us as well, my dear Jake, because we don't get the chance as well to interact with the drivers as much as we would like. Of course, there's also time to talk to as many people as possible in the paddock, whether it is mechanic, family members or drivers, but the drivers parade is really the time for everybody to get along.
Yeah, it's always really nice to have this little moment. So in just a little under half an hour's time, we will congregate for the all-driver parade, and it's going to be a fabulous way to continue on the IAME Warriors final. Stick around with us. We will give the drivers their moment in the glory in just a short while.
Attention paddock, just a reminder to all drivers, the drivers' presentation will be taking place at 7 o'clock, but that will be taking place on the stage, so drivers to assemble.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 11th edition of the Miami Warriors Finals 2023. Myself, Anthony Dion, Jake Sanson, to go through the drivers' presentation, the parade of all the nations that are joining us this weekend. 41 nations from all over the globe, over 350 drivers. It is a fabulous weekend of racing that we have got ahead of us. 76 qualifying heats we've got, races. It is a fabulous weekend, certainly looking forward to it. And with the 41 nations, we've got a lot of drivers to get through for this one.
Yes, indeed. As always, it is the pinnacle of IAME X30 competition. The drivers have got here by receiving their tickets from their national and regional competitions. Only the best drivers from around the world in X30 competition get to represent their nation in the IAME Warriors final. And tonight, here in Portimao, we get to welcome them all in front of the world stage. How about that, ladies and gentlemen?
Sounds good to me.
Fantastic.
Does indeed sound good. So without further ado, we kickstart the announcements and we start with our first country. Please welcome onto the stage the drivers from Andorra.
The nation in the Pyrenees, on the border of Spain and France. We have just two representatives for Andorra here, and they bravely work their way to the stage. Fantastic. Give it up for Andorra, ladies and gentlemen.
Brilliant stuff there for Andorra. Two drivers being represented, and a fabulous way to end their weekend. They get their photos and they can enjoy the halfway point of this week of their racing. Thank you so much to Andorra, who now have collected their medals. Thank you so much. You can now make your way back off the stage. Brilliant stuff. As we get through now, please stay with us and join onto the stage to collect their medals, the drivers from Argentina.
All the way from South America, the nation that gave us the likes of Juan Manuel Fangio and Carlos Reutemann. Now they are here to represent the karting nation of Argentina. Our two Masters drivers representing the nation of Argentina.
Well, again, another nation with two drivers being represented here at the IAME Warriors final in 2023. Photos to be taken, and they can enjoy, again, their halfway point of this weekend, with the Masters taking place tomorrow as well for their first qualifying heats. Brilliant to see. Thank you very much then to Argentina if they make their way off the stage. We now turn our attention to all the way from across the globe, down under. Please welcome the representatives from Australia.
Certainly the furthest travelled driver in the mix, and there is just one man representing Australia here this weekend. We welcome Liam Carr to the stage, who has come all the way from Australia, hundreds and thousands of miles away. It is great to see him, ladies and gentlemen, for Australia!
Brilliant stuff then. A lot of weight on a driver's shoulder to carry the entire nation on their back. Well done. Thank you so much. If you make your way off the stage there, give it up for Australia. Now we turn our attention to one of the countries that probably represents quite a few drivers here this weekend, but certainly a bunch of talented drivers. Please welcome onto the stage the representatives of Belgium.
It's about to get busy on this stage. Belgium is one of the most populous countries represented here this week in the IAME Warriors finals. We'll ask all the drivers to move further forward to the front of the stage, because there's going to be a lot of drivers to pack in. So let's see if we can get everybody in. It's going to get quite busy out here on the course. We're going to need to move everybody a little further into the center. It's a very popular nation in the IAME karting world. Plentiful drivers coming from Belgium. I think the tallest one's at the back. Absolutely, guys. Well done.
I think tallest ones at the back is a good call there, Jake. And maybe if we squeeze the minis in just a little bit, if we can, and I'm sure a lot of people would like to get their photos in.
So many competitors from IAME Series Benelux, who are one of the most populous categories in the IAME dynamic. And great to see so many competitors who have represented their nation, not just at home in Benelux, but also across France, the Netherlands, and of course the Euro Series. And they are very successful in the IAME Warriors final, year after year after year. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Belgium!
Oh, there's still more. There's still more. Oh dear, where are these guys? Did they not get the first call out?
We could do with getting the drivers more towards the middle of the stage. Let's try and get everybody a little bit more towards the middle so that we can fit you all in the photograph. So let's get the drivers at the front.
Yeah,
to
guys,
move a
if
little
you come
further
just
forward.
a little further forward.
We want to fit as many drivers
there's still
into the
more.
photograph as possible. There's
There's
still more coming.
Belgians.
Come on, guys.
They're coming out of the paintwork.
Let's see if we can get more drivers into the middle of the stage as much as possible.
Into the front a little bit
Step
here.
forward to the young'uns.
Step forward, step forward, step forward.
Let's get a few more drivers at the back of you so that we've got a nice team picture in the flag.
And then
we want to get as many drivers as possible
squeeze you in
behind the flag. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most populous nations in IAMI competition. Great to have them all here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Belgium!
Well, brilliant stuff there. Are we sure that's all of them?
Yeah, I think
Have you
all of the
captured
Belgian
them?
nation has now appeared on stage. Very
Excellent.
nearly the entire nation of Belgium.
If there's any Belgians still waiting in the pre-grid, I think they should come through now.
Too late.
They've missed their medals.
So as Belgium makes its way from the stage, there's going to be a lot of competitors gunning for the victory from Belgium, but they're not the only nation that's brought a large team with them.
They certainly haven't. Plenty of drivers being represented from so many nations and a large contingency from many more. Well, with hopefully all the Belgians now receiving their medals and making their way off the stage, we continue the presentation with our next nation. Please welcome onto the podium a big round of applause for your drivers representing Brazil!
The nation that gave us the champions, Emerson Fittipaldi, Nelson Piquet and Ayrton Senna, have come forward to give us even more exciting competitors in the IAMI Warriors final. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Brazil!
Brilliant stuff there. Well, Brazil, we look forward to seeing what you can do over this weekend. Great to have you with us, and do enjoy the racing this weekend. We quickly move on then to our next nation. And again, please give a huge round of applause for the drivers representing China!
The People's Republic of China have a fair few drivers that have welcomed us this week. We're not entirely sure how many of them are still here, but we are going to represent them and welcome them any go. So we will continue on. I think the Chinese drivers have all decided to get a little bit of shut-eye, to be fair, because it's been a long journey for them as well. But let's hear it for them anyway, ladies and gentlemen. The people from China!
Lovely stuff. Moving swiftly on into our next nation as well, where the championships in our GWC have raced in the past. Please welcome and a big round of applause for your drivers from Chechnya!
From the Czech Republic, the drivers have been competing in fine style. We have just one competitor, we believe, from the Czech Republic this week, but are not here on this occasion. So we'll make sure that the driver gets their medal over the course of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Czech Republic!
Is he coming?
I don't think so. I think we're all done.
Okay, not a problem at all.
We're moving on to the next one.
We can move on indeed to the next one. And again, another country that the championships have been to this season. Please welcome onto the podium. Big round of applause for the drivers from Denmark!
The plethora of competitors coming forward from Scandinavia. The Danish are here, and they have had a fabulous run so far. There may not be many of them representing Denmark in 2023, but they've definitely brought some star power over to the circuit. Let's get the drivers in the middle of the stage. There we are, towards the middle, so we can see them all on the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, your three competitors in IAMI Warriors Final 2023 for Denmark!
Really looking forward to seeing how the drivers from Denmark get on. Ladies and gentlemen, please do get your photos in. And then Denmark, we do ask you, thank you so much if you make your way off the stage for us. Perfect. Thank you so much. Give it up for Denmark as they make their way off. We now move on to another country that I'm sure has got many representatives joining us this weekend. So make sure that you squeeze in onto the stage. Please give a huge round of applause for the drivers representing Spain.
Viva España! So many competitors from Spain. IAME is a big, big sport in Spain, and they have some incredible drivers. The sport and the country that gave us Fernando Alonso and Marc Marquez in World Motorsport. And they now bring several Spanish talents to come forward and give us a fabulous parade of the competitors that are all here to try and win the IAME Warriors Final for Spain. Let's have them all on the stage together. In the middle of the stage, if we can, please, guys. In the middle, so we can have everybody together. We'll see if we can get everybody in together for a great team shot. But ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your representatives for España! We have the guys at the front kneeling down, maybe, so that the guys at the back can be seen.
Excellent.
We need to see the guys behind you, Ruben.
Squeeze in a little bit more. Yeah.
That's it, crouch down. We've got drivers behind you as well.
2 even lines. There we go. There you go. Ruben Moy helping.
Everyone can squeeze in. There we are. There we are.
Perfect. Get your photos in. And ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your drivers from Spain. Well, swiftly getting through. Many more nations to go. But please, ladies and gentlemen, again, stay with us. And please welcome on to the stage the next country being represented all the way from Finland.
The motor racing nation that gave us Keke Rosberg and Kimi Räikkönen, still plenty of great talents to come from the karting world. And here they come forward to enjoy this magnificent week. And the Finnish talents are many and plentiful across the 4 categories. And it's great to see them putting on a show once again in the IAME Warriors Final 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our competitive drivers from Finland! We'll see if we can get everybody together in front of the flag. Maybe some of the smaller representatives taking a place at the very front of the queue. See if we can squeeze everybody in. I think we just about got everybody in. Just a reminder to everybody, please ensure that you stick around, because it's not just your nation you want to cheer for, it's the other 40 nations as well. And we want to give the same welcome to every single country that is here.
Couldn't say it better myself. Well, really looking forward again to see what Finland can produce at the end of this weekend. A big round of applause, please, for your representatives from Finland. Most of Europe being represented here this weekend, but as well as countries from all over the world, but sticking close to home as well. Next up onto the stage, please welcome your drivers from France.
The nation that gave us Alain Prost, Renault, and many of the incredible races that have taken place in Formula One over the years. It's the nation that started motorsport all the way back in 1894, and ever since that point, racers have come from all across the French nation to put on a spectacular showcase. And here this year in the IAME Warriors Final, we have drivers of all ages across Mini, Junior, Senior and Master. And they all want to take on the IAME Warriors Final in 2023. And there are so many strong talents. It's going to take quite a while for the French team to make their way onto the stage, because there are quite a few of them all across the Mini, Junior, Senior and Master Brigade. I think you're going to need to make another queue of drivers at the back. Keep going, round the back, keep going. So many drivers, keep going, round the back. We've got to fit a lot of drivers onto this stage from France.
We need to get a few more.
Great to see everybody in. You're going to have to organize yourselves together. Let's bring people around the back. Go on, boys, take it round the back. The taller drivers need to carry on going. We've got a lot of drivers to squeeze onto this stage from France. It's the French invasion here in Portugal, and it's great to see so many star talents with so many great representatives across Mini, Junior, Senior and Master. it's a very strong chance for France to move their way further forward. And a lot of drivers that will be receiving a commemorative medal for the week. Once again, folks, when your nation has finished, do please stick around, because we want to welcome all of the nations equally, and it'd be great to have you all with us to welcome them all. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time with feeling, the competitors in the IAMI Warriors Final 2023 from France!
Biggest cheer so far. The biggest cheer so far for France. Well, we really look forward to seeing what our French drivers can do this weekend. A big round of applause, please, for your French drivers. As now, if we start to get the last few photos taken, and we can start to get some of the taller drivers to start make their way off to the stage now. Brilliant stuff. France being represented by many, many drivers this weekend. Certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do.
Well, I tell you what, if France are as fast as they are loud, there's definitely going to be a lot of silverware for the French nation here this week in the IAMI Warriors Final. A lot of pictures coming. But of course, there's going to be a lot more to do and a lot more to say over the course of this week in Portimao. The 11th edition of this event since 2012, formerly hosted in Lyon, in Le Mans, in Adria, back to Le Mans last year, and then here at Portimao on the Cartódromo Algarve in Portugal. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup et bonne chance pour le week-end. Great work for the nation of France. Plenty of them, as there always is in the IAMI Euro Series. And the IAMI World Finals, great to see them all in competition together. Yeah, you do actually have to exit via the steps of the stage, guys.
We do recommend that.
I think that's a 5-second penalty for Paco Weisenberger right there. Don't worry, Paco. We won't let anybody know it was you.
I think you just did. Well, there we go. I tell you what, there was more drivers from France than I realised.
Yeah, there really are, aren't there? And across all 4 categories as well. So
yes.
If any nation has a likelihood of statistically getting silverware this week, it's definitely France in all 4 categories.
They've got a good chance, haven't they? A very good chance indeed. Well,
I think Guillaume would like it, Guillaume Alvarez, our colleague, would like it known that other nations are available.
Other nations are available indeed, yes.
Oh, nice, Mark. Nicely done.
Yep.
See an opportunity, take it. Good lad. Love it, nice.
Perfect. Well, as France makes their way off the stage, we go on to our next nation. With everyone joining us here this weekend, please give a huge round of applause for the drivers representing Great Britain.
10 Formula One world champions have all come from the United Kingdom. They seem to churn out talent no matter what they race in, be it in Formula One, in IndyCar, in Le Mans, and of course in karting. And it's great to see the British team come back to the IAMI Warriors Final en masse. They know exactly how to win. They've had several winners in the IAMI Warriors Finals across the classes over the years, from the worlds of Mini, Junior, Senior and Master, to some of the other classes that are not competing this year, such as the Gearbox, when Ash Sutton came 4 years ago as a rookie and won the whole accolade. Great to see everybody from Great Britain make their way forward once again. And it really is going to be a sensational week for the team from Great Britain, all in their distinctive helmets and race suits, and they are very proud, of course, to represent their nation. Some of the younger competitors will have to go to the front of the stage. Some of the shorter or younger competitors towards the front. Go on, boys, that way. Keep going, keep going. There's a lot of drivers to fit in. There we go, a lot of drivers to fit in. Make sure you've all got space, because there is a lot of competitors from the United Kingdom. Hopefully we can fit everybody in. Is that everybody? I think we're just about there now. But ladies and gentlemen, your IAMI Warriors Final Team 2023 for Great Britain!
Great to see. I think we've got a couple of drivers who are quite small at the back. I think Caden McQueen, I think you might need to come to the front as well, mate. Well, so many drivers from United Kingdom that I thought we'd evaded. Well, brilliant to see them all. As soon as you've got your medals, we get the last few photos of all of our drivers from the United Kingdom.
You can tell how many drivers there are on stage, Anthony, because I can barely see you, and you're only on the other side of the stage. Shows you just how busy it is for Team Great Britain. So, ladies and gentlemen, GB have come back to the IAMI Warriors final with competitors across Mini, Junior, Senior, and Master. Let's give it up for Team GB!
Brilliant. Mason Brooks, if you'd like to lead the British off the stage for us, please, guys. If you'd like to make your way off to the right. Perfect. Thank you so much to all of our British drivers representing here this weekend.
Now remember, only use the steps. Do not go off the front of the stage. This isn't a Westlife concert. Only via the steps, please, drivers. Only via the steps. This isn't an AC/DC concert. There's no other way off the stage except for the steps. Thank you very much. God, they're going to have a tough week, aren't they, Team GB? Lots of great drivers, lots of great competitors. But as usual, another great week in offing. Well done to Ronnie Ray Carter. Saw an opportunity, took it. Well done, lad. Who needs to be in a crowd when you can be in the limelight? Good lad. Not bad, eh? Plenty of drivers, a lot of them taking part in the IAMI Warriors final for the very first time.
I didn't think we had that many drivers.
We do. We always do.
There you go. Learn something new every day. Well, as the last of the drivers from the United Kingdom make their way off the stage, we now welcome our next nation on. And again, we do invite everyone to give a big round of applause for your drivers representing Germany!
The team from Germany, the country that has given us Michael Schumacher, Nico Rosberg, and so many incredible talents in the world of motorsport. And now our 3 German talents in the IAMI Warriors final will represent the nation. Let them walk a little bit further forward. Come forward, guys, and take your position in the center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, your IAMI Warriors final team from Deutschland!
Big smiles for the photos. Perfect stuff, guys. If you'd like to make your way off stage to the right, thank you very much. They're the representatives from Germany. We move on now to the next nation. And again, please give a huge round of applause for your drivers representing Greece!
It may not be the most populous nation in motor racing, but Greek F3 has been in operation since the early 2000s, and there are still some great competitors from Greece in the worlds of rallying, rallycross, auto sprint, motorcycling, and of course karting. Great to have them all here once again, and our team may not be the biggest in terms of numbers, but they are certainly some of the most passionate competitors in terms of their competitive prowess. And the team are here in prowess to represent their nation in fine style in the IAMI Warriors final. Let's get them to the middle of the stage. Not quite in the middle. Let's get you guys a little further over so that we've got you in the strong position. There we go, boys. Good work. And ladies and gentlemen, the flag of Greece flies over Portimao. Let's give it up for Greece!
Brilliant to see. Perfect stuff. Smile for the photos, guys. And as soon as we're ready, make your way off the stage to the right. And brilliant stuff, guys. Best of luck this weekend to our drivers representing Greece. We now move over to our next country. And again, you can imagine they've come a long way away for this one. So I'm sure they're ready for a good night's sleep. Please welcome our drivers representing Hong Kong.
So Hong Kong are here. The drivers only have a couple of drivers in the nation. And it's been a long journey for them. They have a fantastic motor racing heritage thanks to the Macau Grand Prix circuit, which is about to take its next big event in the offing. So I think the driver may have already disappeared and gone to bed. We'll make sure the medal gets to them tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, for Hong Kong!
We turn our attention now a little closer to our home near the UK, but please give a huge round of applause, please, for your drivers representing Ireland!
It looks like the times are about to change as the Republic of Ireland team grows every single year. More and more incredible talents come forward, and the nation that gave the world Tommy Byrne has been absolutely fantastic in giving us more great karting talents. And every single year, the team from Ireland grows and gets faster and faster. The stature of the Republic of Ireland in international motorsport is so exciting. Certainly one of the most blossoming of the nations. Now, you're going to need 3 rows of drivers here now, guys. This is definitely the biggest team Ireland has ever given us in the IAME Warriors final. And it's great to see competitors across the minis, the juniors, the seniors, and the masters. The nation that is just blossoming and growing and exploding with talent. It's definitely going to be a breakthrough year. And what a fantastic array of talent they brought with them in 2023 to Portimao. It's a big moment for the nation. So many young talents and established talents here at Portimao. And it's great to see them all. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the drivers from the Republic of Ireland!
Great to see. Smiles for the photos. And as soon as we're ready, make your way off to the stage to the right, guys. Thank you so much there to our representatives from Ireland. Really looking forward to seeing what they can do out on the circuit. Great to see a huge amount of drivers being represented for the small island nation.
You know what, Anthony, I've got a feeling that this week, that is not the last time we're going to see the Irish flag on this stage.
You could be right there, Jake. You could be very right indeed. Well, brilliant to see representing all the classes here this week at the IAME Warrior Finals in 2023, Ireland making their way off the stage. Well, we turn our attentions back to the mainland of Europe, and again, give a huge round of applause, please, for your drivers representing Italia!
Italy has so much talent coming out of its pores. It is the headquarters of world karting. And let's not forget that Italy is the country that gave us Alberto Ascari, Lamborghini, and Ferrari. There is blood running through the veins of Italian motorsport, and it's great to see these incredible competitors making their way to the IAME Warriors final in 2023. And it's great to see some of these stars who have been victorious in the past returning for more glory in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Italy!
Big smiles again for the cameras. I'm sure it won't be the last time we see an Italian on this stage this weekend. Guys, if you'd like to make your way off to the stage to the right, thank you so much. Your representatives from Italy. Brilliant to see so many being represented.
Arguably the most fun national anthem in the entire world.
I will say, I'll stress,
Arguably.
I may be from the United Kingdom. It's personally a favourite of mine.
It is a favourite of mine as well. I quite like it.
There we go. Well, we now turn our attention to again, another small nation, but not small out on track either. Please give a huge round of applause for your driver representing Jordan!
We only have one competitor in the field representing Jordan, but what a competitor. From the Middle East, having worked his craft in the senior brigade of karting, it is great to see young Hamza Al-Fayez, who represents Jordan in the Middle East. And it is great to see the hard work he has put in. He has every right to be here representing the proud nation of Jordan. And it is great to see what they have produced so far in this young talent. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jordan!
Perfect, thank you so much. If you'd like to make your way off to the stage now, we move on to our next country being represented. We are near at the halfway point of our nations now, but please keep up the energy. Please welcome onto the podium your representatives from Japan.
The nation that gave us Nissan, Honda, Toyota, and two of the most incredible racing championships in the world, Super Formula and Super GT. These incredible competitors have so much more energy to give us as they travel from the nation of Japan. And Nippon is wide and offensive today. It's going to be great to see what these guys can give us. Ladies and gentlemen, our drivers from Japan!
Brilliant stuff as they receive their medals ahead of this weekend at this halfway point. It has certainly been tough. These drivers, very resilient, and they know what they need to do on the IAME Warriors Finals weekend. Your drivers from Japan, thank you so much. If you get your photos in very quickly and then make your way off the stage to the right. Brilliant to have our 4 drivers being represented here from Japan.
It's going to be a real talent for these 4. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. We can't wait to see what you give us over the course of the next 48 hours.
Very much looking forward to it. We move our attention now to our next nation. Please give a huge round of applause for your drivers from South Korea.
Every nation has their right to be standing here, and our youngster from South Korea, Kyo Lee, has been the first in a major international karting competition. Great to see him as he wears the Eichmann's overalls, but he carries the flag of his nation, and a fabulous opportunity for him as he continues his journey in the IAME Warriors Final. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for South Korea!
Perfect, thank you very much there. Great to see so many countries being represented here this week. We turn our attention now to our next nation. Please give a huge round of applause to Saudi Arabia!
We have just the SIL representatives, the 2 competitors who have come all the way to represent their nation in the junior and senior categories, and a fabulous opportunity for them to go onto the world stage and put on a great spectacle for our competitors. Great to see them both here, and they of course gain the same recognition as the competitors from their fellow nations. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your hands together for our drivers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia!
Brilliant stuff. Looking forward to see what these drivers can do. Thank you so much to our drivers from Saudi Arabia. Now make your way off the stage. Brilliant. Right, so past the halfway point now, Jake. We're getting through it, aren't we? As the sun has set here at Portimao. We turn our attention to now our next nation. Please give a huge round of applause for your drivers from Lebanon.
So our Lebanese driver has decided to go to bed early, but it is fantastic to see what Chris El Faghali has been able to do, and he makes his way onto the world stage. But we do want to give as much recognition to every country, even if they're not able to attend the Drivers' Parade. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bearing with us on that. And the nation of Lebanon, good luck to Chris El Faghali.
Thank you very much. Yes, Jake. I can imagine it's been a very long day. We turn our attention now to our next nation. Please welcome onto the podium the drivers from Lithuania.
In fact, it is the driver from Lithuania, just the one sole representative of his nation, and it's a big, big moment for our young competitor in the junior category, for Emil Klaskauskas. A fabulous moment for him, and it's a wonderful moment for him. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Lithuania!
Just the one driver being represented, but showing the passion of thousands of drivers. Once again, we'll get those last few photos in, and Lithuania, we look forward to seeing what you can do here in the IWF in 2023. Thank you so much, and enjoy those photos. Perfect there to
Thank
Lithuania.
you, Elvis. Thank you, Elvis. We can't wait to see what you do over the course of the week.
We really can't. On to our next country now. We're on to the M categories now. We turn our attention to our next nation. Please welcome onto the stage, Malaysia!
The country that has been growing in stature of motorsport ever since the first Malaysian Grand Prix at Sepang in 1999. And in the 21st century, the nation is growing in talent, stature and speed. The amazing work that the drivers do in IAME Asia, and they are putting in sensational performances here in the IAME Warriors Final. The 5 competitors that have traveled thousands of miles to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our competitors for Malaysia! Do, of course, please stick around as long as you possibly can. It's not just your home nation that you are welcoming here at the IAME Warriors final. It is every nation. They deserve the same accolade, the same response, and the same appreciation. So do please stick around for as long as you can. It's only 7:30 p.m. You've got plenty of excuses to stick around.
It's well past my bedtime, though, I'll have to say.
It's not past mine. I haven't even started yet.
There we go.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much there to Malaysia. If you guys want to make your way off the stage now, great to see so many joining us from across the world. Another country from across the world as well joining us. Please welcome your next nation. A huge round of applause, please, for Mexico!
The nation that gave us Pedro and Ricardo Rodriguez, and in the modern era, Sergio Perez. And of course, it's an important weekend in Mexican motorsport as the Grand Prix will take place this weekend on the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Great to have our three competitors traveling all the way from Mexico to represent their nation on the world stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mexico!
Great to see. Well, as soon as you guys have got your medals, last few photos, big smiles, and guys, to make your way off the stage there. Thank you so much there to Mexico. We move swiftly on to our 26th nation being represented here this weekend. Please give a huge round of applause, please, for Malta!
Just the three competitors gracing Malta here in the IAME Warriors final, but boy, have they got the passion, the dedication, and the speed to work their way forward for the mini category as well as the master category. It's great to see our three fledgling young talents from Malta, and what a fabulous week they are going to have in the IAME Warriors final as they receive their medals in fight style. But it's always nice to see a really passionate nation come to the IAME Warriors final and go for glory. And in both the mini and masters category, they have a great chance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Malta!
Get nice and close, guys, for your photos. Perfect, guys. If you'd like to make your way off to the stage, looking forward to see what Malta can do this weekend. Now, we turn our attention to a country that has got a large pedigree of motorsport in its history. Please welcome onto the podium your country of Monaco!
The nation that has hosted perhaps the most popular Grand Prix in the world since 1929 and has given us the Ferrari driver Charles Leclerc. It is great to see our Monegascan duo, Diego Balassi and Louis Castellini, step forward to represent their nation in fine style at the IAME Warriors final. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our competitors from Monaco!
Thank you very much, guys. As soon as you have those medals, nice big smiles for the last few photos, and then please do make your way off the stage there to the right. Nice hat, by the way, Louis.
And
very nice hat.
Of course, everybody that's in the crowd, do please stick around. We have plenty of nations still to come, and we would love them to have the same recognition, the same greeting as the nations that have come before. So do please stay as long as you can. Thank you.
We now move on to our 28th nation here tonight. Please give a huge round of applause for the drivers from the Netherlands.
In 2023, a nation of motorsport that needs barely any introduction at all. They have given us the man who has conquered Formula One for the last 3 seasons, and it looks as though the future is very bright. The future is fast. The future is orange. The team from the Netherlands have got an incredible squad to bring us in the IAME Warriors final in 2023. And they have representatives in all 4 categories, in mini, in junior, in senior, and in master. It's been an absolutely fantastic team that they have brought with us. And we are going to have a sensational competition with the Dutch competitors. We're going to see so many drivers get involved at the front end of the field in all of the categories they represent. I think you're going to have to cluster together a little bit more into the middle because there are a few drivers that are not going to make the photo. Can we have all the shorter drivers come forward and all the taller drivers stay at the back? so that we can get everybody in.
They've got some lovely flags at the front
We
that
have
they
got
don't
some
want to
lovely
cover up.
flags on the front.
All right, guys.
We have all the minis take one step further forward. All the minis take one step further forward. And then you can have the seniors at the back. There we go. Or the slightly taller juniors, Sasha. There we go. I think we can just about squeeze everybody. There we go. Follow the crowd. Follow the crowd.
Follow the crowd. If we get some drivers at the front kneeling down, that'd be
Follow
perfect.
the crowd. There we go. We're going to get everybody towards the front and get a proper team picture together. There we go.
Squeeze in at the side. Squeeze in, squeeze in, squeeze in. There we go.
Isabella Bass pretending to be a mini there.
There we go.
She's a
Guys,
senior.
go
What are you on about? What a talent. What an amazing squad that they've brought to the IAME Warrior Finals in 2023. This is what we call a talented team. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Netherlands!
Fantastic to see so many drivers joining us this weekend. A great group of drivers representing all of the classes here this weekend. Last photos to be taken, to which there are quite a few. And as soon as we're ready, guys, do start to make your way off the stage there to the right, guys, if you'd like to move in.
So as Team Netherlands leaves the stage, we still have plenty of nations to come. Do please stay and show the same appreciation to the other nations that have not yet come before. I know your nation may already have been, but do please stick around. Every nation deserves your welcome and deserves your response. So do please stick around as long as possible. Any of those that are about to make the exit, turn around, come back, stick around another half hour. It won't do you any harm.
Exactly that. Well, as the Netherlands makes its way off, we move on to our 29th nation being represented here this weekend. Please welcome onto the stage your drivers from Norway. Big cheer for Norway.
The nation's capital of Oslo, and some incredible rally drivers over the years, as well as some amazing touring car and GT talent. And it looks like the future again is well represented in the IAME Warriors final, as our competitors and contenders are ready to put on an excellent display from IAME Series Norway. Great to see so many impeccable contenders who will put on such a great show for us here this week in the IAME Warriors finals of 2023. Great to see them all. They've put on an excellent display, and what a great talent. Yeah, that's a good idea. But you probably could swap, actually, the two of you. Why not? Shall we swap? Yeah, no, go for it. No worries. Go on.
That's a good idea.
That's a better idea. There we
go. That works out a bit
Tall
better.
ones at the back, short ones at the front. There we go. We've got it all together. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the IAME Warriors Final 23, the team from Norway!
Big smiles, guys, for the photos. Wave those flags with pride. Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. Norway, if you'd like to make your way off the stage for us, please. Thank you so much. Again, a great number of drivers being represented here this week.
Once again, please do stick around. There's still plenty of nations to come, and they want as big a welcome as the nations you have cheered for. So do please stick around.
On to our 30th nation being represented here this weekend. Please give a huge round of applause for Peru!
All the way from South America, the Peruvian team may only be one driver, but certainly just as much of a talent to work forward, and it could be a very strong week in the Master X30 category for Mario Barrios. It could be a very interesting battle, so let's see our driver from the nation of Peru. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Peru!
Excellent stuff there. Now on to our 31st nation here this weekend. Please do give a huge round of applause for the country from across the globe. It's the Philippines!
An incredible plethora of Asian GT talent have found its way onto the world stage from the Philippines, and it's great to see that there are 3 young competitors that will continue that trend in the IAME Warriors final here in 2023. A fabulous young team of competitors representing the nation of the Philippines. What a fabulous week it's going to be for all three of our young competitors, and they are very proudly adorning the Philippine flag on their helmets, suits, and carts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Philippines!
Nice big smiles for the photos. And the Philippines, if you'd like to make your way off to the right there. Thank you so much there to our drivers from the Philippines. Now, in theory, Jake, this next country should get the biggest cheer, as it's the country that is hosting this year's IAMI Warriors final. Please give it up for the country of Portugal!
The third nation to host the IAMI Warriors final, and with so many incredible competitors and drivers to have come forward on international competition of motorsport. Great to see the nation of Portugal doing such a sensational job over the course of the week. And may we say, we have had an amazing welcome from Portugal in the IAMI Warriors Final 2023. It has been wonderful to come back to Portimao, but this time for the IAMI Warriors Final, the peak of the crop of the cream of IAMI X30 from around the world. And what a fabulous nation to host it in 2023. After France and Italy have done their part, now it's time for Portugal to play theirs. And the team from Portugal, the host nation, has certainly put in an incredible amount of talent for this year's event. So there's plenty of chances in mini, junior, senior and master for the host nation to come forward with silverware. And we can't wait to see which of our young drivers from the host nation is going to be able to pull off the job. So as the medals are given out to all of our competitors, it is a fabulous week, and it's great to see so many competitors from the host nation bring drivers forward and give us an incredible showcase. What a fabulous week here at Portimao, and what better way to celebrate it than to celebrate the host nation here in IAMI X30, Portugal! Nothing wrong with that, folks.
Brilliant
Obrigado,
stuff.
Portugal. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Portugal, for so many drivers here, and of course the country representing and hosting the IAMI Warriors final here in 2023. Great showing for Portugal, and the biggest cheer, I would say, so far.
Well, if we didn't stop them there, I think we could have had a few drivers crowd surfing then. Thank goodness we did. But no, a massive thank you to the guys from Portugal. Do please stay as long as you can. We still have nations to come, and they deserve just as much a welcome as the ones that have come before.
Lovely stuff there for Portugal as they make their way off the stage. On to our 33rd nation here this evening. Please give a huge welcome to the drivers from Romania!
A fabulous young team of competitors. There may only be 4, but they've been at the front for most of the week. And certainly there could be some silverware heading the way of Romania in the mini and the junior categories. We're going to have a very strong week indeed for our competitors from Romania. They've been very impressive so far this week, and it would not shock me at all if we give some of the big trophies at the end of the week to one of our competitors on the stage. They've been so fast right from time qualifying, and who knows what the future holds for them over the next 48 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the nation of Romania!
Brilliant stuff there for Romania. The 4 drivers being represented here this nation, or this weekend, I should say. Please welcome now our 34th nation of the weekend. Please give a huge round of applause for your drivers from Singapore!
Just the one sole competitor from Singapore this year, but it's the nation that gave us one of the most modern Grand Prix racing classics at Marina Bay. And I have a feeling you're going to hear a lot more from the nation of Singapore in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the IAMI World Finals, please give it up for Singapore! Well done to Conrad Garrow. Good luck for the week, my friend.
Thank you very much, Conrad. You can make your way off the stage there now. Perfect. Moving on now a little closer to home, the 35th nation to represent here this weekend. Please give it up for Switzerland!
The team from Switzerland are coming forward, having had an amazing week so far, and with so much reputation, they will continue to put their way forward after a fabulous run. The competitors doing a sensational job. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the team from Switzerland!
Please do stick around, folks. There is only a handful of nations left to go. Love to see them get the same recognition as the rest. For Switzerland, a great showing. Some beautiful photos there of our smiling drivers. And again, Jake, a country that could see this flag on this screen again at the end of this weekend.
Very much so. They have several drivers that have the opportunity to do so across the mini and the junior categories. So it's definitely going to be a very exciting week. But our Swiss team, very strong and very fast as always. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Switzerland! Thank you very much indeed, guys. Don't worry, there are still a few more nations to come. We are still to greet the likes of Poland, the Czech Republic, and of course the USA. Do please stick around. We still have plenty of nations to come.
Well, we move on to our next nation, the 36th nation to represent here this weekend. Please give it up for Slovakia!
The Slovakians seem to have gone to bed, but we wanted to welcome them anyway because they have a couple of representatives in the field. But it's great to see, again, the universal nations and the versatility of the nations that sweep forward in the Army Warriors finals. Thank you, Slovakia.
We turn now to our 37th nation. Please give a huge round of applause for your drivers from Sweden!
Well, what a nation. The nation that gave us the legendary Ronnie Peterson, one of the stars of both Formula One and karting in his day. It's great to see the Swedish talents come forward for yet another sensational display. And it is great to see the team from Sverige have a wonderful week ahead of them, and it's a brilliant plethora of talent that will sweep the board in mini, junior, senior, and master. Ladies and gentlemen, your team from Sweden!
Not only in class order, they did it in height order as well.
They have actually done this in coordination
that is
of
impeccable.
height. That's amazing. Actually, if Lee Anderson just wants to crouch down a tiny bit, they've almost done it. It's the tiniest little bit.
Tiniest little
bit, but that's pretty good. Height
I'll give them
coordination.
that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Sweden! Do please stick around. We have another 5 nations to come that we will be celebrating. So it's going to be a really exciting battle over the course of the week. Do please stick around. I know your nation has been, but do please stick around and welcome our remaining 5 nations.
To the 38th nation being represented here this weekend, please welcome onto the stage your drivers from Thailand!
They have travelled so far to be here, and after the brilliant performances of Alex Albon in Formula One and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel in World Karting, Thailand is becoming a nation to be reckoned with in the world of motorsport. And you are going to see a lot more from the Thai competitors over the years. Great to see them making their way into the IAMI Warriors final once again in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the team from Thailand!
That is the loudest cheer we've had so far tonight, I
It
think.
is actually, to be fair. Loudest individual cheer, certainly.
Brilliant stuff.
Very good stuff.
Looking forward to seeing what Thailand can do this weekend. Thank you so much. Nice big smiles for the last few photos. And Thailand, if you would, very kindly make your way off the stage there to the right. Thank you so much. Your drivers from Thailand. Last few countries to go now. The 39th country to be represented here this weekend. Please welcome onto the stage your drivers from Chinese Taipei.
It's been a fabulous week for the guys from Chinese Taipei. They have traveled quite a long way to be here this week, and it's great to see them representing the nation on the world stage of motorsport. It's a flag that you may not necessarily be familiar with, but you're definitely going to see it more and more as time continues on. Ladies and gentlemen, our three competitors in the IAME Warriors Final 2023 for Chinese Taipei.
Great stuff there. Nice big smiles for the photos.
So we have 4 more nations still to come. And we want to make sure that we welcome them all as equally as possible. Thank you very much indeed for your patronage. Thank you for sticking around. Ladies and gentlemen, the team from Chinese Taipei.
On to our next country then, the 40th country to be represented here this weekend. Please welcome onto the stage your drivers from the United Arab Emirates.
Ever since the Yas Marina Grand Prix circuit came into existence in 2009 and the Dubai Autodrome came into existence in 2006, this nation has been growing, building and accelerating. There are some incredible talents to come forward in the IAME Warriors Final, and every year the nation gets bigger, stronger, faster and harder to beat. It is wonderful to see them all here, the United Arab Emirates nations, and our fabulous competitors, all of them getting ready for another exciting build-up to the finale to this amazing week. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team UAE!
We now see the medals be awarded to the drivers at the halfway point of this weekend. Only a few more countries go. Thank you so much for everyone for sticking with us here at this halfway point of the weekend. We're all ready for a lovely night's sleep and ready to get going for the next day of racing here at Portimao.
Yes, indeed. 3 nations still to come. We apologise for those that are out of position, but we are going to make sure that the nations that have not had their moment before will still get their moment of recognition in our list. Ladies and gentlemen, the team from the United Arab Emirates! Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck for the week ahead.
We move on now to our 41st nation. Please give it up then for our drivers from across the pond, the drivers from the United States of America.
Team USA always gives us a really exciting plethora of talent. This year, it is just the one lone competitor, Truly Adams, who will represent the United States of America on the world stage. But what an amazing competitor he has proven to be so far, and we wish him and his nation all the best here at the IAME Warriors Final. The medal comes forward, and we wish Truly Adams all the very best to represent his nation on the world stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team USA!
New award for the
that's a
loudest
new
single
one.
scream.
USA wins, the best
crowd.
individual scream. There we go.
Perfect.
We have got 2 more nations to come. They were out of position, sadly, but we now have them ready to welcome us forward. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, the European nation. Please give it up for Team Poland! The nation that gave us Robert Kubica and so many incredible rally and touring car drivers now make their way to the podium. And I tell you what, they are a nation that can give us plenty of noise and enthusiasm. What an amazing quartet of youngsters. They will receive their medals now from the IAME dignitary. But what a fabulous, fabulous moment for these young lads. Great to see them in fantastic fashion. We've already had winners from Poland this week. So we're going to see a really strong challenge in the mini category, no doubt, from this fabulous young nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the nation of Poland!
Cracking stuff there. Nice big photos there and nice big smiles for our drivers from Poland. Perfect stuff. Grabbing as many photos as they can. Are we going to get another loudest scream in one go?
Cram them in, absolutely.
I hope so. Lovely. Guys, make your way off to the right
there. We go. There is just one more nation to come. They were listed earlier, but they were unavailable to attend. Now they are able to do so, so we would like to give them one final push, ladies and gentlemen, from the nation of Czechia! All the way from the Czech Republic, our driver has been able to make his way to the rostrum to collect the ceremonial medal. For Lukas Orčička representing the nation, it is a fabulous moment for him and the entire country. We wish him and the team all the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Czechia!
Lovely stuff. Nice big smiles for the photographers. And a brilliant way to wrap up then all of the countries being represented here this weekend.
What an amazing plethora of competitors. Many thanks, Lucas. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And there we are. We have welcomed every nation, every driver in fantastic fashion to the IAME Warriors Final 2023. What an amazing moment.
We certainly have, and it's only the halfway point of the weekend as well. We are live again for the next couple of days, so make sure you set your alarms and catch us all live for the rest of the qualifying heats, the super heats, and of course, those fabulous finals, and we'll crown our IAME Warriors Finals champions at the end of this weekend here at Portimao. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.